All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for day number 1 of the SEA qualifiers, and it is going to be MLP Dota and John X5 joining you here today for the first series at the very least. John, SEA qualifiers on our hands, so how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. I'm excited to see these teams go through my favorite qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. We've got a lot of great matches. We've got a lot of great teams lined up. 3 teams, of course, going there. 1 guaranteed, 2 going to the last chance qualifiers. Keen to see who does slog it out, because there's a lot of good teams left, because we only have 2 teams that went up, and we can take a look at the format here before we go through. Of course, teams are seeded in double elimination bracket. Grand finals is best of 5. All other matches are best of 3, except lower bracket round 1, which this first match is. That's a best of 1. Second and third place proceed to the last chance qualifier, and the first place team is guaranteed to be in the TI group stages. So a lot on the line, and again, a lot of great teams left here, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're just starting, Jonathan. It's going to be a fantastic qualifier. Thank you for the recap on the overview. Of course, it's going to be a great qualifier. John, you and I always say SEA best region, no question about it. Obviously, some high pipe matchups coming up. We're going to be starting in the lower bracket round of 1, TNC Predator against Cercia, I believe is the way you pronounce it. Though, again, I'm probably butchering the name, John. I don't do well with 2 X's in one name. But nevertheless, we are going to be starting with the lower bracket round of 1. Of course, every other team in the lower bracket is going to have a bye to get started for round 1, so it's really only these 2 that have to play out this first series. And then we'll be moving right in to the upper bracket, of course, where I believe we'll be starting with Talon against Lilgun and NGXC against Polaris. Right after that, we'll have RSG and Neon, and of course, the one everyone's been waiting for, the debut of T1. It's going to be Execration against T1, the return of Thompson and Anna. Going to be here tonight as our final series. Jonathan, I can't wait. I mean, this is the greatest region. We all know it. Greatest qualifier. We've got a crazy set of matches here today. What else can I say, Jonathan? What a day we have ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild day. We're all going to see at least 1 team eliminated between TNC and Cercia, of course. So that's the one we're starting with. Best of 1, lower bracket round 1, TNC. I mean, they didn't do well in the Tour 3 Division 2, they did get eliminated there, I believe 2-5. Sergio right above them. At that time, they were made in the Philippines at 6th place, so barely cutting it away from eliminations. But you have to remember, Circus stayed with the same roster, or Made in the Philippines stayed with the same roster. TNC actually had a roster change, which didn't push through. They had Asta come in, they had Yoa take the backseat, and well, they made some mistakes in registration, so now we've got Yoa back. We do have Asta sitting in the coaching side, maybe more as like an analyst right now, along with our good friend Crest Dota, Mr. Jong himself is on TNC,
Yes.
and I'm keen to see if that makes a difference, because this iteration of TNC did not do good. There's no sugarcoating that one. They would have these excellent early game
Hey.
starts, and then somehow the mid to late game decision making would really fall flat. Like there is no way to sugarcoat that. Like they'd have these
How
excellent
dare
stompy
you?
lanes and just falls apart.
How dare you, Jonathan? Talk about TNC Predator like that. I mean, as, we know Asta came in. They tried to bring in a new POS 1, Jonathan. Where did that bring TNC Predator? Right back to Yoe. He's right back into that POS 1 role, Asta. He'll be coaching along with Crest, and I'm sure you'll be talking about Crest a lot because you know him very personally. A bit too personally, if you ask me, Jonathan. But TNC Predator, they've got Yoe back. Fan favorite Yoe is one of my favorite players to watch, and of course Asta going to be doing a fantastic job as the coach, I'm sure, here for TNC Predator. John, going into this matchup, is there a favorite in your eyes? Like, do you think TNC should be the favorite? Do you think it goes the other way?
It's really hard to say. I would favor Cirxia by their past results, but TNC did look revitalized when they were playing through the qualifiers for ESL1 Malaysia. They actually looked really competitive. They took some games off from bigger teams. They took some series off from some bigger teams, and that iteration looked really good. So I feel like if they maintain those improvements with Yoe, then they should be the favorites. They looked a lot cleaner. They fixed those mid to late game issues that they had, and their early game still looked amazing. I think Cirxia, they're kind of they're really strong as well, but I feel like again they kind of slipped by from Division 2 elimination by a sliver of a hair, right? Like very slim margins there. And I think TNC, again, they are actually a good team. It's just they couldn't end games. Like that was frankly their issue. They'd have these 5-10k gold leads by say 15 to 20, and then the next 10 minutes it would just disappear. So if they again reel that in with the new guidance they have, with experiences they had from the Malaysia qualifiers, then I don't think Cirque is going to be too big of an issue. But it's a best of one. If they don't show those improvements in this one game, well, they're done for TI.
You know that makes TNT Predator relatable as well, John. Losing your net worth in a matter of seconds. I mean, as a married man, Jonathan, I know how that feels, and it's not very fun. You know, we can all relate to TNT. We can all relate to Cersei as we are going to get into Game One's draft rather soon. It looks like we are waiting for those darn players to get ready as usual, Jonathan. It's the SEA serve, right? We need a bit of merienda time. We need some pauses, some toilet breaks, some smoke breaks, Discord issues, mic issues. We've got all the issues, Jonathan. It's SCA, but that's what makes the region so great. And by the way, don't let John's camera fool you. He is indeed shorter than I am. It's my fault, John, because I moved my camera like an idiot and I screwed us over here. So you're a bit taller today.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Enjoy.
yeah, it's all good. I don't mind it, of course. Does feel good to be taking the high ground here, Mike. We do have the draft slowly coming on hand. It should be popping up once we have a couple of bands. And again, this matchup should be fairly close. I find it pretty funny. I know the people at home can't see this, but the Cirxia team still has the Made in the Philippines logo as their team logo, which is funny because
Why not?
swear to goodness, Cirxia has their own logo. Cirxia is a very renowned org. Right, like we were having a discussion. Right now, they've been a little bit hotter in. Okay, wait, give me a second. There is Mr. I believe that is Mr. Crest. Is that Mr. No, that's not
How do you
Crest.
not
He's not
know?
him. No, that's not
Oh
him.
my
The
god.
silhouette looked similar, but he's a bit too large. That's not Crest.
How?
I,
That's one of
Crest
your
told me he'd
closest
be behind the
friends.
cameras. Crest told me he'd be behind the cameras. He's not. He's lying to me.
That's
He's
one of your
lying to me. He's
closest
not there.
friends.
I
How do you
know.
not know?
At a glance, it
Oh,
did look like him, but he's a bit too large. Yeah, there's Asta, of course, hanging in the background as well.
too
Take a look at the
large.
Cirxia boys.
How rude. How dare
Well,
you, Jonathan?
Jong's not that sizable a fella. I don't know how else
Oh,
to
well.
pose that, as we do have the player camps as well
Yeah.
coming out from Cirxia. They look very relaxed. JG, Ken, Rupido. All looking very good. The draft is on hand, and it does look like the overlay still has to come out. So we'll walk you through the draft here. Do you have the initial bans? We have TNC banning out the Primal Beast and Mars, respecting Rupidos Mars, of course. Xerxia taking care of the Enigma and the Undying, which is surprisingly a lot of Mavis heroes being taken out, and have that opening of Shaker and DP for Xerxia. TNC with a Marcy on their hands. So nothing too out of the ordinary just yet, right? In these first picks, Marcy has been a big hero. DP's been a big hero across the qualifiers. A couple of respects bans here and there, but nothing too strange yet, Mikey.
Certainly not, Jonathan. Well, I'm sure we'll see something strange rather soon, as we are going to have the Omni Knight coming out. That's not strange either. Omni Knight being very popular in this current meta. Not too surprising to see, along with the Marcy. We are going to have to wait out some more bans as well before we do continue with these drafts, John. John, we didn't talk about this at all, but first series of the day, it's a Rambulan. You love to see it, Jonathan. This is one of our favorites.
Oh, yes. It's a Rambulan, of course. Yeah, it is a brawl between two Filipino, well, technically two Filipino teams. On paper, Xerxia is, I believe, Thai. But technically two Filipino teams. Two teams composed of mainly Filipinos. TNC having a little bit more foreign blood there with Krish, who has been spectacular. Again, the Indian prodigy has been doing well for himself, which is good to see, as we've been seeing Krish for a while now. So, unfortunately, his showing again in Tour 2 wasn't the best, but I think individually as a player, he has been doing good. And keen to see, again, if any of those improvements come out for TNC, or if the stability of Xerxia just kind of overtakes TNC here. See a couple more bans. We see the Shadow Demon along with the Faces Void being taken care of by TNC. We have seen Ken play a couple of Faces Voids. I feel like a lot of people look at his FV and think it's one of his better heroes, along with his TA. It's just kind of taking care of any big cores Ken might want to play. For Xerxia's part, I'm surprised they still ban out the Chen with the Omni Knight already picked up. Maybe they're expecting the Omni Knight to go, say, pause 4 here with a Marcy offlane coming out for Bach is a possibility. But that is a fairly late Chen ban. Like, it does feel like if you don't pick it up in the first phase, you don't tend to pick it up in the second phase, because there's ample time to kind of take care of it.
Well, Jonathan, we do, while we're waiting for these bans as well, we did have a question sent in on Twitter by Adrian, of course, Extremes01. John, why don't you give us your prediction as to who wins the whole qualifier? And if you do have any questions for us, do go ahead and tweet at us or send us a message on Facebook. But John, give us a prediction. Who wins the whole qualifier?
Talon. I think Talon's going to take the qualifier. No bias there. I think Talon's just been doing good in Southeast Asia. They haven't been doing good internationally. I'll admit that. There's no sugarcoating that one either. But I think Talon still has it for C.
T1?
I think T1's a very 50-50. If they don't top first, I feel like they bomb out. Like, that is really the vibe I feel, because they haven't had too much time to adjust with Thompson. They've had some time to play with Ana, because they did trial him. But with Thompson, I'm not sure. And you kicked out Carl, who's been an integral part of that team for a long time. We saw what happened when they kicked out Savage, who was also an integral part of their team for a long time. So that's two major changes. And I think that's going to be a bit rough. Like, I don't know. Like, T1, they're the kind of team I can see them going on a very strong run, or just drop into maybe Polaris or Execration. Those two teams have improved a lot since the DPC.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't help but notice, John, you didn't mention SMG. What time are they playing?
Why you gotta do them like that? You see Ice tweeting already. You're excited to play.
Yeah. I mean, he's a TI. He'll be there in Singapore.
He'll be there. I think I saw him for sure.
Yeah, he was handing out some brochures at a stall.
Yeah,
before.
For Aftershock.
Yeah, good on him.
Yeah,
he's working.
The local Singaporean custom PC and laptop makers, resellers of Clevo Sager laptops. Very nice.
Shout out to the boys at SMG. We love those boys.
They're great fellas. Still, draft continues here. Xerxia takes out the Enchantress themselves. So kind of block picking, something that we've seen Mavis play a lot of as well. And they go into the TA on TNC's hand, taking that away from Ken. What's left in the pool, they pick it up themselves. You have the Omni Knight to protect it. It felt like the Omni Knight pickup was also a bit of a TA block anyway, as Guardian Angel just really mess ups the TA. So I like this from TNC. Going into what should be the Yoa TA, but you have some flux for Krish to play it on mid and kind of switch things around. Although I wouldn't be too surprised if, again, Yoa plays it. I believe last time TNC drafted it, it was the Yoa hero. They'd still lean towards the Spirit Brothers for Krish. His Ember Spirit's still online. And there's not too much hard lockdown for that. They will go with the Invoker instead for Krish. So you have a lot of ways of amping up not only the TA, but even the Marcy, if that is a core, right? We've seen Alacrity on Marcy. With the Unleash, heroes really just melt.
Yeah, it certainly does, John. They certainly do.
10 seconds remaining.
Certia,
5 seconds remaining.
fourth pickup. 2 more calls necessary here, I believe, for this dire end of things. Bit of reserve time to be used up here. You might want to just go ahead and maybe reveal the off lane, unless it's a DP off lane, in which case maybe just go for the safe lane pickup here. In fact, you're probably better off just going for a pos 1 pick here, because you can kind of flex the Death Prophet pickup. See what they want to try and do here.
Yeah, we've seen DP versus TA a couple of times in the offlane safe lane. It does feel like that tends to be pretty nice for the DP, but once TA's got enough spacing, it doesn't feel too bad. Although you will probably just have the Omni Knight or the Marcy kind of jump in. I do believe TNC's leaning into, say, the Carlo Marcy and the Mavis Omni Knight this game. We'll go with a Bat Rider here in Xerxia. So they've got a way of jumping in. That is a JG specialty on the mid. So it's very stable there. You can run down the Invoker. Invoker does have a little bit of play and defensiveness with, say, Tornado Cutoff, Ice Wall to kind of slow down your jump in if you do manage to get the levels on the Quas. So you can kind of play there on the Invoker. It's not the worst lane in the world, but Bat Rider is just that lane dominant hero that you just feel good on. And it's a TA counter. There's no direct way of clearing out last, although you are picking the Bat Rider into Omni Knight, which is always kind of annoying. So I think TNC still has most of their bases covered here.
Yeah. Final bans to come out. It does seem like a pos 1 still necessary for the dire end of things. And TNC Predator, well, they've already got the TA. So maybe an off lane, unless it's the off lane. Marcy still very flexible here for TNC. Just hiding that final pick and that final position for their draft. So, of course, the TNC Predator going to focus on the position 1 ban outs now. We'll get rid of the PL. Which is a hero we didn't get to see at all in the Chinese qualifiers, but one of those things, you know, if you know you're against the PL player, you're best off just getting rid of it, especially if you don't have any counters towards it. And TNC Predator certainly don't. On the other hand, kind of hard to know what to ban for this dire side. Again, the positions of TNC Predator are still very unknown with their draft. They'll just get rid of some cheese picks, it seems. They'll get rid of the Visage for now. See what else they end up finding for themselves here in this final ban as TNC Predator. Again, much simpler. You just get rid of the pos 1s. What are the position 1s? Like we've been seeing PA pop up a lot recently as well. That could work decently in this draft here of the Dire.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
feel like a PA is a bit difficult with the Omni Knight. It's just Guardian Angel really messes you up. I think physical cores have a pretty hard time overall. You might feel a little bit better with a hero that has a little bit mixed to offer. Juggernaut kind of slots into Xerxia's lineup. Stable core for Ken to play in the safe lane. Doesn't lose too many matchups. So although you do have last pick overall in Xerxia, so you have room to kind of decide what kind of matchup you want up against Bach's last pick, it looks like. A couple of options still left for Bach as well. You've got maybe something like the Tide to tie in with the Invoker down the line with an Ags upgrade. For the Cataclysm, that's something Box played a lot in Tidehunter. You've got room
5
for,
seconds remaining.
say, the Necrophos. I don't really think it's necessary in this game, though, for TNC to pick up something like the Necro. I mean, obviously, they've got Crestota in the background. Box played Necrophos as well multiple times. Is an option. There's also the very disgusting option that both you and I aren't fans of for something like the Venomancer. I think that's probably not going to happen, but if they do want that early presence, Veno can kind of do that. It ties in with a lot of magic damage. You've already got the Marcy to initiate, so I don't think you're too bad off without a hard stun initiator here on the offlane. Can slot in, and they will go with a Brood Mama instead, so bringing out some cheese anyway. You said they were
My
banning out some
favorite.
cheese with a visage, but the spider comes out. We have a happy Australian.
Mother comes. I love this hero, Jonathan. You know, this is the hero that used to
10
carry me back in the
seconds
day when I used to play mid lane because I was a terrible mid laner, Jonathan. I could only win via cheese.
5 seconds
People
remaining.
remember back in the day, Dota All-Stars, you know how it was. You go mid-brood, you pick up Necro Book, and you just rush them. It was amazing. We do have a Slark to come out in the side of the Dire, so Ken's going to pick up that position 1 Slark. Oh, he's got the great Broodmother set as well. Look at that, Jonathan. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Look at that. That's the look of something you don't want to see when you wake up in the morning and you look up on your ceiling, John. Have I had that
Yeah.
experience? Let's not talk about it. I'm having a bit of PTSD.
Have you actually had a redback in your house? That sounds
What?
terrifyingly wrong.
What do you mean?
That
You've never
doesn't
had
sound
one?
like it should be at home. No.
What?
No, we're not that insane in the Philippines. You get weird stuff. I've had frogs in my shoes when I was a kid, but never a spider that big in my house. No, Mikey. Still, with the draft closed out, you can see them kind of beefing around
Jesus.
on the camera.
Hey, wait a minute. Fix
Very
that
good
camera up, please.
blast.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, adjusting.
Gotta look at those
We have a
keyboards.
hidden cam down there in the lower left as well. Still, with the draft closing, that is a Yoa Invoker. So they will shift things out. Krish will play the TA. Yoa will take reins on mid. I mean, the Invoker is one of his signature heroes. And Krish on mid, on safe lane, just farming up in the TA. I don't mind that too much. He's played a lot of TA as well from his time in mid. But the adjustment is interesting. Yoa back to mid. And I mean, look, again, in that iteration of TNC where Yoa was mid, it also wasn't the smoothest times. And I think JG in particular, I do remember him running it down and winning out his mid lane very, very hard. So we've got to see Yoa hold up. Xerxia is not an easy competitor. And again, it's a best of 1. All of those improvements have to come out in just 1 game.
Jonathan, predictions, please. We know the viewers want to hear your predictions. Go on. Give us what you're predicting for the, those questions that are there.
Player deaths by 25, 16 to 25 sounds about right. Player with highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. That should be Krish. Player who places the most observer wards by 15. I would lean towards Mavis. He's been fairly on point with his warding. Player with the most D wards by 15. I would still probably lean towards Mavis. Although, yeah, no, yeah, Mavis. So, there you go. All probably wrong, but that's my bets.
Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. Get into game number 1. Ken, this is a best of 1 series, by the way, for anyone that wasn't aware. So, loser of this series is just out. They are out of the qualifiers in the first round. High stakes here for both these teams. You know, dreams are going to be ruined here tonight, Jonathan, or rather this morning. TNC, what are you hanging around in that dire jungle? Bok with the spider web is going to be on the cliff, getting all this vision for his team.
Where are you going?
Lucifer going to spot him out. Meanwhile, Carlo has been spotted himself, but has the rebound, so we'll be fine. Though a night. Oh, well, it happens, John. It's a hard fish to land. It's not an easy one. You know, had he blocked them on the staircase, that could have been a double kill. But what can you do? It happens.
Doesn't
Tips
quite
up.
come out. Still, they managed to get a D ward on the ramp at least from that movement out. So you are clearing out some control from TNC. Taking a look at that mid lane first. You do have JG on his Batrider, which we've seen him play to a pretty good degree. I think Batrider along with DK are his best mids, maybe a Pocket Timbersaw here and there. Yoa on his signature Invoker. Again, shouldn't have the worst time, also shouldn't have the smoothest time, because JG can just kind of spam out. First 2 levels for the Invoker here. Don't feel the best. He does land the EMP to cut off some of that mana on JG to spam his spells. But JG, if he does kind of hit level 2 with all these stacks up, Yoa is going to be in a spot of trouble. Not too much counterplay, and the trades are starting to hurt. He does have the early wand ready, but you would still expect JG to have a bit of an easier time clearing out the creep wave here.
Yeah, it's JG should have the advantage going to this matchup. We'll see how it does pan out. We'll have a look at the side lanes as well. Of course, top lane Carlo's in trouble. Tihi gonna go for the chase, not allowing Carlo that free creep ball. In fact, Tihi, it feels like he might have a kill here. Carlo, at the very least, does have rebound available, so should be okay. But Tihi will not give up. One more click will do it for Carlo. He'll get within the tree line. He'll get within the fog and salve up. Bok now over to help him out. A pretty tough lane for the side of TNC at this top lane. Just having to go against that pos 5 inch is not going to be fun for either of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double melee lane up against Enchantress and Slark. They've got a lot of trading potential here for Xerxia, and not much presence out from TNC until levels go up. Maybe by the time you hit level 3 or level 4 with Bach, having a couple more points in the Bola or the Insatiable Hunger, you could trade a lot better. And once Carlot's level 3, would say a 1-1-1 build, value point in the sidekick, you can trade pretty good. But until then, Ken's getting a lot of space out just from the zoning coming through from Teehee. And if Ken is allowed to farm up fast into the Power Treads, maybe into the Echo Saber, you're going to feel really good on that Slark.
How about that bottom lane, John? Krish and Mavis going up against Lucifer and Rupido. Of course, Krish was dropping rather low on the TA, and we didn't get to see it, but Lucifer, he did try to go for a Fisher block by the tier 1 tower, and sadly got him on the wrong side, so they weren't able to try and secure Krish's life. Which is fine for now, but this bottom lane's proving to be rather difficult so far for TNC. To be fair, it is a TA versus a DP, so Refraction's not really going to matter, and Krish, he hasn't even leveled up Refraction yet, in fact. No points in it. In this bot lane, I doubt it gets much easier here for TNC. It does feel like Rupido should just be able to constantly dominate this lane with the DP.
Yeah, and he's still going to be able to find farm. At the same time, you're not really stopping Krish. You're trading with him, you're dropping his HP, but he's got an Omni Knight around. So you're always going to have at least a little bit of healing from the Heavenly Grace. Down the line, you've got Purification as well. You should be able to just farm up, especially if the Fissure doesn't quite land the way you want it to on Lucify. And once Krish does hit something like level 4, level 5, with more points in Refraction, it does feel safer, although...
Bottom lane, Krish, he's gone. Lucifer this time around gets the block, puts the high five up. Obviously, he's not going to get much of a high five back here, but he'll be a happy man with that block. And, well, of course, our DP going to be even happier, picking up first blood against the position 1 TA of TNC Predator.
It's ramping up. Mavis just a little bit further away than he should have been. He has to stay right by Krish for this lane to be playable for RTA every single time he's exposed. Doesn't take too long for Rupido and Lucifer to kind of melt him. Still a lot of movement down mid right now, as we do see two supports just kind of walking by. Carlo along with Teehee coming in for the 4-minute water rune, and it looks like JG's just going to have no problem. It's not a high priority for Yoa. Still going to grab it up anyway, and you can see this lane's going a little bit more even than you'd expect. Yoa's actually matching the CS of JG, which is good news for the Invoker. He hasn't been harassed out. He's been getting a lot of value out from the Magic Wand. And JG kind of pocketing his levels. Does have a level 3 Napalm up, leaving the Flamebreak and Firefly free.
Lucifer is going to barely survive. That was a rotation from Carlo that just hasn't panned out, and Rupido lets him know about it as well. 3 heroes down bot. Does not pan out to a kill on an Earthshaker. Generally pretty bad news. Problem is, you can't really follow up with the Marcy in this bot lane. Like, you've got a pos 5 Omni Knight. He has no stun. TA has no stun. So chances are you aren't going to be able to kill anyone down at this bot lane. And sadly for TNC, the rotation of Carlo just amounts to nothing.
Yeah, and that's room
Meanwhile,
up top
top lane.
aggressive.
Yeah, there is Bok. He's been slowed up with the enchant. He's gone. Ken, he'll happily take the kill on the Slark, and that'll be his first point in permanent agi handed over.
Yeah, they see that opportunity. They know the spider is all alone. Just melt her down. And for TNC, their early laning just doesn't feel great. You are still finding farm, but you are lagging behind on Krish. Bach is also severely behind. The only lane that's going well is Yoas. You've got this lack of control from your lineup. Outside of the Invoker following through from Marcy, you really have nothing to keep heroes down. So the aggression is going to be piling more from Xerxia for sure. And with this kind of slower start for Bach, you do worry about the timings of the Broodmother. We've seen this countless times before where the Broodmother is off to a pretty bad lane, or at least a very uneven lane, and that does delay the early spike. It means you might not have that much presence to just spawn spiders and keep running around. Clumping up mid again, though.
Here we go. Yoa. Oh, that's a great block, Yoa. He's trapped up. It won't matter, though. They don't want to go for the dive in. In fact, JG now is the one to back. In comes Teehee with the Hurricane, though, onto Carlo. Very nice little play from the Ench, but can they stop Carlo from running? No, oh, yes, they can. Teehee able to secure the kill on the Ench. Such a cheeky little block there from our Earthshaker as well. Yoa is going to be just fine at the very least, though they find Carlo.
Yeah, they have to sacrifice on TNC's end. You're still pretty happy that the lasso doesn't come out onto Yoa. That was an excellent block coming true.
Oh, Bok.
Would have been a guaranteed kill.
Oh, Hurricane off the mark that time around. Bok gonna try to run. It won't matter. He's down. Carlo now. Carlo, you've got to run, so that is not safe. Fish is there. He's gone. Oh, no.
Don't be mad.
Yeah, they're feeling it now. This is a really, really bad start for TNC Predator. 3 perma agi on the Slark, 7 minutes into the game, and he's got 3 kills already, plus complete free farm. Yeah, John, I've seen this story in my pubs. This is not good news.
Yeah, this is very, very bad news for TNC. None of their lanes were really shaping up. And the best lane they had was Yoas, which is kind of nullified now, with how much emphasis has been put down mid. They've kind of killed off Bok's early timings here as well. The Broodmother really needs to secure space.
Run. Run, Bok. It's a very tough lane job. They can't really lane this anymore.
Yeah, it's not something they can hold. They're going to have to surrender an early tier 1. Pop the early fortify, will refresh, but Xerxia off with the aggression. Off with a really good start. The best thing TNC can hope for now is just buy space for Yoa. Buy space for Krish. They are rotating back. Yoa up top.
Jump in.
She's
Rebound
risky.
is there from Carlo. Ken, he's just going to move right back in. Rebound's gone. They know they can take him out, and they do. I don't see why you make that jump. I'll be frank. Firefly now. Pop JG wants the spider, and he's going to burn him right alive. Bok, he'll try to run. Oh, there's no mana for Lasso, but it may not matter. Bok's gone. Lasso out now. They have the mana this time onto the... Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, God. Oh, no. Ken's got 6 perma agi, 8 minutes in. Oh, John, there's no way to sugarcoat this. This is bad. This is real bad.
This is terrible. I don't think the stacks in the Slark is really the issue. It's that you're losing everything. Like, Krish dies solo down bot. The TA's farm is not lining up the way you want it to. The early presence from Yoa isn't really felt. He doesn't have anything like an urn. He's going for the Witchblade build-up, which is nice, but he's been trying to get aggressive across the map. If he did opt for the urn instead, he might have had it by now. He might have had a little bit more room to be aggressive. They need to be able to punish this move. Look at the vision out from Xerxia. They will catch out Teehee.
At least they get that. Teehee's gone. Yo, he's happy about that one. Maybe a bit early for voice lines for TNC, but I mean, I suppose you've got to get the momentum going somehow. Top lane.
Yeah, definitely do.
Bok's got no momentum right now. John, he'll try to run, but Lucify's going to cut him off. No mana for the Fisher for Lucify, and Ken, he's not going to waste his time. He'll back off, get back to farming on that Slark. Another huge problem as well for TNC is the fact that our boy Rupido, Johnny, he's free farming on the Death Prof. Almost level 8 now, just chipping away at that bottom tier 1 tower. He's going to be his own form of a carry, you know, on this DP. It's not going to be easy to deal with these two.
He's going to have his early timings out. Number 1 in net worth, going for the Eults first. Has a lot of protection. Already has the urn to help melt through Krish's refraction, which Alkali doesn't really have a good time in that lane. Teehee with a rotation again.
Here we go. See, he might drop another time, and he will. Krish, he'll pick up the kill on the TA. You know, I'd usually say these kills don't matter too much because it's a plus 5 inch, but they certainly matter right now for TNC. You need everything you can get with this kind of start.
Yeah, they're finding some punishment. It's not in the big heroes, but they are getting some gold to Yoa, to Krish, and that is very necessary gold for them to play with. A little bit of smoke out from Yoa and Carlo. Gonna try to look for an opening down bot. They need to punish Rupido, but he's got Lucify around to cut this off as well.
See what happens. Yoe gonna make his way in. Trap is pop. Rupido gonna be just fine. Gives the voice line immediately. I'll be frank, even if they got the dispose, I don't think Rupido's dying there. I think he was perfectly fine no matter what. Has the X's as a backup as well, so guess what, John? It's time for that bottom tier 1 tower to go down, and they've got the siege creep ready for it.
Yeah, they're ready. They've got everyone around as well. They bring in Teehee once more. They still have Lucify hanging around. Shouldn't take too long to melt that next outer tower. Inside of TNC, just opposite the farm elsewhere. Saw Krish just kind of TP away. Playing in the triangle, clearing out the large camp. This is still under vision. They take out one ward, but they don't spot the other. So Xerxia still has a very good idea as to where Krish, where the rest of TNC is kind of trying to build up some farm. and should allow them to
Radiant's
kind of
bottom
punish
tower
down the
is under
line.
attack.
Bot tier 1 not going to take too long to push in. They don't even need the exorcism here from Rupido with the siege creep and the enchanted creep up.
Radiant's
They'll just
bottom
find
tower
another
has fallen.
freebie, and TNC's losing map control fast. This is really not what you want to see when you've got this Broodmother. Like, it should be Bok who's forcing in towers, forcing in movement, cutting off areas of the map for Xerxes to farm in, but he's just not able to do so with such a slow start. He's still trying to work the lane, still trying to build up more than just the Arcane plus Soul Ring. He has some room to push in top, but
Mid lane, they're going to try and get something done. Lasso is there. JG, has he gone too far? It does seem like he has. Lucify, he's going to try for an Echo Slam. It's not going to do the damage he wants. Still, Carlo is at least going to drop on the Marcy. They'll find something. Still a pretty decent pick-off for TNC, finding the mid Bat Rider. Again, this is exactly what TNC needs. You got to find these positive trades and slowly chip your way back into this game.
yeah, they're getting some action done. Cool. Yoe.
Yoe, yeah, that's deep. Yoe's gonna drop. Lucify gonna be fine to back off, and yeah, the tips are out. Mavis, well, he's not very safe here, John. Bye-bye, Mavis.
I don't understand. He grabs the haste, he runs towards back mid,
Radiant's middle tower
and
is
just
under
gets
attack.
caught off by Rupido, gets punished hard. And in the last fight, it was all down to really good positioning for Mavis. He was in the right spot, he waited for the lasso first before using the Heavenly Grace, got the dispel, kind of gave them that opportunity to punish. Now, put EXO up, mid tier 1 faults, all tier 1 towers gone for TNC. Xerxia up with a 4k lead, 4-12. Everything they could possibly ask for. Pings coming out onto Krish. He only has a Dragonlance up. Does have a TP ready, so should be able to bail out in time. And yeah, Lucify not around for the Fisher. At the least, they saved themselves. But this is a lot of map space to lose. Bok has gotten Rune up top to clear the tier 1. It's still not enough to compensate for how much more Xerxes has. I mean, they've just invaded this bot jungle, and there's nothing TNC can do about it.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that's for sure. TNC, I mean, 3k behind now. Top lane, Bok, he's going to cop a pounce on the Broodmother, but should be just fine to back his way out. Looks like he's trying to work either onto an Ags or onto that Wraith Pact. See what he does want. Oh, the Broodmother, again, you kind of pointed this out a couple times here, John, but just hasn't had the impact yet that you're kind of looking for. Still TNC. Again, still pretty early. Not out of this game in any way, shape, or form. Just a very tough position for themselves. Now 4k behind. The real concern is, like, in the middle of these team fights, who are you going to focus? Because Rupido is just out-farming everyone. The Slark's having complete free farm as well. In fact, Ken's going to go towards an Aghanim Scepter himself on the Slark, so you're going to have the crazy pounce and 2 charges. That's always scary to play against, especially for the Broodmother, who tries to juke out a lot in these team fights. I don't know. It's not going to be easy once that Axe is up on Ken, that's for sure.
No, it doesn't get any simpler. And their lack of lockdown is really going to be the big issue with just how mobile Ken is going to be in the middle of these fights. And you're really going to have to depend on Yoe to follow through from Carlo's jump. Like, there has to be some follow-up for that Marcy, because that is your only initiation, and the Invoker has to provide that follow-through. Or maybe, say, down the line, an Orc can build up on Bok could be one way, but he is going for the Ags, as you mentioned. Going for that little spinner snare, which can be useful. They don't manage to catch out Ken. I don't know if they would have had enough damage, and now Lucify is in the area as well.
Radiant's middle
He
tower
won't go
is
for the
under
Fisher.
attack.
Won't bother. I think Ken just wants to pick up the Axe before he gets going. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Yoe, he's in big trouble. He'll try to Tornado, but it's not going to help. Heavenly Grace Guard Ninja is there. Yoe still running. Sunstrike is there as well. JG still going to chase him down. Yoe trying to survive, can't make it out. Maybe they find the Bat Rider at least, or maybe not. JG's fine to back out. That's your mid-invoker going down once again here for Yoe. Now 4 to, I believe, 13. 5k advantage for the dire end of things. The farm continues for these dire cores, and, well, TNC, I suppose at least they're buying time for Krish.
Yeah, he's still getting the build-up he needs. They've also managed to just isolate Ken up top, so Bok also has some room to farm into this Ags, and that should help in cutting off the movement of Xerxia. someone's gonna have to be sacrificed at this point. The Invoker's probably your best bet, as Yo is just going for this sort of mid-game utility sort of build, not really going for the all-in sort of Ags rush kind of build. It's no point to it in this game, so you're kind of all right with that.
Doc, be careful, sir. JG doesn't have lasso anyway. Going to be kind of hard to catch out the Broodmother, but they are still chasing. Mavis will be there with the Heavenly Grace to try and make sure that the Spider is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Krish, oh, he's a big target. They cannot afford to lose the TA like this. Chase is on Mavis. He's going to be there to save the day. In fact, now the turnaround. Rupido, T-Heat, going to be targeted, but they want the DP. Yule Scepter going to juke out the rebound. Rupido, can he survive? It's going to be a lot of damage, and they do take him down. TNC looking to fight back in this game one. JG, he shows up on the Batrider, is not going to be able to help, though. That's a massive pick-off for TNC.
And they're finding punishment. Xerxes is just maybe getting a little bit overconfident, diving fairly deep into the jungle. They do have vision control there, so that's where the confidence is coming from, but it's not quite enough. They managed to get a good save, get a good kill on Krish. The Desolator not too far off. That's going to be a key timing for him. Probably going to want the BKB as well. And once you are at that point, the TA should be a lot more secure. Still, lots of the map still being cut off by Xerxia. Lead drops down to 4K, but you are still in control of this game. I think you are a bit concerned with how much Krish and Bok are allowed to kind of keep up, and you might try again.
Yeah, T-Heat, not that tanky yet, but is still running. Rupido going to show up once again. Well, aim down Mavis, but he's a tanky boy on that Omni Knight. Slowly just backing his way out as now Tornado EMP is out from Yoe. Rupido is going to show up once again, but JG's the target, and he's gone on that mid Batrider. And now, with the Guardian Angel, they turn around once again. Oh, what are they doing? They're diving way too deep. John, the lead they had.
Yeah, it's dropping 5K to 3K. You know, this is so interesting to me because TNC and the DPC had much better laning and much worse mid to late game. It looks like Xerxes reminding me of TNC, like in that Tour 3 Div 2. Right, they'd have this amazing laning start, then the mid to late game decisions are weird, to say the least. Maybe a bit optimistic is the more positive way to say it. Very optimistic movement out, giving openings for TNC to come back, and they're still not out of the dire straits yet. It's still a 3K lead, but most of that is on support gold. Like the core to core, Krish is almost matching Ken with an 800 gold, not too bad, ahead of Rupido now. Bok, Yoe, equal distribution above JG's Batrider, who has slowed down massively. Xerxia though, gonna gun for a smoke. They've got that Ags up and Ken.
I've had it for a while now. Ken's been just free farming this whole time. Top of the net worth board right now, the Slark is TNC Predator doing a good job of avoiding the side of Xerxia. Radiant Triangle is not going to be occupied by anyone from TNC, so just nice game sense here to back their way out, go to the other side of the map, farm up the other side of the Radiant Jungle instead here for TNC.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You do have Bok top lane, but he's the Broodmother. He's not going to be that easy to catch out. We've seen it recently in a very, very slippery little spider as they do show up a little bit here, Xerxia, but not really much they can do. And Bok's actually done a pretty good job of just chipping away at that top tier 2 tower. He's just doing Broodmother things right now. Speaking of, Ken, he's going to be able to jump in. But again, Bok, well, there's a second pounce flying out. He's still relatively healthy, but JG's rushing in here on the Batrider. Bok, another pounce out. He's just copping it left, right, and center, and eventually he is going to drop. They will find him eventually. It just takes a little bit of persistence.
They instantly TP down bot to try to settle this bit of a shove in from Xerxia. Bok does stall pretty long. It takes him 3 pounces to die, although.
He's a brave man, Ken. He's going to back out. I mean, with the double pounce, he doesn't really care. Meanwhile, Lucify is going to get caught. Carlo's in, but the Echo Slam is committed. Lucify, he is fine. Carlo is not. Ken, can he actually man up? With the Shadow Dance, it looks like he's going to be just fine. In fact, JG's coming in from the side to try and find somebody else with the lasso. He's going to give up on it. Meanwhile, Tihi and Rupido, they've started Roshan on their own. They've got the Skellies, John.
That they do, although they don't last too long without anyone to tank for them. With the Exorcism up, this is a full-on Halloween party in a Roche pit. Doesn't take them too long to figure that out. Of course, you do have the movement out from Xerxia to secure. No vision out from TNC here. So freebie coming out for Xerxia, it should be. And even if they had vision, I don't know if you can team fight. Your lineup's made for skirmishing here on TNC's end. So nice Roshan going to Ken. He's already nearly impossible to kill here with how mobile he is with the pounces and with the lack of control out from TNC. TNC, they do smoke up right before the Roche pops. See if they can find some punishment.
Here we go. JG, he's there. Lasso is out onto the Broodmother. This could be bait though, because TNC are right behind us. Carlo gonna jump in, and that's a great dispose out. Oh, what a save on Bok. Ken, he's still manning up. Guardian Angel is there. Ken looking to back off, but he gets rooted. He got rooted in place there for a moment. The spinner's web, he gets taken out. Aegis is down. He's got another life though. He's fine for now. Carlo in trouble. Is going to be okay thanks to the heavenly grace of Mavis. They got the Aegis and suddenly TNC. They look like they're kind of stealing the lead away here. The TA John Krish, top of the net worth board, looking very happy. And suddenly Xerxia, I mean, they're the ones that are seemingly struggling in this game.
Yeah, they have a massive issue with just dealing with Mavis. Heavenly Grace is massive. It's a counter towards Batrider. You've got great healing coming out. Guardian Angel ruins Slark's time in the middle of these fights. You could keep hitting and try to build up some Agi stacks, but just aren't going to be doing damage, and that just makes TNC very comfy with forcing these fights against that physical core. They still have a 5k lead. For the most part, TNC hasn't been able to find objectives off the back of those kills yet. But they are keeping themselves in the game. Now you do at least have this early BKB pickup on Rupido, which should help, although.
In mid lane, Carlo. We chase down, Echo committed. Lucifer not wasting any time. Carlo still alive, is going to drop to Ken. That'll be one down. In goes JG with the flame break, trying to chase down Mavis. Mavis. Gonna get Fishered up. Eventually should drop. Ken, he's got plenty of damage here on this Slark still. 6-0-4 now is the scoreline for Ken. Almost onto the Eye of Skadi already, and well, it looks like they're planning to just give it back the way of TNC. Now a 6k net worth advantage for the Dire. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Teehee. He's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough this time around because Krish does have the Desolator.
Yep, had it for a while. 8 charges up now on that TA. Went for the Dragon Lance, doesn't finish up the Hurricane Pike. So maybe just relying on his teammates for staff to save him from the pounces of Ken. But is starting to build up. Once you have this BKB on the TA, you start to feel a lot better in the middle of these fights. And again, TNC, despite being 6k behind, and this was a miserable early game for them, they're holding out well enough. Going for another smoke play here.
JG, maybe got spotted there for a moment. He'll go for the Firefly. Looks like they have found Bok on the Broodmother. Bok still going to walk away. Lasso, oh, Heavenly Grace right as the Lasso came in. JG completely wastes the ultimate now as they do try and move it onto Carlo, but the Guardian Angel's there. Rupido, he's going to be careful. Carlo's gone. A great Fisher, however, locking onto 4. Is it going to matter? Rupido, he'll just keep going, but Krish is going to man up, take him out. That'll be 1. In the meantime, Ken, he does end up finding Bok, so it's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Xerxia's Lucifer. Is there a Fisher? Yoe gonna make it out. Lucifer, he's not gonna see him in time. Instead, they'll find Mavis though. Ken should be able to pick up another. In fact, JG's the one to take the kill. So another 1 team fight for the Dire side. A 3-for-1 trade. But you are seeing TNC show signs of brilliance here in this game 1.
Yeah, they're starting to at least get some things done. Krish has to be careful here though.
Yeah, he does. Nice blink out there, Krish. Oh, never mind. Ken, he's got an even better pounce out. Back in onto the TA. Krish will try to run. Shadow Dance and the Fisher. Yeah, I agree with Rupido on that one. That is not very nice. As bottom lane, they even found JG. At least there's a trade across the map.
Yeah, it's something. You're still much better off on Xerxia to kill off, and they might find more here.
Yeah, Carlo disposes there. Not going to help his cause. He'll go down and Yoet. Well, he'll be able to back Ken. Out of pounce range now to try and go after that Invoker. With that, I mean, you may as well start in this bottom T2 tower if you're Xerxia. Like, you've got the Eye of Skadi up now on the Slark. You're looking rather huge on this Slark at the moment, and It looks like TNC Predator going to have a few issues trying to deal with this man, as Yoe going to be... Oh, Yoe showing on the creep wave. Pounce is out. Fish is there. Echo Slam committed. They are not going to waste any time. He had the BKB, but he just never had a chance.
Yeah, Lucifer just on point with that fissure straight into the slam onto Yoa, just not giving that window open. Ken just finds cleanup. 8k lead up for Xerxia. TNC, despite a little bit more back and forth, are still on back row.
Oh, what a pounce. What a pounce from Ken. That was completely blind. Ken. Go on, let's see you do it again, Ken. Oh, he does do it again. Right in a straight line. He's got another. Ken. Making it look so easy. The Fisher is there, Carlo. He'll get knocked back. He'll try to fight back, but it's not going to happen. Ken's on a godlike spree, 10-0-7. 17 permanent agility, John. He's almost got 2 blades of alacrity for free.
Yeah, and he gets way too durable in the middle of these team fights. He gets 37 armor from all these stacks of Essence Shift. The damage coming out from Chris just isn't there. They have to take care of that Slark early on.
Mavis. Oh, what a Fisher. Locking down a couple more.
Oh, no.
At least Yoe's going to be fine. Lasso's there. Krish, he is set to die and will. No buyback as the pounce back onto Yoe. Ken's not done. Yoe, he'll BKB. Try to survive through it. But they're onto the tier 3 bottom tower. How do you stop this?
It's tough to say. You don't have much team fight lined up here from TNC outside of just this combination of Marcy and Voker. They do manage to stall out with a Fortify at least. Exorcism is going to be fading, so Xerxia doesn't have the smoothest ride onto the high ground, but they've got so much riding on Ken. He's going to have a Death Shroud soon and all.
Yeah, Yoe at least has the 4 stuff. He's going to be okay this time around. Voice line's immediate from Yoe. Mid-tier 2 tower is going to drop. If you're Xerxia, you're still finding pretty much everything you can ask for. Speaking of everything you can ask for, there's a double damage rune up the top rune spot. They'll leave a bottle there for Ken to pick that one up. No Roshan, but it won't matter. And with the damage Ken's got right now, I believe with the double damage, he'll be doing about 600 per right click. Which is only set to go up as Bok is about to experience. Ken, how manly are you, sir? There's 3 heroes there. He's pretty manly, John. He'll jump in by himself. He doesn't care. He'll force out the Guardian Angel, but Rupido in trouble. We'll go for the Yule Scepter. Try to survive. Buy some time as Ken. Right back in, takes down Carlo. Look at that damage, Jonathan. Ken. He's hurting. It's not very fun to go up against his Slark right now.
It certainly is not. Xerxia have this massive lead. TNC, again, they had a little bit of a second wind, but they never addressed Ken until it was a little bit too late. Now they've got to play the high ground game, try to stall off as best as they can. They still need way more items to come out on Krish. 3k behind Ken now in that word. Yoa at least has his BKB, but you've seen it used once. The other times just kind of not there. And
oh, the pounce is just off the... Oh, he's not going to see Krish! Very close from Ken. He's been very on point with these pounces, just a couple frames off. Ken? I mean, he's not going to be mad. He's got 12 kills, Jonathan. He hasn't died once yet on this Slark.
Yeah, 19 permanent Agi. He's pretty much got that double blades of alacrity that you mentioned there, Mike. And there's really not much to stop him. Unless you can just perfectly catch him out. It's impossible. Like, you need to catch him with literally 0 Essence Shift stacks up, because otherwise he has like 20 plus armor. The TA just can't melt him down. No one else really has burst damage to deal with Ken. And it's just too much. Like, there's so much durability now on Xerxia. You've got the full Lotus Orb on Rupido. He's got some armor to play with. Slark just naturally has 20 armor on hand with all of the permanent agi he has. It's very hard for Krish to carry through here. To find that burst is nearly impossible.
Sure feels that way, as we are going to have a pause for them to have a think about what they are going to do. Pause was, yeah, go. It looks like we're ready to go once again. Krish just needed a breather for that moment. Inhale some oxygen. It's Krish going to jump in, and they found him. Heavenly Grace is going to save for now, but Mavis could be in danger as the Fisher. Going to lock him down. Ken finds one. Yoe gets pounced on immediately. We'll be out of 4 staff away. High ground, again, is going to be open. Ken, he'll move up. Pounce in. He found Yoe another time. Chaos Meteor, Deafening Blast, everything being thrown out, but the Fisher gonna lock down 3 of them. Yoe, he's popped the BKB, but he's gone. Carlo, he's not gonna be safe. He's gonna die as well. A double. Can we make it a triple? Yeah, of course we can. Ken, he'll have the hand up. It might just be time to call it. They'll buy back. They'll try one last time, but it's a 3v5 situation. At least Xerxia, they are rather low in HP.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Thing is, John, I don't think they really care. But they will back off and pay their respects.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Roshan's up in about 12 seconds now. They take out at least one full set of racks. They're going to be very satisfied with themselves here. 22k lead, 11 to 32. TNC, I mean, it feels like they're running out of options here, Mike. Like, their only place to catch one hero out, burst them down with the TA, and kind of rinse and repeat until you get more items up for damage. Because in a prolonged fight, you just do not have damage. As mentioned, Xerxia into the Roshan, another double damage rune spawning up for them, of course. And you have the full butterfly up on Ken. I mean, even if the TA focuses him down, it can't even touch him. And again, he has so much armor from all of this agi, it's kind of ridiculous.
Certainly is. Oh, and a double damage rune. Look at that, John. Well, of course you're going to get one. You just finished Roshan. How else are you going to take the fight without a double damage?
Yeah, it was... They save it for after the Roche. They've got more damage coming out on Ken. And again, there's very little play left for TNC. You've got the Aetherlens up on JG. Going to be easier for him to land the lasso. You still have the save coming out from Mavis, but they just have no way of starting these fights on their own terms on TNC. Again, all they have is really just rebound plus maybe tornado EMP, which are all nice, but it only really holds 1, maybe 2. It's difficult to find more hold, difficult to get that damage. All these fights last a fairly long time because you've got Omni Knight as well in TNC, and that just favors Xerxia as the fights drag on. They're trying to retake their triangle here.
Silence out. Root is there. They've at least found the edge, but they can't really make the jump in. Rupido, however, he certainly can, but Carlo is going to try and fight back, but Ken, here he comes with that double damage, is going to force out the Guardian Angel. Lasso is out. They've got Bok on the Brood Mother. He's trapped up all by himself and will eventually drop. At the very least, I believe they did purge off the double damage with the Tornado of Yoez, so there's that. Won't matter, though. They still lose Bok. Luckily, the Brood Mother does have buyback, so you will have him available for the high ground defense. Is that going to make a difference? I don't know. We'll find out soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, one more set of racks, exorcism him out, buyback flies through.
There you go. Ken, silenced up for a moment, still fine. They continue to root them in place with that spinner's snare is what I was meant to say, Jonathan. Rupido. Still going onto that tier 3 tower, taking his sweet, sweet time. Ken, jump in, pounce a little bit off the mark there. He won't go for a second yet. In fact, never mind. He will. Onto Bok. Heavenly Grace, not going to help him out too much, but Bok still running is going to be okay. He doesn't want to die a second time right now. They are just slowly chipping away at the HP pools of Xerxia. Keep in mind, you've still got the Aegis available on Ken as well as the Butterfly, so it's not going to be very easy to take down the Slark. They will find the top lane of barracks for now. They'll head down bot, looking for the Megas. Ken, he'll get started on the tier 3 tower. 16-0-8 is the scoreline of Ken. Still unkilled this game. TNC, they've got to find a way to defend this. This is their last lane of barracks. But they do have the range racks top lane, but that's going down as we speak. They're going to make the jump in. Yoez there. Tornado. It's only on to the edge. Rupido, he'll hand the tip over. So will Ken. Everyone's tipping Yoe here. Not very nice whatsoever to poor old Invoker. Meanwhile, Krish, he's setting up for a meld strike, it seems. I mean, he's going to get something done. Ken, not going to take too much damage. We'll jump in. Lasso is out. They've got Bok on the Brood Mother. Drag him all the way back, and Bok, that'll be a dieback. 4v5 scenario for TNC. It's Ken Onto the bot racks, looking for the megas. Will chip away. Rebound. Oh, it's way off the mark from Carlo. Carlo's gone as well now. No buyback available.
Radiant's bottom
Tips out onto Ken, who's still just unkilled. Going for more. Krish, he's trying. Krish, he is trying to carry this game 1v9 almost, John. Let's be frank. He's going to go down. No buyback. No GG call either, sadly, from TNC yet. The torture has not ended. Yoe, he's going to try to slow this down, but the pounce is out. Ken's hitting way too hard. The fountain dives. Let it end. Let the torture end. They're going to fountain dive them. GG's called.
Radiant's
Oh, that's rough. TNC Predator. John, I'm going to be honest. I kind of want to see these boys go on a bit of a run here in the qualifiers, but, well, they are going to be taken out very early on. Lower bracket round of 1. It is a best of 1 series, and they are gone. And you are going to see the very happy faces of Xerxia as they will be able to make it through this best of 1. And they'll feel a lot safer now having these best of 3 series throughout the lower bracket. Happy days.
And we've still got tough opponents lined up for them. For TNC, it's the end of the road. I mean, TNC, it's a storied org. They've been to so many TIs. They didn't get their shot. You can see
They look
rough
shocked.
game overall for the TNC boys. I mean,
Yeah.
again, they had a rough time in Tour 3. They have a rough time here. They had some improvements show up. Unfortunately, those improvements don't manage to carry through. They had to change their roster from that improved lineup. So what can you do? It's a tough one for TNC. We can take a look at the scoreboard to see just how rough it was. Ken never died. 17-0
Yeah.
for him. Perfect game on the Slark. I mean, everyone else at TNC just had a really rough go. Bach 1-8 on the Broodmother. Just had a rough lane. Couldn't do as much. Carlo tried to make all the space. He was jumping in. He's your only initiator, so 0-12-7 makes sense. But yeah, that was rough. Like there was that mid-game spike for TNC where they looked good. They were finding openings. It looked like they were punishing Xerxia for overextending, but Xerxia just cleaned up their game and stick together from then.
Yeah, it's a very rough affair for TNC. And, obviously, John, there was some issues with the roster. We know what happened. What can you do? It happens. I'm sure TNC Predator, they'll rise as the Phoenix generally does after a bit of time, Jonathan. With that, though, that is the first best of 1 gone. We are going to have our best of 3 started now in the upper bracket. I believe we are going to be starting with Talon Esports against Lil Gun. Coming up next, Jonathan, wipe that damn smirk off your face. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1 between Talon and Lil Gun. We'll see you then.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our upper bracket best of 3 round of 1 series here between Lil Gun and, of course, Talon Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X Buyer. Did I say Buyer? John X Fire. Jonathan. How embarrassing. Moving on. Game number 1 here between Talon and Lil Gun. Jonathan, how the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. This is a classic that we've seen throughout 2 tours in Division 2 a couple of times, right before Talon, of course, managed to snag that promotion spot. This one is a back and forth. You know, Lil Gun's a very promising team. Talon's gone to a major. They've gone to Genting. They didn't do well in either tournament, to be fair. They did pretty damn bad, but up against Lil Gun, it's always an exciting match. Lil Gun always brings out some very unique drafts, the boys from Mongolia. And Talon tends to be just this very solid team, but that sometimes that stability can just cause them to stick to a plan that just doesn't pan out. So we'll see if Lil Gun can punish and kind of play this aggressive style that we've come to know them for. Whether or not they get a couple of their cheese picks as well, as we do already have the draft on hand. And we were having a bit of a discussion behind the scenes there for Talon, right? Like, they have to ban out the Brood and Lycan, and they do that. A few teams always forget to take those heroes away from Lil Gun. They do manage to at least secure that away. Lil Gun, for their part, start off with the Undying, which is not something we've seen them play too often on their hard supports, but Undying is a very good hero right now. And they will pick up the Beastmaster to add on to that. So I like this coming out from Lil Gun. The Beastmaster, again, not something we've seen, I believe, 11 pick up all too often, but it is a really solid hero to have. It fits into their playstyle of just having this early aggression, very strong lanes coming out. They still have room for the Grimstroke down the line. Beastmaster Grimstroke lane is pretty damn good with double roar if they want to go that way, and it's well combos.
Can I just say, John, I apologize for interrupting. I'm doing this for you. I watched a video yesterday. I feel bad because I can't remember which YouTuber it was. I want to say Rizpol, but I don't think it was him. But somebody came up with a new build for Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter. Mid-Beast, Ethereal Blade build-up, into the Drums build-up, the Aghanim Scepter. It is actually a lot of damage. It's actually kind of ridiculous how fast you can burst somebody down. If anybody knows who the YouTuber is, please put it in chat. I feel really bad about not knowing that. I can't remember. I'm terrible with my memory. John, is there a day, is there any time where your dreams will come true and we get to see Aghanim's build Beastmaster?
I'd like to. I don't think you'd see it on the mid. If it is a Rizpol video, that's, well, it's definitely a Smurf video. That's just what he does.
Oh.
So I don't think it's a very accurate portrayal for any equal skill matchup.
It was.
And I don't think it's not the most viable thing in the world. It's very easily punishable. The Ag's Rush, the Roar kind of enables you to do it early on, and I have given it a shot. It's pretty fun, but it tapers off pretty quick once BKBs are up. Once you have a Lincolns to protect from the Roar, it can fall flat. So I think for Lil Gun, the style with Beastmaster is definitely going to be something like the Grimstroke. Talon has not banned it out, which they've taken 2 of their key heroes. They've left in the Grimstroke, and they've left something like the TA, which we know 423 loves to play, and Sanctity loves to play, actually. Sanctity, really prolific TA player, so they've got that option there, although Talon has the Batrider early on to kind of block it. And we'll see what else Talon picks up. With a Marcy, that should be our Q hero, but there is room for that on KP. They've run the Marcy on KP most of the time, but that flex does exist for Q to kind of pick it up himself. And for Lil Gun, again, the aggression's still lined up. I wouldn't be surprised by Grimstroke. They do take the Enchantress now on Talenton. That should be that should actually be Q. So they're solidifying the KP Marcy, giving Q something like his signature Ench, which he's carried games on before. And it gives you a really good way of canceling out the Beastmaster. You've got the
10
enchant
seconds
on the
remaining.
board, so you might be able to actually just give this to Hyde as well to lane as a
5
Fox
seconds
5
remaining.
if you so wish. And it just makes the Beastmaster's lane a lot tougher. Like you might have to consider going for the Axis build, which can still work but takes away a lot of that laning presence.
Thank you for that, John. Apologies, by the way. It was Rizpo. I did confirm for myself. I could hear the disdain in your voice when you said he was probably smurfing. You did not sound very happy.
He smurfs in every video like that. I don't think
Right,
he's done
okay.
any single one unsmurfed, and that's something that the community has found fairly annoying as well.
Okay.
As
okay.
it's funny, but in the
10
Smurf game,
seconds remaining.
you could probably get away with Dagon Nick's mid again. Anything works there.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
Don't smurf, kids. I mean, it's yeah, it's not a nice thing to do. Don't smurf. Definitely not. Even for YouTube content, it's not worth it. Lil Gun, 4th pickup for them. I mean, they've got one support right now, unless we're seeing a Beastmaster support or Ember support. So chances are they're probably going to go for a position 4 pick here. 2 core pickups in the Beastmaster Ember. Looks like a very high tempo style of lineup, which is something Lil Gun tends to run a lot. You pointed this out earlier. They do enjoy these high tempo lineups with Lycans and Broodmothers, which were both banned out by Talon. You still have a little bit of Zoo here with the Beastmaster, though. And I wonder as well, like, could we see something like a Visage, for example, pop up for Lil Gun? Like maybe a POS 1 Visage to come out. Maybe even a mid Visage.
Dire
Could
team
work
win.
out. You could still shift around Sanctity of
Skyrat
423.
Mage.
They'll go with a Skyrat Mage instead, which does fit nicely with a Beastmaster. I still expected something like the Grimstroke because it's something Logan really values, but the Sky comes out, good control, good combination to have. I think for Talon, looking at their lineup, they don't have the
10
best control to
seconds
keep an
remaining.
Ember down. You're pretty much reliant on a rebound into Lasso, and we saw how
5 seconds
hard a game
remaining.
can get if your only stable initiation is that rebound. It can be
Radiant
really
team
difficult
back.
for the Mars to kind of achieve that. They pick up their Savage here really early on here as well after Talon. They take the Terrorblade into the sky. You already have really good magic damage on hand from Lil Gun. I mean, until the BKB is up for Savage, like the Roar Mystic Flare combination just
10
melts you
seconds
with the
remaining.
Ancient Seal up. And even in lane, if this is something like a Skyrat
5
4
seconds
Beast,
remaining.
I mean, the Beastmaster again, the threat is removed with the Enchantress around
Dire
with
team
Enchant to steal
back.
away the Boris, but if you do go the Axis build with a Skyrat Mage with Concussive Shot, it's not that hard to stack up those Axes. So there is a lot of laning potency still left here for Lilligan, and for Savage, he's going to have to play around it at Metamorphosis timing.
Yeah, we'll see how it all pans out. It's a very interesting
10
pick to
seconds
make into the
remaining.
sky. You kind of already pointed that out. We'll see. I mean, Savage, he's a very,
5
very
seconds
confident player. I
remaining.
mean, the man calls himself the Thai Beast, and, rightfully so, Jonathan, he is the Thai Beast, but against the Skyrath, it certainly can be very scary. Considering you have the raw setup as well from this Beastmaster, it's not exactly hard for the Mystic Flare to come out, and we'll see how... Obviously, it's going to be hopefully a very quick BKB timing here for this TB during this game number 1. Of course, if you weren't aware, this is a best of 3 now. We're past the best of 1 stage. Best of 3s from here on
10
out.
seconds remaining.
So you lose this game 1, doesn't really matter. Game 2, sure the other team has an advantage,
5
but you're still in
seconds
this
remaining.
series. And well, naturally, if you lose the series as well, while you don't want to have to get knocked down to the lower bracket, you still have that kind of safety net of being able to go down to the lower bracket and kind of go for a run from there. Though I don't really think we've seen too many teams make it through the lower bracket run. So I say that, you've been talking about the curse over and over again, so I shouldn't be saying that, because we have. Still, final bans to come out.
Yeah, just a
Dire
couple more
team
left.
back.
Looks like they are banning out any sort of KP heroes and some flex here for Lil Gun's end onto Talon. Talon, for their part, just banning out some favorable core-to-core matchups. Bloodseeker taken away. There is still the cheeky option for Lil Gun's TA for Sanctity to kind of run safe and have 423 play mid-Ember or something like that, or just
10
again flip it
seconds
around.
remaining.
Both players are very comfy with kind of switching lanes and heroes around.
5 seconds
TA
remaining.
could still slot in. You have safe options like, say, the Juggernaut here for Lil Gun. Gives you a really good lane. You've got the spin against the Napalm. You've got pretty decent healing to kind of sustain a rapid push as well. With a Maelstrom build, you've got some magic damage to toss onto the Terrorblade. And you don't really care for the Enchantress down the line. Heck, you're going to have a hard time to get
Radiant
caught out
team
and rebound with a spin. And they do ban it out in Talent Sense, so take care of the Jug, which suits the Little Gun's lineup very well. Substitute could be something like a Life Stealer, can be really nice with the Ember Spirit to jump into. You have a lot of sustain coming out, with the Undying to soul rip you up as well in the middle of these fights,
10
and with
seconds
the
remaining.
Infest save, it can be pretty big in stopping
Dire
Talon from
team
finding
pick.
any pickoff. We'll go with a Sniper instead. So we finally see the Sniper come out once more in Southeast Asia. That should be our safe lane hero for, I believe, 4-2-3, and Sanctity will run the mid Ember. You don't have the best reach here from Talent to jump. You've got Rebound, and that's it. Like, Blink Lasso is pretty tough
10
when, if
seconds
the Sniper
remaining.
even sees you. Heck, even with a Sky around, a little
Disgusting.
bit of vision and the Concussive just
5
cancels your
seconds
Blink.
remaining.
So you're not going to be able to get an easy jump in the back line. One way to fix that for Talon is to maybe just shift it onto KP Batrider, get something mid that's more mobile for a little bit of jump that can also kind of handle the Ember better. I'm seeing something like the Queen of Pain still in the pool. Puck is banned out. Quap's probably your best bet. Maybe a Void Spirit, but picking any of those against Sky is also just painful.
Could you not still go Brewmaster? Like, even with the changes and the Ags not being good anymore, like, could you not still just go KP Brew here? Like, it feels like you'll be able to find the Sniper every team fight with that the Storm Spirit. Cyclone him up.
You could. The laning phase just doesn't feel the best. The Sniper can just kind of headshot and shrapnel from a mile away with you Undying to take away your strength. It's not the best of times for someone like the Brewmaster. Then again, the
Right.
Batrider also doesn't have the best time against the Sniper, so you might just opt to go that direction. It is the KP special. He does kind of carry games through by himself, but the issue with the Brewmaster as well is KP loves to save up for Ag's
You may
refresh.
now select
They will go to
your hero.
Pangolier instead. So there is some flux for Mikado to kind of pick that up, and he will take the mid Pango up against the Ember. That lane is pretty alright. Sanctity should still have a little bit of a better time, and you still have that great rotation potential coming out from the Sky with Sanctity to tie in. You have a lot of aggression. I think looking at this draft overall, Lil Gun has managed to draft to their advantage, right? This is the kind of draft Lil Gun loves to run. They've got a lot of early presence. They've got good scaling out with the Ember and Sniper. For Talon, this feels like a bit of a slower haul. You've got Savage in the Terrorblade. He's gonna need a lot of farm. Mikado's Pangolier tends to really enjoy the Blink. Maybe the Diffusal this game would be good. And KP is also gonna want, say, the Blink up as well at minimum. I don't know if he's gonna go for the Traveled build from the offlane. It is a bit greedy, but Lil Gun is like the antithesis of Talon. They don't play greedy. They love to run in your face, and Talon loves to run a lot slower in these games.
There's the lovely faces of Talent Esports there, Jonathan. Of course, one of my favorites, Q there with the. I always tell him he's got one of the best haircuts in the game. You know, I told him this live in person. He looked very, very shy. Started blushing at me. Very, very kawaii, I would say. Q is, Jonathan. Very kawaii.
Yeah, that
Speaking
he
of
is. And of
kawaii.
course, you've got Lil Gun all looking serious here. Very nice webcam placement. Always a joy speaking to these guys. I mean, sure, English isn't their first language. They're very shy, but they're very nice people to talk to. Like, once you get through
Absolutely.
that little language barrier, they're very, very good guys to talk to. So I'm hoping they do well. Maybe get
It's a nice
get
gaming
that
house.
upset in. It is a very nice gaming house over there in Mongolia. It looks nice and it looks cool. You know, not like my room. It's very warm.
Oh, you have a very nice room, Jonathan, especially with those lovely bed sheets, always ironed and, you know, done so nicely. You know, I almost wish I cast it from my bedroom so you could see how messy mine is, just in comparison. But I'm sure you can imagine knowing how I am, John. Jonathan, quickly, minute and a half predictions. People need to know the guaranteed winner predictions here. Jonathan, give it to us.
Player with the least stats, that's so hard to call because I can see Savage dying a lot, but I can also see maybe 43
Hey.
dying as well. I mean, it's just the nature. Like, knowing how Lil Gun likes to play, they're probably going to gun Savage down. It could still be a safe bet to say Savage, though. Team with a first Roshan kill. Again, it's like it really just depends on the early game. Maybe Lil Gun, because they've got such a better draft. Most last hits at 7. That's either Mikato or Sanctity. I feel like if I had to wager a bet there, I might say Sanctity. Player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. I want to say Sanctity as well, but Savage probably has a good shot at that if this game drags long. So a bit of a mixed set of bets there.
Yeah.
A little bit of back and forth because I did get everything wrong last time, so now I'm like, all right, we'll just split this one up. No all-ins.
Don't know what you're talking about, John. You're always right. Always right. The game was wrong, John. The teams were wrong. That was the problem. Not you.
It's not me. It's these damn kids playing this game, not playing according to their strengths and all.
So we'll see if if a level 1 team fight's about to break out. Doesn't really seem like it. Both teams being quite conservative with their positioning. Focusing more on voice lines than anything, which is very important in this day and age, John. You've got to have your voice line game going very well. Lil Gun not going to back off with the voice lines against the Thai Beast 23 Savage. They will spam their own voice lines here. We'll see how it all goes. Of course, KP did end up taking that Batrider that you talked about as well, and Makoto ends up taking the mid Pango for himself. Fair enough. Lil Gun. You're running the mid Ember. In fact, never mind, excuse me, the mid Sniper, I was meant to say. There's Talon. They will secure that top banner inside. Lil Gun gonna head down to the bottom side and should be able to get a 2-for-2 trade, so no problems here for either side. Let's start off with this mid lane, Jonathan. You've got Makoto against 4-2-3, the Sniper versus Pango matchup. Who has the advantage? How does this lane go?
I'd say a Sniper has a pretty good time. You can just spam out the shrapnel, play with a headshot, get a value point and take aim and kind of outgun the Pangolier. Mikado still has some play with a swash and a shield crash, although it's really hard to land that shield crash early on. You can see just how much damage shrapnel level 1 does to Mikado. It's not going to be a good time if 423 gets that. And the mid lane's very constrained in comparison to other lanes, so it's not too tough for 423 to get that done. We'll see how much more he can leverage. But Mikado, once he does have a level 2 or 3, it should be slightly more playable, although it's a sniper advantage for sure.
Yeah. How about those side lanes? Of course, bottom lane. You're going to have Ace 12 and Sanctity. They're going to be against KP on that Batrider and, of course, Q on the Marcy. Now, this does seem like a relatively dangerous lane here for Lil Gun down on bot side. But you do have the Undying who should theoretically dominate, but against the Batrider Marcy, it really could turn the other way very quick. Just one dispose with some decent sticky napalms and you're in trouble.
Yeah, could end up being on the wrong side. Ace 12 is pretty tanky, and the one nice combination here for Lil Gun is you can soften up these targets very much with Decay. Just get some really good Sleight of Fist damage. Once you have the Orb Corrosion up, let's say level 2, level 3 Sleight of Fist, KP and Q will melt. So they also have to watch out for just how much Ace 12 can get out. He still has 3 mangoes left. Kind of spam that Decay out, and you're just really soft targets here for even the Ember to just get some early damage off.
That's a good point, Jonathan. Of course, mid lane Makoto copying it quite hard here from our Sniper. Is going to be able to make it through, but 423's been doing a real fantastic job of just harassing him. Well, you already pointed this out, John. Of course, the Sniper's going to have a massive advantage here against Makoto's Pango. Not going to be a good time for Talon in this mid lane whatsoever. Then, of course, that top lane. Kishka, the Pos 4 Skyrath, along with 11 on that Pos 3 Beastmaster against Hyde and 23 Savage. Of course, Savage right now having a very solid start on that safe lane, not really struggling too much. 11, he does end up going for the 1-1-1 build. Wants a bit of everything here. Of course, the balls don't really do too much. And I say 1-1-1, obviously the inner beast hasn't been leveled yet. He's still level 2, John, but you get my point. Balls aren't going to do too much in this laning phase, especially against the Ench. Can always just enchant and take them away. You'd imagine 11 does end up going for the Axis build here in this laning stage. It just doesn't feel like the ball build's going to do anything.
Yeah, it's really not going to accomplish much. Hyde is just constantly cutting off. He's doing some good damage off. He's got the enchant ready if the boars do come up. And you are actually having a really good lane for Savage. Like, he's not being slowed down that much, which is really good news, because the early presence of Sky with the magic damage you can pump out is dangerous.
He's alright. Ace 12. It's going to be just fine as well. 24 stolen strength with Decay. He's a tanky boy right now. He won't mind standing in that Firefly as KP having 16 of his own strength stolen away from Ace 12 and Q not looking too healthy either. Sanctity obviously forced TP out in a bit of an awkward position, but they didn't have a way to cancel, so he was just fine. Happy days for the side of Lil Gun, and I did point out Savage having a very good laning stage, but Sanctity, he's having an even better laning stage right now in that Pos 1 Ember.
He's not being slowed down too badly. It's kind of a replica of what would happen with mid-Bat versus Ember, although in a 1v1 lane that might be a little bit easier for the Bat Rider to play. It's still a rather tough one with the mobility on hand, Ace 12.
Well, he still has plenty of strength here. He'll drop the Tombstone, but the Firefly's doing a lot of damage. Ace 12, he is going to drop. KP, able to secure First Blood as Q, does even find the Tombstone. Sanctity, he'll try to chase him down, but chains are up in 1 second. He'll land them. Q has rebound, goes to the dispose, needs a creep wave, is rushing towards his own creep wave as Sanctity is still going to find him. A double kill for the Ember. Even if you find First Blood, Sanctity, he's probably going to be happy with that.
He gets solo EXP, hits level 4 into 5 relatively soon, and it's just back to how the Undying and Ember Spirit lane works. You soften them up with the K, your right-click damage with Slight is just that much higher, and you don't have counterplay. You don't have any way of self-dispel on hand here, so you're always going to feel great on the side of Lilgun to get that aggression going, which is what they like to achieve. A little bit of tag here, Kishka.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Hyde chasing him down. Borslow is actually going to save the day. Tomato Creep will keep chasing. Courier
Radiant's courier.
is going to go to... Oh, that's a valuable Courier. Brown Boots and the full stick and wand is gone now. Hyde doing a fantastic job. He doesn't find the Skywrath, but I'd say the Courier was probably more worth it, honestly.
Yeah, that's a lot that you need here for 11 to just
lane.
hold the lane more.
4-2-3, Q's rotated. That's a great setup, and Makoto finally able to get some revenge on the sniper for all the harassment. Q saving the day here for the mid-Pango.
Yeah, they just get the angle up. There's no protection out here from Logan to stop that movement. I'm surprised. And maybe just down to how much harassment was coming out on the sidelines. Like Kishka is just not able to leave the lane, constantly being tagged up by Hyde. And you've got Ace 12 just tied in bot as well. So Talon had room to kind of just rotate in from that movement. They are clumping 3 heroes in now for those power runes, so.
They are. Makoto jumps in. Ace 12, happy to tank through it. Power rune will be up top side anyway, so Kishka's going to go ahead and take that arcane rune for himself on the pulse for Skywrath. Of course, as the sniper doesn't really care for the power rune right now anyway. Just wants to make sure Makoto doesn't pick it up. Bottom lane, they are going to rotate though, Talon. They have the Rolling Thunder available in Makoto, so they want to try and hunt down Sanctity. Sanctity is basically 1 creep away from that level 6 mark and does get it. So he's fine. Chances are you aren't going to kill him now. In fact, even the Undying, they spotted out the Pango anyway. Ace 12 walked right past Makoto.
Yep, and they've got good vision down here from the side of Lilligan to prevent any rotations from coming through. I'm just going to have to play it safe on that bot lane. Still trying to play tag up top, but Hyde's caught out now.
A nice little hurricane on himself. Assassinate. It's going to be there, but the damage is not. Kishka needs a bit more. Not going to find it. Very cheeky little play with the hurricane out from that Watering Ripper. And it does actually save the day.
Yep, it works out. Hyde is still playing tag.
Oh, he might die now, but they'll at least find a decent trade. Kishka set to drop and will do so. Makoto, he'll be happy with that. That's a pos 4 for a pos 5 trade in the favor of Talon.
Yeah, it still goes the way of Hyde with his micro on the Wild Wing. So Makoto doesn't quite get all the gold for himself, but a little bit of support tax coming out there for Talon's end. 3-3 start, less than 1k lead coming out for Talon. You already have Savage dipping into the jungle at this point in the game. Terrorblade has just been allowed to kind of just get this farm up, and that's a cause of concern. You still have some early timings left for Lilgun, but as long as Savage gets some room for himself to farm, that's where Talon feels happy. They'll be able to buy some space, stall out this game, try to get really big in the Terrorblade, and just have everything kind of pinned onto Savage. You're also getting really good build up in Makoto, so it's not like you're sacrificing too hard to get that space out. Makoto already at level 8. We haven't quite seen the rollout yet, so maybe gonna have to eye out a rotation down the line, but it is feeling good for what Talon has in mind. Mind you, the mid-game spike of Lilgun is still lined up for, and it's not gonna take too long for that threat to be underway. Although, with the Axis build on 11, it does mean that you're not going to see, say, early shove-outs coming in from the Beastmaster, at least in taking objectives.
Lane Makoto going to show up again here on the Pango. Meanwhile, seeing KP take a lot of ancient stacks for himself here on the Bat Rider, so just Just wanting to make sure KP is able to secure that very early blink timing on the bat. That's fair enough. So you love that kind of lockdown against the Ember Sniper. So you do want to just give the Batrider as much priority as possible this game. At least until he has that blink. Meanwhile, Makoto, he doesn't end up finding anything bot lane once again. He does pick up a haste rune for himself, so maybe he can try to set up for something, but it's a bit rough. You could find Ace 12 on the Undying, but that's not really the kill you want for this rotation. Pings are out, they might just settle for it. Makoto, he'll make the jump in. Ace 12 will go for a bit of a soul rip, but surely will drop here as they do purge him up as well. Hide. He's got the little Satyr Banisher. That'll be another kill to go the way of the Pango. So he does get something for his time. Again, not the greatest kill, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, you really need that ramp up into the defusal time here for Mikado. So he'll take what he can get. Some space opening up mid. Quick Wave just shoving in. They still haven't had a good answer out for Sanctity on the Ember. But again, that's kind of to be expected. Just very hard to reach with a 6-up, although.
Sanctity chains out. Remnant is there. He'll get back towards the south into the tree line. Can they cancel? No. He'll TP away. Q still having a look around in the tree line, but won't find him. So 3-4 now. 2k advantage the way of Talon. Big positive here is Savage has been free farming this whole time the Terrorblade. As the TB, you are naturally just going to outscale and outfarm the other cores because you have those inbuilt illusions. Just farm the whole map with them. The Sniper not too far behind, working on towards that Maelstrom. Currently has a Javelin up and 4-2-3. She is going to smoke up with Ace 12 to try and defend this bottom tier 1 tower. Q will break the smokes, and the Observer Ward is there to give the information away to Talon, so they're going to be fine to retreat. In fact, they might even think about going back in. They have Rolling Thunder up. A decent initiation, I'm sure Makoto will pop it. Still Remnants forward, Sanctity gonna catch out the Pango for now. Silence is there, Makoto! Oh, he gets caught with his pants down. That's not good news for Talon. They've got to retreat here as Hyde. Should be okay. Sanctity, he won't chase for him, but instead he'll go for Q. Great Remnant forward from Sanctity. Q is still gonna run. Shrapnel's there, Sanctity. He'll have another Sleight of Fist up and we'll take him down. They even find Hyde. And all it costs them is Kishka on the Skyrat. That's a great trade.
And they do lose 11 up top, but you're much more happy with the trades down. But they overstayed their welcome. Talon looked like they were on the retreat. They hang around. They don't respect the Ancient Seal combinations on hand. Ancient Seal assassinates a lot of magic damage. The silence just kind of ruins your Pangolier right now. Mikado doesn't have anything defensive. So Lilgun managed to make that huge commitment work. It still is a lot of space out for Talon's key heroes, so mainly in Savage, and they're not lagging too far behind the rest of the heroes just yet, but you have to kind of prevent Lilgun from finding these kinds of trades, because eventually, if they find a couple more team fights like that, it does become all about just the Terrorblade, and Terrorblade against the world in this game is just very different.
Yeah. India's Rune gonna spawn up top. 4-2-3 should be able to go ahead and pick that one up for himself on the Sniper. Bottom lane, there's still a bit of a push going, but very, very slow process. Meanwhile, top lane, Lilgun, they were hanging around trying to see if they could find Savage. Kishka is eventually going to spot out the Terrorblade. Savage, not really afraid though, he's just going to stick around and keep farming that dire jungle. His team is somewhat nearby as well. Talon, they are going to smoke up as 3. KP, Makoto, and Hyde going to make their way over to Savage. And the TB, it might just be baiting time for Savage. In fact, never mind. He'll back off and get back to farming as Talon. They want to go for the surprise reveal of the blink here onto KP. They'd love themselves 11 on this Beast Mask and they'll spot him out. There's your Flame Break. They may not even need the lasso. Rolling Thunder, it may just be enough to lock him down. Ace 12 is going to show up with the Soul Rip. It's not going to help though. They've got the Beast down. In fact, they even found Kishka. They'll hold on for the lasso for another day. That's a great smoke rotation now from Talon.
They make it work, they find some good punishment. They're keeping 11 down by a huge margin. Below even KP's net worth, opted for the Vlad's first before the Helm of Dominator. And that is going to be rushing into the Overlord. So you don't have that early presence out from Beast just yet. They're going to rotate early. They know there's no role here on Mikado.
You hold him down long enough though. Sanctity, they keep chipping away, but without the follow-up of the Roar, Makoto's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane,
Radiant's
Tier 1
middle
tower's gonna drop.
has
Hide. He just gets it done by himself. One of the beauties of the Enchantress, John, you could just dominate a creep, get so much bonus damage and take a Tier 1 tower down on your own. KP in the meantime, mid lane in a bit of trouble. He's gonna try and make his way out, but the Assassinate and Tombstone making it very challenging to get out of that scenario. So Talon, they will lose their Batrider for that mid Tier 1 tower. I'd still say worth for Talon, especially considering they are now 3k ahead. Hell, they're even gonna find a nice little regen rune there for Makoto. Happy days.
They managed to reach that spike here with Mikado. He's got the Diffusal Blade up. It's a little bit more output here, and it's a little bit easier to hold people back with the Inhibit, so you should be able to get a nice chase going. I still feel like you have issues keeping Sanctity down and trying to reach into the backline to find 423. The sniper is starting to feel fairly well protected, but your build-up on Savage is ramping up. Only one part away from the full Manta, and then suddenly the silence coming out isn't going to be an issue. Still a smoke on smoke here.
Broken Sanctity, gonna run to hide. That's not quite the target, but they might still be able to blow him up, and they do. Not a bad start, but now the lasso, it's gonna catch the Ember. Sanctity, can he get out? Not quite. Makoto, perfect timing as they even found Ace 12. Hide, perfect positioning to break the smoke and just tank the gank initially. Talon, they will find a great Drake.
They make it work. They find really good punishment. They manage to catch out the Ember. Sanctity held back by really good chain stuns coming out from Mikoto. The sync there in Talon just really good. Like, it's a hard hero to pin down. You have to get a really good combination of the lasso and the roll and the rebound. They managed to land that perfectly. They might find punishment though.
They may. Makoto, he's going to try and go for a run, but the Mystic Flare just going to lock him down, take him out. A lot of damage being pumped out by Kishka, so a massive pick-off now for the side of Lilgun. As they do head down bot and try to find a way to defend this against 23 Savage. The tier 2 tower dropping so low, but now Savage, he's in big trouble. He'll make a run. No chase coming. Instead, they're going to find KP on the Batrider. Commit the Raw. They'll find the offlane bat. Another kill to go the way of 423. And slowly but surely, this sniper is catching up in net worth.
Yeah, he's up there. Number 2 right behind Savage, ahead of Mikoto. With a Maelstrom and Dragonlance, he does a lot of damage from very far back. And that's the next issue for Talon. You might be able to keep down Sanctity's Ember, but you can't keep him down and catch the sniper out. It just doesn't seem feasible that you'd reach into both areas of the map at once. Gonna have to go in for the defense here.
They've got no meta. They've only got the Rolling Thunder of Makoto. Hide, gonna get jumped. No, they found Makoto. That's the much bigger target. He'll try to run and actually does make it out for now. Hide, he'll keep manning up, but they already got the tier 1 tower. Ace 12 may get taken down in the Undying, but he's a tanky boy. Rolling Thunder from Makoto trying to rush forward. Lasso's up in 5 seconds for KP as well. Hide, he's gonna force staff away. Ace 12 just soul rips and walks out. He's fine. Talon, they will find nothing for that mid-tier 1 tower dropping, and suddenly Lilgun are rushing them. KP gets caught out once again on the Batrider, and he's gone. Another kill for 423 on the sniper. And Lilgun, if this keeps up, they're going to make a decent comeback throughout this game. One, I think, John, scary times for Talon.
Yeah, they've just not been able to handle the sniper. Again, you can commit onto either the sniper or the Ember, but once you commit on one, the other one's running free and she's going to be able to do damage. So you kind of have to pick your poison here on Talon's end. It's been a really tough game for KP as well. He's been acting as the sacrificial offlaner, trying to work onto the Force Staff, only lacking the recipe at this point. But it does feel like he's going to need a lot more. He's going to need more durability items. Maybe something like a Shivas could be helpful, or a Lotus Orb could be helpful overall to dispel that silence. Maybe even a BKB might be required, and all of those items are going to take farm that Talon are just shoveling into Mikado and Savage instead. So for KP to kind of have some impact, it's going to take a while for him to have that utility on hand. And the Lilgun, as long as they play at its pace, and you've got a sniper that scales, you've got an Ember that scales, you're facing a team with very little hard lockdown at the moment. So it's always going to feel a lot better for Lilgun. And Talon, their only fallback's really just Savage. He is farmed up, but again, for a Terrorblade to carry this game up against all these heroes is really tough.
Smoke out, they've got a double damage here on Lilgun. I thought they might force Roshan, they won't. They'll head up top instead. They really enjoy going after KP. The thing is, holding this Batrider down like this is just fantastic, because he's the answer to the sniper. If you can't get KP a game, this sniper's going to have the freest game, but a very quick blink out is going to mean he is fine. Raw was not there in time. You don't have anything like a Blink Dagger on 11 yet. He just picked up the Helmet of the Overlord. So instead, Lil Gun, they are going to try and pressure the top tier 2 tower a bit. KP will stick around to delay this with the Flame Break. Knowing the Blink isn't available on 11, he can't initiate this time around. So KP's going to be alright.
Dire's top tower
Still a
is
lot
under
of damage
attack.
flying out here from Lil Gun with all the heroes up top. That little Ancient Black Dragon as well. Doesn't take too long. They will find a tier 2. And Talon has found bot earlier on. They do manage to capture the outpost, so should be trading jungle sides here. 11 to 10. 2k lead still standing for Talon, but it's not that much anymore. 19 minutes in. KP with a Force Staff, though. Could go for some deeper dives with a lasso, so see if they find the
Radiant's bottom
opening,
tower
but
is
looks
under
like Talon
attack.
wants to commit down bot and force something out.
I think they're getting kind of afraid with the sniper, right? Like, oh, nice lasso out. They've got the Ember, but they haven't got the
Ooh.
damage. Straight out.
Radiant's
Sanctity,
structures
he's
are
fine.
fortified.
Instead, they're onto the tier 3 tower. You don't want to delay this against the sniper. High ground defense gets very, very strong for Lil Gun as the game goes on. So Savage, he wants at least one lane of barracks, but in the meantime, Roshan is happening. This is a very interesting trade from Lil Gun. They haven't got the time for this. T3 tower is going to drop. Talon, do they keep going? Roshan is still being done here by Lil Gun. They have not backed off. And Talon have no idea. Talon had no idea. They scan out, but it's all too late. Oh, what a missed opportunity by Talon. What a play from Lil Gun. They trade their tier 3 for the first Roshan.
Yeah, they play a bit too defensive on Talon. Decided not to rush up. Might have had enough time to at least get maybe a range racks out of that. Still, they play it safe, giving Lil Gun a bit of an opening. Secondary life up now in 4-3-3, so catching out the sniper just becomes extra tough. You're going to have to commit twice on that hero. You do have the finished BKB up in Mikado, so it should be a little bit safer for him to try to find rolls, try to find the angles in these fights. And Savage is inching closer and closer towards that Scotty. He's starting to look pretty damn big on the Terrorblade, but has to tempo himself around that Metamorphosis here as well. For Lil Gun, they've still got a lot of play here. They're fairly equal in terms of map control, except for that tier 3, and they might find some kills.
Yeah, Hyde. Again, very good positioning from the edge. Always in front, making sure Savage does not get spotted out first. They'll all back out. 4-2-3. Just have a look around with the shrapnel, but is not going to find the TB as Savage will back towards his own base. On the dire end of things. Very close to the Eye of Skadi timing now as well on Savage, so you really don't want to die if you can avoid it. In the meantime, Makoto, he'll push down the top tier 1 tower and get something for his team while all this is happening. But it seems like Lil Gun are more than happy to get started on the bottom tier 2. Of course, they've got a very nice power spike with the Helm of the Overlord here on this
Dire's
Beastmaster.
bottom tower is under
We've seen
attack.
how hard 4-2-3 hits already
Radiant's top
on this
tower is
sniper.
under attack.
So that'll be the bottom tier 2 tower gone.
Dire's
Can
bottom
they go
tower
high ground
is
with this
falling.
Aegis? It seems like they want to try. Metamorphosis is back up in 5 seconds, so you're not going to have too many issues here as Talon. You might lose his tier 3. We'll see if Talon want to try and defend this. So far, Savage, he is not on the base, and neither is
Dire's
Makoto.
structures are fortified.
They clear out the creep wave, pop the fortify. That's enough to drag back the side of Lil Gun just for the moment. Still have a lot of good space on the map, and the next time they recommit fully with 4-3 around, the answers are hard to find for Talon. Lil Gun just have a really big edge with how they've itemized, with how they've played the game so far. Despite being a bit behind in net worth, it just feels like if they work their angles well enough, they should be able to still punish Savage. They have this really good magical combination of just Roar, Ancient Seal, and Mystic Flare onto one. And they've got the Mystic Flare Assassinate. They've got this early Rod of Aethos up on our Skyrack Mage as well. Kishka just managing to find a farm. So you've got the hold. And for Talon, that's a really big issue. Just a lack of hold overall. Scotty fully up on Savage with Metamorphosis ready to go. So you can have a little bit of play here on the side of Talon. They will go for a smoke with that.
See what they can get done. It's a 5-man smoke. Skadi is up. Savage, he's feeling very strong now. Problem is, Lil Gun not really showing on the map. Hiding around that mid lane of the dire end of things. He'll use a TB illusion, trying to bait out something. Shrapnel will give the information away, and there's your lasso, KP. He's got the sniper. They'll lock him down for a little bit, but they've got that big target they wanted, 423. He at least has a secondary life. Meanwhile, Makoto, he's holding everyone else back on the side of Lil Gun. In they go again, onto 423. He's in dire straits right now against 23 Savage. He can't man up. He's gonna drop. Savage has his way with him. And in they go, Talon, with the sniper gone. Understand this is their team fight to win, as Makoto ends up dropping. Wait a minute. Savage, he's got Sunder. He's got to be very careful here as Sanctity keeps going. Savage, where's the Sunder? Oh, he pops it onto KP. Oh boy. They lost the team fight after the sniper dies. How does that happen?
It's a bit strange. The fight was broken up into two parts. The Tombstone was left alone. They were focusing on the sniper. Mikado was really far forward, but that's kind of what you expect out from your Pangolier. I feel like that was a bit of miscom, because he got the Rolling Thunder off. He actually missed the first roll onto the sniper because KP was forced half backwards, and they dragged the sniper further away from where Mikado wanted to play. So it split the fight up way too much. It took Savage away from helping contribute in the middle of that, and just gave Lil Gun a lot of room to do what they want to there. 1k lead left for Talon on the back and forth.
We're having a look at the replay now. I just want to see how they ended up turning it here, because 423 goes down. Savage obviously had his way with him. Ace 12 was so... Oh, never mind. We aren't going to get to see, because there is a team fight breaking out. Hyde, he's in trouble. Assassinate going to follow him down. Not going to be enough. He's fine with the heals out. Lil Gun certainly feeling themselves now, John. Only 1k behind the side of Talon. In fact, win probability is actually going their way. 61% the way of Lil Gun at the moment.
Yeah, it's just hard to handle all of that mobility. You've got the Blink up now in Sanctity. He's got a Lincoln Sphere to protect from the lasso plays. So Talon are heavily reliant on just Q landing a good rebound or just a good roll out from Mikado. Easier said than done. And in that last fight, they just split that fight up so badly that Mikado was completely isolated. It was him standing in the middle of there, while everyone else was just focused on 423. And that just left a gaping hole. Mikado is not tanky enough to take that fight by himself, even with a BKB. And they just managed to punish well. They catch out Q.
Yeah, Q, he's gone. Trying to make a bit of space for his team, just pushing out that bot creep wave, but he is going to sacrifice his life for it. Sanctity starting to look very scary on the Ember as well here, John. We know how great this man can be on the Ember. Looking toward that shard build up next, and second in net worth only to 23 Savage at the moment. We always talk about it. Once you get the Ags upgrade on the Ember Spirit, it becomes very frightening to try and fight against it.
Yeah, it becomes really hard to pin him down. They've already had issues in trying to control both the Sniper and the Ember Spirit. They can only hold one at a time. Talon gonna need to find more. I think you're really needing something like a Basher and Mikado. Maybe a Hex out in KP can also help the cause here. Although he still needs something defensive for himself on that Batrider. He's trying to go for the Yules. Once you have that, at least that security of being able to not get silenced, still get the lasso and the Force Staff off, you start to feel a little bit better. But again, you have to watch for the Lincolns as well. And there's even a nice Lotus Orb on hand from Lil Gun to kind of help control and deal with the control coming out from the side of Talon, at least. So more play there. Talon, I mean, Savage is about to get a Hurricane fight, which is a nice addition, but he's going to need more. He's trying for the Blink into the Daedalus. Going to smoke up here in Talon's part.
Here we go. Ace 12, the good position. The Undying does break. Tombstone down immediately. He's done his job already. He's happy to die here, Ace 12. He's still a very, very tanky target, though. Soul Rip, it's not going to be up this time. Ace 12 does die. Savage, he tries to get rid of this Tombstone on the cliff and does do so. Talon, not a bad start for them so far. Sanctity, going to jump back in. Does find KP on the Batrider. A 1-for-1. Certainly in the favor of Lil Gun. It's a call for a support trade. Lil Gun, they let them know about it. They're happy with that.
Yeah, Talon, Mikado tried to jump Kishka, couldn't find that full kill on the Sky.
Radiant's middle tower
We really
is
tried to
under
just
attack.
gun down the supports, but couldn't find a full complement. Now you have that secondary Lincolns up on 423. So both cores really well protected with the Lincolns. KP's going to have a next impossible task of trying to get a good lasso off in these games. And for Talon, the game just gets harder and harder. Their play is just very difficult to pull off. And for Lilgun, it's just much easier to run and gun with this kind of draft. Roche in a minute and a half, gonna have that opening relatively soon. You don't have much of a window here for Talon. Metamorphosis down for a minute 20. And the side of Lilgun should be able to make their way towards that Roche and try to force it out when it's up, if they have control. They do have better map state right now, with 2 tier 2 still standing. Although tier 3 is down bot, but it's not the biggest deal in the world with the move of the Ember, and they immediately smoke up here.
Talon again have that high ground advantage. Wards down, they'll get the D ward off against, and now a nice chains. Sanctity gonna force out the Rolling Thunder from Makoto. They can't fight now, they've got to back out of here, Talon. Very defensive use of their spells. Luckily for them, Roshan is not up yet. So Lilgun, they will not be able to take the Roshan straight off the bat, seeing that Rolling Thunder go down. They'll have to wait 35 seconds for it to be back up. But there is going to be about a 20-second window where Rolling Thunder is down and Roshan is up. Lilgun, they might still be able to take this one if they spot it fast enough.
They should be able to. They've got the Beastmaster, they've got the Hawks, their bodies are right by the pit. They know it's coming up soon, and it's Talon who's really pressed against the wall here with no clear angles while having to wait for that rollout. They will have Metamorphosis up, and Talon will actually smoke here.
They will. They understand they can't let Roshan go down. In they go. Sanctity, he'll break the smoke. That's a great smoke break here from Sanctity. With that blink being up, they are giving nothing the way of Talon. Roshan is now available, but they don't feel comfortable forcing it anymore. They'll take the outpost instead. Lilgun now with the 1k advantage themselves. And they're just going to play this one slow. They've got the sniper. There's just no need to rush. And Sanctity, he's working on towards that Aghanim Scepter we talked about. In fact, he's most of the way there anyway. Bit more gold and he'll have it up, and well, then the real problems start here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say they already have issues anyway. It just becomes worse and worse as this game goes on. They've got to find a way to get more out from these engagements. They've got to be able to somehow take control of the sniper and the Ember. It just feels like an impossible task with what they have. They are going for a bit of a split push. They will find a tier 2 mid for their trouble. They do get an objective off the map. The side of Lilgun is lining up for the high ground, though.
Forcing all the TPs back. Lilgun, they could probably just rush Roshan now if they want, but 4-2-3 is going to at least try and go for the tier 4 as Savage is going to go in and break the Lincolns, and Rolling Thunder is there. Lasso is out, but Lotus Orb was there in time, so KP, he'll get locked down. 4-2-3 still dropping low though, but the Soul Rip is going to heal him up. 4-2-3, he will drop. Savage does pick up the kill. Q with a triple, in fact, on the Marcy. Jumping right back in with the rebound. They want Sanctity. Another Remnant away, but he only has one left. He'll blink out instead, Makoto. He does get on point with the swashbuckle, but it won't matter. He does not have a basher up. Still 3 down for Lilgun now. So Talon, they might be able to force that Roshan.
That was an insanely difficult angle to take. Savage blinked in, immediately used Sunder to pop one Lincolns, they used the Force Staff to pop another, and they get the lasso off. They managed to secure that big kill on 4-2-3. I mean, it's so difficult to get that done, but they managed to do it. Still, Sanctity with the Axe up could try for a bit of a cheeky steal here. Gonna be a bit tougher for Roche to take safe.
He certainly could. Chain, Sleight of Fist are out. Talon not feeling safe anymore. Lilgun, they have their full squad back up as Sanctity, just manning up. He doesn't care. Ags is available, so he has so many remnants now. And he'll get Roshan started himself. They've got the Hawk Vision advantage. 3 Hawks out at the moment. It's very hard for Talon to force the fight now. Roshan dropping. KP, he might go for a steal of his own. Roshan's getting very low. Savage is in. Reflection out. Roshan still low. Is going to go down. 4-2-3's got it on the sniper. Makoto, he's a bit too late to the party. Rolling Thunder is going at least, so maybe they can lock down this sniper, as they've even found Sanctity on the Ember. He'll drop for 75 seconds. That's a decent start. 4-2-3 trapped up in the Roshan pit. Is going to run with the 4 stuff, but the chase is on Savage. Going to have his way with him. Aegis is down. He's out of position right now on that sniper. 4-2-3. He'll knock himself onto the high ground. Sunder's there from Savage, just making sure Lincoln's is broken. And Q will pick up another. 4 down for the side of Talon, or excuse me, for the side of Lilgun. Talon, they're the ones to take 4 lives, and John, there's no buybacks. Oh, no!
That is just shocking. I mean, it is a tough game for
Lasso.
Talon. They get one more.
Final piece of the puzzle here. The team wipes out Talon. What a comeback in this game one. How are they doing this, John? This is magic.
Just think about how difficult this game is. Like, to catch the sniper, to catch the Ember in that angle, for them to work the angles, for Mikado to just jump in, get a perfect Rolling Thunder in the pit, and for them to also isolate out Sanctity with the Ags. We felt like it was nearly impossible to catch the Ember out at that point. They still managed to find that. They take themselves the range racks down bot with a little bit of the shove in, melee racks down mid, and take the last outer tower here. Aren't going to be able to go high ground with the respawns coming up, so not able to really use that lack of buyback to their advantage. But Talon are playing a near perfect game. Like, this is, I know how to say it. Like, you're up against Ember, you're up against Sniper, you've got double Lincolns up, you've got so much protection, you're very reliant on just the lasso, rebound, and Rolling Thunder, not the most reliable stuns to get things started here up against Lilgun, and you're still finding these very awkward angles. You're using Sunder in creative ways to just pop Lincolns and just try to stay alive in the middle here from Savage, and it's been paying off. He's not been punished. Smoke out from Lilgun with the respawns. Might try to find a pick off or two, but the side of Talon have backed off. Gonna be a bit tough to find a target.
Yeah. You saw the graph right there, a huge dip going on from Lilgun back the way of Talon. And, well, don't want to say it, John. It also looks like the crypto market right now, so no need to open the app. That's basically what it looks like at the moment. Makoto. Guarding out, Sanctity. Chains out. He's going to find the Pango, but don't really do too much about him right now, though I say that. Rolling Thunder. Rather, the roll up is there. Makoto going to be fine as even the Hurricane pushes him out. 9k advantage for Talon. 2 racks is up. I suppose the melee barracks is still standing at the bot lane, to be fair, so maybe only 1 rack's up. Lilgun definitely not out of this game yet. They still have that crazy good high ground defense with this sniper, and of course the Ember Spirit, but I'm just going to make sure not to get caught out by the lassos of KP. I'm going to give props to Talon. They've been very good with the coordination of breaking these Lincolns. That's the key. You've got to break all the Lincolns, all the Lotuses, get rid of them. Give KP that free lasso back into the 4-staffs out, and well, the sniper is free food after that. You see 4-2-3, he is building up very defensively into a BKB now. There's going to be a smoke out from Talon. 4-man smoke through the mid lane. Into that Radiant jungle they go. They'll spot out Kishka first. KP will pop the Firefly immediately as Savage does go right in. The Skywrath in trouble is gone. Meanwhile, Raw on the side has found out Q, but there's a lasso. It does catch out the Beastmaster. They'll have their way with 11 as well. He'll try to make a run for it. Soul Rip is there, but not enough. In fact, Makoto, he'll find another onto the Undying. In fact, never mind. He'll chase down the Sniper. Meanwhile,
damage.
Sanctity, he's out of mana. The damage is too high. Savage, he still might drop and does. Ace 12. He's the one on the Undying getting it done. Meanwhile, this sniper is still alive as Makoto was the only one chasing. And so Savage, they get wiped out here, Talon. They're 4 down, 3 without buyback.
Yeah, but they managed to force the buybacks out from Lilgun. So they expend a lot of resources on Lilgun for a fight that isn't even on their high ground, maybe just right next to their base. 3 buybacks out, 2 big ones from 2 cores. 11 Sanctity having to show back in that fight. Respawns aren't too far off either. So by the time they hit high ground, only Savage might have to buy back in the middle of this fight. He doesn't have Metamorphosis, so even that might not be necessary. And it's down to Talon to try to execute. Without the damage of Savage, though, this fight is a lot harder to pull off.
He's got buyback, though, at the very least. You already pointed this out, but he's going to be just fine. Lilgun. I think you just take the time to farm up that BKB on 4-2-3 for now. No need to try and rush high ground at the moment. They'll just be happy with a bit of space on the map to keep that farm going. In fact, I say they're happy. Maybe they're hoping for Talon to be out of position for another gank attempt here from Lilgun. They are known as a very aggressive team. They don't like to back off very often, that's for sure. Speaking of BKBs, Savage will buy his out now, and there's the BKB of the Sniper. 4-2-3, he'll bring his out on the Courier. So more defense to come out for the Sniper. Working onto the Mjolnir next here for the old Sniper. Meanwhile, Talon, looks like they'll run into a double damage rune up a top rune.
Unfortunately, Roshan still a ways off here. 2 minutes until we see that respawn timer. With a BKB up on 423, the big issue now is breaking that Linken's. If he pops the BKB preemptively, you do not have a smooth ride into breaking the Linken's. You'll always be protected from the lasso. So the timing is key. If they break the Linken's first and then the BKB pops later, you still have an angle there for KP. But it's all about those little timings, these micro plays coming out from both sides. Logan just going to be camping around where they have a ward. This is where they took that last successful fight. A little bit of an FPS drop here. So we disconnect, reconnect, as we do have in Southeast Asia. This is something we've missed out on a little bit in China. Didn't have as much of this. Mainly just Kale.
Certainly so, Jonathan. That gives us a chance. I mean, you know, second series of the SEA qualifiers, John. I can only ask, have you had merienda today, Jonathan?
Not yet. You know, it's later down the day. Still have lunch lined up in the meal list. Did have a little bit of a instant noodle action for breakfast. That's been my breakfast for like the entire
Wait, you guys had
qualifiers.
breakfast?
You know, you gotta have something when you wake up. You know me, Mike. When we're in the two lands we were together, I'd always wake up for breakfast, even though I'd not have any sleep. I'm like, I gotta get that buffet. Gotta get that breakfast. So breakfast is good. I had some instant macaroni and cheese, Mikey. Very nice.
Ooh, very
Very
good.
tasty. Yes.
Very
What do
good
you have
indeed.
lined up for yourself, Mike?
Nothing. That's what a true caster diet, Jonathan. You eat nothing. You just man up and tank through it.
Nah, isn't the caster diet's more like a instant noodles, right? Like that's a classic for all of us, I think.
Not if
You're
not if
taking
you
it to
live
the
in
next
Australia,
step.
John. Yeah.
God
It-
damn
it is-
Australia.
With the prices we have here, John, you ain't buying nothing.
Oh,
I don't know if I
jeez.
told you, John. Oh my goodness, look at that, Jonathan. What a beautiful cosmetic here for the Bat Rider KP. Not too. I want to say that doesn't really follow the law, Jonathan. It doesn't look much like a bat. I believe that's a scarecrow for the Bat Rider. We don't want to look at the sniper, Mr. Observer. A sniper's just a, I don't want to say trash hero, John, but it is. Skyrath Mage, the hero with the longest voice line in the game. Very, very good. Undying, perhaps? Let's have a look at this Undying. One of your favorites, John. A huge draw on the man. Very, very hard to knock this man out. How are you feeling about the Undying this current meta?
Feels good. Really good in lane. Decay is just really nice, and the changes to Decay, the fact that you don't have to worry about someone just completely tangling
Hey.
back up is pretty good. Do you want to comment on the Skyrat? For some reason, in that specific pose, he looks like a fella that really enjoys his MCR, right?
Well,
He looks like a
you know-
guy who enjoys his mid-2000s emo rock, good kind of music.
I mean,
Just
you look
very
more
emotional.
like a guy trying to take a cute selfie, to be honest with you, John. Just the tilted head, wings out, proper lighting. Very, very good. Very
Yeah,
good.
in that kind of mid-2000s goth way, right? Like, just very emotional, taking some selfies,
I was
rocking out. He looks like a very sad person, Sky. I don't know
I-
why. He gives me that aura.
I was there once, Jonathan. I was there. Listened to the My Chemical Romance and all that garbage. I'm not going to call them
Garbage?
They were really... Well, they were good, but there was a lot of garbage is my point back in those days. I mean, there was some good stuff, but my God, was there a lot of garbage. I mean, anyone can scream into a microphone. I could, hear cats screeching as well. It's not that hard. Some of it was
That's
great.
true. Yeah, you would have a little bit of that. Back and forth. Still a little bit of a back and forth shove now coming out from Talon onto the last tier 3 here for Lilgun. Lilgun on the opposite side of the map trying to split push and farm where they can. Not a full commitment out from Talon either. Although they have managed to clear out the ranged racks on mid. So only the melee down bot and the full set up top left to deal with. And it looks like Lilgun isn't willing to take the first step here just yet.
Sidekick on the old TV illusion. That'll sort out the damage issues somewhat. Again, the high ground's not going to be easy for Talon to try and infiltrate here, as you are up against Sniper Ember. Never going to be very fun. Might have to wait out the next Roshan, and we are actually going to find out when Roshan does respawn in about 5 seconds from now. So Talon obviously hoping for an early Roshan timer, if they can get one. They've already got the little Wild Wing creep just in there, and they do get an early timer. 5 seconds.
Oof. Yeah, that's a pretty scary one for both sides. Talon does have the better position right now. Lilgun might be keen in trying to force a fight out, but Talon might be able to clear this rush extra fast. Metamorphosis is ready. He spotted out, but the smoke out is perfect from Lilgun. Perfect timing. Let's see if Talon can kind of break it or if Lilgun just takes control here.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
This
attack.
5-man smoke is there from Lilgun. They're going to try and do something about this, but I think it's
Not
more
gonna
about
Roche.
relocating. Not going to Roche?
No, I mean, Lilgun just kind of stuck down. They didn't expect a Roshan. Had no vision, but with a smoke, you figured they'd try to get out. The scan doesn't spot anything either. So free Aegis out for Savage. The Hawk comes in a bit late here from 11. So major objective going the way of Talon. With a refresh on hand for Savage, that means you've got Metamorphosis on your second life. You've got double BKB use. You've got everything you'd want here in the Terrorblade.
You love to see it. Let's put the BKB in the backpack, but probably have that up at the secondary life if he does need it. I think for Lilgun, to be fair to them, John, it was a 5-second Roshan timer. They probably just weren't expecting it to be that fast. Sometimes you just get very unlucky in this game. It happens. At least for Lilgun, that is. Talon got very lucky with that one. Lilgun.
It's fair.
They still have great high ground defense here, Lilgun. You know, even with the Aegis up, like it's not going to be impossible to snipe that first Aegis just from the high ground itself.
Yeah. It's time for us to see 43 with his 360 no scopes. High skilled sniper play coming out in the high ground hold. Talon, I mean, they've got this 13k lead. A lot of that is still riding on 23 Savage.
Savage? That's a dangerous position. He's under vision right now. Makoto's going to be there to make sure nobody gets into that triangle. Bit of a ballsy play just blinking into that high ground like that. Maybe just not expecting him to have the vision. And look at that cliff. There's 3 sentry wards around it, but the observer ward's just standing. Nobody knows.
Yeah. They get the Hawk, but it's not quite in vision as well. They were pump faking the assassinates. I'm sure Savage knows that there is vision there. They just can't be bothered to really fully commit to find it again. And that will give Lilgun a little bit more play. They can kind of angle themselves, kind of know when to expect that jump in, know how to position themselves in this fight. Surprised Mikado isn't kind of just dipping up with a blink to give it a cheeky little check, but Lilgun will have just a little bit of better time. They're not going to push outside. They know all of Talon's on that high ground, so they should be able to cut their losses very early on. Still early, slow and steady push is just going to whittle away on that tier 3 eventually. The illusion spam is starting to get fairly annoying.
Certainly is. Kodo. Just making sure that mid wave is never allowed to come out. Lilgun, all they can do is hold. Just keep holding. There's a smoke out. They're going to try and punish somehow. Talon, hanging around that mid lane at the moment.
Radiant's top tower has
Tier 3
fallen.
tower's going to drop to the illusion of 23 Savage. Counter
Radiant's
smoke now.
bottom
Talon
barracks are under attack.
looking to move in. Maybe through the bot lane. They could sneak their way in if they want. What's down? They'll just got a bit of a warding run. KP will show himself on the Pango, hoping someone will take the bait. Savage, meanwhile, will go on the melee barracks down at that bot lane. Get started. KP make the blink in, but does not find the lasso target he wanted. He'll back off.
Radiant are scanning.
Melee barracks still safe, at least for now. Does drop very low, but Talon, you don't really want to fight into the tombstone if you can avoid it. Savage, he might keep trying, but it is still certainly very risky. We'll back off in the air.
Just play it safe. Tombstone's a fairly long cooldown to expend, although not the longest now, with only a 30-second downtime. Still fortifies down. That's a longer cooldown to will hurt. Once they find this, they could go for more.
There goes that melee barracks. They just wait out the tombstone. So Savage, he does pick it up. No problems. Metamorphosis is gone, but he does have a refresher shard in the backpack. The Rod of Atos him up. He'll be fine to just force staff away. Lilgun still trying to find something for this bot. Rax going down, finding nothing yet as Savage will break the Lincolns onto 4-2-3. Very ballsy play here from the TB. He doesn't get punished for it. He's fine.
Yeah, he still has 30 seconds left on the Aegis. He's been using that Witchbane really well to dispel some of his aggression still.
Sanctity jumps in. He's had enough. He wants to get something done. Onto KP he goes. Hyde also dropping low. Refreshes there. Makoto. He's going to land a great rolling thunder into the lasso. It's perfect timing. He'll go down, but the buybacks are there. Savage, he'll get roared up. Hyde will drop KP, barely surviving, but the chase is on Sanctity. He'll find a second. Q will eat the cheese. They found the Ember once again. They might have him, and they
What?
do. He got bashed. He got bashed by the Marcy. Unfortunate. That'll be a dieback on Sanctity.
Dire
The question is, can Talon go high ground once again?
I mean, without the Ember, you really just need to worry about the sniper, and they did lose Aegis in that engagement. You still have the refresh ready on Savage for a secondary BKB use, and the Metamorphosis is ready to go once more. You should be able to. I think as long as... It's a bit harder without KP, but if you get a good angle for a roll back in here on Mikado, you might still have enough to kind of get that sniper handled. If not, you can just keep trying to spam out these illusions. You've seen the damage they do coming out from Savage. It is substantial.
It certainly is. Savage onto the high ground. Refresher shard still available. Makoto, he'll pop the rolling thunder right into the backside, just holding everyone else back and allowing Savage to get to work. Melee Barracks about to drop as Makoto just continues to stun everyone up. And Savage, he'll get the top racks, no problem. That'll be Megas. Happy death time for the side of Lil Gun.
Yeah, happy death indeed. Lilgun just gonna have to try to stall as best as they can with Mega creeps up. This game is a lot harder, but still, it is a sniper on defense of the Ancients. This is where sniper can kind of specialize. And, with the Ember respawning in 40 seconds, you might have some play, but that's a lot of time they have to stall.
Jump in. Makoto trying to get aggressive. Savage, he got 4-star forward. He'll go for the man fight into the Beastmaster. Still 11, somehow surviving, but eventually will drop. There's your Sunder from Savage. Meanwhile, Q, he's the real man. Jumping in with the Unleash, but should go down. Still fighting back. Ace 12 actually going to drop himself. Now they've got the lasso onto 11. They'll take him down the rampage up for Savage. Oh, the Thai Beast from the southeast gets a rampage in game 1 of this best of 3 upper bracket round of 1
Radiant's middle
into the tier 3 tower. No GG call coming.
has fallen.
Lil Gun, they looked very stunned here, John. As Makoto moves in once again, they're going to keep trying for the defense. Sanctity, he's going to try, but the Ancient's going down. Sanctity can't stop it. He's still trying. In fact, hold on a minute. No, never mind. GG's called. It doesn't matter how hard he tries. The Ancient is gone. And that'll be the side of Talon taking game number 1 here against the side of Lil Gun.
Yeah, they managed to make it work. They had a pretty atrocious start there in Talents, and Lil Gun just finding everything they wanted. The only real player that had any sort of play in the laning phase into mid game was really Savage. He was getting the farm, he was getting the space from his team. Mikado was getting some decent build-up as well. KP was sacrificed hard. Lil Gun had a really solid draft. It felt like they had this really good aggression coming out. They didn't manage to push it as far as they might have been able to. I think there was a moment where they kind of took it a little bit easy, allowed Talon to farm up. And it was still a tough game for Talon despite that, right? Like there were still like double Lincolns. There was a Lotus Orb coming out. It wasn't easy's game to land those lassos, but we saw in the plays coming out, like Savage blinking forward onto the sniper in the high ground defense on their top area, sundering, getting a 4-staff off, and then also enabling the lasso coming out from KP. They had to do these very specific things in a very specific order to find the opening, but Talon manages to get it done. Lil Gun put up a huge fight, though. Like, that was not a smooth game for Talon. I think Lil Gun, they've still got really good shots in the next few games here.
Oh, absolutely. Lil Gun definitely put up a fantastic kind of fight here against the side of Talon. Just Talon proving to be way too good for game number 1. Very curious to see how game number 2 does go, of course, between these two. Lil Gun, I wonder what they end up switching up here for game number 2's draft. With that, Jonathan, we can head off to a short break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 here between Talon and Lil Gun. We'll see you then.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get into game number 2's draft here between Talon and Lil Gun. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, you're looking very, very handsome today, and I think the chat agrees because they were not a big fan of the homeless look, apparently, so I've had to change my shirt to match your fashion style. So there you go, John X Fire. Are you happy now? Am I good looking enough to be in the presence of John X Fire?
Oh, you looked good last time, Mike. I could tell you had some Balenciaga on. That's not a homeless look. You're wealthy. You've got just a bunch of recycled stuff
Hey.
from Balenciaga. That's the style now. That's
Don't
the
insult me.
fashion now, man.
Don't insult actual wealthy people by calling me wealthy, John.
No, it really is the style, though. It really is the style. So trust me, that's the look. Yeah, chat, you just need to refine your taste a bit. Balenciaga, that's Mike's look a while ago. He was just rocking it. Rocking it.
I would do anything for the people in chat. You guys ask for it, I'll do it. You know, I'll do anything except shave the beard. You know, don't ask me for that. In fact, they never
Would
do. They
you-
always want the beard.
Would you bring a red back into your room in the background if chat asked you to?
I mean, chances are there probably is one in here already, Jonathan. They don't need to ask. We are going to be
it's
getting
just
into
right
Game
there.
2's draft rather soon here. John, talk to me about Game 1. I mean, Talon looked like they had their backs against the wall throughout that mid-game. Ended up making a comeback. A great coordination from the side of Talon. On the side of Lil Gun, John, there were some rough moments. I can't lie. I mean, still a pretty somewhat clean game, but a couple little errors costing them the game there in Game 1. Is there anything in the draft you'd like to see changed up here from the side of Lil Gun?
Maybe the Skyrat Mage was one issue. Like the one issue with Lilgun was that they were not starting those fights towards the end of the game. It was Talon jumping in, breaking the Lincolns, forcing a reaction out of Lilgun. And if you're playing defensively with a Sky, it does not feel good. So maybe if they went with something like the Grimstroke, which was left open, that could have been one way for them to kind of get things going their way. Really good in the counter fights. You'd have a double roar combination on hand as well. The Sky just
that-
provided a lot, but not enough.
What is that
Where?
on the top right corner? What's
It's a
going on
very
there?
unique camera angle, Mike. It's on.
It certainly is.
I want to say it's on the desk and the headset's right in front of it. It looks like it's probably the best
Right.
bet. We see a nice little
5
Lil
seconds
Gun
remaining.
whiteboard, of course. Right there. No spicy memes like RSG would, although I'm sure RSG will have some
Radiant
memes up
team
later on. We have
Is
the
that-
Lil Gun logo, nice and drawn out.
Radiant
But whose
team
head's bobbing up and down on the left side
Dire
there?
team
I am not sure. I am really not sure. I wish I could tell.
All right. Well, a very handsome lad right there from the side of Lil Gun. Look at that, Jonathan. Very, very handsome young man. Very, very good to see. Of course, the draft has begun here. The Enigma Marcy opening is what Lil Gun go for. Undying is the first pickup of Talon. No surprises there. Undying an extremely strong pick in the current meta.
5
No,
seconds
no doubt they
remaining.
wanted to go back
Dire
for that, of
team
course.
back.
On the side of Talon, John, I might add as well, KP's been smiling a hell of a lot today, which I'm very happy to see about. Very rare to see the KP smile, as I know from personal experience, considering the unfortunate experience of having to have a photo with KP where he was not smiling. But look at that. He's got a great smile, this guy. He's a shy boy. For anyone that doesn't know
Yeah.
KP, he's a shy guy. He doesn't like to smile in photos. He doesn't think he has a nice smile. I think he has a beautiful smile. He's breathtaking, this man. Love
Yeah.
KP.
Yeah, he definitely does have a breathtaking smile. To be fair, he's been much more outgoing. You remember that night we spent with X Boom ID, with Hyde Makoto,
Hey.
Dreamocell, and FBZ. I mean, he was very outgoing there. He guided us through Mafia. He guided us through a couple of weird, fun games. We had a good time in the team room as well. Just fun hanging out with KP. He's a chill guy, and it's nice to see him being extra chill now with the Talon voice. Hopefully those smiles keep up. If Lil Gun have a good game, sure, game faces will come out much more serious. And Lil Gun is still a tough opponent with the draft on hand. They've taken Enigma Marcy already on Lil Gun's end. I like the response from Talon with the Bristleback. You've got good AoE clear, plays nicely with the Undying as well. So kind of like that early combination we saw from Lil Gun with Ember Undying. You can soften up targets, makes every stack of Quilt Spray that much more potent here for Talon's end. And of course, you can clear out the Eidolons really nicely. I think for Lil Gun now, they're gonna have to make a couple of choices. How much do you really want to protect this first phase Enigma? Like they ban out the Beastmaster, one really good way of handling Enigma's Black Hole with a Roar, and good counter push there as well. There's still an option for something like Q's Rubik is gonna be pretty damn good. You've got the Marcy and the Enigma to steal from, so really big spells for Q to kind of play around here if he wanted to take his Rubik, which we know he excels on as well. And because they have to protect the Enigma, with those kinds of bans potentially coming out, it does feel like you have a lot more room here for the KP hero, for the Mikado hero on mid. There's a lot more in that second phase you can get done with those bans.
Radiant team back.
Absolutely. We'll see where they do end up heading. One more ban to come out here for the side of Lil Gun before we do get to continue. It's currently banning off offlaners, it seems like. It's focusing on the KP heroes, making sure he doesn't have a good time.
10 seconds remaining.
Still thinking about
5
it.
seconds
7
remaining.
seconds left here before they start diving into that reserve time. And they'll dive into it. Just really, really thinking heavily about this. I guess you're just thinking about all the Enigma counters, right? Like the Beastmaster, the Vengeful Spirit both being banned out. Is there another, even the Batrider was banned, is there another hero you think that just makes the
Rubik?
Enigma's life a living hell? Rubik, yeah, you
Rubik
pointed
is the
that
big
one out.
What else from other positions? Not too many. Silencer, perhaps, although Silencer is just kind of dead in the water. Although it could still fit in here for Talon, and it also kind of protects the Bristleback pick, not having to worry about that curse in the middle of these fights. It's on your side. So that could also be one way. You can... Warlock's probably not an option because you're running Undying 5 here for Hyde, more than likely. So I
Radiant
think
team
probably
pick.
just a Silencer, and they do opt instead to ban out Mikado's Ember, which he does perform on to a very high level. He's carried a lot of games for Talon with that hero. Wonder what else he pick up. There's still a lot of counters here from the pause 4 for Talon onto the Enigma, and even from mainly pause 4. I'm surprised they go back for the Sky. Like, they go back into Sky Rat. They don't have a clear combination for that yet. They don't have anything like the Roar to kind of tie in with a Mystic Flare. They've got Black Hole Mystic Flare, which honestly isn't that amazing, but Ancient Seal does amp up the
10
damage
seconds
of Black
remaining.
Hole now because it's magical, so that can feel pretty good.
5
People stuck
seconds
in
remaining.
the... People stuck in Midnight Pulse will take a lot more damage because, again, it's magic damage now, so... It fits in. You have a little bit more jump on the support end with Marcy, of course. You've got Enigma, Blink Black Hole. So there's a lot more play here for Lil Gun. I'm just surprised to go back to it because it just feels like past the laning phase and past the early parts of the mid game, we didn't see that much impact out from the Sky. Once you had like Manta styles, once you had BKBs, the hero really just tapers off.
It certainly does, and there's that Rubik you talked about, John. You called it. Q, he does indeed play a very mean Rubik, and it does come out. Speaking of Q, Jonathan, is that a mustache I see, Gron?
Yeah.
Get
I
your
think
hands
he
away
has.
from that face, Q.
There you go.
There, oh, look at that. Woo!
10
It's an
seconds
interesting
remaining.
look. I don't know. He's just so baby faced that I
5
don't
seconds
I
I
like
don't know
it.
if it works all too well. It makes him look a bit more mature, but to me he looks like a 16-year-old schoolboy still. You know, in that
Yeah.
teenage phase where you're trying to grow facial hair.
I've seen
And
this
he
before,
just
John.
looks
He's
young.
the uncle. He's the uncle at the barbecue, Jonathan. That's what he is. He's the uncle at the barbecue that drank too much beer, and he just in an hour or so he'll just start laughing at everything. He's that guy. I love that. That's my favorite guy at the barbecue. That's the guy you want to be around until he has even more to drink, and things start getting a little bit silly. But for now, he's sober. He's happy.
I forget how much you guys in Australia drink. Your blood is just alcohol. You know, I don't know how you check for people on the road. You do an alcohol
Check.
test, your standard baseline is already just drunk.
You don't even pull out the breathalyzer, John. You pull them over, you hand them a fine, you let them get on their way. Off you go.
Oh, this is an interesting twist. Dazzle coming out. So are we seeing a Core Undying or a Core Dazzle? I mean, KP's done Core Dazzle. I'd hope for the Undying. But this is not what I expected out from Talon. Like, Core Dazzle used to be a thing when you used to go Necronomicon. You know, when your ult used to provide that cooldown naturally on items, right? You'd push down,
Radiant team
run
back.
down. I mean, the minus armor synergy with Bristleback does make sense. And say, if that is a high dazzle with a Bristleback, that's a pretty damn good lane. Poison Touch, Quill Stacks, and Nasal Goo, you slow down someone down, you just run them down. Very annoying lane for 11 to deal with. It's also kind of a good answer to the TA with Shallow Graves. You can prevent someone from being bursted down, but
5
I'm not
seconds
sure
remaining.
about the Core Undying. Look, we've been talking about Undying being buffed up. Now, maybe this is time to show us the Core Undying power here for KP. There's a very low chance of Mikoto mid Rubik, but I don't think that's something that... trying to think, did we ever see that in Boom ID? I don't think so. So it should just be a Mikoto last pick. Yeah, Core Undying.
Why not? I mean, that's kind of fun. Like, the question I have, like, it must be offlane Undying, right? Like, there's no chance they run the pos one. Because if you were to ask me, that's what I really want. I really want POS 1.
Yeah, and we saw that a little bit in earlier DPC tours, right? The pause 1 Undying, I believe that was Palos or Natsumi kind of playing that. And it did look impressive. You go for the shard,
10
Echo
seconds
Saber,
remaining.
run heroes down with your ultimate, your Flesh Golem up, just stack the zombies.
5
And
seconds
with the
remaining.
upgrades you get now to Decay, it's a lot easier to kind of snowball to that point. But I feel like Undying still has this really good early to mid that you don't really need that farm priority. So the offlane is likely what we're going to see for KP. The mid hero here down the line for Mikado is still fairly open. I like that Lil Gun does respect ban the Pangolier. Mikado really set up for them in that last game. I think when you look at Talon's draft, they are lacking lockdown severely.
Radiant team back.
They are relying on some big steals coming out from Q, which means for the most part, Talon isn't the one that's going to be looking to be aggressive first, right? Like they're not the ones that are going to be jumping in, initiating, forcing these fights because they have nothing to force these fights with unless you find
10
something
seconds
still left here for
remaining.
Mikado. Maybe I don't know, picking into Skyrat, some of these Blink heroes just feels awful. That's why the Pangolier was okay. It can get a little bit durable. Band of Quap Puck is still there. Void into Sky. You can punish early on.
Final pickups to come now. Final picks. Mid lane is still necessary, I believe, for Talon. Something from Makoto
10
here in the mid
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Unless he wants to make my dreams come true of a mid Rubik. I
5
would
seconds
really like to see mid Rubik come out, but I think with a player like Q on your side, you'd rather just give it in the POS 4 role. Wouldn't blame them. Still have a chance to make my dreams come true here, Talon. Final pickup.
There's some weird flex you can do, like mid Bristleback, then you get the core and dying safe lane, last pick a KP hero. And we have seen mid Bristle. I think Mikado has at least played it once in that time when we were seeing mid Tiny. You know, that felt like the counter because of the zero armor. We'd see a couple of players do that. I think it was the Indonesian mids. They go to Tiny instead, so that should be our Mikado mid. And unfortunately, Mike, no safe lane Undying. KP looked pretty happy about that, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's Undying POS 3 is pretty fun if that's going to be what they're running. Like, it's, wait, who's... So Bristleback POS 1, you think? Or Tiny POS 1? Like, who's mid then?
Pause 1, Undying
Choose your hero.
off lane. Visage coming out. Lil Gun does get the cheese pick.
Oh, okay.
Visage coming out for 423, Sanctity on the TA. And to be fair, I think that can come out. This is a specialty of Lil Gun. The picks are banned out, you know, the Brood, the Lycan's gone, the TA is what they fall back to. So Sanctity should be able to build up. This is something he's comfy with. You've got really good pacing here from 423. And this can be pretty tough for the side of Talon, but I feel like if they scale up, this game gets relatively easy to manage. Like, you've got an Undying to buy you early space, Mikado with a quick blink can just kind of search and kind of look for these softer supports. Ace 12 is going to be a very prime target for him. And Q has a fantastic game for the Rubik here. Lots of good spells to steal. Even the Visage, even just taking Familiars can be high utility here for Q. So I'd lean towards Talon's draft this time around, although you can't really count Lil Gun out when they have that Visage and the TA on their side.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how this game number 2 does go. Of course, Lil Gun, they do have their backs against the wall. They need to win this game 2 to try and force to a game 3 in this best of 3 series. Talon, one game away from proceeding to the upper bracket round of 2. Exciting times for them. See if Lil Gun can try to force us to a game 3 here. Of course, even if they can't, Jonathan, they get knocked down to the lower bracket, you still have the safety net of the lower bracket. So it's not all done yet for the qualifiers. For whoever does end up losing this series, they do have that safety net. But you'd rather just make the upper bracket run if you can. You'd rather not have to go through the lower bracket if you can avoid it. So we'll see what they can get done here as we are going to head into game number 2 right now. Jonathan, quickly, predictions, please.
For most runes, Talon, last player to be killed. Probably Savage. Highest net worth at the end of the game. Savage. And first player to get 50 last hits. Oh, that's a hard one between Sanctity and Savage, honestly. I will lean Savage. So there you go. Full in on Savage. That's 3 Savage. Jeez. Oopsies.
Would you like a side of Talon with your Savage, Jonathan? Jesus Christ, it's all just Talon, Savage, Savage, Savage. Don't ask me any questions. It's just Talon, Savage, Savage, Savage. Those are the answers. Like that guy, you go into a test where they have all multiple choice and you just go A, B, C, D. That's it. That's the answer. I got a 25% chance of being 25% chance of being right every time.
Yeah, exactly it. And at some point, this is going to be correct. Or all of them get wrong, and I wouldn't be too surprised. Who knows? This is Lil Gun on their specials. This is Sanctity on his TA. He farms like a madman, plays like a madman, and he should be able to carry the weight of the team this time, be that hardcore for the lineup. We'll have to see if they get that
The
space, though.
battle begins.
All right, here we go. Talon. Rebound, very nice from Kishka. He'll take the banner in on the bottom side. It's still going to be a 2 for 2, though. Talon just wanting to try and sneak an extra one away. Not going to be able to get away with it. They won't mind too much, though. A 2 for 2 trade on the bounty runes. Let's start with our favorite, of course, the mid lane. Sanctity going to be there on that mid TA. Obviously, a fantastic TA player. He's going to be up against Makoto on the Tiny. Not the easiest matchup for the TA. John, who does win the hero matchup?
I'd say the Tiny has a pretty good time. We've seen Tiny versus TA a couple of times. You just kind of play with a tree grab. You can threaten with Avalanche Toss, but Sanctity does have good presence early. Meld on a 0 armor hero just melts him, and Mikado is not enjoying that trade. Sanctity is, not focused on the creep wave, but he's zoning out very well. So that's what Sanctity has to do. Just be a little bit more aggressive before the full Avalanche Toss is there. And when you know the tree grab's about to fade, just apply that pressure and ensure Mikado doesn't get as much here.
How about those side lanes? How about top lane? Hyde and Ace 12 currently going at it. Supports at the top lane. The ones farming that lane is... Where are the carries? 11. He's in the jungle right now. Where's my pos?
Oh,
What?
no, not
we're doing
this
this
again.
again.
Not this
Oh, we're
again.
doing this again. Savage is going to run up top now.
Oh,
We'll see the lane
boy.
switch between him and KP. The supports, they are the cores now, John. These damn cores. Enjoy buying
they've
wards,
got
boys.
wards on each side as well, watching like the triangle areas, so they can see when everyone walks along, so they can always readjust. Oh my God, this is a repeat of what we saw with Extreme, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
that. It's,
Here we go.
and Savage
Here we
actually just
go.
gonna jungle level 1, please? No, he's
Wait
just
a
gonna
minute, look
stack.
at Hyde, he's doing a lot of damage here to Ace 12. Not going to find the kill, but Ace 12 forced to
What
back
is
off.
this?
And yes, Savage is just hanging around the Dire jungle and farming. Ladies and gentlemen, do not do this in your pubs. Don't try this at home.
Oh
This is
my
not what you're meant to be
God,
doing. Oh,
why?
he's jungling. Bristleback, my pubs. My pubs.
Why?
It was
And
bad
I
enough
play
with the cavern
Savage.
crawl, man.
I place him as my, highest net worth and first last hits, and he's jungling? Savage, my boy, you're out of mana. How are you gonna clear this? One more? Nah, it's not enough. And now Hyde
He's got a clarity.
Hyde is a safe lane dazzle. You've got, well, at least KP shows up back bot, but Savage is not having any of that up top. He's just like, if I can get away with this stuff, you bet me your bottom dollar, I'm just gonna farm jungle a bit. It's just walking away now.
He left all the large creeps. Where's Savage going now?
He's
Bottom
going
lane,
bot,
there is a
but there's
fight
still the
breaking out.
ward. They still see
Yeah,
him.
there's still a ward. Q, he'll be chased down. Kishka, not going to be able to find him. 11 is there. Has a TP ready to go up top if he really wants to. Or he could just walk the old-fashioned way. It's up to him. Savage will show up.
No,
There's your
they're
TP's
yeah,
in. They're
they-
switching.
Oh,
Enjoy your
God.
walk back to the jungle, Savage. Enjoy.
what is this game? This is... I feel like this works a lot better for Lilligun. I mean, Savage manages to get a couple of neutral creeps with Lilligun or just having better time. Although Savage does clear out the Eidolons. So it's all in all not too bad. And does hit level 2, you're still level 1, 4-2 tree. Yeah, my predictions are not going to be happy unless Savage catches up. To be fair, this is a tough lane for Savage. Like, there's a lot of aggression.
Oh,
And yes.
no. Rebounds there. Kishka's going to find the first blood. You know, on the brighter side, Savage did not commit his TP. So at least he has that. There's no walk of shame. Thing is, where's he TPing to now? Where do you go? Back to top lane?
Top, for sure. Top, you want to be in that Enigma lane, and he is TPing top. KP has a no TP ready, but you don't mind having this Undying walk back. And musical lanes feeling a lot better for the side of Lilligun, although there is a slight net worth lead right now for Talon. I think the difference is just going to boil down to mid, where Sanctity is having a little bit of a better time. Mikado's not too far behind, but the TA is at the point where you're not going to be able to try to burst her down on Mikado's end. And Tiny's timing into Blink just takes a little bit longer compared to TA would say just the Dragonlance. You've got some early presence, so you should feel a lot stronger here on Sanctity, and he should have some room to get that farm up.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, 11's doing a great job here for the predictions, Jonathan. I'll tell you, with those Eidolons being fed back the way of Savage. In terms of that 50 CS. Helping us out. 11. Not actually spawning up anymore, Eidolons. He's had enough of that, as Savage is really enjoying that bonus golden XP going his way. Like you mentioned, mid lane, a pretty even affair. Makoto is currently in the lead here on the Tiny, so not too much to talk about. Just pretty standard between these two mid laners. And no more lane switching, which is going to be a pretty big positive. In the end, I mean, Talon, they won the lane switch, I suppose. You got the matchup you wanted. Unless we see him walk back down bot here on 11, he won't. He's going to chill out.
Yeah, and usually with those musical lanes, the first team to give up on them definitely lose. So it's like a game of reverse chicken, where you just keep going until someone gives up, and that's where it goes south. They are TPing in Kishka, try lane here.
They are. Savage in big trouble again. Kishka, he'll go for the toss back onto the bristleback, and Savage is going to drop. Big pick up there. Great setup from Kishka. That's a second death already for 23 Savage in this game number 2. Lilgun, they're having a great old time.
Yeah, they're kicking in that aggression. This is something you want to see from their lineup. They do have really good early presence with their supports coming out. You want to see that aggression coming out from Kishka, from Ace 12. And you're starting to get rotations onto mid. Mikado not the healthiest here. Going to be able to secure a double damage rune for Sanctity as well. So a big win on the rune control here for Lilgun. And the side of Talon they don't want to be fully passive. At the same time, they're going to need levels. Like, KP isn't quite ready to just run down. They're probably going to want that Flesh Golem. And running down a Visage is also a very tall order as well.
Q. I suppose now Kishka really setting up everything across the map, but a lift up. Q wants to try and go for the fight, and 4-2-3 is the one in dangerous. KP will keep going forward. Kishka still trying to deal with the Rubik, but that Tombstone is starting to really pile up those zombies, so Kishka is on the run. KP, no mana available for another decay. He's going to have to let Kishka be. But this time around, the Marcy will not be able to find the kill.
Yeah, they tried to get aggressive. KP just very patient with the Tombstone. Unfortunate that he doesn't quite have the mana to look for that kill. Soul Range is on cooldown, so they are very low on the side of Lilgun. And with the changes to Undying, you don't feel bad about them just trying to regen back, because it will stay in the same proportion. So you still have good play. Kishka's still very low and has to launch himself from the shots. And you're really putting a dent on that progression for 4-2-3. He is not able to just freely farm the way he'd want to on the Visage. Early timings are going to be thrown off of it.
Q, nice pickup. Does find Kishka down at the bot lane with the Fade Bolt. Of course, 4-2-3 on the Visage, unable to help him out. We'll just try and survive himself through this lane. He's probably happy to survive through it right now as... Oh, props to Savage, John. 46 CS now on the Bristleback. He has caught up very well. He's making it.
Yeah, he's making it. Just 4 more. As long as he doesn't die in the next creep wave or 2, you should be able to find it. Still a lot of poking and prodding coming out. Lilgun just shoving in mid with the double damage from Sanctity. Oh no. Hyde's here to slow that down at least.
He is. KP.
Oh, good toss.
Nice toss back onto Sanctity. My goodness. Hyde saving the day, saving himself. Sanctity's gonna drop. Still goes down to the trap at the very least. But still a massive pickup onto the TA as Makoto. He's even gonna find the Arcane Rune. Happy days for Talon.
Very happy days. And, well, what do you know? Savage hits 50 CS first, somehow. There you
Always
go,
knew,
Mikey.
John.
We've got
You were always-
one right, at the least.
Never doubted you, John. Never doubted.
It would look pretty scary. Still, 3-2 start, 1k lead up for Talon. Very slight advantage, but they are getting aggressive mid. Mikado.
Oh, Makoto, he's going to cop a fair bit of damage, but the toss back is there onto the TA, and they can't really finish off the job. No way to hold down the Tiny. He's going to be just fine. Mr. Borg now needs to be careful. Makoto trying to move in for a kill attempt. We'll go for the Avalanche toss up, and well, Ace 12 on the Skywrath, not going to be very tanky. Meanwhile, bottom lane 4-2-3 in trouble as KP just going to chase him down and take him out. by himself.
Sanctity?
Just needs a tombstone. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sanctity with the toss back again from Makoto is in trouble. Goes for a refraction out. It is not going to help him, but maybe the mill does. No, not quite. With the poison touch slow, he is going nowhere. But down. As Ace 12 does try to rotate to get something, but there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, Hyde. What a Giga Chad in this support. I know the team loves to call Hyde Giga Chad, but he has been showing up mid. Again, it's back to the support of Vulcan. You expect the Sky, you expect the Marcy to really play off the back of that mid, help catapult Sanctity. They haven't been able to do that. They've been tied in the side lanes. So Talon take advantage on mid, enable Mikato to find these key pickoffs on Sanctity, that big win condition of Lilgun. Just gonna have a bit of a slower start. And off the back of that, they've just managed to start getting what they want here from those lane swaps. Like, you are seeing Savage number 2 net worth, Mikato number 1, KP right behind the TA, which is not what you want to see from the Undying, but he is farming extremely well here and just already forcing 423 to also jungle up. So they're not using lanes as well on Lilgun. They're losing out on a lot of farm in those side lanes. They're rotating 3 heroes mid, but they're not committing. It looks like just a bit of a ward run from Ace 12. But they need to find a way to get Sanctity some room to breathe, because that TA definitely needs to build up here.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough affair these past couple minutes here. Makoto and Hyde doing a really good job of just shutting down Sanctity. Again, with the current map changes as well, you don't have that side camp to go back to try and catch up, so it's going to be all about the jungle now for Sanctity. Need a bit of time here in this TA to catch his way up, but luckily he does have a couple stacks to take. Meanwhile, top lane's going to be forced in by Lilgun. Savage is going to be around to defend on the Bristle, but they will make the jump in and try to burst him down with the Black Hole, but the Dispose!
What?
Oh,
No.
they threw him out! Oh, no! No, 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 no.
Wait.
Oh, sometimes you're better off not pressing your spells, and that's one of the instances where you are. Toss in, they found 11 on the Enigma. With the Tombstone, he's not going anywhere. He will drop, Hyde to take the kill. Even the zombie still chasing Ace 12. Gonna get slowed up, the zombie. It'll keep going, Hyde. He'll keep chasing. Toss in on the tassel, Hyde. What a Giga Chad. Is he gonna keep going? They are diving, Ace 12. He's alive for now. Poison touch. It's not enough. Ace 12's gonna survive. KP, now the one in danger. Will be chased down. Shallow Grave is not up. In fact, it is. Hyde, not going to use it yet. KP in trouble, but there's your Shallow Grave out. Surviving for now. Dispose is there. KP, he'll have the Soul Rip.
Oh
now
my
the Avalanche.
God.
Makoto, gonna hold him down. They are not getting this Undying. KP, he's still running. The Familiars are on the chase now. Another decay, but it's not going to be enough. He finally drops. Meanwhile, they're onto Q on the Rubik. Dispose out from Q. It won't be enough. He will drop. Oh boy, what a team fight from both these sides.
Yeah, you're fairly happy still on Talon, because you force out the Black Hole, Savage just farms, he doesn't die. You find the kill on the Undying and the Rubik, but it's an Undying. He doesn't mind too much even on the core. They will get room to shove in mid, and that's a big tower to take. No fortify here.
Avalanche is out, no toss back. There are 4 heroes here from Lilgun, so you've got to be cautious. And Lilgun finding a very important mid-tier 1 objective. They do take it. So you want to try and abuse these timings with the Familiars as much as possible. But they will. Still a 2k advantage the way of Talon. But again, just finding that mid-tier 1, the map's going to open up a little bit now for Lilgun, and you are maybe going to be able to infiltrate that dire jungle sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you've got some room now to cut off the farm that Talon wants to build up, and that they've been buying out for Savage here. He's only 2 parts away from the Ags, so not too far off from that spike. Good scan to cut off this aggression from Talon as well. Kishka's going to be able to back off. They might have to surrender this bot tier 1, but it's not the biggest tower to lose now. With the mid and top secured, you've got a good invasion angle here for Logan to take on the top jungle, so you really don't mind losing this bot tower at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. Talon will just go ahead and try to secure. Like you mentioned, Lilgun doesn't really care. They'll just keep their farm going. Pushing out the top tier 2 just a little bit. Force Q to rotate on the Rubik to try and defend that. And Roshan started. I mean, why not? You've got a Visage, you've got a Marcy with the Unleash and the sidekick. Of course, the TA there as well. No Deso up, but just with the Meld Strike alone, it's going to be enough minus armor. There's a very sneaky Roshan play from Lilgun, but they're going to get away with it. Very high value play from Lilgun.
They find a first rush once more. Talon again, no wards in the area. Lots of wards out from Lilgun to watch that area as well, and really good sentries to just ensure they're not being spotted. You find themselves a big objective. Side of Talon though, probably don't mind too much. They just get the Blink and Mikado, so now is the time where they can get really aggressive with his Tiny and start to find some more pickoffs, slow down that game, prevent Sanctity from trying to farm up.
Here we go again. Makoto has a blink up. Kishka is currently being watched, but I don't believe they actually got the vision on him. In fact, never mind, they did. Instead, they're going to try and aim down the higher value target in the Enigma. 11, not going to have a chance to do anything. He gets taken down. Talon finding a nice high value target up that top lane. More time for Savage to keep that farm going on the Bristle, going towards that Aghanim Scepter. I suppose once the Ags is up on the Bristle, that's when Talon want to get moving. And Lilgun, they'll probably be knowing this, of course. You kind of just prep for the Ags to be up, because you know Talon will start rushing at you once it is available.
Yeah, they're definitely just going to look to play on Talon's end. They still have to respect a lot of that burst coming out. Savage isn't the tankiest that he can probably be. Probably wants that BKB to really be secure. But he can now do what he did at minute 0 much safer. Clearing out 2 camps. Gold is going to flow in. That is the Ags. And Lilgun, despite having the H's, are not aggressive.
Nice toss back again. Makoto setting up everything as Ace 12 this time does drop. Very hard against the Tiny with that kind of displacement with the toss back. Makoto proving to be very good so far. 4-0 and 2 is the scoreline for the Tiny. And now the Ags is up. Into the mid-tier 1 tower, I believe, is where Talon will try to go.
Yep. They can get aggressive. You can just keep Warpath at max. And with the damage Savage has, it should be relatively easy to rip through that objective. The side of Lilgun, I mean, they can go for the defense. They've got Black Hole ready on 11. He doesn't have it down mid, though. So you're gonna have to try to do this without the Black Hole. And Savage just doesn't really care. With the Vanguard up, he's fairly well protected. He can melt through the Familiars if they stand a bit too long without stunning. Forced to early stun out just to not melt. But now you don't have that nice long-range initiation from the Visage. And he does have the Raid Pack to slow things down just a tad, but the damage has been done. One more little shove gets that tower.
Sanctity. He's wowing. I don't think he's happy about it, but we'll spam the voice lines a little bit as Talon. They'll move back in. I think they understand. Like, there's just no fighting right now against this Bristle. It's just a little bit too challenging. Leave it be. They'll go up top instead. Maybe find Makoto on this Tiny. Kishka. Not spotting him yet. Talon, they are pincering in. This could be dangerous for Lilgun, but they do have the high ground advantage. But Makoto, he's right in. Ace 12's already gone. Lilgun, they cannot find the Tiny, and in comes Savage. This is not going to be a fun team fight for Lilgun. They'll lose 11. Kishka, he's not safe either. He will drop eventually. There's even 4-2-3 trying to help out on the Visage will drop. It's the power spike of Talon. This is not when you want to fight if you are Lilgun.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to walk into that right now. I mean, there's a lot of AoE control. Not hard stuns, but a lot of slows. With Nasal Goo, with a Tombstone up, and with a Poison Touch down as well. Like, you cannot run. Your blinks get disabled. You're going to be forced to fight. Lilgun needs to be the aggressors, but they're just not comfy just yet with Sanctity having to still work onto that blink. By the time they have the blink timing, they should be set to go, but that's also around the time the Aegis expires. So you won't have that secondary protection, even if they manage to take the first Roche. If you don't manage to really do much with it, that objective does almost nothing for you. Like, yeah, you got first Roche gold bonus. Nice. What is that? 100 per hero. Not that big. You really need to use that secondary life somehow.
Certainly. There'll be a 4-man smoke up. Lilgun, they'll try to get something done. Keep in mind, they do have the black hole up. It's just very hard to imagine a good black hole when there's a Rubik in the game. Gotta catch that man out. Ace 12 will be slowed up here by the nasal good of Savage, and naturally Makoto's just going to jump in and get the job done. At the very least, Sanctity has pushed out the top tier 2 tower with his new Desolator, so you've got something going for you if you're Lilgun. But, Talon, they'll do the exact same thing down at bot lane. With that, I doubt Talon keep going high ground for now, but I suppose you never know. They are really strong at the moment. Even with the Aegis on Lilgun, they may just not care.
I mean, they've got Bristleback Dazzle. Like, you have a lot of leeway to just play aggressively here without caring too much. You have a lot of damage on hand, double damage ready on Mikado here as well. So if you see the angle here, you can just melt them. And we'll shove in a bit, back off, show the respect. But they have chipped away a good amount on that tier 3, and they're still here. They're going back.
Yeah. Well, Savage, he's just got constant resets here from Hyde, and he's even got that occult bracelet, which is like a perfect item on Bristle, because he wants to get hit. So his mana's just constantly going up. He's got constant heals from KP and Hyde, and he's never worried about a black hole because Q's right behind him, waiting with the spell steal as Kishka almost goes down Makoto. Not going to have enough, and the Fade Bolt will not connect. Savage looks to back out now. Tier 3 tower still stands. Lilgun, the thing is, they can't punish. They haven't got the lockdown.
No, they don't even have this blink on 11, which is going to be key. Like, if you do get the black hole and catch the Rubik in, you're kind of set. Now, maybe you worry about the Tiny pre-BKB. Once you have a BKB, Rubik's your only real worry. And that's still a ways off for both of those items on 11. Talon 6k lead up. Still playing forward. They're not backing off from this Radiant side of the river at all.
Kodo, to find the TA. Aegis not up anymore, but Sanctity going to be okay. As Kishka, he kind of got baited to jump in there. Kishka, no way out, is going to drop. Savage, he'll take another. In they go. That tier 2 mid tower, and I do love that voice line, by the way. Very, very cheeky, that one.
It is, and we saw Lilgun spamming that out last time. Savage decides to, pay it back a bit, with him spamming it out as well. And they could take care of top. And you see the circle being drawn here by Savage. They want to take control of the triangle, shove in perhaps that top tier 1, which is still standing. Now work their way towards the BKB of Savage, towards the BKB of Mikato, for really getting overly spicy here. You've got the full Heaven's Halberd up in KP, which is a great way to just cut off the damage from Sanctity or even from Kishka if he's allowed to kind of get a full unleash off. And Lilgun, for their part, just taking what they can get, but you can see just, again, in how they're playing right now, they're very defensive. And I made this point about Skyrat, but it is not a hero that wants to be defensive. Heck, even a Marcy doesn't want to be defensive. So your supports don't want to kind of be sitting back, but they're forced to because your cores are not ready.
11. Be very careful, sir. Q's on the hunt. The Tumbler's Toy is going to save the Enigma for now. Pings are still out. It looks like Q maybe thinking that 11's TP'd out already. Q does actually have a blink, so he could blink in towards the right side, but he'll be doing it completely blind. Won't waste his time with it. Said mid lane, Talon again going to show up, looking for that mid tier 2 tower. Nothing in the way of stopping Savage at the moment. To make matters worse, he's got his BKB recipe on the way as well, so Savage is going to have that magic immunity very soon. No BKB up yet for the TA. Going for a Chrysalis build-up. Well, farm the BKB now, but is running a little bit low on time as Talon. They might just go high ground with this BKB spike. And they will. Savage on the front. Tombstone dropped preemptively just to make sure they don't even think about the team fight. No blink up yet on the Enigma either. No real good way of jumping in for a black hole. Mid lane, they will commit said black hole. Q, he gets caught out in it. He might just drop and does. No spell still that time around, but Makoto barely surviving. Is KP gonna back off at 11? He's in big trouble. Savage taking a bit too much damage. Will turn his back, try to run, barely survive the shallow grave. He's gonna be out, but Lilgun, they still manage to hold high ground. Yes, it's still a bit of a favorable trade for the side of the Dire, but they did commit a buyback on Q, so in the end, Lilgun, they should be happy.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake out from Talon, like Q walking into the black hole, maybe trying to get that spell steal range, but didn't quite have enough reached, walked in instead, and that kind of ruined that fight for the side of Talon. They still find better trade. You did lose 2 supports for an offlane and support, so you're still sort of happy, but you didn't manage to take the objectives. You didn't manage to clear out any tower. Tier 3 still fairly healthy, or at least it's still standing here from the side of Lilgun. However, he forced out Black Hole, and now Roche is up. So now Lilgun's angle for taking Roshan is also very awkward. They don't have the protection for big team fight spell, and Talon might just go for it.
They may. Savage. Show up with the Roshan to scout it out. Arcane Rune. Oh boy, Kishka. Trying to blink in. We'll be able to rebound out. I say blink in, he just kind of ran in there for the Arcane. Savage will just continue chasing him down, but sees the TA and doesn't want to go too much further. The TA is hitting very hard right now. Savage, gonna be careful, it's a lot of damage being dealt. 11 meanwhile, he'll have to just run as Makoto chasing down Kishka instead. Meanwhile, towards the north, they're onto KP on the Undying. Shallow Grave is gonna buy a bit of time. KP, he gets the Tombstone off in time, but they're dropping low Talon. They might need to back off. Savage, he gets caught out with the familiar stun. Forced the BKB up and run. Is barely gonna make it. Meanwhile, Kishka finally goes down to Makoto, but it's gonna cost his own life with the Shallow Grave. It buys a bit more time, but Makoto has no way out of this. He will go down, and Lilgun, it seems like they're on their way to a comeback. Onto the Roshan they go.
And this is a big objective to take. They've managed to take that team fight without the threat of Black Hole. They're going to have Black Hole off the back of this Roshan. Roshan number 2 with the Aegis Shard. Talon just kind of going a bit too forward. They're not that tanky yet in Savage. He just gets his plate mail now. This is when he can kind of cop through the TA's hits, but not in that last fight. He needed that bonus armor. Even with his back turned, it's a lot to melt through him. Game evens out 9-18. 2K lead still stands for Talon, but Sanctity's number 1 in net worth now off the back of those pickoffs. He's going on to the Silver Edge. They're going to have a break source to deal with Savage. And the side of Talon has to really be cautious. They have to understand that this is the Sanctity TA. This is a guy who knows his TA in and out. He's had a slower game, but he's caught up. And they've got this team fight potential coming out from Lilgun. They've got the blink up on 11. He can get the angles for some better black holes. Really needs the BKB to be safe, but once that combo is up, you're really just reliant on Q to kind of cover all your bases, and it's easier said than done. Although he does have the full Aether Lens up, so probably just a tad bit easier now to grab something like the black hole.
Mid lane. Both sides hanging around. Lilgun, they are waiting patiently as KP does reveal himself on the Undying. Smoke up, Lilgun, they know how powerful they are right now. Rebounds in, Kishka, he found that +3 Undying. KP will drop the Tombstone and Flesh Golem right in onto the Marcy. They might just have Kishka down as KP is able to get up at 11. He gets that black hole, but it's stolen. Q's got one himself. He'll pop it immediately on the high ground. It has caught out 11 there for a moment as 11. He will drop. No buyback on the Enigma. Meanwhile, Makoto still going. Has a toss. Rather blink back up in a second, but is not going to bother. His team wants the reset. Still hanging around though. Talon making their way back in through the mid lane from the Dire side. KP does show up. Sanctity. No blink up. Can't make his way in, but instead tries for Makoto. BKB is there on the Tiny. So no follow-up on that Tiny. He's going to be okay to back himself out. You've just got to be so careful as 11. That black hole usage from Q, not the greatest anyway. He just tries to use it to cancel the opposing black hole off. But that thing is, he's probably going to have it off cooldown before it expires anyway. So you might have one more use out of it.
Yeah, you've got a big turn opportunity for Talon in the next few fights. You still protect Sanctity, you protect his Aegis. Doesn't have to kind of expend it there. Still has an 8-second BKB charge as well. So things not as dire as it may seem. You don't lose the biggest heroes. But the side of Talon, I think they're 9-20 right now, 5k up. Lilgun are still kind of the team that needs to work their way back into this game. And they'll try to find it. And Talon just farming up as well. They do have really good scaling down the line. You can kind of shift onto Mikato as a bit of a core now, a bit more of a right-click core as we approach this part of the game. And he is working towards the Ag, so we're going to get the tree volley action. If Mikato does find a farm, Mike, going to be very nice to see.
Oh, I heckin' love tree volley, John. You know me, I'm a real sicko for this kind of stuff. See how that one pans out. It's always fun, right? Like you get your avalanche toss off, you've got nothing else to do. I'll just toss some trees at them. And it does do a hell of a lot. Like, the scaling on it's kind of ridiculous. So if you end up picking up, like, a Daedalus after that, the damage output, it does become rather high for the side of Talon. Still, Lilgun. They're going to start pushing down through the bot lane. A tier 1 tower, not going to last very long. It's gone. Talon, they'll do the same up the top lane. That'll go as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Both sides trying for the opposing tier 2
Radiant's
towers.
top tower is
Looks like
under
they will just go for the direct trades on
Dire's
those tier 2s.
structures are fortified.
Glyph will be forced out here from the Dire and the Radiant side of things.
Dire's bottom
Get away with
tower
it.
has fallen.
Milgun, they don't seem to be wanting to back off.
Radiant's top
Still a
tower
minute
is
on the
under
Aegis.
attack.
They want to try and make some use out of it. They'll go onto the tier 3 tower. Force the defense out from Talon. In come the rotations, but the tier 3 is dropping rather low rather quickly. Sanctity
Dire's bottom
still has that Aegis up. Will go for the racks now. Very, very brief, but does back off again. So they force Talon to back off and get back to the base and just try to defend. And I think that's going to be enough for Lilgun. It's going to buy plenty of space in the map for them to keep that farm going.
Yeah, they've got room to just clear out, and they've still got, well, they even out the map control, actually. Kind of a parallel. Bot tier 3 gone for both sides. Mid tier 2, the last outer towers for both sides as well. Talon still slightly ahead, but Sanctity is becoming a massive issue. Going for the MKB next, full silver edge up. Break mechanic onto the bristle. Not going to feel great for Savage. He is working onto the halberd, and he does have the goal to buy it out. Not going to have buyback, though. But he does have a good amount of armor now. Blast rig, along with the plate mail. Gonna feel good. Aegis expiring can be a little bit of a risk for Lilgun. If Talon does manage to find a good angle here, it can easily turn their way. Black Hole will fade on the spell steal, though. So Q's not gonna have that option in the next few fights, but they will go for the smoke play.
Yeah. Here we go. Talon, 5-man smoke. Lilgun, they are in the mid lane. Sanctity, he could be a massive target, but they won't be able to catch him yet. Regen Rune going to be spotted here by Talon, but they don't want to reveal their position. They'll leave it be. Ace 12, he's the closest target to make the jump on. Savage will spot him out. Smoke is broken, they'll rush in. 4-star foray from Ace 12, so he's going to be okay for now. Instead, they'll try to focus down some familiars of Sanctity. He's already found Q on the Rubik. There goes your Black Hole, and now Sanctity in 11. They jump in, but the Black Hole's cancelled off immediately. 11's gone. Ace 12 is in trouble. Makoto will take him down. Buybacks are incoming. Q and 11 both buying back to try and return to this team fight as Kishka. He'll try to fight back. KP's dropping low. Shallow grave. He'll be fine. Kishka, he's the one to drop his 4-2-3. He'll keep fighting. Makoto, he pops his BKB as 4-2-3 now. He's the one in danger. In that stone form, he is not going to last long. They'll lift him up, drag him back. The bird slowly getting cooked by the side of Talon as the avalanche will get it done. 23 Savage. He's on a godlike spree now. 3 down for Lilgun. And that opens up high ground, John. There's no buybacks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No buybacks, no Black Hole to hold him off. And Talon have a lot of room to get in there. This is a bit funny. I want you to look at Q. He's still Gravekeepers because of the active on Visage, but he doesn't have the eggs. So he casually has Gravekeepers. I've never seen that. I didn't think that could be an interaction, but it is. It's Dota 2. They can't quite high ground on Talon, though. You respect the output of Sanctity, and they back off, needing a bit of a reset themselves. A little bit of a very back-and-forth fight does work itself in Talon's favor. Losing Q, having him to buy back once more, is stalling out his timings on the route very much so, but they managed to make it work. Like, if that Black Hole was a little bit longer from 11, you might have been able to connect there with Sanctity and clean up, but it just doesn't present itself that way.
Certainly doesn't. It's not an easy game for a Black Hole. On the brighter side, 11's very close to a BKB now, and that might be the game changer. It seems like they need something of the sort to protect him from the counters that are there from Talon. Just so much impact with the Black Hole. Just need to be able to channel it. Speaking of impact, Sanctity basically putting the team on his back this game, number 2. Going towards an MKB now. Just even more damage to fly out. Not that he was really lacking damage, but why not have more?
Yeah, just have more in, just go all in. He's your big scaling hero after all. So it's kind of expected for Sanctity to kind of just stack up as much as he can. I like the route everyone else is taking. 423 is just going for durability. Rate Pack's been up for a while, but he's going straight into the AC, into the Boots of Bearing, so it's going to be the Aura hero for the team. And, well, 11's the one with the roughest game. He's still trying to go onto the BKB. Should have it eventually. That could be the opening, although.
Jump in. They found Kishka. Avalanche is there. Lock him down, take him out. Makoto will take the kill. No buyback available on Kishka. He's down for 40. D3 tower now under siege. Keep in mind, they've got 2 Heaven Tower birds, one on Savage and one on KP. That 20% evasion going to be kind of annoying for the TA to try and deal with, hence why Sanctity is going towards that MKB build-up, but doesn't have it up yet. Here we go again. Avalanche is there, Makoto. He's going to find Ace 12 on the Skywrath mates. It's a second down without buyback. 3 versus 5 situation. 11 barely escaping the grasp of Talon. The Savage continue working on towards that top racks. Lilgun just trying to buy a bit more time for their supports to be back up and available. A lot of damage with the side blades out from Sanctity. So Savage, he will pay his respects and back off once again. Very annoying with the silver edge of Sanctity as well, just constantly breaking the bristle. But they do have a Roshan to play for on the side of Talon, and they've got a double damage rune just sitting there waiting for them once again.
Yep. Perfect timing once more for the Roche. It feels like as long as we're casting, Mike, that combination never goes away. So into the pit to go smoke out, low gun. They still have Black Hole. They've got a really good angle. Fresh BKB up as well. It's a lot harder to cancel here from 11. Q's got to be on point with this Rubik.
Can they get there in time? Roshan dropping low. Lilgun, they are going to be around. Talon, they'll leave the area. Savage, he's still got that double damage, so he's happy to fight, but they don't know about the BKB Black Hole yet. 11
Sanctity
trying to move in. Sanctity, he's in big trouble. Where's that Black Hole? It's not coming out yet. Sanctity, he'll try and fight through all of this just with the BKB alone. And the Silver Edge, he will run. Meanwhile, Savage, right onto 423 on that Visage. He wants the bird gone, and he will have him gone, though never mind. Stoneform is there just in the nick of time as Hyde, trying to deal with Kishka on the Marcy, but BKB is there from Kishka. He'll fight back Hyde. He's got the Shallow Grave. He'll buy himself a bit more time. Meanwhile, still 11. Not popping the BKB yet. Not popping the Black Hole yet. Hyde somehow denies himself off to the Roshan. Where's this Black Hole? It's still not out yet. He's popped the BKB, but the ulti has not been committed. 423 does end up dropping Talon. They love this delayed team fight. As Sanctity needs to get out of there. He'll blink towards the right side, but KP's on the chase. He finds the TA, but can he deal with him? The Halberd is out. The TA needs to run. It's 3 down again for the side of Lilgun. And Roshan is open. Where was the Black Hole?
He was just so scared. I think they're so scared of Q stealing it again. And they know how easy it is for Q. They know he has a lot of reach, so they have to play it super safe. Q was pretty far from that fight though, and he had some good angles that could have presented itself there from 11, but they don't take it. Roche going away. They could try for a deny play with the familiars, are they? No. Everything going the way of Savage, picking them up right in time. And does pass some free ags for Q.
Oh,
Can you believe that?
I love that. Hardly ever see that from our calls, but there you go. A bit of teamwork here. Though Q has not ate the ags yet, so we don't know if he's going to keep
Eat
it.
it. No, don't give it to Mikado. No, don't give it to Cape. No. Well, we have ags on Undying. 8 Strength Steal is pretty good as an Undying fan, so not the worst thing in the world, but, you know, 2 spells would have been nice. Q can show off a lot more.
Dire's bottom barracks
Yeah, we spoke too soon, John. I thought the calls were being nice for once, their supports, but never.
Hey,
Never.
you're the one who said Damien was a good guy, huh?
Yeah,
He is
well,
a good guy.
not good enough to give the ags away, at least. KP will have his, 8 strength steal. It is very nice. Like, in the middle of a team fight and a 4-second cooldown. In fact, level 20 talent, if he wants to go for the -2 second decay cooldown, that's going to be a lot of strength stolen.
Oh yeah, like way more. I think with the upgrade to Ags, it feels like the upgrade to Decay. It felt like with old Decay, you can never actually maximize that level 20 talent because the cast point just felt so iffy. With the buff, like the Ags just become so much better as well. So that durability, the prolonged fights you pointed out in the last one, like KP is gonna massively enjoy it. And Lilgun, they're doing as best as they can. Look at this massive creep wave up top. They're just split pushing like madmen. They're gonna force Talon to go home, force the response out, get some good chip damage in the process, and Talon are gonna have to go with a man down here.
They won't go high ground yet. They're still defending the top lane as well. Like, the Lilgun are doing a fantastic job of just keeping all the lanes pushed out. It's the way you buy time and try to make a comeback happen. Sanctity's still top of the net worth board. Like, this guy's an absolute monster. He just needs some lockdown from his team. If you can get one good Black Hole this game, he's going to tear through them. The damage is not the problem. Savage, they might have their chance now, because Savage is thinking about going high ground. They'll pop a 5-man smoke. They're not going to make it easy for Lilgun. Savage, he'll get stunned up. Kishka with the tossback. KP, he'll make the jump in. Drops the tombstone. Gets the flesh golem out. Ogre still totem away. Kishka, he'll take down the undying tombstone. So you don't have that up and available anymore. Savage, very, very low. Might just waste his Aegis. He does also hold cheese though. Also has Hyde right behind him, healing him up constantly. There's your cheese being taken by Savage. He's got the reset now. Makoto, that's a great toss back. He finds a TA, but Sanctity. Immediate blink out. Instead they'll find Kishka. As the TA still going to be able to escape. Savage still moving in, trying to get some damage off. On that bristle, might just drop the first time, but somehow still alive. He's a tanky boy. Hyde just so patient as Makoto in again on the tiny Sanctity, but the black hole, it's out from 11. Q stolen, however. He takes it onto the Visage. It's only going to be a 1Q. He will drop at Sanctity. He gets caught anyway. He'll buy back on the TA as Savage. He'll drop his first life. That's the Aegis down. KP trying to slow them up with the Shiver's Guard. Savage trying to find a way out. We'll go out of there as Makoto. He's back in. He found 11 on the Enigma, but there's a buyback. Once again, Lilgun, they are not letting these bot racks go down. Talon, they will have to retreat and reset. Or do they? Makoto. He's thinking about going back in. There is a big smoke, though. This could be painful.
That should help.
But he will back off at the right moment.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Really good saves coming out from Hyde there. Like that shallow grave to buy Savage a little bit more time in the black hole. Q managing to steal it, but doesn't manage to use it to stop that channel. Kind of gives that opening up to Lilgun to get a little bit more out of it. Talon are still in a better position, although they did buy back into heroes, but they've got a little bit more room. 20k net worth lead now up on them. All in on Sanctity here for Lilgun. They do manage to drop some really good deep wards, so they've got pretty good ideas to when Talon will walk around, and they've got some security around Roche, but a smoke out from Talon here.
Invisibility.
Talon, they've smoked up again. Oh, 11. Ironmon's out. He was within the smoke. It doesn't break. Bottom lane. Here we go again. Savage gets the Warcry. Warpath stacks up. Currently has about 700 damage. Very nice on the Bristleback. Will definitely help him take that bot racks down, no problem. T3 tower in the mid lane now under siege. They've got the bot racks. Not many buybacks available here for Lilgun.
Savage, he has mangoes in the backpack. 2 stacks, just eating through them.
Jump in, Kishka, he's there. 2-man stun is out with the rebound. It's not going to be enough though to set up as they turn right back around onto the Marcy and take him down. He does have buyback. Back onto the mid-racks they go Talon. They're not done yet. KB has 48 stolen strength at the moment with that decay. He is a big, big boy. Savage, he'll keep going. The mid-rack's almost down. They're trying. Rebound is in. Kishka off the mark. The mid-racks, 1 hit away. Still not down yet as they do jump in with 11. What's he trying to do here though? BKB is out. He's got no black hole available and he's gone. Oh, he was too early. That's him without buyback. No black hole up.
Yeah, he was too early, and he didn't have mana for the black hole BKB anyway. He was so far forward, but he didn't have enough. He only had enough for a wand. If he popped this wand, and even that, I don't think that's the combo of BKB Black Hole. Maybe would have been enough. Very on edge. Risky plays from Lilgun. Talon with 2 racks is up. 1 rack's left. Tier 3 already gone. They have to equalize top though, but they will have mid, and even mid and bot aren't quite shoved into their favor. So Lilgun managing to buy themselves some time, but the lead just grows for Talon. 12 to 35. Divine Rapier time for Sanctity. The all-in play is here. His courier is hidden. So we'll see if he manages to get that opening, but Divine with 2 halberds up, it does feel like as long as they disarm him, they could still kill him off and take that away.
It feels that way, John. It's been a hard game for Sanctity. Let's see what they can get done here. This will be the last team fight. If they can't win this one out, the game is over. Savage, he's going to move in. They'll stun him up, try to slow him down as much as they can as KP. Will get in with the tombstone as well. They want the Megas up. They're very close to getting it. Kishka, he'll jump in with the rebound. Onto the Bristleback, but he gets deleted by Savage. That'll be Megas. Megas now up. Savage, he's
Oh,
not done yet. They're on to Sanctity. They've got the TA. The Divine's on the deck. This game's over. GG's called. Lil Gun, they try their absolute best in this upper bracket round of 1, but they do get knocked down right to the lower bracket round of 2. As Talon proving to be way too strong today, they will take the 2-0 victory here against Lil Gun. And my God, do they do it in style, John. They look fantastic.
Oh yeah, they do it in quite the style. Game 1 was a lot tougher. Their lineup just felt so much difficult. This lineup, a lot better, but they had that insane lane switching early on that we saw in China as well. That was a bit of a flashback, because a bit of a dose of PTSD, but it does pay off in the end. You can see how happy they are in town. And Lil Gun, not feeling great. I mean, they put up a really good fight, to be fair. Right? That felt like 2 really close games. And they just had some issues. Like I feel like they just weren't aggressive enough. Especially in game 2, like they keep drafting the Sky instead of opting for something like the Grimstroke. And Ace 12 for his part did as well as he could on the hero, but if you're not the one jumping in, if you don't have that combination for Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare, then the hero just doesn't feel like a good pick, right? Because you want to be aggressive, you want to have that combo on hand, and they just didn't manage to play around it.
Yeah. It was a fantastic game by Talon. I mean, at some stage, it did feel like Lil Gun were going to make a massive comeback throughout the mid-game. And again, I kind of said it already. It felt like Sanctity literally put the team on his back throughout this game, too, and just said, screw it, I'll carry 1v9 if I have to. Sad for Lil Gun, obviously. You know, they tried their absolute best. We saw 11. He was really trying to find that perfect black hole. I mean, we made the comment of him not using it in a couple team fights. Let's be fair to the guy against Rubik. It's very hard. You'd never want to give it away. If you can't see Q, you don't want a black hole. We get it. It's a rough affair. It's a rough affair, Jonathan. Nevertheless, we do get to move on to our next series of the day. I don't know if we can bring the schedule up here to have a look back at exactly what games we have available here today once again. But we do have our next series coming up, and there you go. There's our schedule. Of course, NGXC against Polaris is the next best of 3 of the upper bracket round of 1. That's coming up right after a short break. Jonathan, this should be a very exciting matchup. Who's your favorites going into this?
I would say Polaris. I think NGXC, I mean, this is a lineup that also got affected by those roster locks, and they had to go back to In Your Dream. I don't know. They've had coaching changes, so Winter's in. Our boy Winter is in there, helping up X Freedom. So that is some bit of good news. Whether or not they've managed to adjust enough in the span of time that they've had Winter is a different question. I think Polaris just looks revitalized, and they look like a really scary team.
Let's see how they do, John. We are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1 between NGXC and, of course, Polaris Esports. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our best of three series here between NGXC and, of course, Polaris. It's MLP Dota and Dronix Fire once again. Jonathan, another hype matchup here in the upper bracket of these TI-11 SEA qualifiers between these two teams. Talk to me about it, John. Who's the favorites? What are we expecting from these drafts? What strategies are we expecting here?
I think overall, people are going to be expecting this to be favored towards NGX. They did have a good win in the last tour. However, I think that's a pretty hard position to lock in because Polaris have improved a lot with their new roster. You know, they bring back Nico, they bring in Coach AU as a player, and they seemed revitalized in most recent stuff they played in, especially the ESL 1 qualifiers. They looked really good there. NGX had a rougher time. They were supposed to have a roster change, and that was undone. So you have In Your Dream back. As you remember in the last part of the DPC tour, they had Dream Hotel kind of standing in for a moment. And well, that can cause some awkwardness in trying to reintegrate. Of course, they've had time to kind of try to shape up. They've taken Winter in on NGXC to kind of coach them through, so we'll see if that makes a massive difference. But I would actually lean Polaris here. Still, a lot of back and forth between these teams. This should be a pretty close matchup, although Polaris at their best look really scary. And we already have the draft on hand. Before that, though, a little bit of context. Was having a bit of a chat in the lobby with, all of them, most of them. I was having a chat with Galvin, Mr. Mizu. He has a very nice anime profile picture from like Chorus Recoil. Very good anime that I've been meaning to watch, and I'll probably load up for my trip to Manila. Yeah, like Chorus Recoil. It's a great anime. I'm sure it's not up your alley, but it's very cutesy and very, very nice. Leans towards the Yuri as a little hint of that, which I enjoy. And then Savius jumps in, asks, "How about my profile picture?" And his profile picture is just Nico's mouth open. It's like, what is he doing, Boomy? Why do you have to troll Kuya Force? But he has to every time.
That's very sad. I liked Mizu quite a lot as a player, but there you go. Suddenly I don't so much anymore, Jonathan. That trash take in the anime once again. We always
he has base takes. Base takes.
Yeah, all right, John. I'll let you have it, John. I'm not gonna go on one of my rants here about anime. I'm not gonna do it. Draft is back on the screen, Jonathan. I realize it was off for a moment. Look at this. We've got a Primal Beast, we've got a Chen, we've got a Pangolier for Polaris. I like where their draft's going already. This is looking like a broken draft.
Yes. Yes, it really is. It's only lacking something like the Marcy, which was first phase banned. So I like the direction they're going here on Polaris. I do feel like NGX are picking up some strong comfort, though. They pick up the Batrider, they pick up the Nyx. We know Boomboy is a prolific Nyx player from his time in Motivate Trust, this time here now in NGX. He has played a lot of Nyx, so a very high level. So I like seeing that. And I always kind of find it slightly funny when NGX picks up the Batrider. Because we always talk about Alacrity's experience with a Batrider. This isn't a lock-in on mid, though. Mizu plays a mean Batrider offlane as well. So it's fairly open, fairly flex for NGX to kind of make that choice as to what they want to lane up against that Pangolier, which is most likely our Lelouch hero. I think we're going to be leaning towards the Force Primal Beast, although they have a tendency to either last pick Force or Boomy, so some leeway there in flexing the Primal Beast as well. AU is one of those old-time players who just really loves his Chen. Like, he is an absolutely godly Chen player. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's just his straight-up pick. Of course, he's had a lot of experience. His last stint as a player, if I recall right, was Fnatic, where it was, only about 2 weeks. I remember that time. That was not the best time for Fnatic. And, no cutting into AU, but that was a very rough time for him. But he's looked a lot better now, back with Polaris from coach into player.
This is the guy that they literally called, like, back in the day when he was part of TNC, they used to call him a genius when it came to drafting, right? Like, he was just very clever with the way he drafted, and every pro player back then that you spoke to about AU used to say the guy was very clever. Like, literally a prodigy in terms of drafting. Like you mentioned, obviously had a bit of a rough stint on his return, but we'll see what he can get done here with Polaris Esports. I mean, I haven't seen too much of him in this team. I know they were in one tournament. I believe they lost against Boom Esports in a tournament in Thailand, if I remember correctly, in the grand final. So there was that.
They dragged it to 5 games though, which
Right.
we were talking with Zach, Boom's manager. They were like, why the hell did we drag it to 5 games? But Polaris did make it drag out. So this is a team that is potent. They look good in ESL qualifiers. They look good in Hatiai, and I think they've got the potential to look good here too, to finally undo that last time they faced off up against NGX, going 2-0 in NGX's favor. See the continued development of this draft. The faces Void coming out here along with Lich. So you do have some play in the chrono. Chain Frost is really nice there. You've got some pretty good aggression, which is Frost Armor and jump forward on Void if you are running safely in Void here or in your Dream. There is, again, a little bit of flex. You could give Alacrity, Batrider, Mizu off-lane faces Void if you wanted to. I think we have seen Mizu play that a couple of times. You can see NGXO in pretty high spirits. Lots of smiles. In your Dream, pretty happy. Alacrity, pretty happy. So they are... It's good to see that, that bond is still there, because when you see the results of a team that does rough and they have a roster change and force to swap back, a lot of people assume it can be awkward. Looks like no such awkwardness here. I like the Venge pickup from Polaris though. Like you've got the swap to at least make that chrono a little bit less impactful.
I mean, going back to the comment you made about the the whole in your dream situation with the with the actual roster of NGXC, it's one of those things, right? Like, yeah, it might be awkward. Things happen. Somebody forgot to put in the changes of the roster before the date before the date came along, but you got to leave that aside. This is TI11 qualifiers. Screw it. You got to just move on. Forget all that crap that happened.
Yeah, I still have that tertiary story that right before the deadline, I was having dinner with Adam in a pizza shop. So I felt pretty bad the next day. I was like, Adam, did I cause that? I'm so sorry. He's like, nah, we really just slipped us and we didn't know. It's like, okay. Oh, but good to see. Again,
John,
as you mentioned, they're doing
sabotaging
fine.
NGXC. Huh? Any competitors of talent getting sabotaged here by John X Fire?
No, I wouldn't do that because I wanted to see the new roster come in. I wanted to see them do good. I love Mizu. I love the guy. I wouldn't sabotage them.
Yeah.
We had a good pizza though. It was good pizza there in Malaysia. I miss Kale. It was a good time.
Who paid for it, John?
Fire team back.
Adam did.
Oh, you made him pay for it too.
No,
Incredible.
he just ran up to the counter right when we were done. He just didn't give an opportunity to reach for the wallet, Adam's just a fine gentleman. He knows the ways.
Yeah, he paid twice that night, John. He paid twice that night, let me tell you.
Seconds remaining.
Final banner to come here for Polaris Esports. Shout out to Adam, by the way, great guy. Or even shouted us for what was it? Nasi Lemak. Very, very nice.
Yes.
Back in Malaysia, very nice guy. Underlord to come out for NGXE. Now, this is something we haven't seen in this brand new meta. Is Underlord the pick, John? You're a person who's a Underlord enjoyer. What are you thinking about this hero?
We saw a little bit of it in Genting, and I believe it was Amar mainly picking it up. It can work. It does require a very specific playstyle. I think when you look at the draft right now from the side of NGX, the one worry is that it's a little bit passive. Like, your only good jump in is like Blink Lasso from Bat Rider outside of Chrono, and maybe the Boomboy kind of sneaking around with Vendetta. It does feel like you have a lot more play on Polaris. You're not reliant on long cooldowns. I feel like to maximize the Underlord, you've got to play around with that Dark Portal really well. You've got to be able to get some good flanks, get some good ganks out. We saw some creativity with tree line usage on the Dark Portal, and just sneak up with a smoke, and that can provide some very, very wide choices on the engagement. Love the response from Polaris into the Naga Siren. We know Natsumi is a prolific Naga player. Like, he knows how to run that unsafe, and we've seen him play this unsafe for such a long time. And it's terrifying to play Void into Naga, because if you don't catch Naga in the Chrono, the song comes out, you can't do anything. With a BKB, you will be able to do more, but that's going to be additional build-up, and the Naga just doesn't mind that at all.
Well, even the ensnare into the Void's not going to be very fun, right? Like, you're not going to enjoy that whatsoever. And we saw Naga from the Chinese qualifiers, and it looked very, very potent. Just obviously very quick at farming. Hits very, very hard with those Riptide charges, and see how it all pans out. It doesn't feel like they have the greatest Naga count of this game, that's for sure. Like, you've got Underlord for D-push. That's not going to deal with the illusions later on, I'll tell you that. See how it all pans out here. NGXE against Polaris, game number 1 of this best of 3 series. John, before we get into game number 1 to do these predictions, can I have your prediction as to which team came out with the better draft?
I'm going to lean towards Polaris. I think they've got themselves a very solid game. They've got this brilliant Venge pick to just kind of counteract the Void, swap out any key hero that's inside, or swap the Void outside to waste some of his time in the Chrono. And that can do more than enough. You've got pretty good scaling coming out here from Polaris as well. And for NGX, it's this weird combination of tempo and kind of later game tempo, right? Like, you have to kind of drag it out for the Void to be big. At the same time, this lineup just doesn't auto-win towards the late game. You have to be able to play around Dark Portal. You have to be able to flank around, punish Polaris for maybe a lack of vision, and just kind of go from there. So a lot more that has to come out in execution there for NGX, and for Polaris, it's a little bit more straightforward. They've got strong lanes. They've got strong heroes that can scale. They don't have too much to worry about overall in their timings. Maybe you drag it on a little bit more for the Naga, but it does feel like with just Manta style up, you're kind of set to join in some skirmishes.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 1 here between NGXE and Polaris. Jonathan, you know what you need to do. 4 predictions, please, for the questions at hand for the viewers at home. What are we predicting?
Trees destroyed. This is a tree destruction game. 301, I suppose. We've seen that a couple of times. Most Roshan kill. It's going to lean towards Polaris for that one. First time of tower destruction. 8 to 11 minutes sounds about right. Total number of player deaths at game end. This one can be a bit awkward because it feels like a longer game. I do expect some skirmishes. It's like on the cusp of 55 and plus 55, but 14 went to 55 is probably a safe hedging bet.
Thank you for that, John. I agree with most of your choices there. Thank you for that. Doubt there's a first blood to come out yet. I mean, level 1 timings for both teams not very good. Then again, I suppose you do have a Primal Beast, but he's gone for the level 1 Uproar, so not really going to do much for him. Mizu, tanky boy and the Underlord in the top bounty rune spot. Probably not too worried about getting ganked here. More heroes incoming from Polaris. They're going to try and bully Mizu out of here, and should be successful. NGXC, they go back in. They'll get a 3-for-1 trade, so a very nice start on their end of things. Very slight net worth lead to go their way. Let's start off with the mid lane, of course. You're going to have Alacrity on that mid Batrider. He's going to be up against the mid Pango of Lelouch. Must say, John, I do love seeing Lelouch on this mid Pango. He does tend to do a fantastic job. Against the Batrider, is this a favorable matchup for Lelouch, or should Alacrity have the advantage?
I feel like Alacrity should have a pretty good time. Lelouch is kind of set up with the early magic stick, gonna go for the bottle and the wand, but Alacrity's gonna have a lot of room to just harass. Now, Lelouch can have a little bit of play with a swash and with the shield crash, but he has to be careful about copying too much damage from the Batrider. And of course, Alacrity knows how a Batrider plays. He's played against Batrider in multiple lanes before. He knows the ins and outs of this hero now.
Yeah, not the most fun hero to have to try and play against, that's for sure. Lelouch probably will have a very similar experience, though, on his own end of things. Should have a look at the side lanes as well, see what the hell's going on there. Of course, top lane. There's a creep pull going on here from Joe Cam. AU trying to harass him away, but not going to keep up with him really on the jet. You're going to have Natsumi and Mizu there going at it as well. Natsumi just trying to control the creep equilibrium, but Mizu going to bully him back towards the tier 1 tower. So he's not going to be able to hold that dire creep wave, and we'll try to cut it off anyway. And we'll make it very, very nice.
You don't mind this too much for Natsumi. He does miss out on a couple of creeps, but he's not going to be easy to bully out. He's got the illusions to kind of tank through the creep wave if need be. You are giving Mizu a lot of room to kind of just farm up here, and his soul ring shouldn't be too far off. So that timing's going to be key for Mizu. You've got some decent combinations with Nyx. I like that Jokam is just playing greedier. Stealing creep waves, soaking up EXP as you'd want on the Nyx assassin. Tends to be what, you know, the kind of the downside of this hero is that you will want to soak and play greedier. But he is being allowed to. There's not much AU can really do to stop that. His camps are all blocked. So he doesn't have any good creeps to take unless he dips up onto the upper part of his jungle. And without any creep, the Chen just doesn't do as much just yet.
Of course, you're looking at that bot lane as well here. John Xavius, he was copying a lot of damage from Boom Boy. In your dream, gonna move in. Force now really copying it. We'll go for the uproar. Does have a skill point if he wishes to go for the onslaught, but we'll hold out for now. Bit of a rough affair already down at this bot lane for Polaris, but it's mostly due to the fact that you are up against the Lich lane. He is out of mangoes now, to be fair, on Boom Boy, so he's not going to have as much spam ability with that Frost Blast any longer. So Polaris should be able to kind of even out the lane, though Boom Boy does bring one more mango out. Force, he's going to cop a fair bit of damage out of this in your dream. Not getting lucky with the bashes, though, so can't really finish off the job. But he does make sure Force does remain rather low on the Primal Beast as he does go in again. Boom Boy, unable to get in range for another Frost Blast.
Yeah, this lane is really good for In Your Dream. This is exactly what you want to see for your safe lane Void. Just have the farm going, you know, kind of harass out. He gets a couple of lucky bashes onto Force, and Force can't actually play that aggressive. They've got this nice stun set up for the Primal Beast to kind of just get the trample off or the onslaught off. Not really seeing the opportunity to do so. And with how low he is, you're probably not going to see that anytime soon. He does have a lot of creeps, range creeps to actually clear out, so the EXP is flowing here for Force. That's probably all you want in the Primal Beast right now. You understand that this is a tough lane. Just try to hit your level 4, level 5, and that's when you can start to play tag.
Mizu, not playing going to be chased down. AU going for the penitence as well. Very nice ability to have when you've got a Naga Siren Pos 1 against Underlord. You can really abuse that penitence. And Mizu not going to be able to be held down yet. Natsumi doesn't have any points in ensnare, so you can't maximize the penitence, but still does have its value here against Mizu. Speaking of Natsumi, he's having a pretty decent time on this Naga. Practically free farming here against the Underlord. Is AU going to show up again? But Jokam will be there to cut him off. As they won't try to get any more aggressive onto this Underlord quite yet. No first blood being drawn yet either between these two teams. Both sides getting rather close, especially down a bot lane, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, just playing tag, poking and prodding, but not overcommitting. I think both sides understand just how much can open up off the back of some early aggression. If it goes wrong for either side, it's going to be a big opening for the opposite team. So they just play it safe, get their levels up, get their farm up. I think the big difference is, as it tends to be when these lanes are rather even, is going to be the mid, and that's still really even as well. You are seeing Alacrity just get slightly ahead, has more denies under his belt, should be able to ride into the 6 timing very nicely. You are getting some good stack action going with AU here though, so he's managing to build that jungle up for Natsumi to farm in it. And there's nothing to scout that out just yet from NGX. That's one of the benefits of Polaris' lineup, though.
He's gone too far this time. Not expecting Xavier to be right around the corner, and now in your dream, you're going to cop the onslaught, but we'll be okay to time walk away. First blood, it is going to go the way of Xavier on the pos for Venge.
Yeah. That's a big opening out. Force was very patient with his skill points. He only got like 2 points in Uproar when he was 3, holds on to the rest, and goes for the 1-1 at 4, and sees that opening to be aggressive. So some punishment coming out. You are putting a little bit of a dent in your dreams farm with how aggressive they can be here on Polaris' end. They managed to just put him slightly below Natsumi, and that's pretty good news. The Naga Siren farms a lot faster than Void in the jungle, even without any itemization. So as long as you give Natsumi a nice little padded start, it should build up later on into the mid game.
Mid lane, Alacrity trying to lay Lush. Swashbuckle is available. Alacrity could keep trying with the Flame Break and will do so. Lasso also available, so this will be a massive pickoff. It's Alacrity able to take out the mid Pango and even secures himself a power rune. That'll be a double damage towards that Bat Rider.
And it's, again, one of the benefits out for NGX is that they could leave Mizu. So Jokam can make the rotation. There's no threat of dying on the Underlord. You can just keep shoving in the lane. Mizu right now number 1 in CS, just clearing out the creep wave every time. And Jokam's got the room to just be impactful. Level 4 up in Nyx, level 2 Impale, pretty big spikes. Lush a level down, no roll to threaten back. Full level lead for Alacrity as he's approaching level 7. And for Polaris, that means a lot. Alacrity can be the aggressor here. He's gonna have to be the guy that buys space out for In Your Dream, force out the movement with the travels, and he's gonna have a good timing into that.
1-1 so far. Very even start to both sides. Actually, Mizu top of the CS board along with Alacrity, so in terms of CS, a very good time so far for NGXC. Speaking of mid lane, they do force the Rolling Thunder away from Lelouch just to make sure he does survive all the sticky napalm that was being stacked up here on the Pango. They just fine this time around. Meanwhile, top, Natsumi really starting to struggle against that Naga Siren. Excuse me, rather against the Underlord as the Naga Siren. As on Natsumi, he will salve up now. That Firestorm, though, this early on, it is quite a painful experience here for Natsumi. The illusion's not going to last for now. You need to tank up a little bit more to really get through that Firestorm, and well, Mizu, he's having a very good game.
He's certainly just making this lane hellish for Natsumi, but again, Natsumi's still having a bit of a better time in comparison to In Your Dream. So you don't mind that too much. The jungle is still kind of there for you, although I believe AO did clear out some stacks. So they're kind of prioritizing that early mech. He's invading the jungle, forcing movements out from Alacrity and Jokam.
He is. AU. A bit of danger here. Alacrity going to punish AU for this positioning. We'll take him out. Nice sort of pick up once again from the Bat Rider. Meanwhile, bottom, In Your Dream, going to try and get aggressive onto Xavius, but the turnaround is there with the stun out. But do they have the control? The onslaught! Barely connects. In Your Dream, unable to get the time walk off in time. That's a big pick off for Polaris.
They managed to find a big one. Again, keep slowing down In Your Dream. He's trying to go for a Midas, just by how slow his farm is. He understands he's got to try to hit certain timing here, as the Naga can just kind of be overwhelming in the mid game and just cut off any chance for you to build up, just be massive in the late game with Chrono. So any single stall coming out for In Your Dream just hurts the gameplay of NGX. They're trying to be aggressive up top. They're trying to force the response out. But Polaris aren't quite biting the bait. I mean, Lelouch shows up. He does have the role. But Natsumi's already just in the jungle, as we saw earlier. They're just getting some space out to farm. And we do have our classic C lag pause.
What was that I saw? Yeah, lag. Yeah, that's about it. All lag. They're good now. We'll get it back underway. Top lane, Lelouch is ready to try and defend, but Alacrity, very strong position on that Batrider. Is going to try and move in as Lelouch. Swashbuckle away, might need to pop that Rolling Thunder, but he'll wait for Xavius to try and turn back around. Now with the Rolling Thunder onto the Batrider. Alacrity will just kind of run around in circles, avoiding Lelouch and go for the lasso. Onto the Ven, Xavius, though somehow still running, does go down, but here comes Force with the onslaught and the trample, but the Impale is going to cancel off the Pulverize, and Alacrity will make it out. Instead, they'll have to try and focus down Jokam. Jokam eventually will die to AU on the Chen. Boomboy also being chased down here by Force and that Primal Beast. They should find another support, and they will. Not too bad of a trade for Polaris, though they would have loved to find that mid-Batrider as well.
Yeah, it would have been big if they found Alacrity there and put a dent on his progression on the Batrider. He's been having a pretty damn good game. Travel's already up on the Bat, been impactful around the map, and has just been buying space. They're forcing fights away from In Your Dream. They're securing his sort of start, trying to get his farm up into the Midas, into the Maelstrom. And Polaris just hasn't been focusing as much on him since that one gank down bot. Same thing happens for Polaris though. Natsumi is away from these fights, jungling up, building up, double Wraith Band, power treads into the Manta style. So this has a smooth ride into building up. Like, they've got massive stacks. Naga doesn't take too long to clear them out. Doesn't need to tank through all that much as well with illusions. So you're fairly happy. Lelouch though has to be a bit cautious. Jokam does have the Vendetta up.
He does. Jokam, he'll stalk the Pango, but AU is around the corner just in case he needs it. Like, AU might be the one in trouble now. There's no sentry to detect Jokam here. Pings out from the Nyx, but nobody really coming to help out. So AU can just continue being kind of greedy here in this left side of the Dire jungle. No punishment yet as Jokam, almost within sentry range, is going to go for the stun out, and there's your Dark Portal being committed by Mizu. Force Staff, rather Hurricane away from AU, not going to be enough yet. They should be able to take him down, but no, the Hand of God! AU barely surviving for now, still trying to run. Look at the stuns out from the Chen. Jokam, he'll get locked down. Alacrity trying to get back towards the Dark Rift is not going to make it. He's gone. AU, Hand of God just in the nick of time. And just the control with these centaurs, it's never fun.
No, they go all in on that for NGX. They sacrifice Alacrity, they try to play around with that Fiend's Gate, and it just doesn't pan out. You have to be careful about overcommitting. They didn't have the best forward vision there on the high ground. They only really had Boomboy scouting around with the Vend, so they couldn't tell if there's anyone to back them up on the top jungle side. They couldn't tell if there was any TPs coming in, and they just get severely punished. AU showing us why early investment in Shen is good. Mech is pretty busted when you get it sub 15 minutes.
Absolutely, it certainly is. Meanwhile, Midas pick up here from In Your Dream. Not going for the Maelstrom rush. Feels like he needs the Midas to catch his way up. It's going to mean he's probably going to be lacking some damage in these chronos, at least for the early to mid game, but it's the choice we make. In Your Dream still smoked up here with his team. Does have Boomboy behind him, so if you can land like a two-man chrono into a Chain Frost, it's basically two heroes dead. Can still kind of abuse that kind of timing. They're not going to find anyone in that Dire jungle though. Polaris, back off, very good game sense, and they will smoke up as 3. They'll head down towards the Radiant jungle instead. The only target really around that Radiant jungle is going to be Alacrity on that Batrider though. He is a big target, to be fair. Can they catch him, however? They won't spot him out yet. They'll head down towards the bot tier 1 instead, where Mizu is trying to defend that tier 1 tower. Rolling Thunder Lelouch, he's going to rush in. Mizu has a TP available, but really has no way out of this. He could try for the Fiend's Gate. He's still trying to fight this
AU
one out with
just
the
holding
Firestorm. He's
Jokam.
very tanky. AU, he just found Jokam, takes him out. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, NGXC, they're all here just trying to at least find the Chen, and they will. A 1-for-1 in the end. And so Mizu does prove to be tanky enough. He'll survive through all of this, and the whole team is there to back him up.
They drag 4 heroes out, and that just frees up so much room for you to still farm up a Natsumi, for you to split off as Lelouch, knowing that there are no TPs to catch you off with a gank. Mizu is going away to reset a bit. He does have the Fiend's Gate ready, and he has the Atos up, so more hold coming out. Have to say, I mean, the guts on AU to just stand there, surround with the creeps, find pretty much a solo kill by himself. Like, yeah, he sacrifices his army, which is honestly a good amount of gold going the way of NGX, but you cut off the Nyx from setting up, right? Because your big setup here on NGX is that Impale out from Jokam. And if he's not around to do it, you're just going to rely on a very big Chrono out from In Your Dream, which he's not ready to commit, not with just the Midas up. So they cut off any avenue for a counterfight, and Polaris just goes back to farming. This is exactly what they want for Natsumi, still number 1.
And he is. That's the thing, as the Void, chances are you're never going to really keep up with the Naga. Just Natsumi going to be able to farm way too quick with all these mirror images flying out across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Again, even later on, like, it does feel like the Naga is somewhat of a counter towards the Void. Not a very fun matchup here for IYD. Bit of a rotation from NGXC down towards the bottom side of the map, but no real chance of trying to defend the bottom tier 1 tower any longer. And now Polaris, understanding this is their side of the map now, will make their way over. There are some decent wards being placed here by NGXC to keep vision of all this. Jokam will move on to Xavius. Impale's gonna land. They'll find themselves a Venge. Xavius still surviving for a little bit longer, but eventually will drop. But Lelouch is gonna come in and find a trade. They will commit the ulti of the Primal Beast, pulverize Jokam, and take him down.
Yeah, again, not the biggest kills to trade out, just your pause for is kind of disappearing, but it is buying space, and it still feels like the space investment is much bigger for Natsumi, just because he farms so much faster. Once In Your Dream has a Maelstrom up, it can feel a little bit better for the Void. He can sort of match that farming pace, although Naga still works the camps a lot faster. You're also stalling out for some key timings. Alacrity is working towards his BKB, has the Aether Lens up, and it won't.
Top lane Alacrity, he is gonna drop very quick. And Natsumi takes care of it. Tips out from Force. He's got the Manta up, so he's got plenty of damage on this Naga.
Yeah, and it's just not just that. Alacrity was overly confident. He thought he could walk up, lasso, pull back, get some TPs onto tier 1, and find a kill. Natsumi just reminds him that's an illusion-based hero. It's not easy to find a main one once you dispel it's off, and they just don't commit.
So, nice swap in from Xavius. They've got the Underlord locked down. And
Oh, the
all
chain
these stuns
stunts.
coming out from AU. There's no escaping this one, surely. They'll get him this time. Chain Frost committed. Xavier still not dead. Surely goes down, still bouncing around, but it's not lucky. They'll at least find him in the end. But what's it going to cost NGXC for this? Lelouch does find Jokam on the Nyx Assassin. The tier 1 tower does get protected by NGXC at the least, so they hold on to the tier 1. But it's a terrible team fight for the Radiant.
No, it's not what you want to see. Again, the only good news for NGX, the only positive thing is In Your Dreams farming. And he does have the Maelstrom, the pace kicks up, but Natsumi still has a way better time. We've got to see them try to play around with this early spike on Alacrity. I mean, just the Aether Lens alone should allow some pretty good angles for Lasso, but without the blink, it does feel really tough. And there's the Venge counter anyway with the swap. So just how much you get out from trying to lasso someone as long as Xavius is around is also hard to say. The ideal is really just Jokam scouting through with a Vendetta, but there are so many sentries around from Polaris, at least in the top jungle, that getting a Nyx to scout out is just not that feasible.
Double damage rune spotted at the top side. Xavius gonna hand that over to Lelouch. Meanwhile, the mid-tier 1 tower just slowly being chipped away at here. We're protected by Jokam, but those illusions proving to be very annoying already. And Natsumi already has 2.7k in the bank account, ready to go whenever. He'll queue up that Eye of Skadi now. Pretty standard kind of build up here for the Naga Siren. Meanwhile, towards the south, AU's going to get caught out, but he does get that top tier 1 tower. So he gives his life up. He'll take an objective for it. I don't know if you call that worth, John. To me, it does seem worth.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, the map control's a lot bigger than the hero itself. Respawn's fairly short anyway for your Chen, so he's gonna be back up and ready to annoy. The creep army getting gone is probably the bigger loss, but well, we haven't seen AO really struggle with that. None of the camps are blocked up here from the side of NGX. They're not really dipping into that jungle because of the control Polaris has, so you should get that build up once more. 7-11, 3k up here for the side of Polaris. And
Actually protected the creep army, by the way. They're still in the tree line. Look at that. There
oh,
they are.
Oh, they are. There they are. He hit him away. Very nice. All right, so not even a major loss. Nothing lost. Nothing of value lost. Who cares about the Chen?
Oh, hold that thought, John. You may fit them now. In your dream's gonna show up. Hurricane push him back. Time walk forward, though. Never mind what I said, Jonathan. Never mind what I said.
You cursed him. You know, he had it
Yeah.
alive. He goes for a push. It dies out. He keeps the purge creep. That's pretty nice. That's actually a really good creep to keep. Because, you know, spawning on the small camps is a little bit harder because you only really have 1 or 2 left. So I think that's all right. And AU should be fine. He gets a net creep now as well. This game does not get any easier as it scales late. It's not one of those games where the Void just outscales everyone, right? We've talked about this multiple times, but there are counters. Venge is a good counter. Naga is a pretty good counter, although the BKB here from In Your Dream should provide a buffer now. And you will rely on mainly just Avenge for the most part to get that done. But still, it's not like you're going to chrono out Avenge. As long as Xavius keeps his spacing right, which he has been, then chrono is not going to feel amazing. And that's something that NGX has to be very wary about. Maybe just BKB timing on Alacrity and In Your Dream will enable them to play, but it does feel like you're letting a Naga farm way too much here.
It's like, what do you do about it, though? You know, like, she's just gonna song and walk away every time you try to jump Natsumi. And yeah, Skadi, it's very close to being up now. It's about 100 gold away here for Natsumi. No stopping him now. Your Dream at least does have the Maelstrom working in towards the BKB. Don't believe we've actually seen a chrono this game yet, so there is going to be a smoke out. Maybe try to force a fight, get that on cooldown, and maybe get a few kills for yourself. Very awkward timing, though. Into the Wraith Pact of Xavius and the Skadi of Natsumi. I don't know if this is the team fight you want, but they're going to try and rush up. Rolling Thunder is there, though, right onto that next assassin In Your Dream. He caught 2 of them in that chrono, but does he have damage? He'll go for the Wraith Pact instead of aiming for Xavius, and now the turnaround's there on the Void.
Oh no.
Well, you've got to make a decision, but it's a pretty hard one to make. Force, he won't be able to find the Lich. It won't matter. They're on to Mizu instead. They'll get the Underlord. That's rough. That is a very rough team fight again for NGXC.
Middle tower has fallen.
And that's what I mentioned. Like, you just bought the Wraith Pact on Xavius. They didn't see it yet. They didn't have the vision. I understand why he aims it down in Chrono, because it just reduces so much damage, but at the same time, Chrono for a Wraith Pact, it just doesn't seem worth.
No, definitely not. And he was forced to immediately chrono without even seeing Naga. He just wanted to take Xavius out. He knew that it's a high priority target, but you don't find a kill. You get chain stunned. A really good flank coming out from Natsumi to get the root off. With a fresh Skadi, I mean, he just does so much damage. Into the heart. Again, as we've seen from China, from Low, I believe, like this Skadi heart timing is just ridiculous. He will not have enough damage out from NGX. And with the Aegis to protect, like with that secondary, the song on the second life, I mean, it just doesn't feel like you're ready. You need these BKBs up. They need some time for that on NGX.
Yeah, that you do. Here we go again. Mizu, gonna be in trouble. Jokam, Impel is there, onto the Naga, but she's still very healthy. With that Aegis up, she is not dropping anytime soon as Mizu. He's in such big trouble. Meanwhile, Force, slamming his hands on the ground is what that looked like as Mizu, still running, is tanky, but when he's by himself and surrounded, not tanky enough. He will drop.
Yeah, 7-15, 9k lead for Polaris, 23 minutes in, already onto the high ground, and I don't see them backing off with the Sages for 4 minutes.
It's just
Like,
no
there's
need
just
to.
nothing to stop Natsumi. I mean, Chrono's on cooldown, they've got Lasso, but who's going to follow up from your Lasso? It doesn't feel like anyone's ready to play.
They'll try to delay things with Alacrity's Flame Break, but that's about all he can do right now. Glyph will force them back. They'll pay respect. They don't want to throw this game. It is certainly Polaris' game to lose. 9k ahead. They will just wait it out and just control the map. I think just draft-wise, they're just so confident that in the end, this Void, it's just going to take so much for him to be able to take on the Naga Siren. So much.
Yeah, it takes a lot of investment. And I think even down the line, if Natsumi manages to find, say, an Ags for himself, like Ensnare through Spell Immunity, means that you really don't care for the Void. As long as you're not in the Chrono, and as we've seen from Natsumi, he's not standing in the front line. It's Lelouch Minley up there, it's Xavius, it's the supports copying that initiation. And if Natsumi stands outside, I mean, you just ensnare through the BKB, suddenly the Chrono is still not impactful, even if you catch Xavius. And speaking of Xavius, he's working onto Zags. So even if he is a sacrifice, with that secondary illusion life, he has a lot to offer. He even has that Philostone as well to rush that progress.
Has he even popped Song yet, Natsumi?
No.
I feel like he hasn't even popped the Song yet.
I don't think so. He hasn't needed to, Mike. There's no need. There's no turnaround play they need to do. There's no retreating they need to get done. They just do it with Lelouch rolling around and Force rushing in like a madman.
That or he's got a sore throat here, Natsumi. You know, maybe just not in the singing mood today. Bottom lane. Slowly starting to chip away at the creep wave. Mizu gonna try and slow him down. Very difficult scenario. This is without the heart, by the way. Once Natsumi has the heart up, it becomes impossible. So they go into that mid-tier 2 tower now. Final outer tower standing here for NGXC. And with that, they won't be able to find it yet, but it doesn't seem like they're planning on giving up yet. They've still got 2 minutes on that Aegis. Plenty of time to find this mid-tier 2. You might not have time for the tier 3s and high ground, but you can certainly just try and secure the next Roshan if you are Polaris and just continue to increase that net worth gap that you have. And right now, between Natsumi and In Your Dream, you've got a 4k disadvantage here for In Your Dream. He's just picked up a BKB, so another defensive item out. But again, in terms of damage, you've just got none. There is no damage in the Chrono apart from Chain Frost and Firestorm. And at this point, with a heart coming out for the Naga, it's not going to be enough. They need more than that.
Definitely not. He's trying to work onto Mjolnir next, into Yags. So at least with the Yags, you've got some safe engage, disengage, especially if you find a shard afterwards. You can have a lot more play. There's that heart you were talking about though, Mike, Natsumi. Fully tanky up now. Flying in on the courier. I don't know how you manage this guy. Like, that's going to be, what, 3k HP on him? With Agi power treads. With a lot of healing on hand. Ooh.
He'll be swapped in. He's not as tanky as he used to be. They'll just lock him down with the Rolling Thunder in your dream. This time he'll get rid of the Wraith Pact. He has the Chrono, but when do you commit it? He does now. He's got 2 targets. Song is out. It's locking down a couple. The Lich can't get a Chain Frost off in time. The Chrono does nothing. Now the drag back Force. He's just too tanky on the Primal Beast. He is not dying. Pulverized, the Nyx Assassin Jokam gets swished by the Primal Beast. As they have committed everything. And they will find nothing. Buyback's out. Force just says get back. There's no reason to stick around here. They've done their job. Here we go again. Lelouch onto the Underlord this time around. Swap is out perfectly. Mizu. He's trying, Mizu. He's trying so hard. That'll be, I believe, a dieback on the Underlord. Pulverize was there onto the Lich? No, it was In Your Dream. He does back his way out just fine.
Now you're left with no high ground tools here for the side of NGX. No Chrono for 80, no Lasso for 40. High ground just fully open for Polaris to take, and they just have nothing. None of their ults, none of their high ground hold. If you had your Underlord, maybe you could just spam out that Firestorm, but dieback. And Mizu just holds off all of that.
Dream now with that Chrono, it's so hard to find a way to defend. Like, Mizu's down, so you don't have the Firestorm, you don't have the Pit of Malice. They're just gotta watch their mid-racks die. Back Polaris, there's no outer objectives here, they can just keep going. Natsumi's got almost 4k HP on that Naga. Song is up. Jokam, he'll get caught out. Nice swap back from Xavius. That's going to be a Nyx Assassin back to the graveyard. As Jokam gets the Abyss off. Where's the detection, boys? Never mind, he's fine. We don't believe in dust in SEA.
Top tower has fallen.
No. Who needs us? Doesn't do damage, Mike, as you like to say. Well, it does slight damage, right? The cancelled win, so there's a little damage, but who needs it? It takes an inventory slot at this point. Natsumi just playing tag. They're trying to slow it down, but
15 seconds for Chrono to be back up. Again, the question is, do they have damage in Chrono? Answer is no. For Polaris, again, they're going to pay their respect. Alacrity, he'll rush trying to get some kind of punishment onto the Chamber. Lelouch, he'll happily jump back in. A nice impale, though. Joe Cam, he may have set up a bit of a comeback, but Lelouch, he gets out of there. In your dream, though, he's going to jump right back in with a 3-man Chrono. He's got the Pango. He's got the Venge. Maybe they have got some damage. That'll be Xavier's gone. Force will be able to TP out. No bashes to come. But NGXC showing signs of life in this game one.
they find an opening for themselves. They manage to get some good punishment onto players who just kind of overstayed their welcome, kind of go all in to try to save AU, and Jokam just in a good position. The support's really clearing that out for them. Boomboy and Jokam working together to get that Impale and the Chain Frost in a good spot. They hang on here, NGX. They are 14k behind, but you have the Void. You can hyper-invest into him. That's the full Mjolnir up on In Your Dream. So much more output coming out here on that Face's Void. For the side of Polaris, Natsumi's just going onto the Butterfly. Jokam is tracking here, but doesn't quite have the backup.
Natsumi still playing around here with Jokam, or rather Jokam playing with Natsumi. Just takes the outpost back for his team. And GXC again, not out of this game yet. In Your Dream now working towards an Aghanim Scepter. And speaking of Aghanim Scepters, there's one for Xavius now, so he's got that double life going for himself. The Naga Siren also has a Butterfly up, which is going to be a little bit problematic here for this Void. Don't really have any way to pierce through that evasion. In fact, nobody really does. The thing is, though, like, what we learnt from that last team fight is if you can focus everyone else down on Polaris, like, if you can just ignore the Naga for a little bit, eventually, if she's all by herself, you can certainly take her down. But you've got to get everyone else out of the fight first. Swap is there. Who have they got? Pulverized from a mile away. The Goma Goma no Mi kicking in again here. Boom Boy. He's gone.
You get a decent pick-off. No Chain Frost to worry about. Second Roche going the way of Natsumi. And he does have the shard on hand. He does pass it to Savius. That doubled stun on Venge is a lot more important than the healing right now. So, secondary life plus double missile stun. Gonna be big in the middle of these engagements, and gotta be a little bit careful on NGX. Chrono is back up. I don't know about that lesson, Mike. They killed off, like, other heroes. They didn't touch Natsumi. So they used the Chrono to kill everyone else off. I don't know if you have enough to actually touch Natsumi outside Chrono in that circumstance, because the Butterfly is there to protect. You don't have the MKB build up on anyone. You could try to lasso after the fact, but it's a lot of HP to try to burn.
I think as long as Natsumi's alone, if it's a 1v5, that's where I think they can kill him. Apart from that, I don't think it's possible. But we'll see. Natsumi has that secondary life as well with the Aegis. That's going to make life even harder. There's a swap out. Alacrity, he'll get caught, but he'll get a lasso off. On to the Venge. Keep in mind, the Axe is available in a very nice song, Natsumi. He's caught In Your Dream and the Nyx Assassin. So the Rolling Thunder is going to make it, at least for the Nyx. In Your Dream, he got the BKB off in time. Onto the Underlord, there's a Chrono. It caught out two of them. The Venge is down. Remnant is out. The Rolling Thunder, it's still rolling, and the Chrono In Your Dream's gone. Oh, that's unfortunate. Buyback is there. Alacrity, he'll try to run back towards the east, but it is not going to pan out for him. Back in onto Natsumi. They're still trying to deal with the Naga Siren. Polaris, bit of a reset. Let that heart regen kick in for Natsumi first. Don't waste that Aegis. Tier 3 tower once again under siege. Alacrity, he'll continue to try and chip away with this Bat Rider. Swap in from Xavius. He'll get rid of tossed up. Lock him down. Mizu with the BKB, getting the damage out, at least for now, as there's no swap for Xavius to really commit here. In Your Dream, side the Vice. He gets caught out by Force. Force catches him. That's a dieback on In Your Dream. Alacrity, he'll keep trying to move forward. Pulverize is there from Force, knock him down. Alacrity, he'll get bashed up. Rolling Thunder out from Lelouch, but he won't catch him. Just trying to zone them out and buy Natsumi the space
Radiant's
to find this bottom lane of barracks.
Radiant's bottom
They'll get the Fiend's Gate off. Mizu, right in the middle. There's a lasso back towards the fountain. They've got the Naga Siren, but Natsumi, he's looking to move out of there. Can they lock him down? The gaze is out. Natsumi, he does go down the first time.
He has the song.
barracks are
He has the song, but can they hold him in this fountain? The flame break, it's mistimed. Oh, they mistimed it. Xavius, he had the swap back anyway. Pop the song, Natsumi, he'll be right out of there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Mizu, he says it all with that sad trombone, John. It was rather sad. So close.
Yeah, that's what they need to do at this point. Just drag back with a lasso, but you still have the Venge around with a remnant. The swap still there to always save in a big way. Now they have to deal with Megas. They do have clear for Megas. At least you have pretty decent enough clear with an Underlord, and I mean, Bat Rider is kind of alright, but not amazing. Polaris still definitely a leg up. They get a reset out, they back off. Looks like Natsumi is going for the Ags. So your BKB is not going to save you any longer here as well. You're about to root through the BKB, root through the song. Big spike for the Naga to play with, and you get that nice added ability of the Reel In, which we haven't seen yet.
Oh, yes,
You can see just how good that is. You do have, what is that? Higher projectile speed coming out now as well. So, it should be interesting.
Here we go. Mid lane, Force. Trample, that's a lot of damage onto Mizu. Force
Jesus.
pulverizing him. They've got the Lich as well. Natsumi, he'll cop the Chain Frost. He couldn't care less. Meanwhile, towards the south, AU gonna be chased down. In your dream, he'll pop a Chrono for the Chen. Just get something.
Oh, the root, the
ensnare with
Reel-In.
the Aghanim Scepter. He's not gonna allow the damage. Well, there you go, John. That's one way to deal with Chrono. They will chase down In Your Dream. He will go for a run. Mizu pops the BKB. Alacrity will too. They're onto the Naga. They surround the Naga. They've got the lasso. The swap is there. In Your Dream was the one swapped out though. The Naga dropping low does finally go down. They are fighting back NGXE. Even against Megas. The Megas are in their base as we speak. They're onto the tier 4 towers, but they are still wiping them out. Xavius, he's the last one to go down here. He will drop eventually. But they've got to defend their Ancient. John, it is completely exposed now.
They play that well. Xavier's kind of messed up. Didn't manage to break the lasso with a swap. I think he clicked on the wrong hero. So they managed to lock in Natsumi and drag this game on a little bit longer. There is some play left for NGX, but boy, is it a very tough game. Ancient exposed. Nothing left on their high ground, not even the statues here. So Polaris have a pretty clear shot onto that objective. Natsumi never managed to get his song off. And I think this is the point where you might even just consider a casual shard on Naga to reset. You do have to respect the Void. And that is still a Void counter. With the shard up, when you pop the song, you just heal everyone back to full. The damage of the Void isn't that bursty. So you can kind of just prolong it and just cancel out that Chrono once more. Still, NGX, if they can keep splitting these fights this way, force the focus of Polaris to be so split up, they still have a way of angling back to the game. I'd say it's going to take them at least 3 fights like that back to back to kind of win out, you know, like one fight, another fight, and then force buybacks and win that fight to get this game back, because it's just mega creeps with no objectives left. It's very hard.
It's quite literally a happy death. This is actually the happy death. Now, NGXE, you got to give props to these guys. They are holding on against all odds, and you see that graph, John. It had given up. Gaben has still given up, by the way. It's still 0%, right? Even with that team fight, Gaben's like, no, I ain't debating anyone. 0%. In we go again. Swap is there. Mizu, he's been caught out. That's a lot of damage. Mizu eventually does go. He's without buyback. Onto the next assassin. They've got Joe Cam. That'll be another. This time, though, he does have buyback. 3-man smoke up. Ancient
Chrono.
exposed, don't forget. Chrono, it is available. He won't commit yet, but he's got the Ags up now, so he can kind of chip away with the Time Walkers. In Your Dream. We'll do so. Onto Lelouch, forcing the roll up. Onto the Ancient, though. They need to defend this. The Illusions will fall in. Alacrity trying to defend himself, but they're Mega Creeps. They are not going to die that quickly. The Creeps from the Chen coming in now. The Ancient's still competent. Polaris, they'll move in again. Swap is out. They've got In Your Dream. Sight Device there from Force. Onslaught is out as well. He's got no buyback. That should be it. They'll keep trying. The Pulverize on Boom Boy. Into the Fountain. The Lasso again, but the swap back. Alacrity can't catch him. They are looking for a Fountain Dive here. Stick is being placed. GG is called. NGXE, they try their absolute best in this game number 1. It's a full team up for Polaris, and they will eventually take game 1 off NGXE in convincing fashion. Though I'll tell you what, John, NGXE, they did give us a few moments where we thought maybe, just maybe, there's a comeback to be had.
Yeah, it looked like they had the opportunity, especially when they managed to catch out Natsumi, but it just felt a little bit too late at that point. Like, that Mega Creeps were up, their high ground was completely naked, there was no playback. Polaris, again, this revitalized Polaris. Where were they during Tour 3? Because this could have been a team that might have had a shot at the major. This is a team that looks like it should have gone far. This is Polaris, like, at their best during maybe Tour 2, right? When they look the most promising until it starts to falter a bit. And as long as they maintain that momentum, they are top contenders for the top 3. They have a great game against NGXE. We can see the scoreboard here right now. Lelouch having a fantastic game, just controlling that mid so well up against Alacrity. And really, the standouts are probably Force, Lelouch, and AU. They all played fantastic. AU especially.
Yeah.
Like, with his boldness on the Chen, with his heal timings, with how much he baited out from NGXE, he bought a lot in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props to the drafting as well, right? Like, he got away with a Chen Primal Beast opening. I really appreciated the drafting here from AU as well. And, well, like you said, John, he did play like a beast. If I was to choose an MVP, I'd probably go down the Chen route. He just did so much during the early game. It just felt like it really just set a pace they couldn't keep up with on the side of NGXE. And, well, eventually against Mega Creeps, it's just very hard when you're behind against the Naga Siren as a Void. Fun little interaction as well in the Chrono with the Aghanim Scepter of the Naga. That's a very nice cheeky counter that you don't really think about until you see it, and then you see it and you're like, well, hold on a minute. That's actually pretty darn good.
The range of reel-in is way too big. Like, that was pretty much my entire screen, I think. And that is a lot. So, yeah, that's just great drafting. AU, again, you called him a genius. We can see that in this game. And GXE, we'll have to see them bounce back if they want to force a game 3 here, Mike.
Well, let's see. We'll go to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft here between NGXE and Polaris Esports. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be heading into our Game 2 draft between NGXE and, of course, Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, Game 1, not quite going the way NGXE would have hoped. Polaris Esports pulling off a victory in quite dominant fashion, I would argue. Obviously, there was a couple moments where you thought maybe there was a comeback to be had, but not quite the case. Game 2, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed in the draft of NGXE to try and force us to a game number 3?
I think they'd want something with a little bit more activity out from Mizu. The Underlord just did not feel like a good fit. I think that was where a lot of the hurting points were at. Like, he had a good lane, but they didn't really stop Natsufumi from farming. So that good lane didn't amount to as much as you'd expect. I think they've got to have Mizu ready to go, ready to be aggressive with his team, and have more impact than just dropping the Firestorm plus the Pit of Malice. It just wasn't enough. So if they can kind of follow through with more playmaking on the off, I think NGX are going to set themselves up for a better situation. Already have a bit of the opening of the draft here. Polaris into the DP, straight into the Marcy, so that strong combination of these two popular heroes together once more. NGX back into the Batrider here for Alacrity more than likely, and the Shaker coming out for Jokam. So a big shakeup for them, no pun intended, as they've got some hold coming out, some more activity from Jokam. Alacrity on the bat, still flexible enough to give that to Mizu as well. I would say this looks a little bit better. You're not dealing with the AU Chen, as Polaris did ban that out themselves. So you don't have the micro to worry about. Maybe an Enchantress still fits in here though. Could be another way for AU to kind of have that same presence out. But you're not dealing with the global healing, which was also a big part of what made NGX struggle in the earlier skirmishes.
Dire team ban.
More bans to come here. At least the Earthshaker does come out as well. That's a hero we saw quite a lot, at least in China, and it did prove to be quite potent. Most of the games we saw at the very least. Again, TI is coming up. That means Earthshaker comes back into the meta, as is tradition.
10 seconds remaining.
More bans to come though. Polaris,
5 seconds
one more ban for
remaining.
themselves. Bit of a mix of things that they're focusing on. Good to see they actually respect ban the Chen out themselves in that first phase. Obviously, Chen proving to be extremely potent right now as well. As AU displayed. Any good Chen player having a very good time in this current meta.
Yeah, I think Polaris didn't have first pick, so they had to take it out and just prevent NGX from trying to pick it up. Interesting to see that Alacrity, NGX is actually focusing in on just this mishmash. Like, they take out the Void, preventing that from coming out for Natsumi. They also take out the Storm, preventing that from coming
10
out
seconds
for
remaining.
Lelouch. He still has a couple of specials up here. Leshrac comes into mind as
5
something
seconds
Lelouch
remaining.
definitely loves on the mid. Still some high mobility heroes left that you don't really lock in too well. Ember could be one way, although against Batrider it's fairly annoying.
Radiant team pick.
You probably don't want to try to Void Spirit versus Batrider, because we all know how that mostly ends up. Alacrity would know how to kind of run down the Void Spirit there as well. And they respect ban the Pangolier that Lelouch showed off. He did have a really good lane against the Batrider in that hero. So again, just making sure Alacrity
10
has a much better
seconds
time on
remaining.
mid to kind of set up for his team to kind of get that strong start. Good
5
sign
seconds remaining.
from NGX. We just need to see how they build this foundation up.
Well, here we go. NGXC, the ones to make their third pick first. See what they want to go with this one. Maybe just another support to be picked up here. seem like they need a bit of a pos 5. Obviously, the Shaker generally position 4, and they'll go for a Shadow Demon. Something you don't see very often. Still I suppose a support that's coming back into the meta right now, especially against heroes like Marcy, who has that natural displacement with Dispose. Of course, the Disruption can be very, very effective against heroes like that. Not to mention, I suppose with the new spell that he has,
5 seconds
if
remaining.
you were to group them up and get the spell off with an Echo Slam, that would be pretty funny. You know, basically
Yeah.
Fatal Bonds. Kind of better in terms of the damage output if you had everyone together.
Yeah, it can line up. That's one way to kind of get that damage done. Shadow Demon hasn't had the best run. I think it only showed up one other time in these qualifiers. I believe that was in China. Didn't quite work out. So, keen to see if NGX can make that work. It feels like there was a time when it was on the up and up. I think when that's when they removed the charges as a requisite, and they gave the Demonic Purge onto the shards. That felt like the moment we saw a little bit more of the Shadow Demon, and then people just kind of avoided it again because of the shift in meta. Like, healing supports were a higher priority. The save coming out from the Shadow Demon is still good, but this will require NGX to play on point as a team. Like, they've got to coordinate really well, and Polaris have shown us that they coordinate fantastically together. So they've got to be able to break that coordination down from Polaris, kind of force them to clump up and play with that synergy with the Shaker and the Shadow Demon now, and just, kind of run down. Seeing the support duo though, Polaris has a chance to kind of lock in their 5 here if they want for AU. Maybe just go into their mid or safe lane pick if they wanted to, as I am expecting Force to play that DP as he tends to. They go to the Oracle, which is actually a pretty nice way to just cancel off what the Shadow Demon might want to do. You've got a good save up against the Batrider now. Last time they were relying on the Venge swaps. This time, just Oracle alone is going to get that done. So it's a great way of just cutting off that game for Alacrity.
The Oracle
5
obviously
seconds
very
remaining.
annoying against the Batrider. Also have the option for like an Abaddon, but Oracle just seems a little bit stronger in this current meta, that's for sure. Polaris, 4th pickup now, more cause to be had on their side of things. Maybe just reveal the carry, don't reveal where the DP is going. Perhaps because the DP can be flexed in the mid or off lane, and they'll go for the Luna pickup. Fair enough. Ironically, one of In Your Dreams favorite heroes coming out here for the side of Polaris Esports, so Natsumi. Going to be trying to show In Your Dream how to play the Luna. And again, with that pos 1 pickup, you don't really reveal who's going mid or who's going off lane, because the DP can be flexed very nicely here by Polaris.
Still has room to change around. I'm surprised they pick Luna into Shadow Demon. You've got a good hero to kind of steal off and just turn into illusions for your team. Although, for that to ramp up, it does take a lot of farming the Luna. At that point, you probably don't want the Luna to be that farmed anyway, where illusions are that effective for you. Still a nice synergy coming out for NGX to kind of work against. Keen to see how they respond. Like, seeing the Luna should allow them some off-lane picks here. Maybe something like a Mars fits in for Mizu as the activity maker. You've got the setup with Shadow Demon, even some setup out from the Shaker as well. So a Mizu Mars wouldn't be too bad up against the Luna. What else comes out? Maybe a bit left field. Centaur could be a nice way of charging in or disengaging from Luna as well, although, again, not the highest priority here to pick up. We'll never see the Ags build up at this rate as well. But could be a couple of ways to go if they wanted to.
Still thinking about it here. 35 seconds reserve time left here for NGXC.
Dire team ban.
Really having a think. They go for the Mars. Polaris Esports now. Back into the ban phase for themselves.
Radiant team
Yeah, just
ban.
focusing the position 1s now that In Your Dream would like to pick up. Actually getting rid of the pos 1 Pudge. That's always fair enough, the Pudge. One of those pos 1s that, in the right hands, it just feels so busted. They just don't want to deal with this game. Just get rid of it. Not today.
Yeah, it has some strong combinations. You can, again, set up with a Shaker for that. Spear follow-up is fairly easy. NGX has a lot of room to just ban out mids that they feel is favorable against Batrider. Puck is certainly one of those. Going back to Mars again, it's just something that enables Mizu to be aggressive. You have the setup with Shaker and with Shadow Demon, so either lane is going to feel pretty good. And just allows more play from the offlane. That was something that was lacking from the Underlord. It doesn't really set up the fights and just kind of carries for your team in that sense. The Mars does that job a little bit better here. Terrorblade banned out as well, preventing the In Your Dream specials. Also a really nice pick up against Luna, of course, when you get the reflection off. You do just whittle down your own team. So just kind of taking away some big options there. And Visage being banned out as well. So they are respecting the flex on the DP, thinking that, okay, we could still have a mid, we could still have an offlane slide out. Gonna have to ban an option from both. What Nico here is left here? Fairly hard to say because you don't know your safe lane matchup. So you do have the slight edge there in NGX.
5 seconds remaining.
And you do have stuff like, say, Tide has popped out here and there. It can kind of fit in with this lineup. Does give you really good control. It gives you here that has self-dispel, so you don't care too much about the hold coming out from the side of NGX. And that allows the Oracle to kind of focus on the mid and offlane picks. They go to Quap instead. So there is still a little bit of flex, but that should be our mid coming out here for Lelouch. Although, again, there's some flex there. You could still run DP mid, but the Quap does feel like it has a better time overall.
Let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
In GX, pause 1 necessary. You do have, you don't have the TB anymore. What else have you got? Not the greatest options left here, like Lifestealer, Jug, you know, your standard, even with the Troll there as well, if you want to go down that route. They go down the Ursa route instead. Fair enough. Could be a little bit rough, though. It does feel like Ursa does get kited quite a lot in this kind of game. Just so many ways of locking him down and more so slowing him up. Let's see how it pans out. It's going to be an interesting game here. Of course, NGXE backs against the wall. Jonathan, what's so funny?
Nah, I just like seeing Winter in the background there. Does his job, gets away. He's done his part, and no. With the Ursa closeout, as you said, it does have some play here. I feel like it's going to be a pretty hard Ursa game, just with the Oracle. Like, you have a disarm on hand, you have a save on hand here for Polaris to play with, and for the side of NGX, kind of catching that back line is going to be a bit tough. It does look like we might have to remake here. I see lobby chat that something has to happen here, so we do have to, yeah, it looks like we have a bug. Not sure just yet. I don't see anyone else disconnecting, but there is an issue with a reconnection, so gonna be stuck here just admiring our draft a little bit longer, Mikey.
And admiring the beautiful faces of Polaris here. A bunch of handsome lads here on the side of Polaris. Of course, NGXE even more handsome, I'd say, Jonathan. We'll see if we are going to have to reconnect this, or rather remake this lobby. We'll just wait out and see what the admins have to say. See if we can get that reconnection going, though. Still, John, can you give me an outright winner for these drafts? Do you think it goes one way or the other?
I think it favors Polaris. I think they've got good saves, good ways of kiting around the Ursa. NGX do have a little bit more activity, but it does feel like if Polaris get off to that running start, they're going to be able to outfarm. Like, they've got Natsumi, another big farming hero. He loves his big farming heroes. We saw his Naga. The Luna is one of those heroes. The Dusa is the one that really comes to mind. And I think if NGX doesn't contest that, then it's going to be tough. It does look like we have the disconnects coming, so should have that remake going to be lined up relatively soon. And yeah, we will have to remake because of the bug. So just a moment before we get back in. But yeah, Polaris's draft does look a lot stronger to me, Mike. I just like the farm. I think if Natsumi can just farm up as he wants, then you have a pretty good game lined up for Polaris.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a fun game number 2, I'm very, very sure. And we'll see if Polaris can pull off the victory once again. It was quite a dominant game number 1. We'll see if it happens again for game number 2. Of course, for any NGXC fans out there, if they weren't able to pull off this game 2 victory, they are still safe in the sense that they are going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. So there is the safety net of the lower bracket here for the losing team, as we did just have a glimpse of Winter once again in the background. Winter, our tech support specialist here, sorting out the PCs for the boys at NGXC. Speaking of Winter, Jonathan, naturally, if people don't know, Winter, he loves his fish. He's a fishman, Jonathan. Loves his fish. He's corrected me multiple times during our trip at Malaysia, telling me that he likes bowler fish and not goldfish. I think he's lying, Jonathan. I think they're both the same thing. Goldfish, bowlerfish. Well, what's the difference? Yeah. So if you did want some fish out there, that's the man to contact. Winter. He sells fish.
Yeah, that he does. And should give him a shout out if you are in Malaysia, of course. Check him out for his fishies.
Yeah.
Our good old aquaculture man himself back
Yeah.
to coaching. Good to see. I miss Winter. He's a fun guy to hang out with. Very chill.
With that, looks like we will be heading into game number 2 very, very soon. What else is there to say, Jonathan? Should we talk about the rest of the games going on today while we have this this pause
No,
going on? Like
I'm actually curious because it looks like are we doing a redraft? Because it's still in captain's mode. The teams are talking about their previous bans, which shouldn't matter unless it should be the same, right? We did run through draft, so it's just like a technicality thing, I suppose. As you were saying, Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should elaborate on what you just said, John. It seems like we're just kind of following the rule book here, just making sure that I suppose it's within the rules that it has to be captain's mode if we're going to remake as well. So fair enough. Going back to what I was saying, Jonathan, our other series on tonight as well, pretty hype series coming up. Of course, EU's also on tonight, so people are going to have a few issues trying to decide what games to watch because there's just so much action-packed Dota going on here today. But after this, of course, you are going to have RSG against Neon. And of course, straight after that, the big one that everyone's been waiting for, Execration against the new T1. Everyone wants to know if this Thompson Anna duo in T1's going to work out. John, what are you thinking about that? How do you feel about that roster switch up? Do you feel like it's going to work?
I think kicking out Carl is pretty poor, honestly.
Poor?
Like, the guy performed for the entire year. Maybe a little bit on and off, but he certainly didn't feel like the issue. I get why you get Anna and Thompson together. It's a package deal. But Carl, he's not playing anymore, so I feel for the guy.
Right.
I don't know if T1's had enough time to train up, and they have spent a lot of time boot camping since this roster shakeup. Again, they've already played with Anna before for at least 2 weeks, 1 week, if I recall right, for their trial period. So maybe. I think Execration's the one that bugs me more. Like, I feel like Execration's such a 50-50 team. At their best, they look like a really strong team. At their worst, they look really floppy. So
Right.
that one's probably down more as to whether or not Execration plays to their best ability or if they just kind of don't. And if they don't, T1's going to have a pretty smooth ride. I think T1 at their medium is way better than Execration at their worst for sure. And Execration at their best meets or matches T1 at their middling state. So it is T1 favored, but I would expect Execration to put up a pretty damn good fight because, again, they also look pretty revitalized in the ESL qualifiers, which we also saw Polaris be really revitalized. We saw TNC be revitalized, but with a different roster, and didn't quite show up today as well.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen. I'm a T1 believer, Jonathan. I think it might work out this new roster. It's a bit complicated, though. It's hard to say, isn't it? Until we see it a couple times. Even like after one series, you're still going to have questions, right? Like against Execration, like you said, it's either they look really good or they don't look good at all, right? It's like a 50-50 toss-up with Execration. So it's even after this series, it's kind of like, yeah, we're going to have to see them up against I don't want to say more challenging team, but a more consistent team is what I would say. And, that's assuming they win, right? Again, because Execration, if they show up today, T1 might go lower bracket. You never know.
Yeah, they could have a pretty good run in the lower bracket, though. I can see that happening, but I don't know. It's so hard to tell with a roster that just shakes up like that. With T1, I feel like there was a connection with Carl and Cuckoo, of course, and with Whitemon and Zephyr being together for so long, and just sacrificing that it's a tough decision to make. So again, lots of eyes in that. I think we didn't really touch on it. RSG versus Neon. I mean, that one's a bit strange because Neon's still winner's bracket despite being, I believe, relegated out by 2 or 3, going into Division 2 by 2 or 3, and just kind of getting knocked away is pretty hard for the team, but they do have an upper bracket start. I feel like that's an RSG win straight up.
Like Neon sometimes surprises you, and I could see them taking a game off, but I think RSG is just so well refined that that should probably be a 2-0. But you never know with TI qualifiers. Teams are extra motivated when it comes to these games.
Yeah, that they are. And RSG is one of those teams as well. Where you kind of not forget about them, but you kind of underestimate them every time, right? That one team where when they're looking good, they're looking impossibly good. You know, they're looking like a TI contender kind of good if they show up today as well. So we're going to find out later. Again, you mentioned that though, Neon, not looking the best as of late, though I do believe they've won a couple tournaments recently, to be fair. So, you know, you got to give them their credit. They've been working on it. We'll see how they perform as well. Of course, back to this current matchup, which still hasn't gotten underway, by the way. We're still trying to get the game started. Again, Enigma Galaxy, Polaris Esports. You mentioned you like the draft of Polaris a little bit better going into this matchup once again. Going to be hard to see how this one works out. I mean, I think for Alacrity on the Batrider, it's going to be a very tough game considering you are up against that Oracle. Never going to be very easy. You mentioned as well the Oracle versus Ursa matchup is not very fun for the Ursa. Fate's Edict is a really busted spell when you're up against Ursa. Just that disarm lasting such a long duration, and it's not like you want to pop in rage to get rid of it. You know, it's one of those spells where it's like, do I really have to pop my ulti just to get rid of this damn Fate's Edict? And even then, even with BKB, it's like you might be willing to pop it because you have to, but you don't want to, and it tends to be a very low cooldown.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to have to deal with that. I don't know. It's not the easiest Ursa game in the world here lined up for In Your Dream. We are blitzing through the drafts. They just need to repick the same bands and repick the same picks, of course. So no surprises there coming through. Fastest draft in the world, though.
Yeah,
Let's
very
go.
fast draft. Got any predictions for this draft, Jonathan? Any heroes you'd like to see pop up?
I think I'd like to see Luna come out here. Oh, and maybe a cheeky little... What was it? I forget. Yeah, there you go. The Mars for Mizu. I even called that last time. Hop and the Ursa.
What are they
There we
laughing
go.
at? Everyone's so happy on NGXC. They just
They've
drafted
been
it and
laughing
suddenly.
for a while.
I mean, it's great to
I've
see him
been-
laughing. They're clapping and everything. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no. Mizu's pumped up. Joe Cam's having a good giggle. In Your Dream Walgo is laughing up as well. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter why. As long as they're happy, you're good. Maybe they're...
That's it.
I don't know, but they're cheering. There you go. Mizu, a very
faces.
happy guy. Very good taste in anime as well, Mizu. Mr.
he
Galvin has refined taste. Like Chorus Recoil is a great anime.
What's
Mike
it about,
has no
John?
sensibilities. It's about
What's it about?
girls and guns.
Yeah,
If I recall
yeah.
right.
You got me at girls, John. I mean, these animes
What's
of these
wrong?
schoolgirls and
Huh?
oh, why am I going to watch an anime about schoolgirls, Jonathan? I'm a grown man. Why am I watching anime about schoolgirls? That's my
Why
thing.
aren't you? That's a real question. Why aren't you, huh? Too
Be-
afraid
because
to
I have-
confront your feminine side? Huh?
Oh, what
To-
feminine
to-
side?
I know it's not
I'm
even that
married.
feminine, but you know.
I'm married to a woman, Jonathan. Trust me, I have a feminine side. You know.
It's very hard to remember that when we see each other in person, Mike. Your luggage definitely says that. Oh, I've definitely got a feminine side here.
What are you implying, Jonathan? Are you implying that I have to have clean luggage to have a feminine side? Is that what you're
It would
implying?
help with the sense. Well, you know, they say that the mindset is much more organized with a more feminine way of thinking. That's one thing to say.
Okay. We'll leave it at that before I get you
suppose.
in trouble, John. Get out of that topic. But game number 2, about to get underway. We do have everything done. The game 2 is starting. John, you know how it is. I'm going to give you time to get your predictions out as well. The viewers want to hear. You were right with every single prediction in that last game.
Wow.
So let's
Yes.
see if you can keep that 100% streak going. What's the predictions for
All
today?
right, let's get this done. Player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. I would want to say Natsumi. Total number of player deaths by 25. 16 to 25 sounds right. First player to get 15 denies. Oh, that's a toughie. Lelouch, probably. How long will the game be? Oh, wow, this is hyper specific. 37 to 44. That's it.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. Bit of a smoke on smoke scenario going on here, but just for the warding. No biggie. Neither team probably wants to go for a level 1 team fight. Not the greatest level 1 team fight lineups. See what they do end up doing. I mean, pretty much every game we've seen in this patch has been just go for the bounties and run back to your lanes. We don't get to see much of that team fighty style of
30 seconds
starts
to
that we
battle.
love seeing, sadly. Too
Not
much
as
impact with
much.
these first kills.
Some teams are still fond of it. Polaris certainly one of those teams that can push the envelope. I feel like the level 1 of NGX is a little bit stronger. They've certainly got more disables on hand. It's much easier to punish. Xavius just taking a peek. Up top, you're also kind of taking a peek with AU and Lelouch, but Mizu's not going to hang around for too long. Could be a 3-for-1 here for Polaris
The
if they do
battle
force this.
begins.
They will try. Boomboy does manage to pick it up, but it's still going to be a 2-for-2 trade. So very, very even start once again. Again, nobody really wanting to get too involved in an early team fight here. I believe it was only the Marcy that took some damage. Let's start off with that mid lane as we do. Alacrity, of course, going to be on that mid Batrider against Lelouch on the mid Quap. Quap versus Batrider, John. Who has the advantage based off the hero matchups?
We've seen a lot of Batrider players actually run down the Quap here. Quaps are generally apprehensive of going for the early levels in Blink. Lelouch should have a pretty decent time if Alacrity stands too close and doesn't harass enough to play with a Shadow Strike. So he's trading fairly nicely. I mean, both of them are half HP, and Lelouch only has to expend that one use of Shadow Strike, although he has to watch himself. Should be overall a bit easier for Alacrity, but again, the Quap has a little bit of play, but Batrider tends to have a better time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I suppose you've always got the blink away, though, to be fair, Lelouch hasn't screwed it up yet. In fact, Alacrity going to really give it back to the Queen of Pain. A very fun time, but now with the level 2 mark on Lelouch, he knows he can survive as long as he's got that blink up. Look at that top lane, perhaps. Of course, you're going to have Natsumi and AU against Jokam and Mizu. Interesting lane here for Mizu and Jokam. It doesn't seem like the worst lane in the world. Not really too much kill potential here between the Oracle and the Luna, I would argue. Mind you, once you do hit level 3 on the Oracle with the level 2 Purifying Flames, it is a hell of a lot of damage. That's probably going to be your opening. But I dare say NGXE should have more kill potential in the off lane than Polaris does in their safe lane.
Oh, for sure. You feel pretty good here for Mizu. You've got setup from the Shaker if you need to kind of line up your spear. And you've got a pretty good range advantage in the God's Rebuke. Natsumi's attack range is lower than the cast range of God's Rebuke, so you can kind of harass pretty well. No tree line, though. Completely cut off. So it is harder to find that latch here from Mizu. And Jokam, once more, on a greedier 4, is just going for the creep pull. You can't really stop it. Jokam just wants to level it up, and that is something the Shaker kind of does. The same way as the Nyx did in the last game. You will want to kind of steal a wave away every now and again.
Yeah. And of course, that final lane, of course, the bottom lane, you're going to have Force there and Xavius against In Your Dream and Boomboy. This lane's an interesting one as well, right? Because it feels like both sides have the kill potential, and there you go. Xavius will make the jump in onto Boomboy. No disruption available for another 3 seconds. Boomboy eventually going to drop. Force able to secure first blood off the back of Xavius with a great initiation.
Yep, you get a nice kill built up for Force. Gets level 3 now. Level 2 Siphon, and In Your Dream can't run if he's not careful.
I suppose it's very, very well placed. In Your Dream still trying to run, barely making it out. Xavius, he wants the kill so bad. He just cannot reach. Now Boomboy looking to punish the Marcy. Shadow Poison? No, he's not going to throw another one out. He'll let him go. In Your Dream, to be fair, is going to be stuck on very low HP for a while. Does get handed over the tangos by Boomboy and does have a salve in the stash right now. As Xavius again trying to punish. We'll go after Boomboy instead. The Shadow Demon will be able to retreat back towards that T1 bottom tower. But just so much damage is being dealt with this duo in the off lane.
It's really aggressive coming out from Polaris. Lots of play. We've seen this combination multiple times, and there's a reason why DP or Marcy is a first phase ban. Like, you don't want this combo to come out. Polaris does manage to pick it up, and they're putting a big dent on this lane. And Your Dream is still farming fairly well. So despite the aggression coming out, you're not quite stopping the Ursa from the build-up, but if they do eventually find a kill, that cuts off In Your Dream scaling a bit.
Here we go again. Diving the T1 tower. This time Dispose is there. In Your Dream trying to Earthshock away. Disruption. No, the rebound. Xavius, he still secures the kill before he dies. This is a disastrous start for the Ursa's mid lane now. They're onto Alacrity on the Batrider. AU rotates on the Oracle to secure the Water Rune and helps pick up a kill on the Bat.
Yeah, I mean, they find Water Rune on Alacrity. It costs him his life. Definitely not worthwhile. Lelouch just gonna have a TP bottle messenger in the form of Xavius. It's going to be feeling good. Joe Cam tries to go in early. I mean, you have, again, good rotation potential from the Shaker, but he's still level 2. And you're not quite fully leveled up on Alacrity to bully out. Lelouch has the EXP lead now. Every time he throws Shadow Strike, he's just going to be able to sustain himself in lane. And as long as he has Blink off cooldown, he's not under any threat here.
Xavius looking for an opportunity in the mid lane to go for a rebound to the dispose plate. We'll just kind of let it go as they were too close to the tier 1 tower there on Alacrity, and Joe Cam was actually around to help secure the water rune. So the Marcy instead will run down back towards the bottom side as Lelouch now. Thought Joe Cam might try to go for a Fisher. Problem is Lelouch still has the blink up. He's got enough mana for it. Plenty of stick charges as well. Chances are you are not going to kill off this Queen of Pain. And so poor old Joe Cam, he's going to run back up towards the top lane as this Shaker. And it's one of those games, considering the bot and the mid lane have kind of already lost, there's really not much for the Shaker to do this game. Not until you hit the mid game now. Right, because for Joe Cam, he wants to rotate between the top and mid lane to set up kills, but he can't really do a top, he can't do a mid now. And to be frank, Mizu doesn't want him at the top lane anyway. He wants all the XP for himself.
Just wanting to rush into that 6. Does have the double bracer up, so it feels pretty alright for Mizu to tank through. Down bot is where the aggression's there.
Here we go again. Disruption's down. In Your Dream going to try and get some form of a trade onto Force, but their heals are out. In Your Dream, he cannot man fight against this DP as the Fisher, Joe Cam trying to help, but they'll just turn again with the sidekick. Here we go. Another TP rotation. Alacrity. He'll be around. You've got to find more than Xavius though. Dispose is there. The DP is out. Xavius, he'll happily die for this. He's more than happy to die for this.
I don't think he wanted to die. He was trying to rebound off, but TP was already out from Force, so Xavius is just kind of left for dead. He stood still for a bit. That's him trying to cast that rebound, for sure. And, well, it's not the biggest kill in the world. You drag in the mid-Bat Rider, you open up so much space in the map, you don't really mind.
Alacrity get held down. AU now going a bit too far. Will get punished. Boom Boy able to take that kill as now they've got the Quap locked down. Joe Cam not going to be able to hold on forever. Lelouch will be just fine to back his way out, remaining at the top of the CS board, right in front of Natsumi. And it's 3 heroes from NGXC in this mid lane to ensure that this Quap doesn't have her way with the Bat Rider. Lelouch, I mean, he might be keeping up in levels, but you've seen how easy it is once this Marcy does jump in with the rebound. It's just too easy to take him down.
Just so much give, coming out, so much damage and control, coming out just from Xavius alone. It is getting pretty dicey for NGX. I mean, all top 3 net worth right now on Polaris. It's not a massive amount, just a 1k lead, but the core difference is piling up. And Natsumi, again, he's on a hero that farms fast. Once he dips into the jungle, if you don't contest his farm, he will just ramp up quick. Like, this Luna is just set to have a really good game with no one checking him.
Xavius chasing down In Your Dream. Doesn't have a rebound target to go off. Lelouch going to see a courier. We'll take it from Boom Boy. X's and Pop by Force. They'll have a look for Boom Boy down at the bot lane. And the Ghosts, I believe, have spotted him. Boom Boy, he's gone. Disruption will be there. Buying himself a little bit of time, but he knows he is set to fall. And will to Lelouch. They take a very easy bottom tier 1 tower on the side of Polaris. NGXC. I mean, it's a very, very difficult start to the game number 2 for them. It seems like every lane has gone the way of Polaris Esports, and as that old saying, John, you win lane, you win game. And right now, they've won all 3 of them.
Yeah, they've certainly gotten that start to build it up. And they've got really good forward wards now from Polaris to cut off the front of that bot jungle. Like, 3 wards just watching this entire bot jungle. You do not have any room to farm here if you're Alacrity or In Your Dream. Gonna be tough for them to catch up, and In Your Dream still being stalked.
Yeah, by the tier 2 tower, forcing more rotations. They might actually have him. Mizu, he'll at least pop the arena, allow In Your Dream a way out, and punish Xavius for being in this position as they'll try onto the DP for the Fate's Edict. It's going to be there to try and heal up Force. He'll make a run for it. Spirit Siphon's out as well, but In Your Dream, he will chase him down to the ends of the earth. Force, can he actually make this run? He is trying. Boom Boy will hold Disruption to make sure no TP attempt is going to be there. Force, Still running. There's the disruption. Set up for the kill. Take him out. In your dream, that would have felt good. That would have felt real good for the Ursa.
Finally find some revenge onto Force. They dive a little bit too deep onto that tier 1. They do force a lot of bodies down there. Again, freeing up top lane completely. Natsumi's still going to be enjoying this. Mask of Madness already flying out here on the courier. So the flash farm's just going to ramp up even further. And you're giving some room out for Lelouch to just keep playing tag mid. Working onto that Witchblade now on the Quap. It is still a very, very valuable kill for NGX, but their bot jungle's nowhere near any safer. Still 2 wards watching it. After a little bit of time, Polaris could just rinse and repeat and try again.
Double damage now for Lelouch. It's going to be a very nice pickup here for the Queen of Pain. Meanwhile, just a constant group up around In Your Dream. NGXC really just keeping their supports around the Ursa, not allowing any opportunity for Polaris to move into that triangle. Even this early on, they're just that concerned about this Ursa having a bad game. Make sure In Your Dream does remain protected. Boomboy, he'll put his body forward to make sure any smoke is broken, and he's the one to take the gank. Of course, Alacrity on that Batrider, we talked about it already, but considering the laning start he's had, he's got nothing. Brown Boots, Bottle, Windlace, that's about it. I think there's maybe a Boots of Travel coming out, and there is, so he's got the recipe on the way. But it's still going to be a very, very slow start for Alacrity, and you're not going to be able to rely on him to set the pace of the game here for NGXC. It doesn't really feel like anyone can really set the pace right now.
I think they've got to just work together as a unit. Maybe they can play off the back of Mizu and the threat of Arena. They are clumping up top. 3 heroes here to secure this push for the siege creep. Force is the only one showing up to try to defend. They already have a rough idea that he's there. Not going to be able to do much by himself. Does look they'll at least find a tier 1 to trade. Fortified to stall out a little bit more. And there is a smoking flank here.
Xavier, Lelouch gonna make their way over. Joe Cam, he's the only one showing. He does have Echo, but he'll get stunned up immediately. Dispose is there. Joe Cam, he could pop the ulti, but there's just no point. It won't do enough damage, and nobody's there to back him up. So another free kill to go the way of NGXC. Only positive being you do force a lot of rotations from Polaris up towards that top lane. But it seems like they want to go for the top tier 1 tower anyway. They have Exorcism up for Force.
They pop it. Not going to take too long to rip through that objective side of NGX, and they're not quite ready for a fight back. They're rushing this blink on Mizu. He's only about 40 gold away, but you don't want to take these engagements without that. You just want that clean initiation come through, and at least we'll be up soon. So sacrifice a tower to get that space out. But they should smoke off the back of that.
Shout out to the boys and girls in production as well, Jonathan. Beautiful cam there on Natsumi. Keeping tabs of all the ancient stacks being farmed. This is every carry player's dream. Just to be able to sit there just farming. Oh, look at that. Even Xavier's TPing for a sidekick. What a support. You love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten so much room. They've left him alone for so long. There's no forward wards here from NGX. They can't stop that flash farm. Very reminiscent of game 1 from Natsumi with the Nagasaran. He's just got all the room you could possibly hope for. 6.9k net worth, 3k above, almost 3k above In Your Dream, around about 2k. In Your Dream's also trying to go for a farming build as well, going into the Battle Fury for the Ursa. I mean, if he expects a longer game, that can pay off, but that will stall the spikes and any play you can get from that pause 1.
I don't think they're intending on trying to fight anytime soon here in GXC. The Battle Fury seems just fine this time around. It's the thing, right? Like, you've got to try and contest the farm of the Luna. The Fusel Blade probably not going to do enough this game, that's for sure. Considering how the lanes went, like, you're 5k behind, you need something. Alacrity, he needs so much time. He needs a BKB, he needs the Aether Lens, he needs the Blink. Force, top lane, is going to be there to defend the top tier 1 tower. It is very low in terms of HP, but he's still going to stick around. He's going to make sure they don't have an easy time taking it. And In Your Dream, he's not going to even try. He wants his Battle Fury up. He wants to hit that timing. He'll play it very safe and go right back to that Radiant Triangle.
And once he does have the Battle Fury, the farm pace can pick up, but I don't know, it's just like you're trying to equalize with a Luna who's already above you by nearly 3k. And like, it just feels like at this point you should just try to play around the timing of your Batrider and your Mars and connect with that. So have some earlier presence. At this rate, they're going to have to play like almost a 4v5 once they are ready to go on NGX's side. They've had this blink on Mizu for a while, but they haven't really grouped around the potential arenas. They seem satisfied with just playing like this, but they're not out farming at all. Like, as time passes on, you are just passively losing in terms of net worth here. Like, you are going to be directly above a Natsumi.
That's the thing. NGX, it doesn't feel like they can... They don't think they can fight at the very least. That's what it feels like. Polaris. They're going to set up again. Here's that mid-tier 1 tower. Lelouch going to jump in. Alacrity, he's in big trouble. On this Bat Rider, he's gone. Mizu, try to TP in to help out with the arena. Now they found the Ursa. Oh, you might need that arena now. Mizu, he'll pop it down defensively, but it's not going to be enough. He's gone, and now Mizu goes down. And I think that's why they weren't fighting. Because they just get ripped a new one here, John. Under the shaker, they found Joe Cam. That'll be another. It happens that quick. Triple kill for Force. It's just all off the back of the laning stage. You lose 3 lanes, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, it just feels like a waste. You got this blink timing on Mizu. You shouldn't be playing passively. Like, it's not that they shouldn't be fighting at all. They should be avoiding initiated first. And you have the best shot if you jump in, maybe catch a support or 2, even if you only catch one in arena. As long as you find some pickoffs, that's your way back. You go back to farming in the interim period, and you build up. And if you allow Polaris to play this game as they have been, they just get to dictate.
Lasso's out. Lelouch, he's messed up. He used the blink. Alacrity, he'll find a pretty big pickoff here. Your Dream will be very thankful about that one. And there you go. That's what you just talked about. You've just got to make the initiations yourself here on the side of NGXC. So they are looking down towards that bot side. Polaris looking to defend the bottom tier 1 tower now. But there are 5 heroes around. Mizu doesn't have arena, but he does go for a spear back. In fact, never mind. The Fisher's there to set up. There's your spear back. Even the ulti being committed by Boomboy just to make sure. Hell, they'll commit the Echo. They are not risking anything.
They've got to find every single pickoff. And those are pretty big pickoffs. They can line up for the bot tier 1 if they really want to commit. Polaris are the ones that are just kind of spread out now. They do manage to hit this BKB timing on Natsumi though, and that's pretty big in the next engagement they might take when Eclipse is back off cooldown. Tower to take for NGX, their first tower to find on the map. Not the biggest in the bot tier 1, but certainly some much needed gold coming out for their side. Gold that will help build into Joe Camp's Blink, build into the BKB of Alacrity. Every little thing won. Every little kill counts. Still, Roche has opened up for Polaris, and after seeing all that commitment on bot, they know they have nothing to be scared of. Slam's on cooldown, Lasso's on cooldown. You've got all the damage in the world from Natsumi. They don't even need to pop the Exo for this.
Very, very easy Roshan, that's for sure. Natsumi, he's been just free farming the whole game. Now he's free farmed the Roshan. Off they go again. I think the key for Polaris, they must realize at this point, if we just stick as a team, they can't fight us. Unless it's the absolute perfect initiation, and even then, it's very hard to see it. Line's being drawn back up towards the top lane here. Polaris might even get started on that top tier 2 tower. They'll control the Radiant Triangle. They have Exorcism up if they want to pop it here for the tier 2. It just doesn't seem like they need it. I highly doubt they're thinking about high ground yet, but with the BKB on this Luna and Exorcism up, maybe you might consider
I can fault them for thinking. They're so far ahead. They know that the Ursa is a non-factor right now. I mean, In Your Dream does have the battle fear. He's finding some farm. He is going into the Blink. That could allow a little bit more play. But it still doesn't feel like a massive threat onto Natsumi. They smoke out, they TP away, maybe try to find a pick-off for the rest that are left behind, and Xavius, Force, and AU. But no one's showing just yet. Alacrity is farming forward part of the jungle here, though.
They are. In Your Dream, meanwhile, bottom lane, having a look at Natsumi, but he's going to back off to the tree line while the rest of his team do start to connect down to that bot lane. In Your Dream, Boomboy, they're not in position to break the smoke properly. Force, he'll move his way in. Boomboy, he'll try to tank the gank, but Xavius is on the chase for In Your Dream, looking for that dispose. Is he going to be able to find him? In Your Dream will go for the man fight. Xavius, somehow still alive, pops the sidekick. In Your Dream, getting kited in and out, is going to drop. Way too quick. Is Alacrity? Oh, he's gonna
Oh,
get
no.
caught. No. That's a triple.
Is under attack.
Natsumi. He's now farming heroes, John. Creeps have got boring for him.
Dire's
Yeah, way too boring. There's a little flick from Xavius. He just popped sidekick, unleash, got one round of unleash off, and he just did so much damage. AU comes in with a false promise, stays alive. They don't even lose their supports there. Exo is gone, but you have a Luna. A push does not take long. Sidekick gives you basically double damage here.
It certainly does. Natsumi onto that high ground. So far ahead when it comes to net worth. Aegis up for another 2.5 seconds. Is going to back though. Maybe the tier 2 mid tower should be the objective here for Polaris. Still in the outer tower standing. Outpost taken.
are scanning.
You can get the tier 2 mid and you can still go high ground. You've got 2.5 minutes basically on the Aegis. Plenty of time here for Polaris to try and really get full value out of this Aegis. NGXC, they want to try and force a fight though. They use that glyph. They don't want a high ground defense right now. Mizu needs that perfect initiation, but the rebound is there immediately. Disruption will buy a bit of time. Xavius looking for the dispose, not going to find it. Mizu, he's all right. Problem is, Natsumi, he could not give a crap about what's happening around him. He just continues to push in that tier 2 tower. He was constantly firing out from AU, so he's always healthy.
Is under attack.
There's a tier 2
Radiant's
gone.
middle tower has
They will
fallen.
not stick around for the tier 3 towers. Instead, it's back up towards the top lane, address that lane, and maybe even find in your dream if he's not careful, but he will TP out immediately.
Plays it safe. Alacrity is showing though. Does have the travels ready. It's only Xavier's really around here. But not going to be able to find that kill opportunity. 7-13, 10k lead out for Polaris. Natsumi having a wild time on the Luna. Again, very reminiscent of game 1 and his Naga, just how much space was given out. Manta style already done. BKB for In Your Dream is almost there. And that could be the timing where you can have more play. Alacrity as well is also working onto that BKB. It looks like his should be finished up though. So you should have at least 2 cores that can jump in without too much of a care. I believe Mizu is very close to his, just lacking the recipe now. And once you've got that triple BKB timing, that might be enough to catch Natsumi off guard. Like the physical output of the Luna isn't quite bursty yet. It's very good in prolonged fights, but it's not like you have a Daedalus up. It's not like you have a Butterfly or Satanic. You don't want to try to sustain yourself through the spell immune heroes. So NGX will have an opening once the triple BKBs are done.
That they may, John. That they may. Certainly something they need, that's for sure. Polaris. Still controlling that Radiant side jungle. GXC, 11k behind, but they are finding a bit of farm on this Ursa. I still think the kiting is an issue, but like you mentioned, with the BKB up, maybe not so much of an issue anymore. Once it is up, that is. Because he is even working on towards the blink straight after. Does buy out the full BKB now on that Ursa. And once you've got the blink up, then I think they can really start to get active. It's Alacrity. Does get spotted by Natsumi, but of course we'll make a run for it. Doesn't want to deal with the Luna at the moment. There's that secondary BKB on the Mars as well. Mizu will buy one out. And props to NGX, John. They're doing a fantastic job of just avoiding Polaris altogether. Polaris move all across the map back up towards the Dire jungle. And NGX immediately TP and smoke out again. Trying for a sneak maneuver. Into the mid lane they go. It's a smoke on smoke situation. Who ends up striking first, though, is the question.
Smoke fades on Polaris. Don't have a resmoke here as well. NGX are taking their time though.
Polaris still holding that high ground. They're waiting very patiently. Fisher is there. That's a big target. Spear is back. Even Lasso being committed onto this DP. Where's the follow-up force?
What?
He's still fine. He'll pop the BKB. Where was the damage? They at least found Lelouch. In fact, in your dream, he's doing a lot of damage now. False promise will be there, though. Force is going to survive through it. At least for now. They will keep charging forward. Polaris ultimately end up losing that fight. A 1-for-1, but you lost the quap for a Mars. NGX, they'll be satisfied with that one, I think.
It's a good pickup to take. NGX also did not pop as many ultimates as you'd expect. Lasso and Arena are down, but so is Exorcism, so is Supreme the Sonic Wave. The False Promise is gone. Eclipse is still handy here on Natsumi. You do have yourself a little bit of an opening, at least, especially once Mizu respawns. That could be the window where they choose to play. However, BKBs are down, so I think that will lead to future caution for NGX in that next engage. Alacrities is up, and he is close to the blink. So that blink timing on the Bat Rider is going to be the next big one. It looked like a pretty good angle for NGX. They get the spear back into the lasso. It's just... In Your Dream was cut off. Like, he did not manage to jump in, and without that physical burst on Ursa, you aren't taking care of something like the DP at this point. Force is just way too tanky.
Yeah. Well, Lelouch, at least it does get caught out, and that's still a big pick-off here for NGXC. Alacrity forces out the bot lane, immediate TP out. He just wants to see the TP back from Force. This has bought plenty of time now. In Your Dream, getting close to that blink dagger timing. Again, that's going to solve a lot of the problems he's having with that kiting. Just being able to jump right onto the target he wants, which is probably going to be the Oracle to get started. But if you can find something like the Quap or the Luna, it's even better. We'll see if it does pay off for him. I mean, this is something he desperately needs right now. As Polaris, they do hold on to that 9k advantage. Going to be very cautious now not to throw back the other way, though. As we saw in that last team fight, NGX, they are certainly not out of it yet.
No, they've got a little bite left. And their power spikes are sort of lining up now. And they have yet to reveal certain things. Like Jokam has his blink. So you've got the blink slam. Another smoke out from the side of NGX. BKBs are ready to go once more. So this could be the opening they want.
Scotty's up though. This is awkward timing now. Natsumi's got a decent spike on himself on the Luna. In Your Dream, he'll pick up the blink with that creep wave being taken down. Scan is not going to be there yet. Natsumi, he'll group up with his team. They'll run right towards that Radiant Triangle through the river. NGX, they've got a high ground advantage. This could be the team fight they want. But Polaris, they decide better of it. Back into the mid lane they go. GX just really wanting to have that perfect positioning. One team fight is all it takes to turn this game number 2 around. Especially with a Roshan in a minute.
They just need that opening. They've got good wards here. They know where Polaris has run off to near the pit, so they can always check if a sneaky Roche does come out, unless Polaris expends the smoke to get into that area. They will smoke up now, so maybe they'll be able to find the angle here.
Perhaps it's going to be a long wraparound once again. Trying to sneak into that Radiant Triangle from the back through the top lane. Oh, this could be successful as well. NGXE, they're not in position for this. Mizu, he might break the smoke, but no, they see him first. They haven't broken the smoke yet. Force, he does have his own smoke broken. Mizu, oh, he doesn't know. He'll pop the BKB. He'll go for a TP out. He's going to be okay. That's Exorcism completely wasted. Roshan's up in 30 seconds. Exorcism is down now. That's a big win for the Radiant.
Yeah, but you don't have BKB on Mizu. It's a trade-off here.
Nice Fate's Edict. AU gonna buy himself a little bit of time in the middle of this team fight as they do make the jump in. In Your Dream gonna try and take care of him, but a big Sonic Wave out. Lelouch right through 3. AU's gonna buy back into the team fight. And Alacrity is down on that Bat Rider, and In Your Dream's in big, big trouble. Getting taken down by Lelouch. Mizu, he's not out of the woods yet either. Lelouch, he'll keep chasing. Boom Boy, TP out, will make it. But now Roshan's up. Xavius and Natsumi, they ignored the team fight. They went right for the Roshan. They just had trust in their teammates to make that one work. That's unfortunate, John. That's without the Exorcism. They still end up losing it.
Yeah, it wasn't even a factor. And I think the big issue was that Mizu was so far away from that fight when they went for the lasso. They didn't manage to play with the arena. They didn't manage to get anyone caught out and pulled back. And now Polaris have a pretty good angle onto the high ground. There is still the slam for the high ground defense here from NGX. So you're not completely out of it. There are some plays to be made. Arena's still ready to go on Mizu as well. So you can certainly find an opening. It's just the game's very difficult to get that done now. 9-17, 15k lead. Natsumi has not been killed at all. 404. His farm's just ramped up like a madman, and the Ursa's just nowhere close. Even with that battle fear, he's been forced to fight around, and he's just not doing enough.
Mizu, BKB forced out. He'll go for a TP attempt and is going to be fine. They don't have the Luna around to really get that damage they needed. Natsumi currently focused on the mid creep wave, just trying to get towards that high ground. Aegis is up. You definitely want to try and approach that high ground right now if you can, if you're Polaris. Exorcism, it's going to be up in 15. So good timing.
Yeah, timing's lining up. You do have the lasso ready on Alacrity. You've got the arena ready, so the defense is kind of set for the side of NGX as long as they connect together here.
Natsumi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He shot. Oh, that's a really cheeky dodge from Natsumi. That sort of mad dodge on that Fisher. It's a tier 3 tower. Kind of not quite fast, but the glyph will be forced out. Natsumi, he'll get a reset here from AU. Beauty of having the Oracle right behind you. He's just going to bring you right back up to max HP. Boom boy. All he can really do is go for that disruption. Fisher out once again. Alacrity looking for a lasso. Does find one on the Luna. Drag him all the way back into those tier 4 towers. That'll be the first life gone. Polaris, they are forced to fight now. This Luna is in dire straits as Natsumi's going to pop the Eclipse and the BKB and run. And with the false promise, they actually just retreat. AU, he's the one to get caught up by In Your Dream, and they'll leave him behind. Just let him die. Get everyone else out of there. And that they will.
Yeah, they fully retreat with a successful defense out from NGX. They lose a tier 3, but they stop the racks from falling, which is the key part, because Luna just melts through those racks so quick and can just open up way more objectives after the tier 3 faults. Savior still with the invis.
Where are they going? Navius disposes there. Alacrity pops the BKB. Look at the damage with this unleash. Run, Alacrity, run! Sonic Wave, oh, it's right on the edge. There you go. There's your Batrider down for 50.
And that should give Polaris enough time to just kind of reset. Same thing goes for NGX. I mean, they've been very patient in Jokam. He's not gone for any of these big slam plays. So that threat of the Echo Slam is still always available on the side of NGX. For Polaris in their part, when they've got the full Linken's on Natsumi, lassoing him back is going to be tougher, although you do have Linken's break up the wazoo here from Boomboy, so you shouldn't be too worried about that. Lots of single target spells to ensure Alacrity has a connection. But they need to coordinate more. Like, they do pull back single target hero as well, and they can pull and relocate one of these cores from Polaris away from the front line and punish, but everyone else is just kind of free to do what they want. You've got the full AC up on Lelouch, a lot tankier. Even the Ursa's not going to be able to instantly burst him down. AU's been on point with the healing, and if there's anyone that sacrifice, it's almost always just him. Basher up on In Your Dream. That should mean that you've got some more play through the BKBs of Polaris on their side. But as long as AU manages to land a Fate's Edict, you're still not going to be feeling good there on that Ursa. Like, the disarm's just always going to be annoying, especially as your BKB's already down to 6 seconds here.
Polaris, they are still controlling the map very, very well. 16k advantage. And NGX just waiting for the high ground defense to come. Polaris, they're in no rush. They'll wait for the next Roshan by the looks of it. Still plenty of time away, but nothing wrong with playing conservatively here when you control the whole map. And you've got a Luna of all things, so you can just farm the whole map. And GX, do they venture out of this base? Do they have to really wait that long? At least Jokam's trying to push out the top lane while he has a chance on that Shaker. But the only person who can, Lakri will do the same down a bot lane of the Batrider, but yeah, just a lot of hesitation. They're very scared to show on the map at the moment.
Yeah, I think they just know that Polaris are that far ahead. They know if they take unnecessary risks, the game could just end. With how fast the Luna can rip through racks into tier 4s, they might just skip the process of mega creeps here on the side of Polaris. Jokam's been doing a good job of cutting off without being punished, though. and he does just blink and TP away. Roche still 2.5 minutes. And that waiting game for NGX still has continued. And they've got some big items to wait for. Refresh and Mizu could be nice, although has to be
They got
careful.
him. Mizu, BKB up. He does have TP and he will commit it. And without the Luna being around, you don't have the right-click damage to get through him through that BKB, but now Alacrity also being spotted. Another exorcism being popped by Force, but he doesn't seem too happy about this one. It does feel a little bit wasted. So Polaris, they might have to try and force the mid-racks once again because you did pop that ulti. Force will try. Range Rax is going down rather quick. Mizu, nice spear back in your dream. He'll make the jump in. AU's there. The Force Promise once again going to keep Force perfectly fine as he just rushes right in. Mizu's down already. AU the one to take him out. Force with the Oracle right behind him. He's kind of unkillable. You just can't control him. Alacrity. Oh, Lincoln's broken with the lasso. You needed the lasso. He is down for a minute without buyback as In Your Dreams jumped in. There's your Echo Slam. It does literally
that
no
dodge.
damage. No damage. The Fate Edict was there from AU. In we go again. Boom Boy, he'll get caught out. This is it. GG's called. In Your Dream, he has seen enough. NGX, they are not out of the qualifiers yet, but they are going to get knocked down to the lower bracket. And Polaris Esports looking fantastic in their first best of 3 series, taking a 2-0 victory against NGX SEA. And John, can I just say once again, AU has really impressed me today. This guy has been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, he has certainly stepped up as a player. Maybe in the start of Div 3, Div 2 Tour 3, it looked a little bit shaky in Tour 3 when he stood in for a little bit, but he's certainly in his element now. His heroes are in the meta. He saves in a very big way, and Polaris as a whole just shows massive improvements past the DPC. Again, this is a team that managed to drag Boom through 5 grueling games in Hatyai in Thailand, and they managed to get a pretty decent run in the ESL 1 qualifiers. This is a team that is now a contender. This is almost like Polaris back in Tour 1 or Tour 2 when they look very promising. And
Yeah.
I think you have to watch out if you are going up against Polaris. NGX, for their part, I mean, it's been a rocky road for them since the end of the Deep Sea. It doesn't look like a lot of their issues have been sorted out, and we can see our scoreboard right here. Just how well Polaris played. They had a really free game on Natsumi. I don't think he died at all in this game and the last. I mean, he died once in the last game. So 1 death overall across these 2 games in the series. Had a fantastic time. Everyone in Polaris playing so well. Like Force on the DP just held his lane in this DP game and his Primal Beast game. They all just connected well together.
Yeah. And again, I really do want to give props to our Oracle here because just so many initiations were just foiled by this man. Yeah, lassos, just false promises. We saw Joe Cam, that last team fight, going for an Echo. There was a Fate's Edict reaction immediately out onto Natsumi to make sure he took literally no damage. It was a very rough affair. And I mean, as a squad, obviously Polaris Esports have done it together and looked fantastic. But you've got to give props to the man that has made a bit of a comeback in the pro scene. He's been looking real darn great.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like Seb's journey, right? Like he steps back, becomes a coach, comes in as a player after a coach. Same thing with AU. He was coaching them for a while. The results weren't great. We can take a look at our brackets here as we do have the updates. Talon is up against Polaris now in the winner's bracket round 2 with this win for Polaris. And of course, Lilligun is going to have to face up against Army Geniuses. NGXC will have to play against Xerxia. So that's going to be an interesting one because we haven't really seen the side of Xerxia play against any of these Div 1 or former Div 1 teams. That should be a pretty interesting matchup to really test Xerxia there.
Yeah, I mean, they made it look easy against TNT Predator. See what they can do against NGXC in that lower bracket. Of course, we do have 2 more series for SCA coming up tonight. We did talk about this a little bit earlier, but we've got RSG against Neon and, of course, Execration up against T1, which is the one everyone's waiting for. Everyone wants to see the debut of this new roster for T1. I can't wait to see how it pans out as well, Jonathan. It's a very, very exciting night of Dota. And don't forget, Western Europe starts as well tonight.
Yeah, a lot of action left. 2 of the most competitive regions are still yet to get underway. Keen to see how Western Europe also shakes up with the favorites from Enigma Europe, Secret there, Liquid, a lot of big names that will have to battle out, of course. In Southeast Asia, still have that series following up We will have a caster switch up there. I believe we'll have Ares and Danog for that one, but that'll be a bit in a short while there, Mike.
It will be. We're gonna head off to a short break because we need one, and right after that break, we're gonna be back with the lovely Ares and Danog to take over for tonight for the last 2 series of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
From one series to the next, we've got our second last series of the night. Still sticking around in the upper bracket, we've got RSG taking on Neon Esports. A fresh face of casters as well. Aries and Denog joining us for the action. Denog, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. We're awake. It's only 5 o'clock for us, so I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm ready to cast some SEA Dota. It's been too long, man. What has it been since we casted that Thailand land? Since we've been able to touch any of SEA Dota. So I'm really excited to see which one of these teams gets through, because a lot of people are saying, oh, T1, they're the absolute favorites. They're a lock. They're not like a known quantity, so it might not be them. It might be one of these other teams. And well, one of the ones that we're looking at right now, RSG, as we see the players there right now, they're one of my dark horses to be able to come through, because they put through some really consistent, solid performances across all different lines. They're just a really, really strong team.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'd say they're definitely one of my top three. Yeah, I reckon top three, I'd say, at least for RSG is where I'm expecting them. I think they're in a different boot camp as well. Through all DPC, we were seeing behind the players' cams with the whiteboard and kind of their goals for the week. It was always interesting.
I do say a whiteboard there. Can you see it in Xiao Bon Bon's in the left hand side?
I do too.
I see
wait,
a
maybe
what?
it's the same.
Radiant team.
Actually,
the same.
his camera does look very similar, like the location of the whiteboard. Maybe it is the same. I swear everywhere else looks a little bit different. Maybe they had to bring the whiteboard with them. It was a recipe for success.
I can message their manager and just ask what's on the whiteboard.
Give us that inside scoop.
Whiteboard today, boss. What is our? What is our? Get out of the way! What is our
something
something?
from the manager? Look at this. Definitely look at this. We got an Omni Knight.
Ooh,
What is
all right.
going on? So RSG, first phase with the Death Prophet, Omni Knight, Neon with their Earthshaker and the Bat Rider as well. But talk to me a little bit about the Omni Knight. This is a hero that we do not see often.
I mean, it's just a really nice response against the Bat Rider, right? Just, I really like this hero. I think it still kind of needs to be played together with a strength hero to make the lane feel really good. You're also kind of forcing the Bat Rider to go into that mid role a little bit more, so maybe they're kind of baiting Neon to play a certain way. But yeah, with the Omni Knight, it's just really strong, especially considering they gave the debuff removal to Omni Knight himself as well whenever you're casting it onto someone. So it's a really significant amount of HP regen as well as strength that you're just providing, because you're in a lane with a Bat Rider, for example, right? You cast, he's going to get something onto both of you, whether it be Flame Break, whether it be Sticky Napalm. There's tons of debuffs to be able to purge. So I really like the pick.
And I think not only with him being able to counter the Bat Rider, there's a lot of synergy in the combo with the Death Prophet as well. I mean, you take a look at some of the heroes that DP likes to play with. The Oracle really comes to mind. The Abaddon you like to pair with as well. Just any defensive support. Some hero that can enable the Death Prophet to make sure she doesn't get blown up, so she can pop Exo, get a couple Spirit Siphons off the BKB as well. And the Omni Knight definitely enables that. Not only does it counter the Bat Rider, but now it gives you, a get out of jail free card almost for the Death Prophet. So this DP could potentially itemize a little bit more aggressively, knowing that the Omni Knight will always be playing behind her.
Yeah, I wonder if it means as well that they're going to go even further down this magic damage route, or even potentially just down the fact of, okay, we need something else that's going to get on top of that Omni Knight and just take him out of the fight, because I really wouldn't want to be Neon fighting into this unless Omni's dead. Just getting off that Heavenly Grace feels really good. The thing is, though, like I was saying before, you really don't want to lane the Batrider into the Omni. So Batrider's probably going to be mid. That's a big reason why they're getting rid of the Leshrac, the Puck. They're big things that are able to stop this. Kind of surprised that they haven't gotten rid of the Queen of Pain, though. That's we've seen a lot of success with the Quap coming through as a really solid response to the Batrider, and even let's say you're just going up against an Earthshaker, right? Very rare that you're going to be able to get those chain stuns off to be able to continuously lock them down.
You also mentioned kind of how to address the Omni Knight. I think there's another way with thinking about a nullified builder for Neon in regards to their carry, like someone who can pick it up maybe earlier on, because you see the Shadow Demon was banned out, Invoker banned out for RSG, so they are looking to protect the Omni Knight and making sure his abilities don't get dispelled. So Neon, they're probably going to have to consider a position one that can go down that item route to kind of prevent Omni Knight's effectiveness.
Do you think they could consider going into like I mean, maybe it's just an Undying off lane, but like a Brewmaster coming through here, just to be able to get rid of all of those buffs that are going to be given through. Obviously, like, it's a great counter to the Guardian Angel, and that's why they've gotten rid of the Enchantress and the Shadow Demon with the Purges, but Invoker as well with the Tornado, able to get rid of that too. But I'm just thinking, like, what else are they going to be thinking of? It doesn't seem like Neon are going down that route. Instead, they're just going to go Faceless Void, Morphling in response to the Faceless Void. How do you feel about this? I mean, I guess the burst damage isn't really there, but you've got a Silence, which is still a really good response to, even if you get into the Aghanim Shard, right? You're not able to morph towards Strength as long as you're Silence. It's not a stun, so kind of similar to the Abaddon. It's a good way to counter that out. I'm a little bit worried, though. I mean, they've got this Snapfire as a response to the Undying, so you've got a clear way to be able to deal with a Tombstone. You've got damage into the Chronosphere. You've countered the Batrider. I'm just really preferring RSG's Raft right now.
Yeah, I'm hesitant with the Morphling. For me, it just feels like Neon are putting a lot of emphasis onto Fortune Soul to be able to carry them, and I think they've enabled his lane pretty well. Like, Undying Morphling is quite a strong lane where Undying can just make a lot of space for the Morphling to get out of his early weaknesses at kind of level 1, level 2, and I think as the game goes on, like, Morphling really likes playing versus Omni Knight. A little bit different now because you don't go that E-Blade build, so you don't have the quick burst, but regardless, Omni Knight is an incredible replicate target for Morphling just to be able to freely fight throughout the team fights here. So I think if you're looking at it in that aspect, I don't mind it, but the Void versus Morphling can be a bit volatile for the Morphling as the game goes on.
I'm just thinking as well what RSG want to finish up their entire draft with. They don't have the last overall pick, and the Quap has now been banned out by Neon, so that's not going to be the response for the Batrider. This seems very obvious to me now that the Bat's being put mid, but it doesn't really feel like it's an Exilern hero, you know? Like, the Death Prophet, excuse me. It's much more of a Xiao Yu type, unless they're trying to go for some, crazy stuff in this offlane for RSG. So what can they now look to do in response to it? Could it be a Storm Spirit? Could it be a Zeus, perhaps? I mean, but I'm a little worried that even though it's nice at being able to stop the Earthshaker from coming in just with the Thunder God's Wrath as a counter initiate, it lets you find and be able to burst him down with someone like the Faceless Void. And I mean, as long as the Earthshaker's gone, you're really not that scared of any kind of control coming through, right? Because even the lasso, if it's in the middle of the Chronosphere, if the Chronosphere is properly placed, then you're not getting a lasso off onto a Faceless Void. There's nothing that's going to be able to stop that damage coming through.
Yeah, I like all those suggestions. My only concern, if it was the Zeus, is just their playmaking on RSG. You'd be very cooldown dependent. So I think that's where the Storm Spirit might have a little bit of extra value. I think you can even consider an Ember as well, considering how good Exilern is on the Ember Spirit. And that matchup versus the Batrider, from what I've heard, is a little bit better now, just with all the water runes and with the stick charges, you can spam your slide, and against the Batrider, he doesn't have the greatest armor to play into it. So I think there's multiple spirits that you can consider here for Exilern.
It's a little better, but it's still, I wouldn't feel too great about it, you know? Exilern is a bat player, though, right? So he's going to know what he feels comfortable playing into this. It might even be the Death Prophet, you know? Who knows?
5 seconds remaining.
I agree, though. Like, I'd much prefer Xiao Yu to play the Death Prophet. I was even trying to think if you want to consider putting Snapfire mid, because I don't know. Oh, I mean, Snapfire Death Prophet.
I feel like he'd get run down.
Yeah, that was my thing. I'm like, well, into a Batrider, that I don't think there's any flex there. So I'm pretty happy with a Snapfire Death Prophet side lane. Like, 2 ranged heroes that can kind of nuke the Undying from afar. He can't right-click you. Yes, Snapfire is is a strength hero, but I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. So I feel like RSG are very, very happy with their offlane, and they're just going to use all this reserve time to try and make sure they get a hero that can really look to make the plays, because again, if RSG, if their ultimates are on cooldown, they are going to have issues throughout this game, and that is not what I was expecting at all.
So this actually doesn't reveal anything either, because Excelone and Xiao, you both play the Primal Beast from the mid lane as well. This is something that I think we're going to see a lot more coming throughout the SEA qualifiers in particular. It's something that Thompson likes to play in that mid lane too.
God.
So I think latter end of it is really important, because there are still a lot of counters to the Primal Beast in the lane in terms of like slows and magic immunity and even stuns. You just need to make sure that you're kiting the initial aspects of the Primal Beast's initiation into these team fights. But if you don't have that, then he's just going to run you down every single time. So I'm interested to see what Neon feel like is the best response to it. Obviously, they've got Chuan there as the coach. He's not playing a player role anymore. He had to step aside and let Play Hard come back in, but it is still, obviously, he's got the mind of a TI champion.
So I'm trying to see what ranged offlaners are available here for Neon, because I do think they're going to go down that route. Visage is probably one that comes to mind, considering Enigma's banned
Viper?
out. Viper would be, can you play
Into the
Viper
Omni,
into the
it's a bit weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you can consider a Timbersaw as well.
Yeah.
They don't particularly, you don't have that percent damage from the Death Prophet anymore. They don't have the greatest Spirit Vessel builder as well. And it's kind of one of the only other melee heroes that you can pair with the Earthshaker to enable him to rotate.
They've got plenty of magic damage, though, which is the thing I'm worried about. I don't hate this Doom pick. Do you? I think it's fine. You get it onto the Faceless Void. You get stuns coming through, even just against the Primal Beast. Some percent damage is nice. Oh, he's got the Arcana on MKS. We love to see that.
Holy pug.
To see some tentacles coming through. I mean, for Neon, Enryu has always been their win condition, right? Like, that is when Neon have success, is when he pops off. Just have a look at the difference in energy levels. They seem very focused on Neon, whereas it seems much more of like a group vibe coming through. And it is, in fact, the Primal Beast going mid. So Excelone feeling like this is a decent response to the Bat Rider. I suppose you are one of those heroes that if Bat tries to dive you could just start trampling and then suddenly really disrupt what the Bat Rider is trying to do to you.
I'm not going to pretend like I know how this mid matchup's going to go. I'm definitely going to fall back onto whatever you say about the Primal Beast and the Bat Rider in particular. I do like how you mentioned, though, Enryu's often their win condition for Neon. I thought they were going to put Fortune Soul in, and I mean, you kind of still have with the Morphling, but they went down a very, very greedy position 3 route with the Doom, which a lot of people, I think we saw China was putting a lot more emphasis on the Doom as well through their regional qualifiers. I think it's a hero that's going to have a lot of value this game, but I'm a bit concerned how the lane's going to go. Like Doom Earthshaker, this Void is going to free farm. I don't see how they're going to prevent MKS from getting any farm.
You know how they're going to do it? If they get one of those bloody mana burn creeps, it's going to enable the Earthshaker to consistently spam out the fishes a bit more often, gets those range creeps a lot more reliably, and even just stops this Void from getting annoying things like the time dilation, the time walk off. So I think a lot of it's going to be luck-based. Wouldn't honestly be surprised to see some of those medium camps start to get blocked up by RSG.
I think you have to, because I'm trying to. It might have been our South America game, one of them that we casted. Actually, no, it might have been a game we actually played together. We played a couple of turbo games a couple of days ago after one of our South America games. I think you were playing Enchantress. You got the Saber creep, and I'm like, oh, this lane is
It made their
over.
life hell. Yeah, we won that so hard, man. Game was done in 15 minutes.
Oh,
it's actually so busted with the amount that you're able to
is.
spam out. I'm not going to pretend like I know how this lane matchup is going to go either. I know the build that Excelone likes to go, so I can tell you about that if you want.
Sure, let's hear.
So typically the way that he goes, again, against the Bat Rider, I'm not sure if it's the way, but you get 1 point in E, the Uproar for the additional damage and some armor. You max out the Trample. You go the left 2 talents as well on the Primal Beast, just making sure that you've got that Dispel from himself, which is going to be nice. The extra magic resistance against the Trample, really good against the Bat Rider too. And then he typically goes Bottle, Phase, Wand, and then he has a choice of between like Aghanim Scepter and BKB.
Okay. Have you taken a look at Thompson's item build by any chance? You know,
Pretty
kind of
similar.
roughly. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, it's going to be really interesting how this matchup shapes mid, because often like Batrider versus melee matchups is very favorable for the Batrider. I guess the nice thing with the Primal Beast is you do have a way to disengage with that onslaught. It's got a very big range as well, so it should be fine for him to always get out of harm's way once Avatar mode is stack up the sticky.
Yeah. You are 3 bounties. It's over. Call it.
RSG, no, it's
done
4
this one.
bounties. Hey, relax. Come on now. One thing we do have to see, Roger's up top at the moment. A little bit of a lane swap. We see this often. RSG are actually one of the teams that will regularly put their supports in different lanes if they feel like it's going to help their cause out better.
Yeah, for sure. I would say there are a number of other teams that do similar sorts of things, like Execration, for example. They do that with an Earth Spirit. They give Tino an off-lane Earth Spirit if they feel like that's going to win the other 2 lanes. So I like the fact that RSG have stuck with what's given them a pretty decent amount of success so far during the DPC. I mean, they got 4th during a pretty stacked DPC season was it Season 3? Yeah, I believe so. So very close to being able to go to that major, just a little bit short. Obviously,
So
TI would be next level.
Why do we feel like they've done this, though? Why is the Omni Knight a melee strength hero playing to the Undying, and you've got Snapfire with the Void? Do you maybe feel like bottom with the Snapfire is a little bit more of a kill lane? What do you feel like the reasoning is here for RSG?
I guess in the bot lane, there isn't really anything that you need to prevent, right? And so they just are focusing on the fact that, well, Doom plus Earthshaker, pretty weak lane, like we were saying. So now we can just try and dominate it a bit more. They're going down the route of potentially winning 3 lanes.
Trying to man fight 2 heroes at the moment. Ducks into the tree line and we'll be okay. I thought Xiaoyu was going to continue chasing the Undying, but Xiaoyu just wants his farm. You know, once he creeps.
The other thing that I actually haven't mentioned about this mid lane that we're looking at, if we can have a look at just the attack damage differential there, once this engagement is over. So trying to get another one of these kills off, and well, Roger seems like he could go forward, but yeah, it doesn't really feel like a Heavenly Grace sort of lane. I do still feel like he's going to max it out, though, from this point onwards. Like, WWW at levels 3, 4, 5 seems like the way to go.
So you were speaking about the attack advantage that Silun has on the Primal Beast versus the Batrider?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like a 30 damage differential between the Primal Beast and the Batrider. So as long as you're not getting dived, it's fine, right? You just go max out the stick charges, and then you're pretty happy to just stand there and fight. It's
So
close.
how I was expecting RSG to play this top lane was the spam. I'll hold that thought, just keeping tabs on bottom as abilities are getting chucked out, but nothing crazy as both sides are brought down relatively low. Top lane though, I thought RSG were going to play this Death Prophet Snapfire and just look to nuke with Crypt Swarm and Scatter Blast onto Seth. So at the moment we see, even with the Omni Knight playing top, Xiaoyu is really struggling, and in fact Roger, he's going to feel the need to try and drag the creep wave and manipulate how Neon are playing this lane.
They're going to try and connect these 2 creep waves together. Doesn't look like they'll be able to, but I mean, bottom lane, actually they get that first blood onto MKS. Nicely done, coming through, giving him a little dance step. They have are you much into the dance? Oh, actually, never mind. Mid lane. I was about to say, like, what's the equivalent of the Melbourne Shuffle overseas?
The Melbourne Shuffle. Can you shuffle?
I cannot shuffle. I have no rhythm. You know this, all right? I feel like you're just calling me out directly here.
Well, I can, so I can do it quite well. Not gonna toot my horn. I was an absolute club rat for quite some time, closing joints at 6 a.m. I can do it semi, but
you can wiggle, is what you're saying.
I can wiggle, I can boogie. I don't know what an equivalent would be for someone else's Melbourne Shuffle and another international shuffle. I don't know.
Singapore slide, maybe, you know, that sort of thing.
Mid lane, Zhao Bonbon might be in a bit of trouble here. But it does have Roger connecting. Can he get there fast enough? But no point in the Heavenly Grace to purge up the stacks. But Avatar mode, he can still fly up to the high ground, playing his distance over Exilern. So Avatar mode will escape, and Roger now finally getting that level 3 with the point in the Heavenly Grace. But unfortunately just took a little bit too long. And meanwhile, top lane as well, Xiaoyu almost going down, but just will be able to escape to the T1 tower.
So close. He didn't actually have a Spirit Siphon charge there either, so... Well, now at least he's level 3 on Roger, so it makes a lot of these rotations feel so much better. Obviously, would have been able to probably turn that one around for a kill if he had that for the mid lane. But this is just really important to enable Xiao Yu to have the easiest time possible, right? You just pop the Heavenly Grace onto someone when they try and disrupt his initiation, and he's the one running at you. He's the one creating a lot of this havoc to enable someone like the Primal Beast to catch the backlines, to enable the Faceless Void to come in and get off that perfect Chronosphere. So to me, RSG's lineup just feels like it makes a lot more sense in cohesion.
And down bottom.
And top.
MKS looking to get aggressive onto Enryu. See if they're going to have the
Seth's
damage
actually
for the
getting dived
moment. Yeah, Seth gets killed up top. Down bottom, Enryu, he also goes down. The ability's still on cooldown for Jar Bomb Bomb with the Scatter Blast. Not available for another fire, but you see RSG able to hit back in particular top lane. That's the important lane to give some bonus gold and experience over to Xiao Yu.
Yeah, sure. Oh, very importantly. Oh, actually, what's happening in this bot side? Some lucky bashes coming through from MKS, and another couple just coming through. Sometimes, you know, Gaben's on your side a little bit more than others, and I was about to say on that top side as well, you got the deny onto the flag bearer creep. That's a lot of money going away from a Morphling who, let's be real, like, he is the one that needs to carry this game for Neon right now. A lot of the times when Enryu does pop off, he's on a lot more of these lane-dominating style of heroes. You need to make sure that you've got, like, a Viper or a Beastmaster or, you know, Necrophos, Timbersaw, these sorts of ones, but Doom isn't really that. So we'll see how successful he's going to be in transitioning towards that mid-game.
Bottom lane. Our first rotation coming out from the Primal Beast as Excellen's going to be playing around with a level 6. And will require out the Pulverize here just to make sure that Jean Bonbon can leap over the fissure to provide that extra stun lock. So a great rotation. It does free up mid though, so instantly you see Avatar mode, shoves out the lane, gets the catapult under the tower, and is now going to look to make his own rotation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's fast enough though, has the Windlace of course, just for a little bit of that value, plus the phase boot, so you're going to be able to contest reasonably well against Avatar mode.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
actually going for a little bit of a dive here. Have to be careful on Avatar mode. Actually, does he? You've got Playhard playing alongside him.
Looks like he doesn't have to matter, but Roger TP's in the nick of time from the Omni Knight as Excellent gets the Pulverize out. Beautifully done, Roger. Great positioning. That Heavenly Grace, and we were mentioning that the Omni Knight was going to be a big answer to the Bat Ride, and we're already seeing early on.
Sure, he's put the second point into the Purification. I don't hate it. You know, just a little bit of burst damage. It provides you a lot of value. You got to make sure you got that chat wheel ready.
Oh, that's...
All right, well, while we've got a little bit of a break, you and I can see, unfortunately I don't think the chat can, the predictions coming through, and we didn't make them at the start of the game. So player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game's end, probably the Faceless Void, right?
No, I think DP. No, I think Morphling.
Okay, you think Morphling, I'll go Faceless Void. Number of total smoke gank kills by 25. At the moment it's 0. So let's go 4 for me.
What? How?
Come on, we're on clock here. They can unpause at any moment,
like
bro.
30 seconds? You got to get a kill between 30-second window? Is that kind of what it is?
Let's not overcomplicate it. If a smoke leads to a kill, we'll count it.
Sure. You said 4, right? I'll go 5. Screw
I
you.
said 4. All right. I get anything under? Good. Player with most D wards by 15 minutes. Playhard's already got 3.
This guy's balling
yeah.
now. I mean,
I think we'll go with
stick
Playhard.
yeah, we'll stick with Playhard.
And first Roche kill probably should be RSG. Yeah.
I said first. Doesn't matter. You copied
Yeah,
it.
okay. Yeah, the exorcism and the little shredder. Yeah, it's going to be real tough.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I got my answer out first. That's your fault.
Ooh. If you have a look at Roger and his item queues, he's actually going for the Guardian Angel Aghanim Scepter. Just a little bit of extra status resist, you know? Ugh. Gotta protect them buildings.
So why is he...
Memes?
I don't... So I guess the status resist, that's going to be a really nice answer to the lasso. Like your global save versus... What's a cooldown? Does it get decreased? No, it doesn't.
I believe so.
maybe he's got some talents as well, which it doesn't. Oh, he does it 15. 30 seconds is a lot. What the hell? Okay, it's going to be a really good answer to the lasso in particular, whenever that is casted off, because his positioning has to be pretty on point, and Omni Knight has a very, very low cast range, and one of the more difficult heroes to position in. So that's kind of what I'm seeing with this Scepter. I think it'll be nice as well as an answer to the Doom, but it's very difficult to use your ultimate before you see the Doom jump in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like it's just going to be used as an immediate response to whoever gets doomed or whoever gets lassoed, right? It really shows even more emphasis towards what I was talking about before, where Roger needs to be the one that dies first in a lot of these team fights if Neon are going to have any success. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more movement coming through from Seth to perhaps get some deep vision up. You've already got a nice observer ward in the left side of the mid lane, so that's a nice start, but I need to see more of it. I need to see more fights enabled off the back of this Omni dying.
Which I don't think is going to be easy. It really feels like it's going to be off the back of Enryu with double Doom. Because I don't know if you want to commit... If you've got one Doom for the first, like, say, 30 minutes, as well, that thought mid lane, play hard. It's going to be chilling for the moment. Avatar mode build, TP and Lasso still on cooldown, so there's going to be no threat of maybe turning it around on some of the RSG members.
Even just the Batrider TPing, I know he's got the Boots of Travel and he's going to use this time to farm, so it's not too bad, but it just means that you have a lot more freedom to play a bit aggressive on MKS. Like, he obviously is going into the Doom, who doesn't have the Doom skilled at this point. Roger's going to make sure that he walks down towards this bottom lane just in case Doom goes for that kill attempt without having to expend the TPs. So a lot of nice movements coming out from RSG just in response to even the smallest things, right? Bat shows on lane. You've got time to be able to move. You've got time to be able to farm. So very nice coaching coming through from them who, I believe, was it... Mike and John was saying that Winter was actually coaching Nibin Galaxy.
Yes.
So that's an interesting little improvement. Obviously, didn't help them that much. Sorry, Winter. But you've got some good coaches as well on RSG's side too.
On Neon. Looking to make their first real movement of the game. A smoke down bottom with play hard and Avatar mode. Trying to combine together with Enryu.
Look at Roger's positioning though.
Fissure into the Doom. The Fissure's going to be on the right side, but Roger still can get at least some abilities off to protect the Faceless Void. And now Xiao Yu, he's going to TP in. They've got the Exo, they've got Excellent as well to try and catch up to Enryu. But the Doom is able to reposition under the tier 1 tower, and no
it's
one
just perfect
dies.
by Roger. Perfect. And they use Doom and Lasso for that.
Oh,
This is what Omni does, man. This is why I'm an Omni advocate. Can't be going forward like this, though. Maybe he just feels like he doesn't have any threat of dying because they have used a lot of their stuns for that sort of purpose. Like, the Fissure goes down, he's like, all right, let's move on forward.
So this now...
Sorry, go ahead.
I think we're really gonna have to kind of keep tabs on how Neon look to take these fights, because again, I really do not think Doom can alter the Omni Knight. I think it has to be someone else that addresses Roger, and probably that is up to Avatar mode. You really don't have anyone else. I mean, Blink's gonna be a bit slow for play hard, considering you take a look at his net worth and his bottom net worth at the moment. So I feel like this is really all going to come down to Avatar mode to find the Omni as mid lane.
That's it.
Excellent. Yeah, one of the kisses into the Pulverizer combo that I'm sure we'll see time and time again in this game 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. They don't have anything now to play around the Chronosphere, so that's... I mean, again, kind of what I was saying with the Batrider rotating mid previously. Speaking of mid, just getting poked a little bit here by Excellent. It does free up them a little bit of time to be able to farm as well, right? Fortune Soul, we basically haven't talked about him at all. He's doing a really good job just staying up towards the top of the net worth despite being part of 0 kills. Only, what, 600 or so behind the Faceless Void, so having a good time up here.
Top tower is under attack.
It definitely does feel like Dire have this more... would you say slow-paced lineup? Because even Batrider with Boots of Travel, like, you kind of do want BKB, and I think in particular with a game like this. So maybe you can look to make plays on the side lanes if you find a tier 1 tower, but it definitely feels like RSG going to be controlling the tempo early in this game.
You do want BKB, but I feel like this is a Blink game. I mean, I feel like that that previous kill attempt down bottom really emphasizes the need that you gotta find Roger, right? And I don't feel like you're going to have the reaction time to be able to come through to save it.
Oh, what a
actually
hero,
just dive it
dude.
straight in.
Look at that. Excellent. It doesn't matter how deep you can dive if they got the control to answer you. And now look at the Morphling. Fortune Soul. He dodged the corner.
He got out.
Oh, Fortune Soul. That was beautiful. They still lose
They might
the
find
T1
Omni.
tower. But Enryu's going to look to waltz on forward. They've got the vision to hold back Roger. Xiao Yu is bodyguarding, trying to protect the Omni as best as possible.
Whoa,
And now
play
the
hard.
Echo. Play hard. Clipping onto 3. Just walked into the middle, but there was no damage follow-up. As MKS time walks back into the reveal, is going to try and deal with Fortune Soul, but Official will buy him some time. The waveform's still on cooldown for the moment, so they're going to drop the Mortimer Kisses. They need every single little bit of damage they can find, but Fortune Soul, it will still go down. The sidesteps are not enough, and Exilin, he started the fight, and he'll end it onto the Earthshaker's life.
Even just slamming the creeps down, showing him who's boss, establishing some dominance coming through there. I mean, it was a really nice Fisher coming through from Play Hard to be able to disrupt that fight a little bit, right? He was blocking off Exilern from the rest of his team, making sure that Omni wasn't able to just walk on forward, because Roger knows, like, he knows the limitations of his hero. He knows you can't just walk up into this team fight that's got a Bat Rider and a Doom. It just is a recipe for absolute disaster. The fact that he stayed back, sure, you lose the Primal Beast, but he was in position to make sure that the Death Prophet didn't die. Just getting multiple uses of that purification off means that Xiao Yu, even though he was the Doom target, still ends up living and dealing a good amount of damage.
Yeah, and even after all of this, all the ultimates, all the heroes that almost went down, all the damage that we saw in that team fight, it is still RSG that find multiple towers off the back of that. You know, T1 tower went down through the middle of that, and then top, they got the T1 tower as well, so all T1 towers are now gone, and this is really going to open up the map for RSG. We mentioned as well, they're probably the team that will have access to Roche early on, considering with the Exo and the Lil Shredder, so now not having to worry about the T1 tower is going to make it that much easier.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Roger's even been able to go off into the Neon Jungle and be able to steal a few of these stacks coming through. He's got full points into the Purification at this stage, not even worrying about the Heavenly Grace, because, I mean, I suppose the only time he needs to use it is when the Bat Rider makes a dive.
You asked for a Denog, and there we go. The blink picked up from Avatar mode. They're going to drag Xiao Yu under the tower and putting him in a position where Roger will have no hope of getting that Heavenly Grace off.
It's a good movement. Like, I completely understand the reason to go for this, because you just need to find that one pick off. And, well, Roger at the time, unfortunately, they realized that he's probably not going to be standing right behind the Death Prophet as she's next to that tier 2 tower. He hadn't revealed on the map, so...
Bottom lane, and Ryu. They're going to miss on the charge, but still, they'll have the Mortimer Kisses into the Pulverized combination, and Ryu doesn't have a point in the Infernal Blade to be able to cancel the ultimate out of Xiao Bombo, but maybe his just raw health is enough for him to be able to sidestep this. Gets the Doom before they succeed on the kill, but there's no follow-up. That's a Doom expended onto the Primal Beast, and RSG, they're here to turn it around. They want to smoke and take another fight.
Except
They
put
get the
down that
jump
Observer
though.
Ward just
It's
after.
a silence into the corner. They're in, and they'll have plenty of damage. You got the Pure from the Purification, and the right clicks from MKS. That's a big kill onto Fortune Soul.
They even get this Observer Ward D-Ward there. They had complete vision of Seth just coming up and dropping that Observer Ward. So, Roger, it's good play after good play coming through from this Omni Knight. Really showing his experience coming through from... I would say he would have to be the by far the most experienced of this team. Maybe Xiao Yu rivaling him a little bit, but certainly has the maturity to be able to pull his team through to the later stages of these qualifiers.
Speaking of Xiao Yu, he's got that extra pop down bottom with the catapult. Glyph has already been expended, so... Tower looks like it's going to go down. Again, Radiant just scouts out a 4-man smoke from Neon, so they know exactly what is happening. Look at Xiao Bonbon's positioning. Let's get a double fish play hard. Gonna try and step in with the Echo Slam. Clips onto 2, but the damage is non-existent. They haven't killed anyone off yet. And Ryu using a defensive BKB, but they'll still chase him down. Off to the right side though. Avatar mode was able to fly over to the cliff line, getting the lasso onto the Faceless Void. And now once again, the fissures coming up from Play Hard, giving Fortune Soul an opportunity to start to stack up the damage in the Morphling. They've also spied out Roger to the right side, but the stuns are lacking to control the Omni Knight.
All right, I will do a first for me and actually say something that Roger didn't do great this time. He had the Guardian Angel there available the entire time. So I feel like that was really the time that you needed to drop it. Faceless Void was getting right-clicked down by Fortune Soul. He wasn't the target of a ton of magic damage coming through, but unfortunately just not using it, putting a little bit more emphasis on just trying to take out that tombstone. Perhaps a bit tunnel-visioned, and well, that's what Neon needed to be able to get their foot in the door to at least start coming back in this game. They do still have all of that great vision down, though, the deep vision coming through from RSG that's going to provide them a lot of this information.
Oh, not like that, excellent. Just bumped Roger a little bit forward, but does look like the Omni Knight's going to be all right.
They don't have the Echo to play around with. They don't have the Lasso to play around with. They don't even have the Flesh Golem. All they've got is Doom right now. So I wonder if they're going to use that timing to consider going into Roche. But I suppose without the level 2 Exo on Xiao Yu, that's going to be the main sticking point for RSG at this stage. So he's going to have that BKB picked up as well.
Mid
So that's going to be
lane.
nice for him.
Force off from Avatar mode. Tries to sidestep the Pulverize. Excellent. Knock. Oh no, he's stuck. Oh no. I think the Firefly just expired. You hate to see it. In the end, RSG are able to chase down Avatar mode, and it's a bit of a streak given over to the Primal Beast as well.
Well, I'm happy that with that pause they were able to fix their chat wheels, because they were very important for that that last little engagement coming through here. Oh, here we go. Exo coming up in 1 second, instantly going, not even waiting for that level 2 Exo, it seems, on Xiao Yu, and they should probably need to use it here. Who are they using the Heavenly Grace on? Yeah, Primal Beast just giving him a ton of that extra damage coming through. Look at him. He's got a 335 damage right now on Primal Beast, just with the use of that Heavenly Grace.
Schmack. Schmack.
Very balanced. It's like, you think this is the little brother just hitting his big brother right now?
I want to see the Primal Beast with a, what, Bloodlust? Yeah, Bloodlust.
BKB.
What's BKB? I can't
Giant's
remember
Ring.
the 5. Giant's Ring. And does your portrait with Heavenly Grace a little bit or no?
Nah, I don't think so. You're just glowy.
Well, those 3, and then we can see the Primal Beast be able to rival that of Roche. It's not little
That was
brother.
actually pretty clever in the mid lane. So Exolone, I think he might have a guess that he's under vision. So he used the onslaught because it actually, you can hear it even if it's from the fog of war. And because they had this observer ward, they saw that everyone was just sitting in that mid lane. So he wanted to see if there were any reactions that came after the Q came out. So they did react a little bit, and that's why he didn't actually finalize the charge coming through.
And again, that high ground ward scouted out the Batrider, starting to make his way bottom. I think it just missed Enryu. But the lane ward instead's going to see Avatar mode. And they're going to make sure they don't group up, because MKS, he's going to jump behind the Batrider, anticipating some reinforcements playing to the right side. And, well, no one's nearby, so there's no threat of a Chronosphere onto more members in Neon. It's just they can now solo down the Batrider, who might make it out. Oh, my lord! What?
Very sneaky Avatar mode, being able to dodge out all of that.
Dire's top tower.
Do you have to expend anything, really? I mean, you use the lasso for sure, but outside of that, no one's really got BKBs to use outside of the Doom. And to get rid of the...
Got the fissure again. Oh, this is a bit deep now. Space, that's all it is. Joe, you got a tier 2 tower. Easy like that.
I feel like he can make that dive once he's level 15. He needs the dispelling himself when he activates the uproar. Like, then you're not as worried about the Batrider. You're not as worried about even just the Infernal Blade onto yourself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And with the little last couple of seconds of this exorcism, they're going to get a decent amount of damage done onto the tier 2 tower. I mean, it's 21 minutes and they have no tier 2 towers to play around.
Call Neon. He's excellent. He's going to start very far away from the team.
Pop the
Does pop the
BKB.
BKB before the Doom. He's going to have Roger nearby to be able to play with as well. But there's no follow-up. Another ultimate expender from Neon, and they don't get anything out of it. And look at this. RSG, they want to clap back. They want to look to get some kills. A smoke. Trying to end. No!
Oh, very nicely
no.
done, Fortune Soul. His baiting's been really good. I mean, all the times that we've been casting Fortune Soul back in the day when he was on Cobalt, he was making these sorts of plays, and it's very clear to see why Neon picked him up.
Well, they're going to smoke even with the Undying down. They've got a Great Ward on the high ground to play with for Neon, but they don't have the Doom and they missed the Fissure.
Well, they found the
so
Omni.
Roger, he's in trouble. They're able to get some spells off for the moment, but they haven't secured the kill on the Omni Knight. Now Neon, they've got to get out. You cannot stick around now even to fight into the Aegis advantage as they just catch up to the Morphling. A waveform's going to be back up in a couple of seconds. Can they close the distance though from RSG? They're considering about entering the high gun with the first hit bash, but it won't be the Fissure that holds them back. But MKS, they've got no response to the lasso, dragging him deeper inside the base of Neons. But Exilon and Zhao Yu, they're nearby to try and protect him. Silon's going to jump into the middle, buying some valuable seconds for MKS to reposition. But again, the Fissures from Play are just stopping them in their tracks. And now Neon, they want to look to enter the high gun. They know they've got the numbers advantage.
If you're only going to lose one, though, for a buyback on the enemy Morphling, you're going to be incredibly happy with that. Roger just trying to get himself in the safer position.
Okay,
nice
yes, they
flame
catch
break
up
coming
still,
through.
the cookie in!
Oh,
Xiaobon! The cookie onto two, jumping over, what a leap from the Snapfire! And now Sam would be brought down as well, as they were kiting them further out on the map, playing around their own vision, and RSG turning around in a heartbeat.
And Zhao Bobon, take a bow. I mean, he, all the way back from when he was playing on 496, from the position 5 role, he was the star player back then. And, you know, obviously he's made the transition to position 4. He's doing it just the same. His Phoenix, his Grimstroke, his Dark Willow, and now on the Snapfire, just making fantastic plays. They know that there's no buyback on this Morphling, so they feel pretty free just to walk on forward. Everyone's got everything that they need. Primal Beast now, level 15. He's got that Dispel on top of the BKB that I was mentioning before, and it's going to be, at minimum, the tier 3 tower going down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We're just getting really goddamn close to the Scepter as well. Oh, BKB, they're going to jump in. Chrono, a bit awkward, but at least they've put the Mortimer Kisses to target down the Batrider. And now as soon as it expires, Exilon still playing with multiple abilities to chase on forward. Enryu has casted the Doom out into the Omni Knight, so that's able to secure the kill onto Roger. For the cookie again, man! Xiaobon, what are you doing to them? I suppose Snapfire can't be making this many plays, but still the Void. In a bit of trouble for the moment, the Echo Slam along with the damage from Enryu will get the kill onto MKS, and that'll be enough. I think it'll be enough to stop RSG from staying in the base. It looks like it will.
And just that Wraith Pact is doing so much work, right? They try and go for the super deep dives, just reducing the damage, all of it done by 30%. Zhao Bonbon is just putting on an absolute clinic right now. It was a good little turnaround to be able to get that kill onto the Faceless Void, especially considering in that previous fight around the Dire Triangle, there was the BKB on the Courier that was actually killed. So Enryu's only just had all of that net worth delivered to him now. So he was actually playing on like less than the Snapfire's amount of net. Look at how much net worth Xiaobon has. I actually just saw. Like, he is going off.
Oh, Pi. Okay.
Yeah,
Very
all this magic
interesting.
damage, why not?
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're going to be lacking damage on Neon unless the Morphling is able to freely right-click in these fights. And I mean, maybe the Scepter from Fortune Soul is going to help out.
It's going to need to be that. He tried for the blind cookie as well. I like it. Just predicting where Fortune Soul might be looking to move. But, I mean, this is a tale as old as time, right? Morph Shaker, it's the way to come back into a game. Remember back with TNC, even like 30k behind. Roger has to be a little bit careful here. He's very deep.
Jump in. Oh, what's Omni Knight out to the right side? They're able to get Roger. So at least the Omni Knight's killed off. A great positioning the Tombstone as well. It's actually a decent start to the fight from Neon, but they've got to be cautious if they group up. The Chrono's still on cooldown for the moment to the south side. They've been able to catch up the Snapfire as well as Fortune Soul waveforms into the middle. He's lacking mana, so he's going to look to play around the Faceless Void to time walk out to the east, and they're okay, Neon. They found 2 pickoffs onto some key supports. They're looking to chase down more, but the blink just the nick of time for Silern.
Slips away. uncharacteristic sloppy fight. I mean, Roger's positioning has been really good all game, but that's probably the one place that you don't feel safe moving up to. That high ground cliff ward inside of the dire jungle is the one spot that Neon have just planted their flag and said, look, if we lose this fight, it's absolutely over. So we got to make sure that we play around some sort of vision that we feel confident about. They've dropped, I think I count 4, maybe even 5 sentry wards around the area just to make sure that they've got complete understanding of the vision in the area. And, well, clearly it paid off for them in a big way. Even Playhard's got the Echo Slam now as well.
Lane, they can't group up. Oh, they're grouping up. Playhard, does he jump? It's going to be Enryu instead. Avatar mode,
enough just to
considering
get the
about
Omni,
following
though.
up here. If they can get the Omni and Playhard secures it with the Echo. But there's a tier 1 tower nearby, so Irish, they are looking to re-enter. Echo Slam was the only thing that was really committed.
They will feel pretty happy with the Guardian Angel being removed, though, right? Like, now it feels like you could potentially go onto one of these other heroes instead of the Omni Knight with your next initiation coming through. Lasso's up in 10, and so is Roshan. So Neon, they need to just push out this lane, smoke up as a team, and look to push on forward, get a pick off, and convert that into the next Roshan.
Yeah, I think for Neon, as we're going to see another jump onto the Death Prop with the Fortune Soul nearby, there's going to be a lot of damage. Can they Rosh? I think they might try.
I think you have to.
Yeah, no, those past couple of pickups is all thanks to this Observer Ward. This ward by the top power rune is giving them so much information on Neon.
Absolutely. You just got to make sure you put wards down in unorthodox places. The map's been way too long since there's been any significant changes to it, so it's the players that innovate that are the ones that oftentimes end up in a really good spot. They've been scared off a little bit, though. I mean, they have had to use a few things, though. The Mortimer's Kisses means that there isn't gonna be a huge amount of damage coming into this Chronosphere, even if the smoke is successful in finding a key target. I suppose they've got tier 1 towers to TP2, though, on the Death Prophet, more likely to come mid, but that just means that the smoke's gonna be really obvious. Yeah, pinged out. They're just like, well, let's make sure to play super defensively, or in a big club together, and then try and cut off this smoke at the pass as Neon are trying their best to be able to secure this next Roshan for themselves.
Look at this.
They see Excelern, they do. They see him.
They're going to see Zhao Bonbon. They've got so much information to play with. What's it called, Neon? Who do you target? You need to see Roger before you jump. They're finally going to get a glimpse of the Omni Knight. So Enryu jumps into the middle, but they haven't brought him down just yet. Off to the left side, the Pulverize is out. Primal Beast target downstairs, so both teams recognizing the importance of the support, but Roger, he's going to bite back, but more importantly, a Chrono
Echo in 1.
clipping onto the Morphling. Playhard's going to look to buy in some time, but the bash is coming out too fast from MKS. They can chain control the Morphling and make sure there's no escape once the bubble expires.
Oh, even a DD right before the Roshan, so they should be very free just to walk up and get this one. I was really waiting for Playhard to come through with an Echo Slam. There was that period where there were 3 people clumped up on top of each other. I know it would have been into the Faceless Void BKB, but honestly, just as a way to reduce damage coming through from the other 2, I feel like it would have been well worthwhile.
Wonder who they give the shard to on RSG.
Probably the Death Prophet, I would say. Just giving that extra Siphon charge, the fear, really effective at heroes like the Doom and the Batrider that just want to stay running at you during a lot of these fights without a huge amount of mobility. And, you know, Degenera, I think, is one of the worst shards in the game, so hopefully it never gets given over to Roger. And it's not really Excelern's job to, like, stand there and rock throw, right? He is the run-at-you hero.
Okay. Can you... Is it a little bit viable, though, because the Chrono?
I guess. Like, it is, but I just feel like Death Prophets is always going to be good, you know?
Sure. There we go. Xiao Yu. As the Ike shard, he's going to be really difficult to kill. Not only is he playing with the Omni Knight behind it, but we see how defensive he's itemized as well. Ser is outside the base, and Excelern is seen as they get a glimpse of the Undying's position. They're going to pounce on forward. But Avatar mode, he wants to answer back. They get the last onto the Omni Knight. Roger, they haven't even killed him off just yet, so the turnaround.
He was piped.
The Mortimer Kisses, the rest of RSG looking to enter the base. They've still got to be cautious, though. They're clumping up. Play hard, landing some spells, but the damage from Fortune Soul is not there. They need to kite the Guardian Angel.
Just got so much Heavenly Grace debuff removes with that. They got rid of the stolen time dilation. They got rid of the flame break. They got rid of a sticky napalm, and it meant that MKS had nearly 50 HP regen in that previous fight, just from a single use of a Heavenly Grace from Roger.
Dire's middle barracks are under
MKS just hit level 20 as well, so this extra attack speed in the chrono could spell disastrous for a core.
I feel like there's anything that they could do into this, right? Would need to be the perfect Echo Slam coming through from Play Hard, the newest recruit. See if he's able to turn back the clock. Obviously, he was a big part of Neon's most successful.
They see Enryu. Double 4-star, Pogo forward, back and forth, but MKS is in with the chrono. On to 2. They've got the fort for the exorcism on the outskirts, but Enryu just makes it back inside the fountain. With the buyback coming up for the Undying as well, they're going to look to try and get back in on Neon, knowing the chrono's on cooldown. As Avatar mode once again
Omni
finds a jump onto the Omni Knight, they're going to have to damage his flankers in the backline. Play hard. The Echo onto 3 will give them the opportunity to kill the Omni Knight, and now they can look to chase down more as Fortune Soul. An aggressive waveform to the high ground, but they're going to be cautious though, because RSG, they're still playing with the Aegis advantage as MKS, look at the space he's making. Just throwing away multiple members of Neon, and now they can go back in with the cookie, clipping the Doom, and MKS, it doesn't even matter because it's excellent. Down to the south onto multiple members of Neon. As RSG, it always seems like they know when they can go back in team fights.
Yeah, even just cancelling the TP on Excellent as well. I'm sure that would have been Roger just saying, bro, I've got the full scope of this team fight. I'm dead. I can make every single call, and you better listen, because I'm not going to be tunnel vision at all. Really good to see that there's that open communication coming through from RSG as well. Really listening, making sure they're fighting together as a team. No man left behind if it's the right sort of situation for it. And I mean, they're just putting themselves into a much more commanding position in this game. Big props, though, to Neon. Like, they're doing all of the things that they need to be able to come back into this game a little bit. But I just feel like the weight of the draft, the weight of how well some of these lanes went, it's just going to be too much, and RSG are eventually going to run them down.
I mean, RSG have been known to be a team that can execute team fights at such a high level. We've seen them come back in games multiple times and they run through the DPC. And again, we kind of just spoke about, they always know when they are strong enough to take fights, even if they are down in members or even cooldown to a bit of an issue as well.
That's just 47 HP regen just from the use of the Heavenly Grace with like 2 debuffs on MKS. So annoying. Really obnoxious.
This means he can freely siege without a care in the world. Just making sure.
Saying like, do I have chrono? Do I?
Do you want to find out?
Yeah. Well, he's got it now. They're going to go for this last-ditch attempt to smoke coming through. 10 seconds left on the chrono, but... Oh, you've already lost the melee racks, my die.
Oh no, and Ryu gets a double war stomp. Doom's going to be out as well, but instantly the Guardian Angel is not going to go to the low ground with the cookie, but it might not matter as RSG look like they are so far ahead with the instant pulverize, stopping the lasso in its tracks. As Avatar mode will not escape, and Exilem wants to put more members of Neon into the grave. Gonna be cautious though. He's not playing with some heroes behind him. Roger will finally step up to the task to protect the Primal Beast.
Still haven't used that Chronosphere. Play hard. He's looking for the opening. Again, it's all going to be on the back of him if they're able to get this great initiation coming through. They've got the damage if they find the right heroes, but they're pretty well split up right now on RSG, so that not everyone is going to get caught in the side of that. And even just the Wraith Pact, really discouraging any kind of initiation, at least until it expires. Now's the time they could potentially look to go for it, and they're going to need to do it now. Megas is only a couple of buildings away.
It's just so difficult for them. They're not playing with vision, so they don't see where Roger is. So it feels like someone has to be the...
blink now on Roger.
Oh,
he
God.
can be so far back.
I don't know how is his farm, man. Philosopher's Stone definitely helps out. Emery, it doesn't have the capability to move in and out like the Faceless Void does. We just see if you don't have a ward, someone has to start the fight and kind of bait the Omni Knight to show their positioning, but you are that far behind where you don't have the room to make that play.
It's rough for sure. This could be the smoke that
Let's see
ends the
Fortune's
game
ult.
coming through. Yeah, with
He
the
got
vision.
okay. He got the attribute shift off at least. We'll make sure there is no escape with the waveform. He does have a buyback to look to rejoin. But the rest of the team are just trying to deal with the objective instead. It's soon to be Mega Creeps, but instead, Neon, they're going to jump in, targeting down with the Omni Knight. But Megas are soon on the cards as RSG. It's a well worth the sacrifice of the Omni. And it might not even be that. Maybe they can just move on forward, get kill after kill, and secure game one. As the G's are dropped and RSG will go one game up in this best of three.
That's the RSG I was expecting to see. I mean, they just came through, looked dominant from the draft all the way to the end. Just a couple of shaky moments of positioning where things could have been a lot worse for them if Neon had the draft to be able to punish that, take Roshan away from them, and perhaps play a little bit more aggressively, get the Morphling into his next item. But yeah, it was it really felt like RSG from the very beginning. By the way, it was MKS with the highest physical damage, I just have to say. Smoke Gag kills was 4, so that's me correct again. And it was Roger, so we were both wrong with that one. And Tim with the first Roche kill is RSG. So you have 1 correct, and I have 3. So not counting, not keeping score, but that's exactly what's happening.
Right. Not keeping a score, of course. Well, I'm sure RSG are going to be keeping score. You take a look at the KDAs and how the boys all played. Definitely felt like multiple fights throughout the mid game. Xiao Bonbon just did 2 incredible plays, and that was enough to turn the fight on its head, which was a
It was
really
more farm than Avatar mode, dude. It was more farmed than the enemy mid laner.
That's not a good sign when you've got a higher net worth than the enemy mid laner. But those fights were pivotal moments in this game one, because Neon, they were keeping neck and neck. They were farming incredibly well. The cores were keeping up with RSG, but we just saw kind of how difficult it was throughout some of the mid-game fights with, again, sung their praises a lot towards the later stages of that game, but RSG, they always find a way to be able to execute team fights, something that I've always been impressed with them about.
Yeah, for sure. And it's that team buy-in. That's what I really like about it. You know, I'm sure there's someone, probably Roger, that's going to be the main one making the calls and just saying, look, if I make a call, even if it sounds really dumb, everyone needs to commit to it, because not doing that at this level is what gets you punished. And everyone obviously has the confidence in him to be able to just roll with that. So it's worked for them in game 1. I think it'll work for them in game 2 if the draft ends up being in a similar situation. But Neon obviously probably weren't expecting to be in the upper bracket based on their recent form, let's call it, in recent times. But they put in a better performance than what I was expecting. The draft made it a bit rough, but certainly a lot of those plays, they identified what they needed to do. I just don't think they had the tools to actually execute it. So we'll see if the draft makes things a bit easier for them, or if they're just going to be on another road to inevitability.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the main thing to be looking at, because Neon, they do have a big backing with them in regards to Chuan, the XTI winner. So if anyone's going to help break down drafts and see what they can look to adapt and do a little bit better in game 2, it is going to be Chuan. But Neon, they need to pull something out of the hat, being 1 game down here in our second last series of the night. They need some way to be able to bring themselves back in this series, and we'll find out what that X factor is going to be after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are back for some more Southeast Asian regional qualifiers here. We've got the lads on Neon taking on RSG. Denok, the draft is already underway. It's going to be RSG on the Die side, and we've got the beautiful lads of Neon on the Radiant side. We'll see a little bit of back and forth as well coming out in the draft. We saw prior Neon playing with the Earthshaker and the Batrider. RSG, they want to snag it for themselves.
Yeah, this time around, Neon, they had priority in the first game. They chose having second pick so that they could round out that
10
draft with the
seconds
Doom.
remaining.
Obviously, didn't feel like it worked out too well for them. So
5
this time
seconds
around,
remaining.
RSG, they actually have the choice, and they went for second pick for themselves. I like this this puck counter to the Batrider. Really forces him to go into that early BKB that some bats really don't like to do. Can slow down your farming a little bit. It means that perhaps it's a bit too much of a defensive item as opposed to an aggressive one. But I still think what Neon need to be focusing on now is just giving that dominating lane over to Enryu as much as possible. And look at the heroes that are being banned out. All of those ones that I was referring to when I'm talking about Enryu's best heroes. The Viper, the DP, the Night Stalker, the Enigma. The Night Stalker, a little bit less so, but it is still a strong hero once it gets into those middle stages of the game.
What are your thoughts now on this Faceless Void here for RSG? Because this is something that we had the opportunity casting RSG through their run in Division 2, and with how much success they had on MKS's Faceless Void, and that's continued on through last tour, obviously last game as well, the most recent time with MKS pulling it out. Do you feel like RSG there needs to be more respect from Neon, or do you feel like RSG overrate the Faceless Void?
No, I don't think it can be overrated. I think it's just a ridiculously strong hero. Look at MKS. He's got that cheeky little grin on his face right now. He knows that this is a good game for it. I mean, against the puck, it's always going to be good, right? As long as you've got that BKB, you're fine. And it's just one of those super reliable ways to be able to catch out the puck. You've got an Earthshaker to be able to assist with that. So I feel like he's still feeling very confident. Again, though, it's into a Doom. Now, I feel like the Doom is still a very good hero, but I'm not sure if Doom Clockwork is really the lane that I would be looking to go for here. Like, Clock doesn't feel like it's the greatest response to something like the Faceless Void. Sure, it's good against the Earthshaker, which makes things a little bit more palatable, let's call it. But I feel like there are now plenty of ways that you could just look to get some repositioning happening, like even just the Pango being picked up, right? Doesn't care about the cogs. Neither does the Void, neither does the Batrider. So it just means that you're very shoehorned, I suppose you could call it, into one type of strategy. Like, you know who the Clockwork's going to be going on every single time. It's going to be that Earthshaker, so you could just position yourself accordingly.
Dire team ban. Radiant team.
Yeah, I wonder
ban.
if Neon are even going to
Dire
consider
team
about
ban.
swapping the lanes as well. You know, playing Clockwork into the Earthshaker lane, then Chen with the Doom as well. Because not only does Clock deal with the Earthshaker throughout the game, but also the lane as well is a really nice answer. But I suppose so is Chen too, just because all the summons. So they do have a couple options here with Neon. But we are
Radiant
looking
team
for
pick.
their carry for Fortune Soul. Is there any that's kind of standing out for you at the moment?
Into a Faceless Void? I mean, what even feels good into a Faceless Void these days? Not much. Like, Wraith King is the classic answer, but not into a bat, not into even a Pango,
10
to be honest,
seconds
right?
remaining.
All those different ways to disarm, to just kite you around. The laning stage is going to be
5
horrible.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, to be honest. Like, I'm just trying to think what Fortune Soul even likes to play when he's coming up against this sort of stuff. I mean, could be a decent... Oh, they've just banned out the Bloodseeker. It would have been a really good Bloodseeker game.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at answers to the Batrider, like the Slark and the Phantom Lancer, but Slark is heavily countered by the Void, and I think PL is pretty countered by the Pango and semi-Earthshaker, depending on how you play. So it's not even... It's going to be a very tricky hero, no matter what is picked up here for Fortune Soul.
Can you just, like, go for Burst, maybe? Like, a CK, perhaps? And just try and make someone explode from your initiation?
Yeah, yes, but I think that's still very difficult to play into Pango. But if they do blow heroes up, then sure, the lineup could look really good. But if you're playing from behind, then it's a bit awkward. So why this matchup is not good at all for Slark is they have a crap load of AoE stuns. And the Faceless Void has always been a really, really good answer to this. You're able to scale much, much better into the late game. The Chronosphere is just an answer where the Slark cannot deal with him at all. And I feel like Pango's going to deal pretty well with him as well. Another, like, AoE stun that can be used for a long
tons of AoE
duration.
damage.
Yeah, like, I really do not like this Slark pick.
Just trying to think what they're even going to go with for their position 5 here for Roger. He has been playing a little bit of the EES. Can you go something like a Warlock into this? Wait, is Wyvern in the pool? I would pick Wyvern here. You still need something that's able to deal with the Chen creeps a little bit more reliably. And I feel like a Wyvern would be solid enough. You know, it's, again, another thing that is able to get away from the clockwork. If you get cogsed, don't really care, just Arctic Burn, fly away. Strength hero to be able to get on. Even just a single right click onto a puck suddenly makes the Blink Dagger not as usable anymore. Also, just want to shout out the background. We could see the posters changed. So it says, let's go RSG. And then on the right-hand side, it has, at the top, I believe it has Valorant Neon. It's a character in Valorant who I think she is Filipino. And it's like the Giga Chad version of that. And then below that, it's got the, whatever you want to call the opposite of the Giga Chad, and it's Dota's Neon. Like the, oh yeah, Chad Valorant Neon Virgin Dota Neon, I think is the meme that they went for. That's the meme's name, bro. I'm not like putting any insults out there. They're gonna go with an AA instead. All right. I don't hate the AA either.
Just it's a horrible transition. He's like, all right, the AA is getting picked up.
Oh, an AA.
Oh, it's the ice cream man. That's ooh, I see.
I'm always excited to see an ice cream come out. Okay, it's very, very fitting. I mean, you've got ways to be able to get it off. Again, like Pango's going to be going in first. Batrider's going to be going in first. You've got a decent amount of CC already, so your lack of stuns doesn't feel quite so bad. Again, something else that's just going to ruin the Slark's life. Even the Shadow Dance isn't going to be super effective as long as you land your ulti. I suppose it gives both of the supports a little bit of a tougher time against both the puck and the clockwork, so I'm not as big a fan of that aspect, but again, 2 melee heroes into Ancient Apparition, which is one of the longest right-clicks in the game, and some decent damage too, means that they're just going to get harassed out of this lane pretty damn easily in my eyes.
One concern I do have for RSG is just their capability to make plays early. Having both supports that are going to be very level 6 dependent, in particular the Ancient Apparition. Like you mentioned, there's already very good Ice Blast kind of setups from RSG, but I feel like for Neon, this is a free game for the puck to make a lot of early rotations off the back of the power runes, maybe Chen rotating as well to try and help secure her tower with the puck also moving over to get a kill. That is my big concern. I think RSG have to be more reactionary instead of the ones actually looking to control the tempo early until they get their ultimates.
So this is 2 games now where they've actually change things up a little bit. So you've got Xiao Bonbon is actually the one playing the Ancient Apparition, and it's going to be Roger playing the Earthshaker. So I would assume that the AA is going to go into that top lane again, just changing things up a little bit like they've been known to do, but it really might just be a fact of comfort.
some technical issues, but nothing too crazy. We haven't missed much at all, so we'll get straight back.
Not missed much. You, the greatest solo kill of all time. What do you mean? It's just getting it onto the slot coming through. You will never see that again, and we will not see a replay coming through as we get a Chen probably about to die to the first use of the lasso. Yeah, we gotta be honest, Aries. You know, the chat they trust us.
Well, we missed 2 kills, so still in the hang on. Look at this, a coil onto 3. Avatar mode.
Nice
Where's the
rate.
damage, brother? There's no damage. Nowhere to be seen. Excellent. Gets a kill onto Play Hard. And he was sniping away the Arcane Rune, unfortunately, so the Batrider's not going to be playing with this one. You did mention a solo kill, and that was down bottom. Xiao Yu, with the Rolling Thunder, was able to get a solo kill onto the Slark a couple of minutes ago, and that was one I was not expecting in this matchup. I've been in a bit of trouble, actually,
That
though.
bottom lane, though. Oh, might have just missed his opportunity to be able to continue and close in onto that kill. But Fortune Soul, he's still doing a fine enough job down here. You know, obviously, giving up a kill isn't the sort of thing that you want to be doing in a solo lane. I still think before we had those
Top lane.
technical issues.
There's a Doom out.
Oh,
Roger, great TP in's going to be able to get at least some space for the Faceless Void to cut through the tree line.
Oh, he
Ryu,
can't
does he
cut
want to
anything
continue
if
the
he's Doom.
chase? Oh no, and Ryu, he doesn't catch up. MKS.
No, he doesn't. Surely not. He's a little too low. But he had the Chronosphere available. I was thinking maybe if Excellent is there, they try and get something happening, but not quite. Instead, Avatar Mode has actually been able to steal away a few of these stacks, and oh, is it maybe going down here? No, we'll TP away. What I was saying before was, I know that you can jungle with Set on the Chen once you've got that Bassi ring and once you're like level 2 with a Penitence, but I really feel like he needed to be playing around that bottom lane a little bit more. As soon as you hit level 3, get that Holy Persuasion up, you got to get the mana burn creep. You've got to prevent Xiao Yu from getting anything at all out of this lane because, like I was saying before, you're a Pango. You rely on your Q to be able to get a lot of these last hits, and if you don't have mana, you just can't do that.
Top lane.
So I feel like it's a pretty big
They're
mistake.
making it go onto Enryu. Roger with the fissure from the right side, and MKS playing with the time dilation, but it has now expired. So Enryu will be able to try and find some distance away. A lot of damage onto the Doom, but he's alright.
What I do like about Neon, though, is that they've made these rotations with the supports to make sure that these power runes are secured. Now, Avatar Mode, he's got the haste rune, probably not one of the better ones for the puck at this stage, just because, like we saw before, even though he got that triple Dream Coil off, there just wasn't the damage connecting through just yet. You really need someone else to be able to play with.
Roger, no! What a slow death. This is what you've come to see always in kind of the clockwork into the Earthshaker matchups. It's never fun at all. You were mentioning the puck with the haste rune. He's going to look to charge down bottom. This Fortune Soul's already making it go into the paint clear, but with the coil, it's going to prevent the Rolling Thunder. A great movement coming out from Avatar Mode, looking to connect with Fortune Soul to slow down the Pango's game.
MKS
In
as
our
well,
top lane,
side.
MKS, he's stuck. Not enough mana for the Time Walkers. Play hard in combination with Enryu, is able to get another big kill onto an RSG core.
All right, things gone much better for Neon this time around. I should have probably said the one place that the puck could make a kill happen because of that lack of damage was the bottom lane with the Slark. You know, you land that Dream Coil. Slark has the damage potential to start stacking
Ice
things up.
Plus connects onto Play Hard. Double rotation from Silen and Xiao Yu. They're going to try and catch up to Enryu as well. I don't believe he's going to tick out. But it's going to be up to Excellent now to close the distance. He's got a couple of sticky knee palms to play with, but not enough for them to catch up to Enryu.
Xiao Yu just missing with the swashbuckle as well, which means he's able to get back. He's able to continue on his farming merry little way. Speaking of that mana burn, Enryu has been able to pick that up too, which is why they've been able to go for a couple of these kill attempts onto MKS. You can see he TP'd mid. He wants nothing to do with wherever the Doom is playing right now because it takes away so much of his just escape potential if he's just playing on 0 mana. He's
Avatar
got Chrono.
mode. They might not even... Oh, MKS gonna drop it. Clips onto 2. Meanwhile, Silen's gonna try and deal with the puck. They recognize they might not have the damage for the clockwork unless the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast connects. And, well, that's gonna be off the mark. So now it's up to Xiao Yu. With the Rolling Thunder, it's going to try and catch him out of the tree line, and thanks to MKS blocking off the escape, Xiao Yu can hit a quick U-turn and get the connection.
Clever little play from Seth there, moving the Centaur into place just to give him something to hookshot to because the creep wave wasn't quite there yet, but not so great play by just letting the Centaur die afterwards without even getting the stomp off. So you take the good, take with the bad. It at least is a big rotation coming towards mid with all 3 of the cores on RSG, so that gives a little bit more time for both Enryu as well as Fortune Soul to just continue farming up. Of course, he needs to just absolutely dominate this game on the Slark, and I mean, against the Faceless Void, really doesn't feel like he'll have the capability to do so, but every little bit counts. He's shown that he's very, very capable of farming. Last game, at the very beginning, he was keeping on track with the Void despite being 0-0 and 0. 4 kills down relative to the Faceless Void. This time, he's at the top. A good, what, 1,600 ahead of the Faceless Void? Very well done by Fortune Soul.
Now I'm just looking to see how he can look to get active in some of these fights, because he does have this Diffusal Blade along with the Falcon Blade as well. So we need to see the Slark getting active.
We do. I want to see him just get, like, even just if it's the Blade of Alacrity only.
Nice sidestep, Roger. This is out of the hook shot. Now it's forced Neon to dive a little bit deeper under the tower, so Xiao Yu, he tried to bounce off the fissure. Unfortunately, it soon expired, so a little bit of mis-execution coming up from RSG, and now this gives Neon an opportunity to turn it around as Fortune Soul leaps into the middle, finds the second kill, but Avatar Mode, he's pursuing for more because they've got Sandy by to backstab the life of MKS. As Neon capitalize on the opportunity of missed abilities on RSG.
Jean-Bod Bond just wasn't there. I mean, obviously, you've got the global presence coming through from the Ice Blast, but I feel like little things like the Ice Vortex, the Cold Feet, just preventing people from diving behind the trees and just standing around does a pretty big amount to discourage the fact that this is how you're wanting to play, or even scouting out if there's any Ancients being taken. They see that there's, what, about 1.5 stacks there, but
oh, he's already taken them.
Much more.
He's so farmed off that. Look at the Batrider's net worth. Second all of a sudden. He's got boots and blink. What? Oh no,
yeah,
top lane.
Feels pretty
Fortune
good.
Soul.
Oh, Fortune Soul.
The blink might catch him off guard. For the Dark Pack, they've got the vision, they've got the jump. Swashbuckle, not going to be enough damage to bring Fortune Soul down. They're going to try and surround the Slark. We'll be able to get one more leap away, but they get the clip of the Ice Blast. He's not going to be able to find any region. Now Xiao Yu can close the distance as well. He's got multiple wards to bounce off, but he just makes him the high ground. The damage, where is it? They need one more spell. And Xiao Yu with the shield crash jumping in. It's a big kill to the Slark, who was top of the net worth, but Neon, they're still nearby to try and catch us some stragglers. Roger to the left side tries to drop the Echo. He'll still end up dying, but the damage is there for them to turn it around onto Enryu. And now this means Exilum, he's got a free fight. No hesitation for the Batrider as he just charges
Avatar
into the
mode,
middle. They can now move over to Avatar mode as well as MKS drops the Chronosphere without any hesitation. Recognizing there would be no answer to the Chrono, and MKS finds a big kill in itself.
Probably didn't need to drop it. I mean, he had 4 uses of the time dilation available. Puck had used literally every single spell, but and he didn't have mana either. But probably better to be safe than sorry, you know, especially considering it is this siege creep wave. So they wanted to immediately be able to convert on this into potentially another tower. Enryu's here, but no Doom for another 5 or so seconds. They will still get the tower at least, so that's a nice little bonus, plus play hard as well.
Always impressed on how RSG bring their cores to early game fight. Oh, it's a big stack for Silim, who they spied out as well. Xiao Yu with the Rolling Thunder into the Ice Blast combination. This will be enough to get the kill. Xiao Yu's already got the Axe Shard to work with as well. Oh no.
Xiao Yu's been my MVP so far this game. Like, even just in that last fight, every use of the Swashbuckle was perfect. Rolling Thunder at the perfect time. Once the Dream Call had already been used, it was perfect. And he just realizes the limitations of his hero. That's why he's Grandmaster on it. It's just great to see one of these players just...
Onto the Faceless Void, they might be able to blow him up. Avatar mode, but the coil, that's enough to secure the kill, but can they get out with their own lives? They're going to just completely avoid the clockwork. They recognize the high value target in the Puck, and they can go back to play hard afterwards.
So this is what I was talking about in the draft, right? Like, this is exactly what I was talking about with the Puck being a great answer to the Faceless Void pre-BKB, but even just getting that time dilation off means that the Puck is completely vulnerable as soon as you you convert on that kill. Like, she just had no way of being able to escape. So things becoming a lot easier for Faceless Void once he gets that BKB. A lot of the time, you might look to emphasize something like a Mask of Madness just to make sure that you get good value out of the Chronosphere, but this game, he just needs BKB. He needs to live, and he needs to make sure he's popping that, because once that exists until Puck's level 25, it should be a pretty free game for this Faceless Void.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's also looking like a relatively free game for the Batrider as well. Excellent, so incredibly farmed. Top of the net worth. We were saying the Slark was farming incredibly well on Fortune Soul, but that previous death, and I think in fact
All
two
them
previous
stacks.
deaths, all them stacks, exactly right. They took a stack inside Radiant's territory, so. And at RSG, they can continue making plays though. Like you mentioned in the draft, they've got multiple heroes to play with this Ice Blast, and now Roger's got a Blink Dagger as well.
See, if we ever wondered how Xiao Bonbon gets all of this farm, he's just been dropping multiple Ice Vortexes at some of these camps that he's, we assume, stacking up for other people, but we know him. He should be okay.
Pump faking that
Also got a
roll.
Blink Dagger on Roger.
Madman's already got his own dagger to look to make
Avatar
plays. If they
mode.
spy out
Smoke
Avatar
pops.
mode.
Dire's middle tower is
Ooh,
under attack.
just saw Roger in the tree line. Look at that though. As soon as they see them away from the tower, Seth brings his little minions to take their own T1 tower, which is going to be big for Neon now to open up the map. Stem the bleeding a little bit. Mid lane, coil out, Avatar mode. The instant answer with the Aghanim shot from Xiao Yu is going to protect him. It is a Rolling Thunder now expended, so RSG will not have this in their toolkit. And now the backline, that's a great jump from Play Hard. Down to the Earthshaker. The Hand of God's going to buy a little bit of space for the Clockwork as well, and they'll even run into the Ancient Apparition. So both supports going down from RSG, and the Clockwork lives through it all.
All are healed, man. It's you gotta love seeing it. I love it. I love it so much. And actually, he's gone for a really early Aghanim Shard for himself. So wants to be able to group up with this Thunderhide and start putting a little bit of pressure onto these towers. Say what you want for Neon's lineup for being pretty successful in being able to team fight. They do not push very well. So I like that they identified this big need for themselves, and they're going to address it with this Ancient Thunderhide assisting with the push.
Oh, the supports also just have a crap time at dealing with summons. Now imagine an Ancient just running at the A or the Earthshaker.
Oh, yeah.
This Thunder?
Through. I don't believe that was under any kind of vision. So, although the Thunderhide wasn't caught by it, so maybe they're just going to use it as bait for now. But who are they going to be able to find? Who are they going to be able to lock in on? I think it's so important to just make sure that MKS dies consistently without being able to pick up that BKB. Try and waste as much unreliable gold from him as possible. But they're just pinging it out. They're saying, hey, what's this Ancient Thunderhide doing walking over this way?
Trying to follow behind it. They're going to be able to scout out the positioning of Ser. Not much committed. An Ice Blast, which has got 60-second cooldown at level 1. Excellent, might see Avatar mode shortly. Yeah, he gets a jump. He needs to drag him towards Roger's location, but the stun lock gets a little bit too late. Great timing out of Avatar mode. He's going to jump in the river. The Madman lands the coil onto 2. He gets the kill. And now they got the fall from Enryu. A beautiful jump in. They'll still lose Avatar mode. But maybe Neon can turn this back around with 2 members gone out of the decks as Enryu runs into the Earthshaker. But where's the fall? Fortune Soul is nowhere nearby. So Xiao Yuki looked to charge in. He's got the Rolling Thunder to chain control and multiple wards to bounce back off, but Fortune Soul, okay, he's got the Scepter now. Maybe this might be able to catch him off guard to jump into the middle. He's gonna part through the high ground, look for the backstab, but RSG, they're aware of this attempt.
I mean, you got to go for those ballsy dives, right, on Avatar mode. A lot of people were thinking it was absolutely crazy to go for that attempt. But again, it's all about just making sure this Faceless Void has the worst time possible. He's 2 levels behind the Slark now, who's got his Aghanim Scepter. And again, this is pre-BKB on the Faceless Void. So I really want to see them just group up and do exactly what they just did again. Just move on forward, take some towers, take some map real estate.
At the river,
This would be a big kill.
Yeah, Xilon playing with the BKB. Just sidesteps the hook shot. They're smoked up on RSG though, because MKS got the chrono at the ready. Looking to find an avenue to enter the team fight. But Neon, they have backed up. Back to the safety of their T2 tower. They will be okay. Are they going to go Roche?
Not so confident in that that'll be all too
play
successful.
hard. Neon, they're not too close to try and protect the clockwork. I don't know if Chen wants to use the hand of God this time as well to keep him alive, but play hard. He's taking through a lot of spells. Up to the high gun though, they get the chrono into the ice blast. The Slark's in trouble and Xiaoyu just jumps inside the chrono, no messing around. They're looking to take the Slark in, now the puck out of the team fighters roaches in. The Echo Slam to hold Avatar mode into place, and our RSG can swarm towards the last remaining member of the Doom. The last shot to drag him into multiple members of RSG, as there will be no escape from Enryu, as RSG only lose their carry in MKS.
So did you put Longer Street onto Exilern because he's on a godlike one at the moment, 9 kills, and well, it's just looking like continuing. I mean, the fact that he was able to get this out of a game into a puck, which certainly isn't easy, just that really early purchase of the BKB was a great choice from him, and into the Slark. I mean, they just finding pickoff after pickoff with perfect succession.
No, I in fact put it over. I hold that thought because top. See what fortune? Oh yes, beautiful Aghanim shard. What an item! Deals with the puck coil, deals with the leash on the Slark. He's top of the net worth, dude. This is actually one of the few heroes I will be okay. Like, you know how you have your Earthshaker thing? The Pango, position 3.
The Pango off
Xiaoyu's got my heart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's even blinking out just in time, being able to pop an initial smoke coming through. So
He's still... No way. They get... he should still go down.
roll up.
They're even going to commit the Doom, so... Won't have that opportunity. Meanwhile, to the top, MKS. He's also forced out a BKB, but the rest of Neon are trying to sweep towards the outpost. The hookshot's going to be able to lock the Earthshaker into place. Another Clockwork's trying to catch up to the face of the Void as well. They've got to be cautious. Close to the objective, so Silon's going to be able to TP in. He's got to play the distance though through the team fight. He doesn't have members to be able to stick around and charge into the middle. And he's recognizing this. You see Silon, a pogo forward, so not going to get caught by the War Stomp.
Got the Ice Blast ready. They're just waiting for the chrono, but it's still 25 seconds away. Really, perhaps thinking that maybe Neon will use this time without the Pangolier to consider going into the Roche pit. The heck just happened?
It was Ice Blast. I didn't see it land, but looks like Zhao Bonbon was able to snipe the Clockwork.
Right, nicely done. Speaking of the Pango as well, he's 800 gold away from being able to finish up that Lincoln's. When I saw it queued up previously, I was like, what is he doing it for? I guess the Doom is a pretty valuable target, and well, we saw why. Just giving over that huge kill streak over to Avatar mode brings him up into his next item, which is the Kyron Sange, means that he can play that a little bit more aggressively. You know, you're only really worried about the Chronosphere now at this stage on the puck. Obviously the lasso, the stuns coming through from the Shaker, and even the Pango doesn't feel great, but they're not going to chain lock you down. Chronosphere will. They have Rocket Flare in 3 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to take this fast enough. They should know exactly what's going on Neon.
Gotta be ready for the hook shot though. There's the vision. Where's the angle for the Clockwork to go for the steal of the Rolling Thunder into the BKB? There's no messing around for Irish here. They're going to make sure they secure it at all costs.
Dire's middle tower
Okay.
is under attack.
Taking the real conservative route. I mean, that's probably not the way that you want to spend your second BKB usage at MKS, but again, just to have that second life. Again, this is one of the big counters to these big teamfight ultimate heroes, right? And we were talking about, well, what can you do against a Doom, really? Well, Wraith King obviously is the best option. Aegis on any other hero is the second best.
If you give that into the hands of the Slark, then... Or even Avatar mode as well, just maybe helping out with his position to find that jump. So now you're not going to be playing with the Aegis on Neon, like you mentioned, the counters into the Void, and also just helping out with them a little bit of a deficit. Again, a very similar position though to what we had in game 1, where Neon, they were keeping steady with RSG. But it came down to some of these really key team fights around the mid game where RSG was able to get some distance away from Neon's lineup.
MKS now, he's got his Aghanim Shard just purchased up as soon as he hit level 15, really prioritizing, just spamming out that Time Walk as much as possible to be able to get a little bit of information for the backlines. They don't have the luxury of having someone like that Clockwork or a Beastmaster just for that little bit of extra vision. So that's exactly what MKS is going to do. He's going to make sure it puts himself onto the front lines. You've got Roger and Exilern backing him up on the left.
They see them. Look at the ward on the high ground. Henry gets a jump. He should be able to deal with the first slide, but they're instantly going to try and turn it around to the Doom to make sure there's no ultimate. And now where's the rest of the team?
Nice blink.
They're late to the party. Let's play hard, stuck in the tree line, but Avatamo with a follow-up. Coil onto 3, but he's still caught in the tree line. The Aeont is going to protect him for the moment, but it will do nothing against the Chronosphere. But the damage, it's lacking without the Ice Blast and without the help of the Pangolier. They're going to be able to chase him down with all the ultimates on cooldown. Neon can capitalize as they'll get rid of the Pango. They're even going to eye up MKS as well. The extra movement coming out from the Aghanim Shard, helping out with his Time Walk range. Fortune Soul's going to see... No, okay. MKS will live to see another day.
Nearly a fantastic team fight for Neon. It was still good, don't get me wrong. And really the puck showing why in the Chronosphere, yeah, it's the thing that can catch you out, but I'm really just impressed with a lot of the itemization coming through from both teams, to be honest. That Aeon Disc, a great follow-up to the Kyra and Sanj, means that you're very survivable through a lot of any kind of burst that's coming through. And they know that they need to get that sort of burst through onto the puck to enable these heroes that need to zip in and out. The Pango, the Batrider, the Faceless Void. That's the style that they're wanting to be playing. And same sort of thing on RSG. You've got BKB and Lincoln's queued up on the Faceless Void, on the Batrider. No BKB on the Pango, but Lincoln's for him too.
No. Echoes off the mark from Roger, but Enryu, he's going to make sure he does not miss. The Doom leashing the Void together, and now with the backline as Avatar Mode finds an angle to drop the coil. As Fortune Soul will not have a care in the world, it can easily disengage.
Big miss on that Echo Slam as well.
Oh, maybe just baiting. They'll find the lasso. They kept the Rolling Thunder at the last second as well. They're going to push him back under the tier 4 towers. Some nice spell casting from RSG to at least get the kill onto Enryu.
Aetherland's certainly helping out a little bit there for Exilur. He's level 20 as well, so he's going to have that little bit of extra damage coming through in the AoE aspect, either through the Firefly or the extra Flame Break charges, like the Flame Break, just to be able to do even things like helping out his supports by bumping the Clockwork outside of the cogs if they lock in onto the AO or the Earthshaker, although they both have 4 staffs already, so again, just more correct itemization coming through, realizing that you can't just build the same cookie cutter way every single game.
Who do you feel like is happier with the status quo of the game that we've got? Neon with a very, very slight net worth advantage 30 minutes in.
I would say Neon right now, but if you could get into these Lincoln Spheres on RSG, I think they're going to be just feeling super confident, right? Like, they don't have the capabilities to be able to pop it really easily. Chen doesn't want to be on the front lines. I don't think they lucked out with being able to get any of the targeting items yet on Neon, although they haven't really been jungling. But have a look at what Enryu's doing. He's going into that AoE silence coming through from the Doom, so not even going to care about the Lincoln Sphere. Again, it's just good reactionary play coming through from both of these teams.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So it's going to slow down a little bit. Without the...
Xiaopon going into a sheep stick.
Dire's bottom tower
All
is
right.
under attack.
Optimistic, but we'll see how long it's going to take for him to get it.
Dire are scanning.
There's a smoke out
Not
of
long
Neon.
at all.
No, not long. Nothing crazy from the Ancient Apparition. At least he's got the Ag Shard to play with. Honestly, he's a lot more farm than I was expecting.
He's just
Look
been
at this,
spamming
though.
out that Ice Vortex.
Are they going to make the play onto Fortune Soul? They've got a ward on the higher ground. Fortune Soul, yeah, he's going to ping it out. He's going to see
They don't have the
another
damage.
ward shortly, but look at the wraparound. Neon coming to the backside of this top lane. They're not going to see anyone for the moment, and the Rocket Flare is going to be off the mark as well.
They need all the boys.
Let's see if they can kill him off. Chrono into the Ice Blast. The damage, it should be enough. As Neon, do they still want to take the fight? No, the Corona's on cooldown, but towards the right side with the lasso. Excellent has been able to catch up, play hard with Xiao Yu nearby. They'll get rid of the clockwork, and this means that Neon, they have no task to be able to turn this one back around without the members. They've just got to look to get out.
Yeah, damage just is not there if Slark isn't around, and well, they're even able to get that pick off. Well worth using the lasso onto the clockwork because, again, he is the one thing, maybe the puck as well, that just stops these supports from having a good team fight. And we saw there Roger just being able to use the Fissure reliably, getting off a nice Ice Blast into the Ice Vortex as well. Xiao Bonbon, he's having another big influence on this game. He's picked up one of those parts for the sheep stick. It's not too far away. It's only the Void Stone, but still.
Oh, it's a big item if you can find it. I honestly wouldn't be surprised with how farmed he is at the moment. I don't know. What, 2-second cooldown on Ice Vortex? You just spam this out? Yeah, I could see it. It might take a while. He's going to be food as well early on. At least he's got those defensive items. That's the main thing. You got the Force, you got the Glimmer. Now you can look to itemize for that little bit of control. You know, against a Slark, it's great. Against the Puck, it's even better. I mean, that's really the big reason why you're picking it up.
You've also got a Lincoln Sphere about... Well, you can pick it up now, actually, on the Faceless Void. So he's incredibly more survivable now. BKB as well on top of everything else. Now he can look to go into the damage. They were lacking a little bit of damage. You know, we've seen a couple of times Chronospheres used without significant kills coming off the back of them. But it's going to become less of a factor once you pick up your level 20, once you get that Mjolnir timing. It really feels like that's the timing that RSG are playing for. And it's a pretty quick Roche as well. It's just spawned very quickly after the minimum timer, and they're going to smoke perfectly in sync with that, although it's Neon that have the first bit of information with the Satyr. Tormentor being the first one to scout that out. They're going to first smoke themselves. Pick off into Roche, that's the name of the game.
And Enryu just completed the Scepter. So this freshly picked up item for the Doom could spell disastrous as Enryu jumps in straight towards the Batrider. They go with a lasso, not option for Silen. He's going to be in some trouble. They'll turn to deal with the Faceless Void instead, but the BKBs are off. They've been able to kite the Doom, and now RSG, they might be able to enter the fight. As soon as it expires, MKS gonna wind up the Chronosphere, finding two with the Fissure chain control. The damage, it's not there at the moment to be able to deal with the puck, so maybe Fortune Soul can look to turn it around. It's gonna be all onto the Slark, but the damage, it's not there. Now that they can kite the Slark throughout the tree line, he's having some difficulties for the moment. Depth Shroud still to play with one more pounce, but the Echo's not there. They're gonna miss on Roger, but still Fortune Soul hiding in that little nook, and he'll make it out. Oh my, by the skin of his teeth, the Slark lives.
Oh, Avatar Mode's going in for more. You madman. He wants the supports, he's hungry.
And he might be able to get it.
Slark as well on MKS.
Back for the moment. Down to the south, Fortune Soul, unable to finish the kill into MKS. Avatar Mode's gonna move for more, gonna get a bash. And he bashes, yeah, bet they are. MKS, a second hit bash. And Avatar Mode should go down finally. He made him work for it, but in the end, they needed the buyback coming out of Excelern to be able to kill off the Puck.
They might just look to re-engage here on Neon. I mean, they've got everyone up. Puck has the buyback. No goods of travel, so still going to be 30 seconds away from reconnecting into the fight. But with this Roche on offer, it really does feel like it's worth it. They had to spend a lot. Chronosphere.
See MKS? The long hook shot into Fortune Soul's FOP as well. They're going to be able to pop the Linkage with the Time Walk. MKS just gets down to the right side. Xiao Yu's going to look to make as much chaos as he possibly can throughout the middle. It splits up Fortune Soul. He's by himself, gets some distance, but the Depth Shroud is not enough. They get rid of the Slark. The damage over time from Excelern was enough to capitalize, and that was all off the back of Xiao Yu's Rolling Thunder as well, just cutting a path in the middle so they could separate the fight and kill off the Slark.
And that was the double flame breaks coming into the equation as well. Just that initial damage coming through inside the Depth Shroud was enough to be able to pick him off. He didn't use the BKB that entire time. It's still at 8 seconds. If there's any time that you're wanting to use BKB, it's right before this second Roshan, especially when they've used a buyback onto the Batrider.
Oh, second ages over to RSG. and the Aghanim Shard now to play with as well. And they're going to give that one over to Exilon, which is
He's the only one that doesn't have it. He's
Oh,
the only
my
one
God.
that doesn't
There
have it.
you go.
Everyone else does. So it's a little bit of charity coming through. I mean, any little bit of extra damage is going to feel nice, right? He's even going into a Linkens of his own.
Who have they found? A fissure into a lasso. Easy like that. Absorb wards once again from RSG. Proving to be a big reason of why they can get some of these pick-offs and advantages in the team fights.
Middle tower is under attack.
Right, so that's a killing spree at the moment for Xiao Yu. So he only needs another 7 for me to win my prediction. You know me, I'm all about the points.
Oh yes, the points. Well, my prediction is MKS and his he's a little bit off.
It's a little off. You can get there.
What
I
are
have
the
faith.
others, right?
Man, can we just talk again about how they did that last team fight? The AoE
we
dude,
cannot,
it was
because
shut up.
He's in. No, you shut up. It's Clockwork. He's in some trouble in Ice Blast with the Rolling Thunder. An easy 1-2 punch from RSG and Silon. Looking to
Wanted more.
track, yeah, almost. They had a really good ward nearby to play with, but that's all they'll get on RSG.
I just want to see if they're able to do again what they did that last fight. Like, the AoE Doom was fantastic, but there was just people getting force-stuffed every which way, making sure to break it, meant that you got the BKB off on Exilon as well as
He's in. There we go. There's the Scepter Doom. They're going to force stuff him down further inside the base. They'll deal with the... Hang on. I don't know if you want to drag the
cast
Doom.
rate.
Don't take him closer to his teammates. Look at all the control. This is giving a free fight over to Neon. A Stark is trying to get the damage out, but he's nowhere to be seen. Pounces to the left, and now MKS is back in the middle. A Chrono to shut down the line for the Doom. But they're going to be cautious though on RSG. They have committed a lot of ultimates at round 1. I don't think they've got enough in the tank to set themselves up for a second round.
Still got Echo, and they're conscious of that on Neon, so they're going to back off. Almost every other cooldown being used at that stage. Xiao Yu actually level 25 with the Pango Rolling Thunder available. Only the 50-second cooldown right now. Want to try and go up onto this high ground if they can, especially with a couple of buybacks being used. They're going to back off.
Feels like there's just so much weight on the Slark's shoulder to get into the middle where the coil is out and just so he can start to stack the essence up. Because if he's not, it just seems like RSG are doing an incredible job to kite him.
Even just landing it onto the pounces consistently onto the Faceless Void, right? Gets 6 of those Essence Shift stacks up if he's able to land both of them. So he's even gone the level 20 talent for the extra agility each time. So I believe that's 4 Essence Shifts stolen. Maybe it doesn't affect the pounce, but still, it feels really significant for Fortune Salt if he's able to get onto the Void just for what it does for the reduced damage coming through.
Ooh, okay. Puck just got level 25 as well. This... Well, you can't kite this coil now, and we have seen multiple times that Avatar mode has gotten some pretty exceptional ultimates out. So this is really going to enable now this AoE Doom and, again, the Slark to get some essence.
Freaking Xiao Bonbon, just inside the Dire Jungle, farming his way up towards that Scythe of Ice. He's almost level 20 as well. He's even holding on to the Stormcrafter just to enable himself to farm a bit better. Now, this is one of my pubs. Just my support off away from the rest of the team, doing his own thing. But for him, it's with a really good reason.
That it is indeed. And look at that. MKS is like, yeah, nah, sorry, brother. I want my butterfly as well. 3 bounties is definitely going to help out. So, love and life. Some other level 25s as well. The Pangolier getting the Rolling Thunder cooldown, so down to 50 seconds. And you have the Batrider with the sticky. Wait, what did he go for? Yeah, so the Flame Break applies to sticky.
Oh,
Right,
look at this
smoke off.
positioning from Roger.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It is perfect. And the Vision's even better. Roger is in with the combo, but they only killed off one. But the Doom, a vital component to the team fight, is Neon. They're going to get out. They can't stick around, but they won't have the opportunity as Xiao Yu chases down the Chem. That are 2 heroes gone without a buyback and maybe just game.
That's the confirmed dieback as well coming through there. And the Tubbo just doing every little bit that he can. He's got the overwhelming blink now, so that's a nice way to be able to, you know, go onto the back lines, immediately pop any of these blinks that they might be looking to use. But I feel like the weight of this is just way too much for a Puck solo to be able to do. At least until he's got the Dream Coil. Maybe then you could look to go for some amazing play. But it's another 10 seconds away. We've already lost one lane of racks. Will they stick around to commit for the second? Maybe Channel Live with the Puck. Full-on commit, but no BKB on the Slark makes you feel so horrible.
Yeah, and they use coil as well.
They just coiled.
Look shot. Down in the tree line. 4 staffs from both sides to get out, but unfortunately for the Clockwork, he doesn't have this capability. So they instantly split away, and it just puts the Clock in a compromised position where RSG can find the kill, and now they can reset with that. They're happy with what they've gotten. A full set of barracks, a little bit of damage onto the tier 3 tower, and they will get out with a lot of economic advantage through their side. 20,000 net worth lead for RSG now.
Just realized that Xiao Yu actually went ahead and consumed the Aghanim's Blessing as well. So he's got that upgraded shield crash, he's going to go into the Wind Waker for himself, and just that Diffusal Blade being able to consistently go off in a lot of these fights really just amps up all of that AoE damage that you're wanting to do. Fortunately, not the other level 15 talent, but yeah, it's forgivable for sure. He's playing a fantastic game. Still top of the net worth on this Pango, 44 minutes in. Roger, he's on his cliff. Cliff of Roger.
Cliff of Roger, okay. Roger's cliff, that is...
He's getting off the Cliff of Roger very soon.
Very soon. The Cliff of Roger will stay. What do we got? Oh, a haste on Silan. Well, now you have to coil him. You need some way to hold down the Batrider, who's got Octarine and Spell Prism to play with.
Can't be going in too quickly. Roger just used the fissure to be able to go down onto the low ground.
Pop.
Yeah, instantly blinking on out. Roger putting his life on the line with the gem, so it was a little bit of a risky choice, but very quick on the fingers, making it feel not so bad. Do they have any vision inside the base? MKS is going to put his body up there first. Who's going to be the one to walk on forward? Doesn't seem like anyone so far. Ooh, Puck.
Oh, they get him. He's got the Aeon Disc. He should be okay, but they can just drop the Chronosphere afterwards. The hook on the back line is going to stop the counter initiation from Roger now. And Ryu's going to be in with the Doom, but he's on the wrong side of the fissure. They need the coil to hold the Void into place. They get the force up to the north, but it breaks the coil. And now Neon, they can look to pounce for more. This might be their opportunity, but the guys want to turn
great
around.
combo.
They blow up Ben Ryu. Fortune Soul is okay for the moment, but as soon as the BKB expires, Roger's in. An echo onto the slug. And now Xiao Yu with the Hex as well, thanks to Xiao Bonbon. Will keep the Puck locked into place as they've got the numbers advantage. RSG even losing MKS. They can look to stick around and claim more members of Neon, and they might be able to catch up to the Puck. Silan's hunting, but doesn't have the capability to keep up, it looks like.
Going for the final hunt, but even if he caught him, wouldn't have had the ability to stop that TP away. Just another great team fight coming out from RSG. Man, look at the net worth, what it's actually happened in the past, 5 or so minutes, maybe a little bit more. They're just completely plummeting towards RSG's side off the back of these really clutch late-game team fights. I mean, this is what fans of the SEA region really saw Enigma Galaxy see as having the big strength of once it got to that late game, once it got to the 35, 40-plus minute mark. But RSG, they're giving them a run for their money.
Dude, what a performance it's been from Silan. This guy is 17, 1, and 21. Holy crap, he has just performed on another level of the Batrider. A big reason of why they are in this commanding position in Game 2. I mean, probably one fight away of closing out this series and moving on.
But what's the kill streak like, though? That's what we all want to know.
I think he was...
I think it's at least 8.
Did he die with 10? I don't remember, honestly.
I think he died with 9. I might be wrong. Well, Xiao Yu as well, he's holding on to the aesthetics cap. So that's going to be very important. I mean, Doom, still going to ruin your day, but Pounce, not so much. Dream Coil, not so much. So it really does feel like the exact sort of thing that he's wanting to be able to play around, just because without that BKB, he still does feel a tiny bit vulnerable, but everything else in his toolkit's just still top of the net worth, man. Still.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Xiao Yu Pango is definitely a scary threat. He's got the Wind Waker just if need defensively. I mean, can help out with his Rolling Thunder chain control, but I think more than likely to be used to keep a core alive through probably the coil, even maybe the pounce or reposition out of the Doom. So I do like this itemization, just making sure they have that defensive toolkit to not throw this lead. 30,000 up, and like you said, Roche is up. Radiant have very good vision around the pit. And honestly, it's if they're ever going to take a fight... Yeah, that's...
Now they do.
With the orb, now they do.
Yeah, they rocketed bottom, and I was wondering if maybe that would have caught them off guard, but they know where the illusory orb came from, so they know the puck is around that sort of area, not farming off in the jungle, not pushing out lanes. Double damage. Just gonna, yeah, Avatar mode's just gonna try and claim it quickly, even...
They drop the wall, they know exactly where they are, but Silin gets a jump. He's going to be forced to lasso the Chen instead, but now the courtesy from MKS onto the Doom, the Hand of God. I don't think it's going to be enough to keep Enryu alive. Azarashi, they're too far ahead. Up to the north. A beautiful dodge of the Echo Slam, the phase shift coming out of the perfect timing from Avatar mode. So he's able to get out of harm's way, at least for the moment. But the sticky napalms are starting to stack up and back to Fortune Soul's location. The Ice Blast, it's on connection. But he will be able to get out of harm's way. Multiple heroes buying back on Neon, but they just can't re-enter the fight. Those buybacks give them nothing.
Gives them absolutely nothing. And, well, you've even got the Doom. He's level 20, sure, but it's the only real ultimate that you've got left to play around. And well, it does kind of feel like they're on a hiding to nothing here. They're just going to back off. They know that the damage coming through from Neon is very lacking. So RSG, they're just going to clump around their high ground, make sure that they can wait out a few of these cooldowns, even if it's just the Ice Blast. It does so much to be able to contest into a
Lane
Slark.
Xiao Yu with the roll up. Let's see if the chain control is going to be perfect. To the Ice Blast fault, they're going to knock him out of the Ice Blast.
Did he blink back into
Enryu,
it? No.
Oh no, Enryu doesn't have to blink to re-enter. Down to the right side though, MKS trying to find the opening, but back to Enryu, the Doom, it's just not providing them anything, because a perfect fissure location means the Slark has got no follow-up. It can finally pounce over the fissure, trying to stack up the essence, but RSG, they're just again kiting the Slark into oblivion. It does not matter what they do on Neon. The Slark can never have a free fight.
Not sure what that Shed tip is about. Poor Seth is just standing around trying to heal everybody, but there's the limit to what you can do on this position 5. Just like you were saying before, the kiting in these team fights is next level coming through from RSG. No one ever seems to be able to get that instant lockdown to be able to get the full burst through. That's what happens when you go for one of these deeper dives, when you don't actually have the spells to convert onto it. Doom is nice, but you need much more, especially when you were already behind by 40k. Even now, I believe you've got a nullifier available for MKS, so even the puck with that Aeon disc isn't going to be saved. Ooh, so close to going down there, Roger.
Oh, that's not good when you got a coil like that. I guess he's got an Arcane at least, so 30-second cooldown, but Xiao Yu, first stun into the second. He's got the Aeon disc at least, so should be able to make it out. Exion's going to try and pop the refresher and chase him down, but they're back inside the base. They have kited a lot.
The nullifier in the backpack of MKS at the time, so unfortunately wasn't able to convert. Don't want to give up this first life for free though, especially underneath the tower with all of that slows coming through from the overwhelming blink. Plus everything else, but yeah, this is last lane being pushed in. Dream Coil available, but again, no Slark means no damage.
Oh, hook shot to the back line. They got the Doom fall up as well, but Mimo inside the base. The Chrono onto the puck. MKS doesn't have the damage though. So the Chrono is going to be wasted, and now he's on the wrong side of the fissure. He's still got the Aegis to play with, and the damage is just not there. Avatar mode's going to try and deal with the supports instead. They're the targets they might be able to bring down, but the ultimates have expired. The Doom's on cooldown. The Chen's gone for the face of the earth, and the puck soon to join him 6 feet under as RSG will have to go through him one more time to close out this game. They might even be able to get the Slark instead. In and out they go. Back to the objectives. Soon to be mega creeps on the cards.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Man, they're committing so heavily onto just being able to kill that AA. Avatar mode buys back just for the purpose of trying to kill him. He's going to try and get the Earthshaker as well, and might end up doing that. Although, is he going to be able to get away? Mark? Just back inside the base, but what a great purchase of this Scythe of Ice has been for the AA so far. Multiple times, Clockwork just hooks into his death, basically. Even just getting the before the cogs is even able to be dropped down, being able to get that stun through onto him. It's just been a fantastic performance again from Xiao Bonbon. They're going to try, but...
They blocked the hook shot. So the clock just has to run into the middle. They will kill Roger on the backline, but in the middle, that's where the damage is being dealt onto the Slark, who does not have a buyback. Avatar mode is trying to make as much space as possible for the puck, but the creeps are inside. RSG just turning towards the objectives. In fact, they want some kills as well to be able to celebrate this first series victory of the TI-11 regional qualifiers, as RSG will come out on top in 2-0 fashion.
I think it's a result that everyone was expecting. Excelern getting the longest kill streak with 11. Highest magic damage. All right, we got that one there. Most denies MKS. Total player deaths, I said probably a little bit less than that, but doesn't matter. Predictions, they mean nothing because they are through to top 6 RSG. So very, very valuable performance coming through from them. Probably something that a lot of people would have been expecting, but certainly an important confidence booster, no doubt.
Yeah, without a doubt here for RSG, considering we haven't seen them play in a little bit of time. I'm trying to remember, they played the Thailand event?
Yes, they finished third, fourth. They lost 2-1 to Boom, and then the other thing that they played since then was the ESL Malaysia qualifiers, where they came in, I think, third or maybe fourth. So very, very close to being able to get to the LAN. And that's why for them, even if they aren't able to go all the way through to that group stage spot in these SEA TI qualifiers, even the last chance qualifiers would be a huge experience for them, just to be able to play against a lot of these top tier teams on LAN, high stakes. I want to see it because they're such an entertaining team to watch.
That they are, but it is still a long road ahead of them here for RSG. They're going to face the winner of Execration versus T1, which is our next series. I'm sure
the main event.
Of people... Oh, sure, the main event. I mean, everyone is excited to see how this T1 roster is going to look. A team that looked incredible at the Any Major. Their run at TI as well had a lot of fans, from Southeast Asia cheering for them, but it's a different look with Ana coming through, with Thompson coming through as well. They still have that core 3, Cuckoo, Whitemon, Zephyr, but what can Ana and Thompson bring to the table? And they're versing no joke of a team. Execration, they are a formidable force, and I think one that a lot of people need to respect in these qualifiers. I think we have an incredibly exciting last series of the night. It can really go either way. Guys, don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this next series. Execration versus T1 after the break.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
What a final series to close out the night here of day one for the Southeast Asian TI-11 regional qualifiers. We've got T1, the new iteration of T1 with Anna and Thompson joining Zephyr, Whitemon, and Cuckoo going up against the dark horse in Execration, Denog. I can see this going anyway.
I can too. You know, a lot of people are obviously, I mean, myself included, I've got T1 locked in as my Southeast Asia region prediction for being able to take out these qualifiers. And that's just because I feel like that's the team that has the biggest potential, if they're on the international stage, of being able to perform at their highest. You know, a lot of these other teams, they might play well in C, but when they take that next step, it just, for whatever reason, maybe it's the mental, maybe it's something else, they just seem to stumble a little bit. But T1 for sure, you've got veterans of multiple TIs coming through, and I feel like that might serve them in pretty good stead. But like you said, Execration, they're no slouches. They're going to give them a challenge for sure.
Yeah, we've seen Execration play in a couple of recent tournaments. The Gamers Galaxy in Thailand, where they finished 3rd and 4th. They lost to Polaris in 2-0 fashion. And for the ESL qualifiers, they didn't have the strongest run, unfortunately for them. But this is a Division 1 team now. We saw them in Division 2 for 2 or 3, and they looked incredibly dominant. So this is a team that is on the rise, of course, played with each other for quite some time. But it's just a question of how can they really match up versus T1, because not a lot of people are going to know kind of T1 playstyle, I suppose, and because this is very new for them. New position 1, new position 2, like something that you were speaking to me behind the scenes is like you're just intrigued to see how the supports are going to look to adapt in particular.
You're just breaking the fourth wall here, dude. You know, revealing all of our hidden conversations. As well, it looks like the vibes in the T1 house are looking pretty good. You know, big smiles on Anna and Thompson. I like the fact that Thompson, that was where he felt comfortable to come back, is when he had some level of familiarity, you know? Like, it really feels like these two just know how each other work. They know what each other need at certain stages of the game. So I'm keen to see how they're able to make this one work for them. The thing that I was talking about with the supports is that something that T1 were kind of criticized about, Zephyr in particular, is that he was very passive. Like, he's a slowish position 4. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a bad thing in metas that involve a lot more active supports. You know, you can't get away with a tree and protector and stuff like that. So I feel like this patch, things have slowed down a little bit, but I feel like Thompson's influence isn't necessarily just going to be with what he plays in the mid lane. It's also the behaviors that he's trying to instill into his teammates. You can see Zephyr's already not like thising at the moment, just saying, all right, I'm going to play this Marcy, because I saw his pubs recently, and it's all filled with heroes that just try and run at you. So if that's not Thompson influence, I don't know what is. You know, we're seeing Marcy's, Primal Beasts, even like a Bounty Hunter occasionally coming through. Heroes that are just trying to get really aggressive onto the front lines. That's his job. It's going to be his job. I can honestly even see Whitemon being more farmed than him in a lot of games, just because you need your position 4 to be as active as possible. And we got a Morphling, and I mean, it's not even confirmed where this is, right? Thompson is a Grandmaster Morphling, so he could be playing it from the mid lane. You never know.
In regards to Execration in their first phase, though, this is something that they are incredibly comfortable on. Back to the days, not really long ago, but when DP was playing as a position 5, Vincenzo had an exceptional death profit, and they were even still playing it as a position 5 for quite some time. But not only does he play it very well, Bob has an incredible death profit. You can even give it to Tino on the off lane, and they've already at least secured a strong lane if it is going to be that death profit 3 and the tiny 4. But there's a lot of flex here for Execration, and something that they've won multiple games off with this combo.
Yeah, even just, I mean, Shanks on the Tiny on its own, right?
Yeah.
It's just such a formidable combination that you need to be worried about. Like, he is, in my opinion, the star of this team. Like, he always seems to be able to find those next level plays coming through as we even get a nice little close-up of Shanks. You know, red-haired Shanks, big One Piece fan. Sorry, that's a weeb reference, Aries. You wouldn't get it. But his Snapfire next level, there's nothing cringe about anime, all right? Tiny, very, very good as well. So I'm keen to see if he's able to put the team on his back for this one. One of the other players that's going to need to do so is Bob. I see Bob as, for people that haven't watched too much of the SEA region, the mid laner with the highest variance coming through in terms of his play. He can either be like an absolute tier 1 mid laner, or he can kind of look tier 4 dumpster level. It's because he goes for all of these big plays, right? And sometimes when they come off, it looks amazing. When it doesn't, it ends up looking a little bit silly. Thankfully, maybe for his sake, the Bat Rider is one of the heroes that he does that mostly on, and it's been banned out by T1. So I'm keen to see what he picks up.
Yeah, the puck as well is another thing that he thrives on, and T1 to ban that out. So we'll see Bob's going to be playing in his comfort zone, and like you said, really the big issue for him is his consistency. Can he stay consistent? We've got to keep in mind as well, Execration, this is a bit of a different look at their roster, but their last TI qualifiers back in TI10 made an incredible run when Nico was on there. Of course, now known as Force as well on Polaris. So Execration know a thing or two about making deep runs in TI qualifiers.
Yeah, they got all the way to 4th before being beaten by Boom, I believe, 2-1. And that was with Palos and Vincenzo, I believe, are the only 2 members still as part of the roster. Vincenzo, of course, a TI veteran, going all the way back to TI7. Did fall out in, not last place, but second last place, but you still got that experience of being able to be at the top level fighting against a lot of these teams. So this is, you know, we talk about the individual gameplay, but the mental aspect of it, that's going to be on Vincenzo's shoulders to be able to captain this team very effectively, keep them nice and calm, and really rally the troops together if perhaps they're getting a little bit discouraged. I'm seeing a lot of Lich come out, and I'm not sure how confident I feel about it. You know, like, it doesn't. Maybe it's just for the Marcy lane, with all of the damage that you're able to output with the sidekick. They really just want a semi-counter for that, even just getting the suck off, the Sinister Gaze, when the Marcy tries to dive super deep. Well, you know, I fixed it.
Oh, they got double Zuck on their team as well. Holy,
That's
DP
true.
and Lich.
Pugner, where is he? I'm going to need to see it.
Bob plays a mean Pugner. Not that we'll see. Not that we'll see. T1 probably going to have to reveal. I wonder what they're going to do with this Marcy Flex. I know you said that they've been playing a lot in regards to the support, just trying to ramp up the pace. And there's another way to be able to do so with the Primal Beast.
So, kind of similar to what we saw from RSG last time around. Primal Beast, flexible, again, by T1. And for them, it's on 3 different positions. Position 2, 3, and 4, from at least what we've been seeing in pubs. So, I think Marcy is more likely going to be Zephyr's hero, but Primal Beast is actually the hero that he's played most so far this patch. Thompson, of course, we've seen him try and solo a bunch of games, and, well, now it's probably revealed that this is going to be a core Primal Beast, probably in the mid lane. I mean, we don't exactly know what the hero matchup's going to be, but you would assume that this is going to be a Marcy not paired together with a Beast. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening, but it is certainly a different build for both of them, but it does reveal a big difference to what I was talking about before, right? With T1 and their style. Previously, they were the team with by far, not just in SEA, but in the world, the longest game time. They always seem to drag it out and perform in those super late game positions. But look at this. Primal Beast, Chen, Marcy. Those are early game heroes that hit their spikes at like 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a real movement away from a lot of these previous styles that they're trying to do. And that's the influence that I was talking about with Thompson, what he brings to the team outside of just his individual gameplay.
And this is another hero that's on the rise a little bit as well in the Shadowfin. I think it was getting
10
picked up
seconds
a couple times over in China. Just saw it earlier today.
5 seconds remaining.
Mickey played it in the Pudge game that Liquid had in game 1. So we are starting to see the Shadowfin get played a little bit more, not only in the mid lane, but also the safe lane as well. I really think the Razor's change is huge for the Shadowfin and how he's able to play. So I would not be surprised if we continue to see him a little bit more.
It's pretty significant. I'm not sure what the
Yes.
Conquer ban is for here. I mean, I guess you can build around the position, like, mid lane Shadow Fiend, but it's actually the carry, and then try and put the Conquer into the Chen's lane just to make life a little bit easier there. Maybe as well just needing a little bit of extra control in these team fights to allow the SF to just stand there and
10
right click.
seconds
But I feel
remaining.
like, assuming that this is going to be a Primal Beast mid lane, potentially,
Radiant team back.
Shadow Fiend into that is probably one of the better responses, just because you're able to deal a lot of magic damage. Of course, with the Uproar, you're getting a lot of armor, you're getting a lot of bonus damage. Shadow Fiend's pretty quick, and if you're able to land at least 2 of those razors, it means that you don't have quite as much ability to, you know, use the trample quite so effectively.
10
You get slowed, your
seconds
turn
remaining.
rate slowed as well, so could be pretty significant there.
5
So what do we
seconds
feel like we're
remaining.
looking for T1? Because Sniper just got
Good
banned
question.
up for Execration. Yeah, all right. So
Good question. Well, who knows? Like, I'm just going to be sitting back and watching what T1
Sure.
does, because I don't think
Yeah.
anyone is going to be able to predict what's coming through next for them. They've got no data to be able to go off here. Basically, the only thing that's confirmed is it's a 5-gen. I guess the Morphling as well, but even, like I said before, Thompson is a Grandmaster Morphling player, so...
Actually, you can go Marcy Primal Beast lane into the Morphling for Thompson, but Invoker is going to be banned out as well. So they're under the assumption that, you know, getting rid of at least the Thompson Invoker to make some plays. I do think that is actually one issue that maybe T1 have, that sure you can get active with the Chen creeps early on, and the Marcy needs to play with someone else though. So I wouldn't hate to see them with another kind of playmaker to make a lot of
5
space here for
seconds
Morphling.
remaining.
So what are we assuming? Like, it's a mid-beast and then a 3 that they still need on T1? Because Viper's gone, Razor's gone. Those are probably the 2 main space creators. I mean, Visage is kind of a space creator in the fact that you're forcing someone to respond, otherwise your towers just die. They've been trying out a little bit of the offlane Undying, but I'm not sure if it's the greatest game for that. Dawnbreaker, perhaps, could be the way to go. You know, you just dive in really deep with the Primal Beast and then Solar Guardian on top of them, if you're wanting to just keep up that aggression, and really strong laner together with a Marcy too.
Honestly, you're ballsy for saying hero recommendations. Again, I'm in a similar boat. I'm just like, look, I don't know what they're gonna pick, and it's
Ooh.
someone with tempo, so not kind
But
of.
is this
in
is this an offlane? I think
I
this
don't
could be
know.
a position 1 Nature's Prophet. Like, this is what I saw Ana having the most amount of success on when he was standing in on these teams. Heroes that could be on the other side of the map farming, because he's an exceptional farmer. But it's about the timing of
5
joining in onto
seconds
these team
remaining.
fights. And I feel like Nature's Prophet is, of course, the easiest hero to be able to do that. The hero combination that I want to see the most on T1 is Luna Visage. You and I saw it a lot during the SA qualifiers, and I feel like it fits their style really well. Put Thompson on some kind of crazy hero that just dives in first, let the Luna farm, and then have the map presence with your aura, which is global at nighttime, and it's just really effective with the Visage. This is kind of a similar thing with the Nature's Prophet, where you're just sitting back, you've got that global presence, and you've got a Pudge. All right, who is laning where? I have no freaking clue, but we'll see who gets picked up for
It's
where.
an
Thompson Morphling mid.
Onomastic.
And it's an Unamos. Oh my god. See,
Let's
I knew we couldn't
go.
predict this. I knew we
Let's
couldn't
go.
predict
I'm
this.
so excited. I'm so.
He was actually playing this earlier today, and I was like, oh, he might have just been messing around a little bit in his pubs, but clearly not. If this is what you're going to be opening up with, my biggest issue with Marcy is that farming is so difficult. You know, you have like no farming mechanisms. Maybe now with a rebound being AoE, but you still need something to bounce off of. I don't know. Feels weird to me, but we'll see if Ana's able to make it work.
So I think at least the nice thing for tier 1 and having Cuckoo playing the Nature's Prophet is his
10
item build can be a
seconds
little bit more versatile. Like, if it was going to be Arna's Nature's Prophet, I don't think you can
5
particularly
seconds
pick up a
remaining.
Spirit Vessel as a position 1. But now I think the Furon can definitely go down that route, and that's how you're going to look to deal with the Pudge, and not even the Pudge, the Death Prophet as well. Like, they are 2 heroes that really suffer against the Spirit Vessel. So I think now, at least with having Cuckoo playing this hero, it will make it that much easier for them to bring down these tanky heroes in the early to mid game.
1 hour ago, Arna lost as Marcy with Cuckoo against Whitemon, playing Marcy. So,
What was the item build?
I'll get into that. I just wanted to drop that little factoid really quickly there. But I mean, just while this isn't only the Arna and Topson show, right? Obviously, it's great to have them both back playing together in the international stage. But I just want to highlight Zephyr. Like, can you imagine, even 2 months ago, him playing a hero like Primal Beast? I certainly can't. Like, that is not the hero pool that I think of when I think of Zephyr. I think of, the Phoenix. I think of his Enchantress, his Treant Protector, even the Dawnbreaker, who, as a 4, is kind of slow. You're not one of these blink in, start the team fights. You are a reactionary support where you're ulting in on top of someone else that's taking the incentive, like the initial part of these team fights. Whereas this time, you are the one. You are the one that needs to start these team fights. So I really think that it's been drilled into him by Topson in particular. I want to see no Treant in your pubs. I want to see none of this passive crap. Just go in, and we got you.
A different look at least T1 and their heroes and what they're going to prioritize. But for Execration, it's really not a different look out of these guys. Really, I guess the only different thing is maybe Bob playing the Shadow Fiend. But for everyone else, I mean, Pelos, he has a mean Pudge, something that he's incredibly comfortable on, and we've already gone over the Death Prophet and the Tiny as well. I feel like this is a lineup that Execration have their comfort heroes, but then do they have the 5-man lineup to be able to take control of this game 1? Do they have what it takes to be 1 game up here in our best of 3?
I'm going to go with a solid maybe for this one. Yeah. I mean, the position 1 Marcy is just completely out of left field. I have no idea how it's going to go. So I'm just happy to wait, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to watch, I'm going to talk about it more than a lot of other people, but I'm just like Chad at this position. I'm just ready to watch some great Dota.
Just ready to watch some great Dota, and that we shall have. TI qualifiers the debut from both these rosters. The back and forth, we got some exciting stuff. We're into it. Last 2 regions as well battling it out. You got Western Europe going on as well at the same time, but this is where you want to be.
Western Europe, yeah. It's SEA. That's where you want to be. We're taking a few big whacks from that tree from Shanks. So item build for position 1 Marcy that he's been going for. I believe it is Phase Boots, Falcon Blade, BKB Basher is the build that Arna's going for, and maxing out the rebound, because again, that's his farming mechanism. That's what he needs to be able to keep up. I mean, you compare what a Marcy's able to do compared to a Morphling. I mean, this might even just be the more aggressive style, which, by the way, Arna's bottom as Dire, if we didn't realize that one just yet.
So what are they, just looking to avoid the Nature's Prophet into Pudge lane?
I guess. I mean, well, they're not going to. I mean, the Pudge is coming top.
See how the early lane's able to shape up here for Topson against Bob on the Shadow Fiend. Those early raises spamming out. Topson not going to go for the stick early on. Wants this bottle rush to be able to play it, helping out in regards to the resources. You see how much damage he's racking up. Bob doesn't have enough, unfortunately, for another raise to follow up. Topson is incredibly slow. Look at this. He's like, what do I do?
Well, he's had about 2 range creeps denied in front of his face as well, so obviously a very risky proposition there, but yeah, Bob ends up taking a few tower hits, but it's the intimidation factor, this is how you want to start out these qualifiers.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Certainly does make a lot of sense to pair a Primal Beast together with the Nature's Prophet. It was how they were always going to do it with Kuka and Zephyr combination, but maybe they just feel a little bit more confident with running this into the Pudge there, just for a lot of that consistent damage coming out. But you have to consider, like, Trample, as long as you get the rod off, you don't really care. You're not going to take any damage, basically. Maybe just wanting something that's going to be able to contest with the really strong right clicks from the Pudge. Primal Beast pretty much emulates that with that the Bracer pickup, basically the exact same right click.
Still seeing Thompson have a very difficult time mid. I guess it's the nice thing about the Shadow Fiend, just with the raises, Thompson is always forced to kind of play on a high health pool, making it difficult for him to secure the last hit, so...
He'll be fine. Yeah, no, it certainly is quite difficult, and well, at least for the very start of this game, Bob's having a great time, making sure even just if he doesn't get the last hits to soak up all of that experience, realizing how important it is for him to create that little bit of a gap over Thompson. He should have the easier time with being able to get a few of these last hits off, even going for that kill there and forcing Thompson to use a lot more defensive moves coming out and gets the first blood. That has to feel good. Come on, the tips have to come through. There we go. That'll do. Just able to get the outplayed, get the mojo going, and Bob is not the person that you want to get feeling confident.
No, not at all. Get this guy online, it's going to be scary here for T1. We've seen what a Shadow Fiend is able to do. Already off to a flying start, and looks like their side lane's gone decently well as bottom lane. Tino 13-1 in combination with the Tiny. This is another lane where I think we're going to have a lot of action break out. Probably is going to be dependent on Whitemon and really what creep he's able to find from the camps for the success in particular for T1. As top lane Palos is in a bit of trouble. That trample damage is really starting to add up. Cuckoo's not going to continue chasing him down. Zephyr with one more right click. He's not going to go for it though. Back to bottom is Tino falling lower and lower under the safety of the tier 1 tower. Whitemon and Ana not going to continue the chase, but they have brought Tino down into a low threshold where it's going to make it difficult for him to play the lane now.
Thank you.
Just up on this top side, they have to be a little bit careful. Palos just getting the half duration healing salve being fed over to him by Vincenzo.
Ana's in down
he was able
bottom.
to get
He might get a solo kill onto Tino. Spirit Siphon to the last second with 2 points in the Siphon. That will be enough to find the health back. A nice attempt from Ana.
so tense, right? A lot of people, like I was saying before, penciling this in as an easy T1 win. It is not that at all. I mean, nearly doubling the last hits and denies in the mid lane is Bob. Off to a great start. They're going for another dive here, but Tino able to shrug it off for now. Oh, he gets it again.
Dude. Oh, no. Bobby, what are you doing? 14 Necromastery now. So his damage is really starting to ramp up. Have they... Oh, this is not good. Because Vincenzo looks like he's considering about making some stacks for the Shadow Fiend. If you get this guy into... Is he going to go for the Requiem? He might. Bob charges up the ultimate for the damage. It's not enough onto Thompson.
He had just a little bit less mana needed for the Shadow Rays. That last one, otherwise Thompson would have died. Oh my god, the mental damage that would have done would have just been insane. Top side. Kalos is a little bit low up here. Zephyr, again, just playing this aggressive style.
They're going to
Go
charge
for
in.
it, but yeah, pops the rod.
Palos, can he get out? One more right click from afar. Cuckoo and Zephyr find the swipe. A much needed kill for T1.
Despite everything that's happening in this mid lane, though, all the other lanes are going pretty well. I mean, Pudge really sitting towards the bottom end of the net worth. Even Chen almost overtaking him with how aggressive Whitemon's been playing. So he got the, he isn't even going the Bassi. He's just going for that full group up. Again, it's all about the early timings for T1 with this new style of roster.
I do like this ward place though from Shanks down by the bottom power rune. It's going to help out the Shadow Fiend from being able to secure some of the runes, but also to scout out Thompson if he looks to fall back to the jungle. All rune spawn up top. Thompson picks the regen. He's got Zephyr nearby to be able to chase down Vincenzo. So got to be cautious about Bob. A couple raises still to play with in regards to the mana. Thompson should be able to get out of harm's way.
With the regen as well, so he'll be just fine. We've also got this pesky creep coming mid. That Stadium Mindstealer, man, it's the best creep in the game. Like, you just completely ruined the enemy hero's mana pool. And for someone like an SF, who, I mean, he's been doing a great job so far on Bob to be able to bully Thompson out of this lane, it's not going to continue if you just don't have the mana to do it.
My thrift rewarded.
With all the heroes though leaving the lanes, it puts Tino in a solo matchup versus Honor, and I feel like the Death Prophet's going to be incredibly happy with this.
I suppose, but you've also got to consider that Cuckoo is also farming solo on top this time. You can't move forward on Palos to be able to try and get any farm. You're just going to get sprouted, you're just going to get charged at. The Flesh Heap still has quite a long cooldown. He's only got the 1 point into it so far, so only 5-second duration with a 20-second cooldown.
He's going to be in some trouble here. Shanks with the opener.
Onslaugh's coming though.
They still have Zephyr to be able to get some distance, and now Cuckoo up to the north. He's going to be okay. Turns onto the Shanks, but Palos is going to charge into the middle. He recognizes that he just needs to get on top of the Nature's Prophet to stop the right clicks, and Palos does just that.
Good movement coming through, but still, it's that net worth lead. It's still sitting in T1's favor right now, and with the regen rune, even Thompson just being able to move back towards the jungle. I actually didn't realize how low this mid tower was already. Less than a quarter HP. Which is going to mean that you can look to dive in through a nice kill bottom, left solo, and with the TP coming in from Cuckoo, so they're going to try and put a little bit more pressure onto these towers around the map, force some defensive rotations out of Execration, rather than all of the aggressive ones that they've been having so far.
Good fight by the Power Rune. It's going to spawn up top, in fact, with the invisibility. Bob trying to find the stacks, going to go for the Requiem instead. He's still playing around with the attribute shift, and Thompson once again just lives to see another day. Be cautious though, because Zephyr with the onslaught clips onto Shanks. They've got the Wrath of Nature as well, so T1 off the back of the support rotations will help Thompson stay alive and get a kill onto Shanks.
That's the thing about the best teams in the world. You can have one lane go really poorly, but as long as the other two are going just fine, I mean, that's why it was such a big deal that Bob was getting those kills solo without any other assistance.
Palos, he's in a lot of trouble here. Ana's got plenty of movement speed to be able to continue this chase, and the T2 tower won't even be a deterrent. He doesn't get close enough to it. So Ana and Cuckoo get another big kill onto Palos, who's really struggling on the Pudge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They did get that kill onto the, sorry, it was the deny onto the mid tier 1 tower, but that just frees up Bob to start moving through the jungle. They could see him walking up top here. He went underneath the outpost, so look to connect through onto this, look to open up the map a little bit more if he can. Zephyr should be able to get away though. What happens around mid? Whitemon, again, just playing aggressively. They're going to try and get the Sprout in. We've actually landed, but Quelling Blade enables Palos to get away. Just more pressure happening around the map, not giving anything up for free as T1.
Do we feel like Execration might lack some early game damage now going to the mechanism and almost hand to God? We're going to see the defense.
Yeah,
Tino, look at the jump. Oh no, Tino evaporates. Ana playing with the Unleash, and I was going to turn to try and bring down Palos. It's going to be all up to Bob if they can turn this team fight back around, but the Requiem's still on cooldown, so Bob will have no answer as Execration, they lose their tier 1 tower and they lose 2 members.
In terms of the damage output, I think it can be a little bit lacking. Maybe not so much once you hit like level 8 on the Death Prophet. I think it's very important to make sure that you've got that 1 point into the silence, and you just need to pop the Exo and have those 4 Spirit Siphon charges working. The other thing as well is they don't exactly have anyone that's amazing at locking people into a small space. That's what you really need for the Exo, for the Chain Frost, as well as the Pudge, to have that greatest level of input. So a lot of this game is honestly on Shanks being able to get into some decent timings. He's going into the phase boots for himself, just because I guess he feels that he can't reliably wait for the Blink Dagger. They're going to get run over in that time, and he wants to be able to quickly run up forward, get a toss back, and use that to snowball through the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a build that Baboka likes. There was someone at ESL, I can't remember who now, that was going phase boots as well after the change. They maybe just felt like the cast range on the toss was a little bit of an issue, so maybe the phase boots movement speed could help out. I saw someone else, though. I just can't remember who. I think it was Baboka.
Yeah, no, it was Baboka, and it's game dependent, right? This is one of those games where you're up against this full-on Zoo lineup that you have to have speed to get away. You kind of have to put yourself in harm's way because a Lich isn't going to be frontlining, a Shadow Fiend pre-BKB isn't going to be frontlining, a Pudge kind of can, but it's still so vulnerable super early on, right? He's not anywhere near level 10, so he's going to have pathetic armor, and when you consider what you're up against, like all these Chen creeps, Nature's Prophet right-clicking you, Unleash coming through from the Marcy, it's way too much to have to deal with.
Oh, they're onto the Shadow Fiend. Onslaught's out from Zephyr. Wrath and Nature Burst. It's not enough to get the kill onto Bob, and he's been able to charge up the Requiem. Tina with the Exo as well. This is a lock emitter for Execration. And they just get Zephyr. I don't know if that's worth it. 2 ultimates. Yes, you keep the Shadow Fiend alive, but bottom lane as well. Ana, he's going to find a solo kill onto Palos, so this is something that a core Marcy needs, and a position 1 Marcy in particular. You need to get kills when you have the Unleash available, and Ana has done that multiple times this game.
Really loving the way that Zephyr's been playing so far. They do get rid of that vision that's enabling him to play this aggressive style, but he's level 8. He is the same, he's higher level actually than the Pudge right now. And it's 12.5 minutes, and both supports on Execration aren't level 6. I think Shanks just picked it up right then. So it does feel a little bit weird. They can't take a lot of these team fights. They really need to give a little more emphasis towards picking up that Chain Frost for Vincenzo. Right now, he's roaming around the map, trying to get some stacks off, some D-Ward duty, but it feels like they need to just let him be a tiny bit more selfish. Go down the Xiao Bonbon route.
So what do you think the play is here for Execration? Because you've taken T1 top, T1 mid. What do you look to do in the next couple of minutes? Because you're down 5,000 gold.
You are, aren't you? You need to make sure that you get into the... I want to say the BKB on Bob, but it's going to be a little while away. Like, I feel like you almost have to buy this Ogre Axe just so that you've got that little bit of extra survivability for this inevitability. Like, they will run at you on T1. You know,
you feel like
you see this with Chen, Marcy, Primal Beast. It's gonna happen. So they just need to try and like shove out lanes as much as they can, be as survivable as possible, get level 6, so that if they dive past your tower, you've got the abilities and the damage to be able to burst them down. Even just the Pudge having more levels, right? He's maxed out the Rot because he needs that to be able to farm more quickly, but you need maxed out Flesh here just to have greater uptime even, regardless of the damage block.
Guess we'll see how fast Bob's going to be able to pick up this BKB. We'll have a haste in the arsenal. It's going to help out maybe with a pick-off for a team fight. Palos is getting a little bit of farm up top as well. Cautious about that Wrath of Nature, but just gets out of vision. So still the net worth lead, not really growing for T1, but Thompson is well and truly recovered after the rough lane that he's had.
That's always the thing that the best teams do. Like I was saying before, you gotta make space for a teammate that's having a rough game. And with Execration doing it, it really feels like they've committed so much more. Whereas T1, they're going for the efficiency plays. They're making sure that spread people out around the map. It's one of the big strengths of the Chen, right? You still have a global presence with your Hand of God. You can jungle on your own. And if someone finds you in the jungle, who cares? It's a Chen. If you're rotating multiple people, then just lost so much.
He's aware.
He's
gonna pop, he jumped in instead. Oh no, he jumped in, and now with the Chain Frost can bounce back and forth. They'll get the Hand of God for the bonus heal. Now Arno's gonna try and turn it around as well. They unleash for the Dispel, and Arno's life still's not enough. They get the kill onto the Marcy, but it comes at such a grave cost, as Execration will lose all 3 members in the skirmish party. I believe. Dino, maybe. Alright, they got him. Dobson gets the double. Arna loses his streak, but all of Tier 1 show up huge with the rotation down to bottom.
At least this time around, they don't commit absolutely everyone on Execration. Like, yeah, you lose 3 heroes, and it sucks. But Bob, he's farming. He's becoming that really big threat, the damage threat that they're going to need for the fights that are yet to come. Nearly level 12, just probably about the recipe left towards the BKB. That's going to be big. And they've also got this siege creep wave up top, so someone needs to respond to this, and they know that a lot of TPs came down bottom to be able to protect that, to protect Ana previously. So it's really only Nature's Prophet that can look to play up here. I guess Thompson can as well, but yeah, eventually it's going to be Cuckoo playing up top here.
They might consider Roche pretty shortly here for T1. Wraithback just completed for Cuckoo. A lot of damage mitigation. Of course, lifesteal as well, the important thing. You've got the sidekick even to play with as well. So, yeah, I wonder if T1, what they're going to consider. Maybe they are looking for a pickoff and then they can enter Roche, or maybe they feel like they're strong enough just to walk on in.
Don't know if they can do it without Morphling, though. You still, I think, need Morphling's damage to be able to get anything here. And good positioning by Vincenzo to bump this smoke. All the Chen creeps revealing absolutely everything. You give your life away, but I was about to say it's worth it. How quickly is he looking to try and connect on Thompson? Not really. So I don't think they could do this. They might still go for it, though. And they're pinging it now, but they're kind of in two minds about it all. Here we go. Here we go. Cuckoo TP's in. They see the SF TP back as well. That was really what Cuckoo was wanting. Just realize that SF isn't going to be able to be part of any quick Roche attempt. And actually doing this a little bit faster than I was expecting. Everyone's bottom. They don't know.
There we go. There's the Unleash. I was going to say, maybe Ana feels like they're forced to use it, and well, now with the Unleash, it's going down much faster. So T1 with the first Aegis, Shanks and Palos trying to catch out Thompson down bottom, but the Spidey senses are tingling, so Thompson's back to safety, making sure he doesn't put himself in a compromised position while the team is getting an objective.
Some good wards, really showing a lot of that positioning in
Do it,
not
Palos.
really conventional spots.
Oh, close. Oh, the creature's walked in the way. God damn it.
They are going to reach this timing where they feel a lot more confident to be able to fight, though, on Execration, right? Like, in, I would say, about 4 minutes' time, you can get your tier 2 neutral items, you can get your Aghanim Scepter on Palos, you can get your Blink Dagger on Shanks, you can get BKB on Death Prophet. Like, it's a lot of stuff coming very shortly. So if they can weather the storm, even wait out this Aegis, and then look to try and make a play, that could be a real turning point for Execration. It's just making sure that you're efficient with your movements, not wasting TPs for, you know, any which person. I feel like you really got to have someone like Vincenzo doing exactly like he is in this mid lane right now. Just shoving out the wave as, even if it's slow with the Frost Shield, anything that's just going to discourage them from constantly running at you, because it means that smokes like these become a whole lot more obvious.
I see Tino with the Observe Ward farming in the jungle. Bottom lane as well. Thompson shoving out the lanes. This could give them an option to move down and play next to the Morph lane, maybe anticipating a gank or just someone here to shove out the lane.
Look at Tino's
In the tree
positioning.
line,
This is really
Smoke's
good.
gonna pop shortly, so they'll see Zephyr. What's the call? They're just gonna TP out. I think the Corey saw Shanks. Yeah, he's gonna reveal his position regardless. No way he makes it out of this. He'll make him work for it at least. The adaptive
Switch at
strike
the
from
Tublers
Thompson.
toy, bro.
Yeah,
Get
I
the
was gonna
bounce.
say. Put it.
Oh,
He'll make it.
oh.
No
Hey.
way. I mean, that's
is
weathering
it.
the
This is
storm,
the
Denon.
efficiency,
That's what
man.
you said.
Mm-hmm. They need it. They're 100 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter on the Pudge. 700 from Blink Dagger on Tiny. Just a little bit closer towards Tino's BKB himself. He'll have level 12 as well. I think you got to give up this bottom lane. You cannot fight into this. You just don't have the tools to be able to. And T1 have everything that they want. They've got Manta Style, they've got BKBs, they've got Aegis, they've got Mech. It'll be just way too greedy. So push out the other lanes. That's the main goal for Execration right now. Man, they're smoking for this. This is crazy.
Who do you jump? Kazana and Whitemon playing hand in hand. They're gonna go for Zephyr instead. Not the easiest target to bring down, especially with Whitemon on the outskirts as well. But the Spirit Vessel will apply it. It's gonna stop a lot of the bonus health coming back, but off to the left side, they're gonna be able to blow up Tino with the turnaround. It's not enough because Arn is protected with the BKB. He just shrugs off the Requiem, jumps further into the middle, secures the triple kill, and Arn's Marcy is something to fear.
Oh, they did such a good job in being able to scout out that movement and dodge a lot, but you lose your tier 2 tower and you lose 3 heroes because you think you could go on to this Primal Beast. Turns out he's a pretty beefy hero. Level 11, position 4, 2200 HP, plus the extra armor that you're getting if you're able to get off that uproar. It's just way too much.
Valos? Look, stops it and baits Arna to jump in. They get the stun.
baiting
Arna
who?
still has Aegis. This is, I don't know if you're ready for this team fight. Arna gets a little bit of bonus health back. Not going to be enough to hold off through the first lap. And now Tino, he's got his second point in the exorcism. So he's going to charge in the middle, trying to create some chaos, break the formation out of T1. But they're retreating perfectly. In synergy is T1, making sure there's no stragglers for the easy pickings. And now with the backstab is Zephyr. Onslaughts into the middle with the pulverize out as well. Tino's gone out of the count, and now T1, they're on pursuit for more. Cuckoo's already teleporting to the backline, but Shanks is up to the higher gun, so instead they'll go back to the tier 2 tower.
Can you tell that I like this aggressive T1? Because I really like it, you know, especially Zephyr. That is the biggest improvement that I'm seeing so far out of their blast. 6 months, honestly. Like a big change in style, and it's working out wonderfully for them. Still just lacking that little bit of extra damage. They get Cuckoo.
They'll be able to break the Dismember instantly. Vincenzo's going to buy some time as well, but Palace is stuck in no man's land. Shanks is able to reveal the Blink Dagger as well. They're going to try and toss him inside the Requiem, but the Attribute Ship keeps Thompson alive, and now Honor is having a free fight. Again, the Mars, he's just jumping on forward. Zero cares in the world is Honor. Cuckoo might have to have some cares. Looks like he's able to walk that one off as well. A Witchblade, actually, sorry, the Mage Slayer completed. Magic resistance?
I don't know, man. I feel like this is just comes down to a little bit of maturity coming through from Execration. Like they could have easily taken those last 2 team fights if they just had the BKB on the Death Prophet. If they just waited that little bit longer for even a 4-staff on the Lich. Instead, they just ran headfirst in when they weren't ready. They just now have the Blink Dagger as well on Shanks, which certainly does help, especially if you're able to get in onto the backline to take out the Chen to be able to start a lot of these team fights, or Cuckoo. But, I mean, it just felt like they were way too early with a lot of these responses.
So greedy. He wanted that ancient creep. Oh, getting closer to his BKB. Unfortunately, he will be killed off. There you go for Execration. Just kind of, you were just mentioning like maybe some inexperience or, yeah, inexperience. I was just going to say lack of experience, same thing. But it's very difficult to give up that tier 2 tower. But when you're in this position where you just need these BKBs, when you need these items, that's your hope in these team fights. And if you don't wait long enough, then you kind of, you take 2 bullets. You lose the fight, then you still lose your tower. And now you're down even more gold. So now tier 1 have more items to play with. So
Radiant are scanning.
what's the probability looking like? Yeah, 91%.
I just looked. Yeah, it's not looking too great. I feel like you could afford to give up 2 tier 2 towers if it meant that you had that next item that you needed. At the time, I think top was pushed out, so they weren't in danger of losing a 3rd. They just lost way too much for free in my eyes.
Interesting. Honor's going to Scepter. Okay, so this is actually what gives you the Dispel. I was looking before that they changed the Dispel, no longer being on Unleash, so now the Scepter's going to provide
I didn't want to call you out. You know, I wanted to let you...
No.
Okay. Terrible player. Absolute garbage.
Did you
say we win our turbos, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, just dominate the turbos. People ain't got shit on us. Did you say Scepter was in the build that Honor was going?
Honestly, the games, because they're pubs, mostly end before he gets up to that stage, so
I mean,
normally ends after he gets the Basher. Yeah, it's getting close, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting close. With a smoke on smoke, we'll see what they can do on Execration. Playing around their triangle for the moment. Tino unsmoked, moving to the front. Oh, 2 ships passing in the night. Vincenzo's going to pop the smoke, and then they jump the Lich instantly. Not the bit. Oh,
nice force.
All right, he's out. They got a pretty good ward on the high gun to play with, so Shank's going to jump in.
He just missed his toss. That might have been the cast range change. Even just like 100 less cast range meant that he wasn't able to get it onto the target that he needed. Position 4 Tiny Nerfs is really starting to become a bit more of a factor. Man, look at Cuckoo at the bottom of the map. All of these bloody treants just fanning out across the map like spiders right now.
He's done that multiple times. And look at Zephyr's position in the left tree line. He's ready to jump. He's got this BKB. So it'll be a full duration Pulverize coming out. Plenty of control to allow the cores just to go to work.
He's not careful, he'll start to get addicted to this style of just diving in a little bit too deep.
I mean, is this a bad thing? I don't know.
No. Never said it was a bad thing.
Okay,
just something that could happen. I mean, he's just going to put himself up on the front lines, saying, you know what, I've got a bunch of auras from the Chen. He's backing me up. Whitemon even having the pipe as well. So even if they dive onto him, I mean, just the passive 30% magic resistance is really nice for a Chen. Plus the cloak aura, plus everything else that you got.
Ooh, Bob trying to charge up the Requiem. They need to toss him directly on top of the Shadow Fiend. They're going to be able to do so, but the BKB, the nick of timing from Zephyr and our Execration, they got to get out. Cancel the team fight, but the Bashers are there. Bob will not escape. and Normal, Shanks, and Thompson wants more blood. Away from deep inside the base, they've got Ana to follow up as well as T1 looking them go forward, pillaging the base. No one is safe from the boys of T1.
They're ready, and they want to converge potentially on mid. I mean, they've got the siege creep there. They've got a second wave coming. It's like for now, they just want to close out all of these outer towers for now. Willing to spend all the ultimates to do so, especially considering they know the exorcism's about to wear off. So what's stopping them moving forward? Maybe Roshan just wanting to extend their lead even further. But, I mean, no Requiem, no Chain Frost, no Exorcism. They could have gone high ground if they wanted to.
Oh, they're going to see Zephyr in the tree line. All right. Take a kill where you can find it. Shanks is, thank you very much. I'll yoink that.
Now, who do we reckon's getting this shard? You'd have to say Thompson, right?
Yes, I would say so.
But what about the curse of the old growth coming through for Cuckoo?
Ooh, scary.
Nah, it's not gonna happen. What a trash big shot.
They got a great ward on the higher gun. Ana's instantly gonna jump to try and protect that. Right by Vincenzo.
There's no try. He protects it.
James, let's chill. Alright, so Thompson does get the shard, and he's got the Aegis to work with as well. So this Morphling, he has not died since the laning phase, and maybe that's why Bob wasn't looking to tip Mr. Thompson, because I don't know if you want to poke the beast.
Even without the poking, this is still happening though. So I feel like you take your chance while you get it. Nearly level 20 on Morphling as well, going into the Skadi next. I mean, they've taken over this game, T1. What's the win prob now? 3%. Optimistic, I'll say that much. And well, level 15 with the extra Spirit Siphon damage and healing. This is the big timing that really feels kind of busted. You know, a lot of people are playing around this timing specifically. I know everyone likes the
lane?
percentage.
Okay.
I mean, even Ana's just trying to solo. Look at all the vision that T1 have of the map.
Yeah.
I just realized they could see everything, and they feel like Ana's just able to get these solo pickups.
Oh, he's going to run into Palos. Shanks is nearby. Tino, he's not going to be able to cancel his TP. Down goes to position 1. Pudge, god-like streak for Ana. And bottom lane, Bob, they're going to force out a BKB out of the Shadowfin as well. One charge from Zephyr sends Bob packing inside the base.
Know how quickly the connection can come, right? You got the global teleport as Cuckoo comes to mid. Thompson, of course, with his waveform, very fast at being able to move around the map. The Frost Shield's going to delay things a little bit, but you're still just not ready.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's going to have to be a toss back into a Requiem, and there's the silence.
That cast range, man.
Not able to find it. Zephyr with the charge and gets the pulverize onto Tino. They're going to be able to stop it in its tracks, but there's just no damage. You drop the pipe, you got the hand of God, and instantly T1 can turn it around. They're deep inside the base without a care in the world. Even the glyph is not going to be enough of a deterrent. Tino will try and charge onto Cuckoo, but the physical damage is starting to wrap up. Even the BKB will not do anything to protect the Death Prophet. And T1, the mid lane was rocky to start, but it did not matter. What a fine way for them to open up their run here in game 1.
Oh, just missing on the hook there. This should be game. Like, they are absolutely swarming that Ancient. No buybacks available on the DP or the SF. Just look to close this one out if they were wanting to, but being a little bit composed. Never mind, it was a bait.
It was a bait. Give me more kills. Let me add to the tally. The G's had dropped. T1 on their debut. Fine game 1. We'll see what they're able to do if they can replicate this performance. But for them, Denok, you really had a lot of questions on how this new T1 it would look. And again, in really particular to the supports. And I was quite impressed with Zephyr on the Primal Beast.
Everyone is smiling except for Zephyr right now. He's just like, man, I'm not used to this. It's good, but it's going to take some time. It's exhausting to have to go through a very different style to what you're used to, but I'm sure that he's going to be feeling very happy about that first performance in an official game, playing this, I guess you could call it T1 Dota. Like, is this the new T1 Dota? I mean, Ana, he's of course a full-time member. Thompson, they specifically made sure to say stand-in is the way that they're going to go about playing with him in these TI qualifiers. But even once he potentially departs, we'll see how they go if they make it there or to the last chance qualifiers. Is this going to be the way that they play moving forward? How many lessons can they look to take from a lot of influences from outside their region?
Yeah, I think this is scary now because T1 beat a lineup that Execration are very comfortable with. Like we mentioned it multiple times, they've got comfort heroes all through the board, and now it's a question of like what the Execration do in this game too. I feel like Marcy might be considered as a first phase ban. I don't know if you want to let White Mons Chen through as well, considering how effectively they were able to play with it. Like you just saw the damage mitigation, the pipe, the mech, the Hand of God. You went Wraith Pact on the Nature's Prophet as well. Just a lot of sustain for this group up. So what do you think Execration, what do they need to change in this game to draft?
I think this is one of those games, or series rather, that you might need first pick. Like you actually want first pick this time around, because there's going to be more than 2 heroes that get let through that are just going to be way too strong for T1. I think Primal Beast is one of them. I think Marcy is another. And I think you need to try and pick up the Chen for yourselves. Yes, it gives them plenty of chances to be able to counter it, but I just feel like you've got the goods if you are looking to back it up with that last pick of the first phase and so on and so forth. Or let them pick the Chen and then pick the direct counters to it. You know, like something has to work, and I feel like getting rid of that flexibility is the way to go. So Primal Beast, Marcy, they're my 1 and 2.
All right, well, we'll see what Execration have in store for us. Can they find the answers to T1? Because their performance, at least to start in Game 1, was incredible. But can they replicate that? That is the true question. We'll find out after the break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
What a incredibly dominant game here from T1 in a game one. Gives them a lead in our last series of the night. We're still in the upper bracket here for the Southeast Asia TI-11 regional qualifiers. Then we got a draft coming underway. Execration will be on the Radiant side, T1 back again on the Dire side. So we get to see what adaptations both sides have made.
And T1 chose first pick. So, I mentioned how Execration, I feel like they really need it. Well, T1 aren't going to give them that possibility as Topson drinks a unlabeled beverage, a nondescript energy drink. I want to see how Execration are going to look to change this up. I believe they're banning out the Undying. You can't give them that much flexibility. Maybe it's one of these things where you just want to
10 seconds
keep
remaining.
everything in the pool, and then you pick up like the two busted heroes that you think are in your mind.
Is that an ice cream?
Picks 2 and 3. That is an
How
ice
did you
cream.
not bring that up?
White one, my man. That looks like what is that? A cornetto? Is that a drumstick? What's
Yeah,
going on here?
Looks like it.
I'm gonna
My
need
guy
I'm
is
sliding into his
always
DMs right now.
snacking.
He
is. This guy is so content. Oh, I love this.
He is my spirit animal,
Radiant
okay?
team pick.
The position 5, he's the support. He always seems to find his farm, pops off. I mean, him and me are so alike,
Yeah, crazy like. Definitely, no doubt about it. Yeah, haha, yeah.
TI attendee loves ice cream. That's about it. Plays pos 5. All right. Well, we see a Marcy come through. I'm a little worried. Of course, we saw Anna pop off on it, but you're very capable of playing it both on Zephyr as well as White One. So
10 seconds
this is what you don't want to give, especially when, T1, they're going to need to be a little bit more flexible. They've got first pick, right? They can't finish up the draft with this amazing whiz-bang hero. I'm just keen to see what T1 are looking to pick later on into the TI qualifiers, because Anna's got a few tricks up his sleeve. So does Topson, Topson's been spamming the Leshrac. We saw him play mid-morphling, which basically no one does anymore. Obviously, the laning phase didn't go too well, and, well, if it worked first game, just do it second game. Pick up these two quote-unquote cores, but like I was saying, they could just flex them,
Radiant
so why not?
team ban.
Before we went live, you mentioned Ana Nyx Assassin, and now you're mentioning that Ana has a couple things up his sleeve. Is there something you need to tell us?
Yeah, he's a good Nyx Assassin, I'll say that much. He can bring things off from the
10
untraditional
seconds
position
remaining.
ones. There's a couple others out there. One that I feel like hasn't been
5
experimented
seconds
with
remaining.
enough in the pro scene. In Clockwork position 1, if you go a really early Aghanim Scepter, it actually does a crazy amount of damage. And there's one other which I'll reveal if it ends up being picked up.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, keep the sources hidden. So, T1, identical draft in the first phase and the same bands as well. Ancient Apparition, Terrorblade, and the Puck. The first two, the first one in particular, no surprise with the answer to the Morphling. The Terrorblade is interesting,
10
because
seconds remaining.
I thought the Morphling was a decent way to play into TB. I do think it's a little bit
5
different now with the
seconds
E-Blade build not being viable. That was a big way for you to be able to blow him up, but obviously, I mean, Topson is incredibly comfortable on the Morphling, so it seems like he's worried about this particular matchup, so maybe it's changed a little bit over time to be a bit more TB favored. So that's another one I'm surprised about. I didn't bring it up in game one because I thought it was draft specific, but yeah, it looks like he's at least doesn't like playing it into that matchup.
Sorry, I'm just staring longingly into Whitemon's eyes as he eats his ice cream right now. I wonder if they're actually going to flex up this Marcy to be in like a position 5 or a position 4 role, just because look at the bans that Execration have gone for this time. No Chen, no Primal Beast, so the timings are much later that T1 are going to need to hit. They finished that game in 30 minutes. It felt like it could have been done in 22, to be honest. So the Treant Protector, of course, is going to slow things down a little bit in terms of who they're protecting against pickoffs globally. So I feel like something like the Marcy probably won't get solo kills against, what was it, Pudge that died a couple of times, as well as the Death Prophet solo. So that won't be happening. And they just won't have the tower pushing tempo or the team fight starting tempo. So it really does feel to me like this might be, for example, a Viper coming through from Cuckoo and backed up with a Zephyr Marcy, who still has the potential of diving in, as well as being that frontline presence and backing up a Viper, which is just still an incredibly strong lane.
Okay, so they also kind of swap up their route of the Death Prophet Tiny, so into one of the other more viable position 4s to play with that Death Prophet. We saw it a lot over at ESL, the major as well in Arlington, so something that Execration going to be comfortable with, and it gives Shanks on a playmaker too. So it's just a question of can you kind of get towards that blink, because again they are a bit more dependent now on Exo to be active and the early item and out of the Earthshaker.
Know how I feel about Earthshakers though. I feel like this is incredibly passive. Like, yes, you've gotten rid of a lot of these heroes that can enable the push, but it's still a lot that you're going to have to contest. Like, the team fight is great on Execration, don't get me wrong, but there's the Viper that I was talking about, not just a dominator for the lane, not just a hero that is enabled by having the Marcy paired together with it, but even the Death Prophet, once she gets the BKB, you just Viper strike her, and then who cares? You know, she's going to be a lot slower to run at you, you're able to escape, you've got decent movement on everyone, so I feel like it will just be a really solid counter. So, yep, Viper seems pretty standard to me. Can they afford to go something like, or probably not the Visage anymore, but I just want to see them go, could this be a Clockwork game? Could this be the position 1 Clockwork?
Alright. I've got concerns right now that T1 are very single target. So I'm wondering if Execration are going to be...
You owe me an ice cream if it's a position 1 Clockwork after this Enchantress, by the way.
I don't owe you shit. I'm not saying if it is going to be or isn't. I'm trying to speak about
I don't care. I just want an ice cream, man. I just want an ice cream.
Go buy your own ice cream. Go bully T1. Go bully them.
I would never bully T1. What have they got to do on Execration? What were you thinking?
I always think they'd be considering going down a PL route because I think T1 are very single target and it's a nice answer to the Viper. They're going to show the Shadow Fiend again, so I mean, I don't blame them. Like, Bob, he won his matchup versus Thompson on the Morphling mid. So they're like, let's run it back. But we saw what can happen last game if T1 play a lineup that is very, very fast tempo. This could be no different. Like, yes, you're not playing with a Chen, but Enchantress can be very similar where you just get active across the map, look to bring a creep to rotate. You can have a Marcy position 1 playing super active like we saw from Ana. So I feel like it really could be no different in the playstyle from T1.
Nature's Prophet ban leads me to think it's a Clockwork coming through for the offlane potentially. It could happen. I mean, the Enchantress as well is something that we haven't touched on that much either. I mean, Whitemon Enchantress is like pretty next level. It was one of his best heroes like in the world for quite some time. Other heroes like that only approach that level for him are like the Lion. So for him to be able to get this hero, which I still think is really strong this patch, this late into the draft is a big win coming through from T1. I think they just need to up the tempo even further. Like, you just don't want to wait for this big team fight to truly come online. And even if you go aggressive and Execration wins a team fight off the back of all of these big ultimates, it's going to be early enough into the game that you've got an Enchantress that can push, a Viper that can help push, a Marcy that can help push, and then you can just go again. Like, your respawns are going to be like 20 or 30 seconds, so who cares?
Okay, so because we are looking for a 1/4 here for T1. What do
I think it's the 1.
Okay, so what is a hero that can help push the tempo?
Clockwork.
Okay, can you list some others then if a clock doesn't get picked up? What can play a
Bounty
very
Hunter.
similar? So this is the other thing. All right, so you've just given it away early on. Like, there's no reason why you would say a bounty hunter if this is something that Arna doesn't have in his back pocket. So we've got a potential of position 1 bounty. Okay.
I mean, look, even just the Nature's Prophet and the Treant, right? Bounty doesn't do that well. You're very single target focused. So I feel like that's pretty significant. He's being kind of quiet right now, though, Arna. He was actually telling me of the story of back when he was playing with OG. I forget if it was the first iteration or the second or the third. A Pugner instead. Okay, interesting. It does stop the Shadow Fiend from spamming you down. I guess if he's quiet, that means that he's not really... it wouldn't be his hero that was being contested, so it's going to be the position 1 Morphling, you would assume. Or the Marcy, who knows? But basically, when they were doing the drafting, sometimes he would just watch, like, time-lapse videos of stuff decomposing, whether it be like wood or, you know, food or whatever. He would just sit back and be like, oh, that's interesting. So he's just like, that's his contribution to the draft a lot of times. Like, he is a good enough player that you just give him a few words and he says what a lot of people do in like 20.
So I think for Execration, you're going to need a Nullify builder as the game goes on. I'm also a little bit scared on if you go for like a true position 1, because you do have a bit more greedier heroes in regards to Shadow Fiend who can scale with the right click. Like DP's going to need a little bit of space. BKB and level 2 and Exo is important. Earthshaker as well needs Blink. So I don't even know if they can go...
Pierces magic damage, does damage against the Enchantress, gets rid of the Viper poison attacks. I don't think that's too bad.
No, I think everything but the Morphling matchup is fine for the jog. So yeah,
there's nothing in this game that's good against everyone, unfortunately.
Exactly. That's a great point. You're never going to get a hero here that's going to be best suited. And so Lycan will be the route they go down, which I really do not mind. They're even going to swap it up as well. It's a Palos Death Prophet. So position 1 DP. Tino's going to be playing the Lycan in the off lane. Something we were mentioning is just the fact that T1, they are very, very single target. Like a big reason of why they went down for the Phantom Lancer to be banned out, the Nature's Prophet to be banned out. So this Lycan is going to prove to be a very, very big issue for T1.
It is, but it's an off-lane Lycan into an Enchantress lane. So it's not really like you could use the Wolves all that effectively. Enchantress is just going to yoink them straight away. It'd be just as effective into you. So it's not exactly the easiest lane to have to play into. And of course, Earthshaker, very low damage in lane. And if you're not able to play off the back of the Wolves to do a bit of the harassing, I feel like Whitemon is just going to have the freest time possible in bullying these heroes away and making sure that Arna gets a lot of that free farm in the top lane for the Dire.
I don't know, dude. Thompson's smiling a little bit too much. You're chuckling a bit too much with this Pugner pick. Of course, another hero that
he's just saying, you're not raising me. You're not raising me down this time. I'm just going to plant my Nether Ward and see what happens.
I mean, it's a really, really good Pugner matchup into the Shadow Fiend. You got Arna playing the Morphling now, so you see the true flex that T1 are already shown, which is going to be such a scary thing for other teams to face. It doesn't matter if they drop down to the lower bracket, if Execration take this series, or if they move forward to the upper bracket. Just the fact that T1 are now showing that their capability with being able to play multiple heroes in different roles is going to be a drafting nightmare.
My other question is, what does Tino actually build this game? Because if you go Helm of the Dominator, you're up against an Enchantress. Like, that's a pretty big window where you need to use that Dom creep to be able to farm, oftentimes on the back of pushing. And I feel like you just need to have the perfect team fights go your way on Execration, where T1 show up to a fight that they probably shouldn't, and then off the back of the Exorcism, you take a tower, you know? And that opens up the map where you're able to farm a couple of more camps, which gets you a Helm of the Overlord timing. And then until you're level 20 on the Enchantress, then you don't really care about the enchant quite so much. But there's going to be that big, like, probably like a 10, 15-minute window where you're just able to do whatever the hell you want into the Helm of the Dominator before you get that Overlord. That's probably too big of a window. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I feel like it's key as an item build though. Like, I don't. Can you ever see the Lycan defer from the Overlord?
Not really. I mean, what other options have we had since Necrobook was removed? I I've seen the occasional Desolator if they really wanted to up the tempo a little bit, go Presence Aura affect buildings at level 15, especially considering you're into a Pugna, so maybe you don't want the Shadow Rays damage because you want to be much more of a right-clicking style on this SF. I'm just spitballing here.
The battle
Yeah,
begins.
no, I get it. I'm with the spitballing. I don't know, like a Wraith Pact into a Deso like you mentioned. We'll see. I do think Wraith Pact is going to be... sorry, the Overlord is pretty core, especially in a game like this. But like you mentioned, there's going to be a very, very awkward timing here for Tino with how that Helm Dom is going to be affected. And even as the game goes on, like Enchantress will have that level 20 talent if she wants to go down that route. So, well, yeah, we'll see what the play is going to be out of Tino. I do think this is a lane that they should be pretty comfortable on. We'll keep tabs on mid, though, because this is really... We had a lot of back and forth. Bob getting those 2 solo kills prior, but this is going to be a completely different matchup against the Pugna.
Are playing around not the greatest amount of HP, so kind of sharing that in common with the Morphling from what we saw previously. Thompson, though, already able to get more CS in the first 2 waves than he did previously. One thing that is a little unfortunate for Execration is that they don't have the greatest heroes to be able to take advantage of this new Lycan change, where Howl is now global if you use it during nighttime. Like, not the greatest right-clickers. It might just be used for the attack damage reduction component if they're trying to go for an aggressive moment on like a Viper and a Marcy, just for that 25% damage reduction.
What are our thoughts here on with Palos playing the Death Prophet down bottom, and of course the flex that they've also shown with the Lycan in the side lane? Like, do we feel like Palos is going to be able to match up relatively well into the really strong Viper Marcy?
I mean, my thought is that there wasn't really anyone else that would have been able to stand there and fight against the Viper. You know, I was saying Juggernaut was my potential thought just because you had that spell immunity, and with the slows you have some kill threat, but I guess you really don't even against a Marcy Viper lane, right? You're always going to have that extra movement speed to be able to get away just with the rebound. So, yeah, maybe just wanting to stand your ground a little bit more against this, and then if they do dive you, I'm kind of expecting Vincenzo to be holding on to a few points here just to make sure that he gets the living armor off if a dive does happen and he's not exactly there in the lane.
We see the other side lane as well at the moment. Tino's done a very good job with his micro, just keeping the wolves away from Whitemon. But I guess it's also then he's leveled up the wolves and not particularly using them to much effectiveness. But as soon as they're about to expire, just runs them towards the Whitemon Enchantress, get a little bit of harassment out. But it does look like both sides are finding their farm. But I guess this really favors the Morphling though, because it's a hero that does very much suffer at level 1 and level 2.
Mm-hmm. And like I was saying before, Shaker pretty terrible in the laning stage, unless you've got like other stuns or other amount of burst damage to be able to take advantage of someone that's blocked off from the Fissure. Whitemon doesn't care. He's an Enchantress. Like, he just needs to keep ferrying him out, little bits of regen. He's gone full harass mode with his Fairy Fires and multiple Iron Branches. And again, you can't just summon the wolves and help them assist with last hitting, because you're just going to get them stolen away.
Mid lane, Bob, is he going to go for these Thompson? Oh no! Another solo kill from Bob. Couple of mangoes pop, he just charged in. It gives him the outplayed voice line once again.
Well, we saw how that worked last time, so I'm not sure if you want to be dropping it so quickly. Bob, he's going to go all the way back to base, pick up the boots of speed and a wind lace just to make sure he's able to connect on through.
Vincenzo's doing a really good job to put some pressure onto Cuckoo to try and zone him away from the Death Prophet, but Cuckoo plays his distance, makes sure the poison attack continues to stack up, and now Zephyr's also hunting Vincenzo on the tree line, so T1, they're going to find a double kill for Cuckoo down bottom.
It's a pretty easy lane. Like, there's not that much that a Treant Protector could do into this, and I mean, this is a combo that was being run very consistently all for the past, like,
oh no,
3-4
Denok, he
months.
just TP'd back. Palos just TP'd back into the lane. You can't feed over another kill. Zephyr's not going to disjoint the Spirit Siphon until Vincenzo shows up. But the damage has been dealt. Palos doesn't have the resources now until the Salve given over to play this lane.
It does feel like you need that 1 point in the living armor. It's real
Oh,
value coming through.
That's a T2 tower! Oh my god, thanks to Shanks, that Fissure, just to allow the Shadow Fiend to go onto the tower. And he's getting a bit more vocal this time. I didn't see the double outplayed in game 1.
True, coming through. I mean, even when Thompson respawns, he's going to have 5 seconds until he can actually TP there. So he's lost a fair few of these creeps to both the tower as well as the creep wave. By the time Bob's able to TP back, he hasn't really lost anything. So once again, some really nice mid play coming through from Bob.
Are you surprised that
already down
Thompson
to half.
doesn't have a point in the Nether Ward?
A little bit, yeah. I feel like 1 point's still pretty value coming through.
Bottom lane, another attempt on DiVincenzo. And with the tree and protector being completely isolated from any trees, Cuckoo and Zephyr can chase him down. And the fact that they're giving Cuckoo such a strong start can really enable Zephyr to start making some rotations.
Thompson even having to go for the windlace just to get that little bit of extra movement speed. He's very speedy naturally as a Pugner, but so is an SF. So, actually, Whitemon, he might be in a bit of danger here. Trying to disrupt that a little bit, but ends up paying with his life. And now you got level 6 on Bob to have to deal with, although doesn't have the Requiem leveled up just yet, waiting for the ideal time to be able to do it. I suppose with the Nether Ward, it doesn't really reduce the magic damage anymore, but I feel like with that first blood, it was so close to being able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend with just the damage component that it would have been well worth it. Instead, they're going to go for a kill with a full rotation.
Oh, Bobby ran back in. He's got the Requiem leveled up. He's going to try and charge up the ultimate and set up for the raise combo. As Bob says, no, still going to be a little bit cautious here. Trying to secure one of the power runes. It is going to spawn down bottom. The fissure as well to hold Thompson into place, but Bob's got some issues in regards to the cooldowns.
The one that's happiest about this, though, is Palos. Like, he has finally been left alone on this bottom side. Vincenzo, he's positioning himself a lot more aggressively. Looking to try and scout him away. They see the fact that Marcy's coming back to the lanes, so Palos, he needs to get out a lot more quickly than this. He might be playing with his life.
It looks like that's going to be the case. Beautifully done from Cuckoo. Disjoints the Spirit Siphon. Zephyr's going to hold his on. But as long as they keep the poison attack stacking up, and Cuckoo will do just that. Dominating streak for the Viper.
I'm not sure if that's miscommunication or just underestimating the speed that Amasi is able to quickly connect through to the rest of the team. Like, he saw, Tree and Protector gave vision of the fact that Marcy was coming back into that fight and wasn't fast enough to back off.
Mid lane again.
All of this free network.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage, man. If Bob gets a triple raise combo, anyone dies under that.
Thompson's still playing fearless, though. It wouldn't be Thompson if he wasn't playing like this, though. Maxed out the Nether Blast, trying to get some damage in onto the tower. I suppose, well, never mind.
Don't play too fearless, sir. Long raise on cooldown. Got Whitemon nearby him. Now he's going to turn it around.
I think maybe he was trying to say, use the Wild Wing Ripper, get the push back into my Nether Blast. Can they look to get it? They might even be able to scout out Shanks here with the Wild Wing Ripper. Here we go, gives the vision, gets the pushback, gets the body block. Great team play coming through there. Is it going to be enough, though?
One more right click. Yeah, they'll find it. Meanwhile, top lane, Ana gets a solo kill onto Tino's liking. So he, once again, is off to an incredible start.
I feel like it's... I don't want to call it selfish, but this is what I was
Shadow
talking about
Fiend's in some trouble as well. Mid lane, Thompson gets the kill, gets a region, is sitting pretty in the resources, and our tier 1 tower is going to be in trouble.
It's only going to take a lot of harassal. Even getting the kill off there onto the courier. Whitemon, he's just being a menace, standing in the way. Going to try and harass him down a little bit. The tornado, I don't think is going to be able to slow him down enough, but Zephyr definitely will. Tosses it back, gets some additional damage through. Vincenzo, the tanky Tree of Protector, will end up going down. All the while, mid-tower, it's being harassed too.
They can kill Bob again. He is in trouble. Jenks has got great position, but they know that he TP'd back in. They can go now. Tower's dead. There's nothing to really prevent T1.
Zephyr just making sure not to immediately reveal himself, but they should see his courier coming through, so Bob, wisely enough, backs off. What I was saying before was, with the way that Tino has built this Lycan, I don't like the fact that he hasn't got a single point in the Howl. I think you need 1 point in it just to make sure that bottom lane is a little bit easier. The 8 seconds of 25% attack damage reduction is actually enormous.
Tino will charge up the shapeshift. Shanks has just been able to juke back into the T1 tower, so Whitemon's going to look for a TP out. But the fissure is back off cooldown for Shanks. Now, meanwhile, Bob's in a little bit of trouble. Zephyr and Thompson do an incredible job. This duo playing together from game 1 into game 2. We see how difficult it is for Execration now to deal with. And Shadowfiend not having a tier 1 tower to protect him. I've got big concerns now for how Bob's going to be able to play the next couple of minutes. Because we see what happens. Like if he shows to a lane, Thompson just a couple of spells out. And now Bob, he can't CS.
Cuckoo's not used to this at all. He's used to being targeted a lot of the time, and now he's saying, what? I've just got a completely free lane? Give it to me by my Marcy, all the attention's elsewhere, I love it. Of course, Ana, with that solo kill up top, means that they've always got that in the back of their mind on Execration too. They want to take this tower. They need to open up the map a little bit. Will Thompson look to make the rotation? He's got the DD rune bottled, and here we go. He's coming in right on top of Tino.
Just gonna buy them some time. Thompson's on the south side of the fissure wall, so we can still move on 4 for more. Bob's even gonna consider about rotating as well, but the triple razors will answer the initial trade from Execration in tier 1, but they've still gotta be cautious though with Thompson nearby. The force to be reckoned with, but they do have a really good ward for Radiant to play with. It's gonna scout out the position for the Pugna, so Bob tries to charge up the Requiem, but again, it's going to be up to the summons from the Enchantress. Whiteman scouting out Bob in the tree line. An easy kill. And now they can look for more. But Zephyr, a little bit isolated from the team. He's got Thompson to the north. He's going to look to try and zuck away the life of the Lycan. And with Ana waveforming forward as well. But Ana's going to be cautious for the moment. Has the attribute shift to play with, and damage will be lacking from Execration. So they're going to push them further away.
He was walking forward for the Echo Slam and he just gets enchanted. Wasn't able to get it off. I mean, the reason they went for that play so aggressively is that they have the vision advantage, right? They've got the Enchantress creeps they're able to scout out with no risk coming back the other way. And the fact that the Earthshaker had been taken out. That is the main priority right now for T1. Make sure Shanks dies. So I want to see him have a lot more defensive positioning come through from him. Like, he's only just picking up his Tranquil Boots now, not even getting close to either an Aghanim Shard or a Blink Dagger, but his life is so valuable just for the fact that you can cancel out this life drain. It's basically the only thing that they've got that's able to do so outside of the silence from the DP, which Palace hasn't even leveled it up yet.
And it's huge that Execration with their first EXO of the game barely tickle the tower. I mean, half health with the first EXO is not enough when you bring multiple members top, so it's going to force even more heroes from Execration to just secure this, and now for T1, this can open up the map. They can look to get aggressive elsewhere, maybe secure the T1 tower down bottom, or look to dive Bob onto the T2 tower. Zephyr. Definitely a different playstyle we're seeing come out of him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Cuckoo as well is going into the drums straight away, so he just wants to enable his team off the back of this very successful start to pick up the tempo even further. I mean, it's not a Marcy position one that is going to fall off later on. We know that a Viper is super capable of flash farming. We know that a Pugna can. Thompson, he doesn't farm creeps though. He farms heroes. So it's really just all making space for Ana, who's... I was about to say he's been pretty active. He's only been involved in 2 kills so far though, as Whitemon, once again, this is what I was talking about. He's a menace, man. You can't let Whitemon have his Enchantress at the, what, 8th pick of the entire draft? 8th hero pick?
So the smoke, a bit of an interesting path from Execration from top to mid. Their side of the map they're going to look to reclaim.
Heavy commit.
They'll run into both supports at the moment. Zephyr's going to be targeted down. Tino with the combos enough to get the kill. Now meanwhile to the north, Whitemon. Yeah, good luck. This goddamn Enchantress, not an easy person to bring down at all. They're going to need the Fissure to keep up. Looks like Palace instead with the Exo and the Spirit Siphon will do the work.
That's what I was talking about before, right? You use the shapeshift, you use the exorcism, you've got amazing team fight, but when you don't have them, they're very quick respawns coming through for both the Marcy as well as the Enchantress. So T1 is setting up. They're trying to push the lanes out a little bit and then just connect through and push on forward.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Thompson trying to go for some solo kills here in between 3 heroes right now. We'll be able to harass them away at least, but just a very aggressive positioning coming through from Ana as well as Cuckoo, realizing that they just don't have the tools, the resources to be able to take him down at this stage. They've got that drum as well, going into the very early Aghanim Shard as well on Cuckoo, realizing that that is probably an area that they are lacking a little bit, the tower damage that's coming through.
Yeah, and with Ana getting all the space in the world that he would ever need, did you feel like Execration, like this is a ticking time bomb? Is this Morphling, or hold that thought, mid lane, Thompson? The Requiem charge-up's going to be there, with the Fissure as well connecting. Vincenzo steps through to the chain control. Is enough to hold Thompson down so Bob can get the damage pumping out. It's a big kill for him to find. Bit of a streak getting closer towards the BKB.
It's going to be really important for Vincenzo to get his Blink Dagger. I mean, we've been talking about the Earthshaker a little bit, needing to go for his, but just important on that tree and just to get the turnaround. They're lacking in stuns, so every one that they're able to land is worth its weight in gold. Ana will see this Observer Ward, can look to clean it up, and will. So really removing a lot of the map presence that they've got right now on Execration. They're playing essentially blind. Like one Observer Ward at the top, where Tino's playing on top of, and one for the river, scouting out some of these power runes.
Okay, so you mentioned that you feel like Ana is going to be that ticking time bomb in a game like this. How can they look to address the Morphling then?
Well, I mean, I was talking about it during the very early stages of this game, is that it feels like T1 need to take a bad team fight, and it's just on Execration to be able to punish that and use Exorcism into another objective. Open up the map, get an Aegis. But T1 are disciplined. They're not doing that. They're making sure to play separately around the map, realize that we haven't quite hit our timings yet, but we've got strong heroes that are able to play early. And I mean, this is just Thompson Dota. He's nearly finished up his Octarine core, and it's 16 minutes in.
Yeah. Top lane, at least for Execration, they're able to get a kill. Tino does require the shapeshift out of him, but this is going to give him a free wave or two and the bonus gold from the kill to work towards the Helm of the Overlord, which is now coming out on the Courier.
That's a big timing for sure, just to be able to keep these lanes pushed out. Top lane's pushing in pretty heavily with the Helm of the Dominator creep with Siege.
Oh, okay. Nicely done.
He tumblers toy away.
Yeah, just before the blast was able to connect. This tower's still going to take a little bit of damage. They've got the Creep Wave and the Wild Wing Ripper. Thompson's not going to get another blast out, however.
Force Ana's TP back. I was about to say I wonder if they go for an aggressive play, but if anything, that just means that you're okay with not losing anything else. It means that you actually feel confident in defending bottom if T1 did go for a dive there, but it's still so important for them to hit their own timings on Execration. They don't have a BKB on Palos, they don't have Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, they don't have Blink Dagger on Tree and Protector. Those are the big three that you're going for. I suppose BKB on Bob as well. So every little moment's going to be super valuable. Still 44 seconds on Ana's TP, so if you wanted to connect through to this, you wouldn't be able to. Do they just give this one up? Maybe they've learned a lesson from the last game and are just going to back off, have Shanks here to try and slow things down a little bit, but not actually fully commit.
They might just go onto the T2 tower if they see the Earthshaker. Fissure's chucked out. They're even got a Glyph as well, so Palos will now reveal his position. What's a call from Execration?
They get something.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You can tell Shanks wants that juicy Nether Ward. Just a little bit of extra gold to be able to get closer to that Blink Dagger, but mid tower going down does help matters. Now though, where can you play? Almost no vision, just underneath the tier 2 mid. I like this one. It's probably where T1 are going to be looking to go for some smokes, but they might also expect that this is where they've got the vision, considering mid tier 1 tower is the objective that just falled recently. Fold? Fell.
English is hard, it's okay.
Yeah, I do English goodly.
I do English goodly. I think I mess up way too often. It's okay. I'll give you a break.
We're Australian, we get a pass.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Our native language is Australian, not English.
Alright, so from Execration, he didn't answer to this T2 tower siege, and well, the backstab, that could be it. Great micro for the Wolves, gonna scout out a lot of the positioning. Look at Vincenzo! Steps to the backline, gets the overgrowth. The control is out, setting up for the Requiem. They've only killed off the Enchantress for the moment, but they'll catch up to multiple heroes as Thompson goes down along with Zephyr. And not only do they win the skirmish, now they can move into the pit.
That wasn't even necessarily a bad fight for T1, the one that I was talking about that could potentially turn this game, but still just some great positioning coming through from Vincenzo. Sometimes it takes that moment of individual brilliance to be able to claw your way back into this, and with the extra damage, they can going to be able to take down that Aegis, give Bob a little bit more freedom to be able to get his next item. He's already got the BKB, hasn't had to use it just yet, but it's signs of hope, even just on this top side, right? You've got a range creep there, so no backdoor protection. Zephyr's doing his best to try and clear this one out, but it's some more damage, and they used the glyph for the tier 1 tower mid previously, so you're not going to have that multi-shot available.
Get the creep! Get the creep! Easy. Oh, we got kills across the map. I'm watching it. I'm watching Helm of the Overlord go down.
You're watching creep gaming.
I mean, plus 200 gold. Not as much as I guess what Vincenzo gave, so probably got to keep tabs on the Trinket Protector. Did die to Cuckoo, getting him closer towards his BKB. He's already got one component completed.
Ugh. Thompson's got a arcane rune for himself now, so that feels good.
Another kill.
Dying solo is kind of a big deal. I mean, Bob, I like the way that he's playing up here. I want to have maybe one more person playing a little bit closer to him. Of course, Shank's just acting as a little bit of backup right now, but you got to put more pressure onto this tier 2 tower. He's got the Aegis to play around. He's got the BKB. He's going to try and take this tower. And Palace, his job right now is just stall. Stall out the game. Make sure that you can get a tower or get an objective while T1 don't get anything. But they're pretty far ahead. It only says 2K, but their timings are right now on T1. And Thompson, with all of that cast range, is just able to siege from the tree line.
Yeah. Finally, Arna wants to show up as well, even pre-BKB. Just comes in, a couple of right clicks, helps secure the tower. So T1, even down the Aegis, feels strong enough to be able to claim out some of the map. We'll see how long they want to stick around, though. It's going to be important for them to, like you said, just really limit Execration from getting towards his timing, because they are very, very close to it.
Now, I have a question for you. Oh. What do you think about Gaben's read on this game? Have a look at the old Dota Plus. The win prop.
You want me to look, or am I guessing?
Yeah, have a look.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you think Execration have a 2-to-1 chance to win this game? I think if it goes really late, they do. But
I think T1 are going to have issues in team fighting. I do feel like this is a lineup that kind of needs to be doing what they are, like hitting their timings and running through a lot of the early skirmishes. But like Radiant do have big advantages in 5-on-5 fights, and I think that's going to be highlighted even more as the game goes on.
Doing a pretty good job of shoving out these lanes.
Smoke from
BKBs on your important targets.
Hip Hop, great position for the Pugner. Gets out under cover of the Glimmer Cape. So they will not be able to see his positioning, but Execration is still pushing on forward for more. Gonna try and claim some of the map, seeing if anyone's home by the triangle.
Do they see Cuckoo? That's the better question. He's playing around this bottom tier 1 tower.
They do now.
Feels kind of a, yeah, there we go. Might be able to get a quick pick off onto him depending on the vision coming through from T1, which is pretty just non-existent on this bottom half of the map. Can they do it? Can they claw their way back into this series? They've had a pretty decent start, and at least they claim back their outpost as well, so a bit of experience going back their way. And what do you think about this top outpost as well? They moved the outpost up a little bit, but now it's off the Aegis. It's not right on top of it.
Hang on, what? Off the Aegis?
Yeah, you see the thing on the ground underneath the outpost?
Yeah. Is it
off
off
a little bit too high for me, yeah.
Oh my god, shut up.
Tower's being pushed in on the top side. It's a decent just ghost push coming through. I mean, you've got the Manta style on Arna's Morphling now, so it'll require a little bit more attention to be given over, but it's just T1 maintaining that map control. Wait, what? On my map, it's off the Aegis.
Yeah,
but on
no,
what the viewers see. What do you see?
I see the same. It looks fine to me. I don't know. You're complaining. Understandable though. If it's... no, I trust you. It's fine. Bob mid lane. Aegis still for 30 seconds. They gotta be cautious. Smoke's gonna pop instantly. No one pops detection. Oh, they're just running forward. Bob gets the Requiem. He's gonna try and target down Thompson, but there's no follow-up. Finally, efficient, but where's the damage? Thompson's fine, and Arna shows up. Away for him with no hesitation. As Execration, they've got to get out. They messed up the side of the fight. They committed too heavily and didn't find any kills.
Gold for me.
Very heavy commitment, but without your Death Prophet. Death Prophet is the sustained damage that you've got in a lot of these fights, and it's what creates space for someone like the Earthshaker to come in with that big Echo Slam for you to get the big Blink Overgrowth response as well to some of the BKBs that they've got on T1's side. So the fact that they weren't able to land that, the fact that you were forced to go in first and just get a solo Overgrowth onto a Pugner who was already Glimmer Caped, was not so ideal. There you go, on the high ground. Tino has the TP potential to be able to get back. He's going into the Nullifier that we were talking about towards the end of the draft as a potential response to this Pugner. He's still at least one item away from it. The Helm of Iron Will, about 1,000 gold away.
I was just wondering at something. Now I'm trying to remember what it was. I was like, hang on, this make. Oh, yeah. Why is Little Friend's 6-second taunt? That has to be too long, right? That seems crazy.
Has been killed.
I think you're... No, maybe not a Helm of the Overlord. I was about to say, I think you're overestimating how much damage it does, but yeah, not if it's a Helm of the Overlord creep.
6 seconds, though. Like, sure, if you don't kill the target... Well, sorry, if you kill the target, it's gonna... Oh, I mean, it's worth it. Doesn't matter how long the taunt's gonna last for. But 6 seconds is a long time for a 1,400 gold item, right?
Yep.
Like, is this not, like, core in every game now? I feel like this is nuts.
Any game that has some kind of creep, you know? Eidolons or
Okay, sure.
Beastmasters. If it's not, like, jungle creeps really don't do that much. Lane creeps don't do that much.
Is under attack.
It's actually Execration on the offensive for once.
Jump in. Onto Bob. They're going to try and pull him off. They might be able to do so before the BKB. Bob's out. Thompson gives him a tip as well. He'll get him back for the laning stage. Now with the rest of Execration, they're hanging around Ana. Ana's going to be cautious. Shanks is in with the combination. The chain control needs to be perfect, and it is. Execration hit back. They stick around.
There we go. The reverse
Back into the
tips coming
tips.
through.
Dyer's bottom tower
Also got the Blink Dagger still on Vincenzo. He didn't pop
Another
the
jump
Overgrowth
in.
previously.
Zephyr, we'll see if they can blow up the Death Prophet. Pelos is pretty beefy with the hood activated.
Has everyone popped BKBs already? Yeah, Marcy
I'm
doesn't
on.
have hers.
Charging
have
to the
his.
middle. T2's gone, so they don't really have a formation to play with. They can back up to the high ground and won't even be required as Execration are happy with the objective.
No one spied the double damage bot yet either. Nice little pickup if you're able to place it in the bottle. Bob, especially if he's the one to get it. I mean, he obviously still had another great laning stage coming through, 8 kills for his team. Doing a pretty solid job. Not necessarily scaling in levels though, that's the big area where he's falling behind a little bit, and he actually did go the Presence Aura effects buildings that I was talking about before, so really wanting to take any little team fight victory and get more than expected off the back of it. There we go, they're going to be pinging out that double damage rune. Bob starts making his way over.
Oh, interesting. Shanks is holding the Tumbles toy at the moment. Seen a lot of the Earthshakers play with that, the Eye of the Vizier. That extra cast range is incredible. I mean, we see often it's kind of
The max mana is not incredible.
It's not
Shaker
nice,
doesn't have a lot to
but
play with, bro.
The fissure from afar
Radiant
is...
Bro, I think you're forgetting
on,
that
we-
Tumblr's toy gives 200 mana. So he's going to be at
Yes.
625, minus 20% of that. You've got like
I know.
500 mana. That's not a lot.
I'm saying this, we saw Slardin prioritize Eye of the Vizier, and he looked incredible on the Earthshaker. So all I'm saying is, like, you know, I saw him use it. I'm like, all right, he looked pretty good on it.
He's one of the ones that's allowed to play it, though.
Yeah, so,
He's part of an exclusive list.
so what, should we not then be saying, like, okay, if Shanks doesn't have the Eye of the Vizier, someone on the exclusive list is using it?
He's been playing it all right. He's going to need some, like, game-winning plays to get onto the true list of allowed to play Earthshaker.
So far, like you said, he's playing all right. We'll see if he's able to continue that, but the damage that they can pump in, all they need on Execration is just a control. That is the main thing. Bob with the double damage rune, almost level 18. Palos, going to be a little bit more dependent on the levels. Really, level 18 is a nice timing key for the Death Prophet, having that last and final point in the Exo. But it definitely feels like, even though there's a 5,000 net worth lead for T1, like, they really do have to pay some respect into Execration's lineup. Like, this is a team that will thrive in these team fight scenarios.
So I was talking about how I didn't like the lack of usage of it in the laning phase, just to be able to help out particularly Palace and bot lane. But Hal being leveled up now and just constantly sending his creeps and his wolves to be able to push out these lanes means that you've actually freed up a big amount of time for Bob as well as Palace to be able to farm up their next item. I really want to see Palace in particular just get into that plate mail if he can afford it. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now, and I'm not sure how valuable a dust or a windlace is going to be relative to something else. 5 seconds left on that Roche timer.
This is big.
So can they find the back line? Can they get the vision down?
This is a
Like
big
Wolf
wraparound.
scouting out isn't out of the ordinary.
They see Ana. They see Ana. They're going to get the fissure, but instead they'll turn to Marcy. An instant pick-off. But Execration, you need more out of this. You pop the shapeshift for it. Tino's going to charge him. Nullify's there. The threat of the
hit the
overgrowth
wolf.
of Vincenzo doesn't cast it. So Ana just waveforms in, gets rid of the Dream Protector, and now they've got a sentry as well to Bob's location. They're trying to force out an early use of the BKB, but Bob will be able to reposition. But Tier 1, they weathered the storm. They wasted out the shapeshift. They wasted out the double damage rune as well on Bob.
Are scanning.
They've been using the Ogre Bruiser the entire time to see that they've got
Oh,
this.
look at the charge up, the smoke. Is Tier 1 trying into the higher ground, but Execration, they'll back off.
Or Granite Golem giving his life up for the cause, and well, maybe now they'll feel like it's easy enough to go into this Roche pit. You do have the Wolf here scouting things out a little bit. Gotta get it out of the poison. No. You know everything. Gotta get it out. Oh, there we go. Sentry Ward gets dropped down, so there's not going to be any kind of Aegis deny coming through here. Might be the full team coming through though, Thompson, especially if he gets hit first.
Charge up the Requiem from afar. Thompson, they just clip on the fear. They're going to try and blow up the Pugna, but the damage is not there at the moment. Thompson's protected. The D crept out to the north side, and now Bob is getting chased out, but a turn into the crit. They'll kill off the Marcy, but the Overgrowth buying some time, but no Shanks. He misses on the Echo Slam. They needed that ultimate, and a T1. They can charge on forward, targeting down Tino with a Lycan. They'll secure the easy kill. Turning to Palos next is going to be Ana. Fisher's still on cooldown for the Morphling Replicate, so they will not be able to catch up.
It's the power of the Nether Ward, my man. That dealt damage to Shanks when he used the Enchant Totem there just to try and set up for that little bit of extra stun to go in for the Echo Slam, and meant that he didn't actually have the Blink available. So just little things like that. It's the power of the Pugna, right? All this passive damage, disabling BKBs, and turning your own strengths against them.
Now you got to go up into a second life on Ana's Morphling.
Dire's top tower
Level
is
20 with the waveform attacks, and he's got the Ag Shard that...
Pugna
He
and Marcy
immediately-
still need it.
Radiant
Oh, yeah,
are
okay, sorry,
scanning.
you already has his shard, so yeah, send it back on the corridor.
You give this one to maybe Marcy, just to provide a little bit of extra range, I suppose,
Dire's
if
bottom
Thompson
tower
gets caught
is
out.
under attack.
Maybe Thompson just wants the cast range on the Nether Ward. I don't think we'll see a multi-Zuck coming through, unfortunately.
The glizzy.
The hell is a glizzy? Some Zuma slang?
I shouldn't even said that. Cuckoo.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
figure it was something like that.
Ah, no, Shanks, get out. I'm just gonna go for a TP. He'll be fine. Okay. So Bob is cruising out, but Tier 1. I mean, this is. Do you feel like this is an Aegis where they can poke the high ground?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they have Echo Slam back up, I suppose, and Exorcism as well, but this is a chance for them to just get the lanes pushing back out in their favor. It's daytime as well, so Tino isn't going to have that Howl just to assist with the split push coming through. Obviously, you've got the Ancient Black Dragon to be able to do so, but they're just trying to look for pickoffs right now. So Thompson, with his Boots of Travel, can join at any time. The Enchantress, there's always going to be a creep that they have to TP onto as well, so I like the way that T1 are splitting up the map. Can they catch Palos?
They will be able to. Oh my god, what was that damage?
That's Enchanted Quiver, my man, alongside of a Marcy with Sidekick and everything maxed out, stun on stun. Pretty devastating. They're just, again, trying to trade up top here on Execration. It honestly feels like the most that they can do, even if it's just getting the glyph out to enable a future rat play.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
can't fight without the Death Prophet. That is your source of consistent damage.
Dyer's top tower is under
Just standing
attack.
up here, providing that little
Radiant's
bit of the
middle
aura
barracks
from the
are
Helm of the
under
Overlord.
attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
They're going to lose a lot pretty damn quickly. Not even bothering for the range tracks, and
Radiant
yeah,
structures
Bob just
are
trying to put his body on the line as well. That glyph isn't really going to
Dyer's top
juice
tower
any of
is
the
under
backdoor
attack.
protection though.
Dyer's top
Mid's
tower
already pushed
has
in, but
fallen.
they're going to back off as soon as they see that the Lycans come on back. So at least they get a tier 3, but you lose a tier 3 and a melee racks in exchange. Could have been worse for Execration for sure though.
Definitely could have been worse, but we just see how difficult it is for them. Like these fights, what do they need to do differently? Is there a location we need to see them fight around? Is there a hero that just has to be killed off at the start of the fight, otherwise they won't succeed?
Anna feels like Pogner needs to die. You know, he's been pretty quick at getting off the Nether Ward, Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb. It's just everything that's going to enable, for example, the well, himself to cast all of his abilities, right? I feel like Thompson's being very greedy with the use of his Nether Ward, just because he needs to. He needs to be able to get rid of that silence. He needs to be able to remove the overgrowth from people. Eventually, it's going to get to the stage, level 25, where overgrowth is undispellable, but you are a long way away from that.
Anna, wait for Min, threatening Bob and Shanks' position. Bob is keeping up in net worth, but it feels like it's going to be a very difficult task for him to be able to compete in these fights. BKB is something that, I mean, he needs to get a kill, potentially even 2 throughout the BKB duration. If he's unable to do so, he's going to have a lot of difficulties with standing his ground.
Radiant's
time now,
top
though.
tower is
Backstab.
under attack.
Got a little bit of that extra damage potential, that minus armor that they need to really burst someone down, and
They've split from
Yes.
Anna.
SF's
They're
coming back.
now. Age is going to expire in 40 seconds. He's going to wait for him into the tree line. Bob, it's a lot of Requiem damage, so get the first slap, but how do you set up for the second? T1, are they going to be in the neighborhood to protect it for the moment? Anna with the respawn, but instead Execration, they're going to go for Cuckoo. The right clicks from Bob, it's not enough to get the life for Cuckoo. Now Bob is battling over to Anna. It looks like the Morphling's winning out for the moment, but under the cover of the Shadow Blade, Bob will be able to get out. Meanwhile, Paulos has killed off Cuckoo, so Execration, beautifully done. They get the Aegis and the life for the position 3 on T1.
Cuckoo was a little deep, you know, it's been as this Viper being backed up by a Marcy, probably can't expect to extend your life that far deep. He was basically right next to a tier 3 tower, pincered between the Execration territory. That's the job of Zephyr. That's he didn't have to pop the BKB that time, but you really need that consistent damage coming through. You need to make sure that that Viper Strike is getting in onto the Death Prophet to not let Palos have quite as easy of a time. Still though, with the Shapeshift being popped, with the Requiem being used, and the Overgrowth, Exorcism actually, they feel like they could just look to go again. Whitemon sitting on the front lines with that pipe, slowly
Paulos.
pushing forward. I mean, he needs to. He needs to try and slow this down a little bit, wait for those cooldowns, and even one wave is significant enough. Worth using that Shiva's
Radiant's
Guard.
top tower
All these
is under
cooldowns only
attack.
about 15, 20 seconds away.
Got a double damager in as well for the Shadow Fiend. Scary prospect if you do not siege fast enough in T1. They're going to back off and look to smoke. Maybe connecting with Cuckoo with this mid lane shoving out. Potentially the possibility is to go through mid and into the jungle, and that's where the line is drawn for them. They don't have any vision to play with at the moment, so it's going to be up to Whitemon to pop a ward as soon as the smoke is popped.
Bob's got pretty significant damage now. I mean, he's got the crit damage and the fear from the Necromastery. He's got the Silver Edge picked up. Some solid right-click coming through there. +3 damage per soul as well. They know what's coming, though. Walking underneath the outpost, flaming it. So they're going to need to back off entirely. Ooh, Vincenzo might need to TP immediately, and he does. So again, it's just getting into those items, you know. Small items are going to do a lot for Execration and their capabilities of defending this high ground. 4-staff, just giving that little bit of a way to create some space away from the Viper, away from the Pugner, but got to join the fight now.
Anna's gonna. Oh, the Manta! No, no, no! Anna, what have you done to them? Oh, that was the DD popped as well. They dropped everything to try and pull him up. Some people, I don't understand how freaking good they are at Dota. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty next level plays going through there from Ana, just able to land that at a moment's notice. I mean, this is TI Grand Finals Ember Spirit level play.
Wait. Oh no, Thompson's even got a Lincoln's now. Good luck going through him. You said that was really the target that Execration had to try and blow up. Thompson is providing them so much in the team fights. Getting rid of that Nether Ward and his overall damage and sustain is going to be important, but now that he has this extra defensive item to play with, it's going to make it that much more difficult for Execration. Oh, he's even got a timeless relic
from
too.
the nullifier too. Like, Lycan has nothing else that's going to be able to proc it, so it's going to hit the Lincoln Sphere, and then you've still actually got the Decrepify for yourself.
Maybe
Lycan,
you're
of course, purely physical.
forced to have the Icefire bomb like he does at the moment, maybe with the Shaman, just to kind of get through the Lincolns.
They got any good neutral items for it? If they get the Witchbane, they can use it for that purpose.
And that was a network
Top's
lead
pushing
though.
in a little bit though.
Yeah, they're gonna be forced to go back.
Dire's
Bob,
top barracks are under attack.
what's the call here for the Shadow Fiend? Does he reveal his position? Maybe looks to clear the wave and get out. His head's into the
They
moment.
should know
doesn't
he's
see
there.
T1
Yeah,
on the
they're
map.
pinging out. They saw it on the creeps, the presence of the Dark Lord aura, so they know that Shadow Fiend's waiting there. Biding his time, hoping that someone comes out solo. Of course, Thompson would be the dream, considering he doesn't have buyback about 800 gold away. Instead, Bob just shoves out the lane. He's going into the Satanic next, which I understand. Like, previously when he's popped the Requiem and he's tried to stand and man fight, it hasn't been all that successful. Actually, it's going to be the Chen creep. Sorry, the Enchantress creep that ends up scouting out Roche first. And this is with Execration standing completely around it. So they're going to have all information of exactly where Execration are looking to play. They've got the vision for this. Does Palos have a TP? Not for 19 seconds, so he needs to start booking it up towards the Roche pit.
Ana's going to have an MKB for this next team fight as well, which is incredibly important to deal with this evasion from the Shadow Fiend. So Bob, he's not going to be free to be able to duel the Morphling now. We'll see why Mon.
He's 5 gold away. Blitz Knuckles still needs to be picked up.
It's such a tough call for Execration to make. If they continued taking Roche, they probably would have killed it off before T1 was able to get there. But now they've had this
Centaur
time to
Corsa.
smoke up.
I mean, they want to pick off Palos. He is the one that needs to be going down. Well worth
The
popping
Shanks
BKBs
instead.
for.
Shake is pretty important as well. Smoke's gonna pop on Cuckoo. Palace gets the EXO along with the BKB, but the damage coming out. Ana just ripping apart the life of the Death Prophet. He doesn't have the armor to stand his ground as Ana's doing too much damage. He'll turn towards the Tree Protector, getting rid of another component onto Execration's lineup. And it's gonna be a miracle for them to turn over this team fight as Bob's charging into the middle. He's gonna BKB TP up, but Ana's damage. Ooh.
Definitely got it. He was right there on point, waiting for the bash. He even had the extra cast range, or attack range rather, from the Penta-Edge Sword. And, well, that is a free Roshan being picked up for T1. It's got the Aghanim Scepter on it as well, so... what are we looking at here? Are we looking to give that over to Ana and just have a quick look over at Mr. Earthshaker and say, hey, what's going on, buddy?
Alright, we got Ages on Ana, Scepter on the Morphling, like you said, and Cheese on Thompson as well. So another defensive toolkit. They are eyeing up Thompson down bottom.
Radiant's top
He's
tower
got the
is under
detection
attack.
coming out. Bob's going to try and backstab the Pugna. A very awkward position from Thompson to play, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do 1v2. They're able to deal with the Decrep, Requiem out, and a big kill for them to find. But that is Shapeshift along with Requiem forced, and this might free up the siege now for T1.
There's not going to be
Jump
a pesky
in,
Netherlord
Zephyr.
there either.
Oh, he doesn't get the toss back. Palos just to the south side. He's going to be okay for the moment. Doesn't want to pop the BKB. Great nerves are still here from Palos to hold that magic immunity.
Doing a good job to push out this bottom side as well, forcing T1 to potentially make a rotation back, stop their aggression, not get the absolute most out of the Aegis. They still do get the level 25 though
Dire's bottom tower
on
is
Ana's
under
Morphling,
attack.
and yeah, they are forced back. Losing a tier 3 tower in the process as well, so Execration, for the 16k that they're behind, they're still doing a pretty decent job of being able to draw this one out and play around the strengths they have, which is all of these big teamfight ultimates.
We were speaking about earlier that if Arna could kind of reach this critical mass where it was kind of a ticking time bomb, and I mean, his 10,000 net worth over the Shadow Fiend, of course, that Ag's Blessing is very much helping out with the net worth, but I'm trying to see if Bob's ever going to reach a time where he is something that has to be a force to be reckoned with. He's having an incredible game, 10-4 and 7, but I don't know if the Shadow Fiend can do it all by himself.
I mean, just having a look at some of the neutral items that they've got as well, do they help at all? Not really, to be honest. I mean, again, no targeted items either, so you're not going to be able to easily get through that nullifier. They had to do it previously with what did actually pop the Lincolns last time? I guess it was the nullifier, and they were still able to kill him on Thompson.
It might have been a creep he had as well. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. We'll see. Networth leads holding out for the moment. This Aegis Execration are doing a very good job at splitting up the side lanes. They only have to wait another 2 minutes until that Aegis is going to expire, and they're even threatening Thompson up top. Considering about maybe making a play, but just happy with keeping the lane shoved out.
Plus 250 for Thompson, easy money. That range racks is starting to take a little bit of harassment. I kind of want to see, of course, it's important for him to hold buyback on Tino, and well, bottom lane is actually starting to get shoved in. Just under 2 minutes left on this Aegis. You've got double siege creep wave protected by the pipe aura. Just to try and siege into this. Someone needs to TP back. I don't think you can push this back just with Bob and Palos on their own.
Oh no! Might lose the first life with the fear. Ooh, very close.
Tino's still up here. Really trying to bait out a move from Thompson to come down to this bottom side. Well, pops the Satanic, back at full HP. Another creep wave coming through. Power slowly getting healed up. Would be enough.
Palos. He's gonna waveform in. Minute left on the Aegis. They'll get the tier 3 tower, and looks like they're gonna look to reset after that for tier 1. Next creep wave coming in shortly. They've got mid pushed in as well. Someone on Execration will be forced to try and deal with the mid lane.
Maybe when Bob reveals his moment where they feel like they can push on forward. I mean, for everything that's happening, they haven't actually lost much on Execration's side. So 40 seconds left on that Aegis.
They commit the Echo for it. Maybe it's going to be the Requiem fallout with the respawn. Bob needs to be perfect with the timing, and it looks like he is, but the damage, it's not coming fast enough. Ana pops the BKB and just turns it around. They never stood a chance into the Morphling, but maybe off the back of the buyback, T1 need to respect this. As Vincenzo, though, he doesn't have the overgrowth to work with. It's going to be off the back of Palos, just running into the middle. They're going to be cautious, though. Inside the base, waveform in, shakes with the pushback, but the damage isn't there. Ana's gonna be okay, steps outside the base. They are getting ratted though. T1 need to address this. Tino's going for tier 4s.
They hold him back. That's the question. You want to try and
call the fear to the vision once again. Beautiful force.
Just solo. Zephyr's able to hold them back. Costs them a buyback, but I think you're going to be very happy of Tino. Be a little bit careful here. Pops the shapeshift just to be able to try and connect onto a few waves and assist with the push on forward. He could just try to take another tier 3 solo, and it'll be successful.
Ooh, this is a scary TP.
That's a long TP. 6 seconds up towards the top side, and he's successful. Easy bounty ring. Yeah, he's going into the Desolator eventually as well. Really just realizing that, well, full Rat Donor is the way that we're going to win this game. The buybacks hurt a lot on Shadow Fiend as well as the DP though. Like, just to not have that backup. Also, he actually finished up the Satanic off the back of that previous fight as well. So I was kind of expecting Bob to still be a bit short. He needs that level 25. Just that Shadow Ray raise to apply the attack damage could be absolutely enormous for them to be able to turn this one around.
I wonder what the call is going to be now for Execration. Because you have really opened up a possibility for you to to look to just completely avoid team fights and just go for the rat and look to base race. You have this Lycan to be able to buff you up. The damage from the Exo, even the Shadow Fiend, you mentioned the level 15 talent, but the presence or affects buildings. I think there is a real possibility for Execration just to say screw the team fights if they feel they're that far behind and just look to take another route in trying to rat instead.
Still got such good team fight though. They might find Whitemon here, but you don't want to commit onto this with Bob's life. He is way too valuable, especially with no buyback available. They can get the break onto the Enchantress though. They might be able to take her out really quickly. All right, that's a free kill.
Can't stick around for too long though. Get the jump in. He's gonna pop BKB and slip, and now with the bashes, Bob's in trouble. He pulled back prior. You need to use everything to keep the Shadow Fiend alive, and they've got nothing in the tank. Bob goes down, dead for 2 minutes. This is the window now for T1 to close out this series.
Shanks trying to do his best to keep the bottom side pushed in. I'm sure he's going to layer out a Fissure. A couple of extra usages of the Enchant Totem just to try and push this one away. Just the Havoc Hammer as well to try and clear that one out. I respect it. It's about the delay game coming through, but can you delay for 100 seconds? I don't think you can.
Shapeshift? They might look for the echo as well from Shanks. They're going to jump in, but the control's not there. Thompson steps out to the left, but still Tina with the damage. He might go for Cuckoo as well. Nullify is there. Cuckoo's going to pop a BKB. Not really holding for the moment. So Tino's just going to look to TP out instead, recognizing he can't continue the chase. And on the other side of the map, Palos popped an Exorcism as well. And Arna's in pursuit. Waveform's still on cooldown. And it looks like they're okay. Execration. They're doing an incredible job to stall.
Mm-hmm. Shanks is nearly online to try and be a little bit more of that core as well. I feel like you get to the stage where you don't want to hold buyback on the Earthshaker. You've already used it on 2 cores. This next fight might very well be the last, as Shanks can't be giving up your life for free though. Oh, Cuckoo. Just not quite there, but that's the Aghanim Scepter on Shanks if he wants to buy it.
You can't lose anyone.
Really
Vincenzo, oh, he's got a buyback at least. It's an early glyph forced out as well. 30 seconds until the Shadow Fiend's back alive. T1 push incredibly fast though.
Stalling from Shanks.
Oh man, they're going for the T4s. Tino's in.
Palos, you fought back as well.
Palos is in trouble. Arna trying to lock onto his target. 1 tier 4 down, soon to the next. Dire, they're going to be able to siege much faster than Radiant. The Shadow Fiend won't even have a possibility of respawning, because look at the damage coming out from T1. It's going to be a miracle if they can hold it on Execration. And even though Shanks finds a double Echo Slam, it is not enough. As T1, with the debut of the new roster, they are able to take down Execration 2-0, and they will continue on in the upper bracket, moving on to at least the upper bracket semi-finals to face RSG.
It was a bit of a scary moment there for sure for T1. You know, they had a really good start to the game. They knew that these team fights were eventually going to come online, but just a couple of instances of poor positioning coming through from Execration. You could tell they're a little bit disappointed with how that one turned out. They had the draft to be able to take the win. It was just a couple of times where, unfortunately, people caught off the mark. I like the adaptation, though, going for the full rat play on Tino. He did the best with what they had the capability to play with at that stage. 15k behind, you got to go for something different, because clearly up until that stage, what you'd been doing hadn't been working. So even though he was, I think, 4, 10, and 15 on Zephyr, I think he was the best player that game. Like, he enabled Cuckoo, he was very aggressive with a lot of these rotations, he picked off individual targets, his build going into that early basher netted them a couple of TP escapes that didn't actually end up popping off. And even just doing simple things like popping the sidekick onto Ana when he wants to dive into the middle of the team fight, when he's ready, when he's online, it just feels like the Marcy was the one to carry this game for them.
And I think there were a lot of concerns and question marks leading into the qualifiers for T1. A lot of people didn't know what to expect, because the previous iteration of T1 were having some real big roster issues. I mean, we saw an example of that was Zephyr. He was kicked off the roster. They put Raging Potato in, they moved Cuckoo to a 4-3. They kind of went back and forth for the ESL qualifiers. They were having some really big issues, but the opportunity arose for Ana and Thompson to join. Cuckoo, Zephyr, Whitemon, at least the core trio still sticking around. And again, a lot of people were hesitant. They weren't sure how this roster was going to be able to shape up, if there would be playstyle issues, if there would be communication issues. But that first series, I think, gives a lot of hope to Tier 1 fans. Like, they looked dominant. And I know Execration, with going down 2-0, and Game 2 was a lot better than Game 1, but this is no joke of a team. Like, this is definitely a team that I was expecting even to upset T1 in this series, or at least force it to a Game 3. So the fact that T1 looked this convincing is really important, not only to them and their confidence, but a lot of T1 fans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And my biggest question mark was, can Zephyr adapt his gameplay? And he did. Like, he played an exceptional Primal Beast in game number 1. Even the Marcy, like, playing much more of that sacrificial style, not necessarily around these huge teamfight ultimates, just being that initial presence in the team fight, being the one to roam around, even if it means Whitemon actually being the one to pick up a little bit more of the farm. That's the way you need to play. You need to be a little bit more sacrificial. And I like the fact that they seem to have drilled it into his head that if we're going to have the greatest amount of success with this roster to truly enable someone like Ana to be paired alongside Topson, it really feels to me like Topson's kind of taken him under his wing with, like, the running into people 101, I think, is the class that he's taking right now. So it's clearly been a success. He's passed with honors for now, but it's just the first semester. We got plenty of semesters left, and we'll see if he's able to graduate and go all the way to TI at the end of the SEA qualifiers.
Yeah, well, they're in good form, and at least we get to take a look at the bracket as well and the position they're in. So we've already had to say goodbye to one of the teams. Unfortunately, TNC were the first to be eliminated, and we're going to be out and done into the best of threes here for every single game, except, of course, the grand finals, the best of 5. But the important thing is we get to see how the upper bracket is looking. Talent versus Polaris, they're able to 2-0 their earlier series. We had all 2-0s today. Very interesting. Southeast Asia with how competitive is, but we see how the lower bracket's shaping up as well. That's no easy team at all. A lot of those series are going to be incredibly competitive.
The one I'm looking forward to most, or rather the 2 series I'm looking forward to most, are those 2 upper bracket games. Like, 2 out of these 4 teams are going to TI in some capacity, whether it be group stage or last chance qualifiers. And honestly, I think all of them would be worthy to be able to get there. So there's going to be one team at least that's going to feel very, very unlucky about missing out. Polaris and RSG, I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. And it might even be Talon and T1, the 2 grand final favorites, let's call it. But there's still a couple of days until we get to that one. Lower bracket action tomorrow, where 4 more teams, unfortunately, are going to have their TI dreams dashed.
Yeah, we get to see how the schedule is going to be shaping up. Think Galaxy C up against Xerxia. Then we got Neon against Atlantis, Execration Summit, and then to close it out, Lilgun Army Geniuses. So should be an exciting time.
I think the order for that's a little off. Don't worry about it. There we go. And it should be all good. I think maybe Little Gun Army Geniuses is actually the first one of the day anyway. But doesn't matter. We'll be doing the last 2 like we did today. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this continues through. Obviously, we've got 4 regions that have already had people qualify through to the group stage as well as last chance. You got Western Europe going on now. And you've got SEA, of course, to be able to begin tomorrow. So for everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm excited to see how the rest of this pans out. If we get to see some Ana Clockwork, some Ana Bounty Hunter, or even the Nyx Assassin come through, we'll have to wait and see. But for tomorrow, lower bracket action, I'm really excited. You got anything else, Aries?
No, nothing else. At least what we were able to see today out of T1 in particular was incredibly exciting. I know you just mentioned multiple other heroes that Ana could play, but the fact that we saw him dominate on a Marcy position 1 and the Morphling as well, not only him, but T1 looked incredibly strong, and a lot of the other teams in Southeast Asia look strong as well. This is a competitive region with 4 more days of action here for the regional qualifiers. 3 teams will go over to TI, with 1 team at least guaranteeing a spot in the group stages. We got plenty more days of Dota action. Get some sleep, get some food. We'll see you guys back here same time for some more Southeast Asian TI 11 regional qualifiers.